In the middle of a forest, a guy named Ian Purkis stood amidst a pack of wolf carcasses, the area stained blood-red and ravaged by a ruthless fire that made it look no different from a dead zone. He decisively pulled his sword out of the wolf. His body was enveloped in deadly red streams of energy, and his showdown with the wolf pack was far from over. Facing him right now were two massive, fiercely energized wolves baring their fangs and howling as they prepared to attack. Ian Purkis didn't flinch at all, his eyes full of courage and determination as he swung his sword at them in defiance. Want some more? Instantly, the two wolves lunged forward lightning fast, their movements creating streaks of light that made it hard for anyone to see clearly. Within seconds, the two wolves leaped right above Ian Purkis's head, baring their fangs with an expression that screamed they wanted to devour him alive, while he calmly stood his ground to welcome them. Both wolves let out a fierce roar simultaneously. But before they could wait long, a clean sword stroke was decisively slashed out by Ian Purkis. He successfully stabbed straight through the wolf's head, making it open its mouth wide in agony. With yet another strike, Ian stabbed the wolf again, rendering it completely immobile. Then, he spun in midair to take down another wolf. Suddenly, a howling sound rang out. Turns out, the remaining wolf had widened its jaws with razor-sharp teeth to pounce on Ian Purkis. Luckily, he reacted quickly, slashing his sword horizontally across the wolf's mouth, suddenly realizing something as he yelled out, "You!" The wolf, with overwhelming strength, bit down on the sword and violently flung him backward. Ian Purkis hurriedly shifted his golden pupils to look behind him, his face showing extreme worry upon seeing something. Just as Ian Purkis was being pushed back, another wolf appeared out of nowhere to block his rear, plunging him into a life-or-death situation. But Ian quickly materialized an axe tightly gripped in his hand, and with a heart full of determination, he fiercely chopped the axe toward that wolf. It was instantly knocked down by him, but without stopping there, he was still pushed back by the other wolf. With its intelligence, the wolf slammed Ian Purkis hard into a large tree trunk. Though in pain, he quickly seized the opportunity when it released the sword to swing it high and slash at the wolf. Ian aimed straight for the wolf's eyes. Along with that slash, blow after blow from the axe came down relentlessly, sending the wolf's blood splashing everywhere. After a moment, the surroundings grew quiet. Ian Purkis dragged his feet forward, leaving his final words to the carcasses, "Thanks." Yet at that moment, there was still one wolf enveloped in a purple aura, with a blood-stained piece of cloth in its mouth, growling as if threatening an enemy. This wolf was as huge as all the previous ones combined. It now blocked Ian Purkis's path with razor-sharp teeth, and looking at it, he could only blurt out, "You son of a bitch." Ian Purkis looked straight into the giant wolf's eyes without a shred of fear and said, "Thanks to you, I found out that letter was real, so you don't need to live anymore." Scene cuts to the academy. Ian Purkis, now a student in the 53rd Swordsmanship Department, was tipsy and extremely pumped up, shouting, "Throw away all worries. Finally finished midterms. I've survived this damn academy once again." Standing right next to him was Celine Haster from the 52nd Night Department. She crossed her arms and spoke, shattering Ian's dream. "It's only midterms. Do you really have to scream like that? One more failing grade, and you're getting expelled." But Leto Einstern from the 53rd Swordsmanship Department held a bottle of booze beside them and cheerfully chimed in, "Hey, just leave him be. He's happy because he did his best." His best friend hit the nail right on the head, so Ian enthusiastically slapped his own thigh and said, "Exactly. Even though I'm not good at swordsmanship, I still passed a bunch of movement and horse riding skills." Sticking to a drunkard's motto, Leto spoke up, "Even if you can do that, after graduation you'll just end up as a gate guard in some mid-sized city." Celine Haster watched this conversation between the two of them with utter helplessness. "It's nice how you guys can still be so carefree. As for me, every exam feels like it shaves years off my lifespan." The other two guys chugged down too much fermented barley, threw their arms around each other's shoulders, and said in unison, "We're at the best academy in the Empire. Of course it's not going to be easy." Suddenly, Celine Haster angrily snapped at the two of them. "Does that even need to be said?" Ian immediately retorted, "Who was the one who started it in the first place?" Meanwhile, Leto just laughed helplessly at the two of them arguing, not wanting to waste any more saliva. Celine turned around to walk away, leaving a reminder. Anyway, you guys know the first period tomorrow is practical swordsmanship, right? If you're late, you'll lose points, so hurry up and go home to sleep. Hearing that, Ian turned back to his room, still not forgetting to grumble. Why on earth do we have to have a practical class right after exams? The moon had reached its peak, and the three of them were still rambling on. Seeing that Ian wasn't interested, Celine said, "It's no big deal. I'm heading back too. See you guys tomorrow." Hearing this, Ian yelled out drunkenly, "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Lacking the energy of the other two, Leto let out a massive yawn and headed home. Finally, Ian made it to his dorm room, pushed the door open tiredly, and groaned, "I am never choosing morning classes again." He jumped onto his warm, cozy bed but still mumbled, "Never again." After an exhausting day, Ian finally drifted off into a sound sleep. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out as if calling someone, "Delphirim." A desolate, deadly scene appeared with bodies scattered everywhere. Amidst the endless corpses, a solitary figure sat alone in a corner. Suddenly, when that figure turned around, it was Ian Purkis. He was paying attention to a raven perched on a corpse, and then out of nowhere, that strange voice echoed again, "Delphirim is coming." Ian Purkis's face suddenly looked different, his eyes glowing brightly, yet lacking any focus. Those eyes stared blankly straight ahead into the distant horizon. The mysterious voice spoke urgently and loudly. "We have to stop him." Ian Purkis stood in the middle of a sea of fire as meteorites rained down endlessly around him. Suddenly, Ian Purkis jolted awake, breaking out of the dream, sweating profusely with a terrified face, completely clueless as to what was happening. He sat blankly on the bed, asking himself, what kind of dream was that? Isn't Delphirim just a character in legends? Touching the back of his neck, he felt a slight stinging sensation, assuming he must have just dreamed it because he drank too much. Suddenly, some strange letters on the desk caught Ian Purkis's attention. Looking at the letters and the calendar left him bewildered. What's wrong with the date on the calendar? Isn't today a rest day? And what is that letter? Then Ian walked over to the desk, picked up the letter, and admired. Curious, he opened the letter to read it. Looking at the letter, Ian made a guess. Whoever left this letter even flipped their calendar back. Judging by the handwriting, the writer must be a woman. Still refusing to read the actual text, Ian continued guessing before startling himself. No way. He imagined other female students secretly harboring crushes on him and said excitedly, "Could someone in this academy actually have a secret crush on me?" Ian happily held the letter and muttered to himself, "I'm going to be late for class, but to be polite, I should read it quickly." Finally, Ian seriously read the letter. "I used to think it was just a far-fetched story from fairy tales I read as a child. And sometimes I still think it's all just a dream that our names were carved into those pages. Tonight, I will dream of you too, from Cephia, Imperial Calendar Year, 571, month and day." Reading it, he couldn't help but marvel. Such pretty handwriting. Ian sat down at the desk, propped his chin up, and thought to himself about the fiancé subduing the beast-hunting guild in practical class. After finishing the letter, Ian's earlier excited expression vanished, and he muttered to himself, "I've been played." Comparing it to the calendar on the desk, Ian said in disappointment, "The date doesn't even match, and she didn't put any effort into it. You've got to prepare better than that." Cephia, huh? A line in the letter reading, "If we don't protect the future, the world will perish," made Ian disbelieve it even more. And then there was that dream part at the end, total disappointment. Thinking he had been scammed, he angrily crumpled up the letter and said to himself, "What a total nightmare. I've got to get to class fast." He aggressively tossed the letter into the trash can, thinking, who on earth would send a love letter to me anyway? Scene cuts to the bustling academy. The moment Ian stepped foot inside, he felt something was off. Why was everyone around him steering clear and whispering behind his back? "Be careful not to make eye contact or he'll start talking to you. Is he that crazy guy? Are you the guy from the rumors? I heard he beat them up." Ian suddenly felt strange when he touched his waist. Why is everyone staring at me? And why's there an axe hanging from my hip? Completely bewildered by the current situation, he cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Finally, salvation arrived. Ian spotted his two friends standing nearby and shouted their names at the top of his lungs. Leto, Celine. But their reaction was completely unexpected. Both of them instantly pretended not to see him, turned around, and started praising how gorgeous the sky was. On his end, Leto hurriedly leaned into Celine's ear and whispered, "Ignore him. Just act like we don't know him." Celine shared the exact same sentiment and quickly replied, "Obviously, I don't want to get dragged into some weird place again." Seeing the two of them acting all sneaky and ignoring him, Ian loudly complained, "Hey, are you guys not listening to me?" Hearing that, Leto turned to look at him and suddenly seemed to realize something. "Huh? Wait, what?" Leto immediately rushed over, checked him out from top to bottom, and deduced, "You look totally different from yesterday. Are your eyes clearer?" Meanwhile, Ian, already annoyed by everyone staring at him weirdly, snapped, "Hey, I'm not in the mood for jokes." No sooner had he finished speaking than Leto rushed forward with tears in his eyes, hugging him tightly and shouting, "Ian, the evil spirit that possessed you is finally gone." He hurriedly pushed Leto away with a confused expression. "What evil spirit? What are you talking about? Stop, that's gross." Celine finally chimed in with an explanation. "Something weird possessed you all of last week." This remark only plunged Ian deeper into doubt. An entire week? But I remember saying goodbye to you guys just last night. Hearing that, Celine immediately snapped angrily. "You don't remember anything at all?" While Leto chimed in furiously, "You treated us like servants all week. Our reputations are completely ruined now. You bastard." Leto added helplessly, "If you hadn't scared us with that axe, we would have dragged you to an exorcist already." Hearing that made Ian look down suspiciously at the axe in his hand. "An axe? You mean this?" When Leto and Celine saw the axe, they sighed heavily and issued a warning. "Would you please keep that thing away from us? All those terrifying memories are flooding back." Everything happened so suddenly. Ian still couldn't understand why he had been like that for the past week, thinking to himself, "Was I possessed by an evil spirit? Did something like that really happen? I don't remember going near any dangerous places or holding anything dangerous. Could it be related to that nightmare?" The other two's conversation snapped him back to reality as they rejoiced. "Good thing it's gone." Yeah, good thing it disappeared before any other accidents happened. Hearing them talk like that made Ian a bit uneasy, and he immediately asked, "What accident? What did I do?" A bombshell was dropped by Celine. "Oh, it was huge. You beat up the top student of his sophomore year." Ian mentally filtered the information. The top sophomore student. Were they talking about the youngest aura expert, known among second years as the monster swordswoman Syria Yurdina? He asked back in total disbelief. "I beat up that monster? Are you kidding me?" But Celine replied with a completely straight face. "Why are you so surprised? You put her in a hospital for a whole week." Ian shouted in utter disbelief. "No way. What kind of evil spirit possessed me to do that?" Celine asked impatiently. "Who knows, Ian? What are you planning to do next?" Still failing to process the previous information, Ian confusedly asked back. "Plan what?" Celine worriedly advised him. "I mean about today's swordsmanship class. You're going to run into her today. Remember?" This truly was a bolt from the blue for Ian, making him ask himself, "Me? What?" Actually, the first letter Ian read went as follows. "To my dearest Ian Purkis. I wonder if there is anyone who doesn't like spring? I heard this in the Capital A Bank some time ago. You are a mature gentleman wearing elegant attire. Your sophistication and calmness left an impression on me. Now that I think about it, I guess you must have used to work for a noble family. You said that you wandered aimlessly last winter, but your smile was as warm as spring sunlight. It must be because winter has passed." The flashback went back to a week ago. Syria Yurdina was lying on the ground with a look of disbelief, her sword having slipped out of her hand. Syria Yurdina struggled to prop herself up with her sword, trembling as she stood, and spoke in disbelief. "Unbelievable. Before this, you couldn't even last 10 seconds against me. Yet." But Ian replied coldly, The most unbelievable thing is your mediocre swordsmanship. With that, he dealt a fierce blow straight to Syria Yurdina's face, sending her crashing backward. Syria Yurdina flew out of the training arena, slamming hard into the back wall. Not stopping there, Ian continued to brutally slash his sword into Syria Yurdina's back. Witnessing this scene, everyone found it hard to believe. Isn't Syria undefeated even against fourth-year students? How did Ian win? Back in the battle, Ian walked over to where Syria Yurdina lay, and with a cold, lifeless gaze, he swung his sword and said, "Hey, look at this. Don't you feel like something's suspicious?" He raised his sword high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow, but didn't forget to remind Syria Yurdina, "You just rush in whenever you see an opening, right?" Failing to realize it's just a trap. Ending the flashback, Ian still couldn't believe it as he asked himself internally, "Why on earth did I have to fight someone from my own class?" Looking at Syria Yurdina, who was determined to exact revenge, Ian muttered to himself, "Fighting an opponent I could actually handle would be better. Instead, I have to fight the Academy's undefeated student." Syria Yurdina had already gripped her sword into a battle-ready stance. Outside the ring, Celine shouted out a warning. "Ian, quit while you're ahead. Just surrender." The onlookers around began gossiping. "Syria is really stubborn, seriously. She lost miserably, but she just won't accept." They continued gossiping without caring about Syria Yurdina's feelings. "The professor always covers for her because she's strong, but this must really hurt her pride. Seriously, even I feel embarrassed for her." Inside the arena, Ian and Syria Yurdina had taken their stances. The professor finally announced a start. "Quiet everyone." The professor didn't forget to remind them, "Remember, this duel replaces the regular class, so it will affect your grades." Although Ian was deeply unwilling, there was nothing he could do except grumble to himself. "Oh, evil spirit, you should have seen things through to the end before disappearing. Now that I have to deal with the mess you made, what on earth am I supposed to do?" He looked at Syria Yurdina to assess the situation. She's a top student. Losing a few points is no big deal for her. But if I fail this course, I'm going to end up a jobless freeloader living off my parents. All right, I just need to stall until she's satisfied. 10 minutes should be enough. Having made up his mind, Ian mentally prepared himself to fight. Yet before he could do anything, Syria Yurdina appeared right in front of him out of nowhere. Instantly, he was sent flying backward by Syria Yurdina's direct blow. He performed a textbook flying human without wings, landing flat on his face. By now, Ian fully realized his predicament, screaming internally, "No way in hell am I lasting 10 minutes. 1 minute is enough to put me in the hospital bed. But if I give up here, she won't let go." How heartbreaking. Driven by the determination to make Syria Yurdina drop her grudge, Ian stood up and said, "My turn now, I suppose?" Syria Yurdina coldly replied, "Do whatever you want." Instantly, Ian darted forward towards Syria Yurdina. He leaped high into the air, spinning and swinging his sword decisively. Yet at that moment, Ian doubted himself. Why does my body feel so light? It was as if Ian had turned into a different person. He swung his sword with immense power while thinking in disbelief. What the hell happened during the time? I can't remember. His body moved precisely the way he wanted it to. As if getting what she wanted, Syria Yurdina smiled triumphantly, thrilled that she could finally get her revenge. Syria Yurdina's gaze instantly turned icy as an invisible pressure materialized. Syria Yurdina easily neutralized Ian's attack, sending his sword flying straight out of his hand. Ian collapsed to the ground in pain. "I thought I'd find a way to handle this, but damn, it's hopeless." Seeing her opponent like that, Syria Yurdina wondered, "So you weren't intentionally leaving that opening?" His current behavior left Syria Yurdina baffled. "Yet last week you brushed me aside so easily, as if you were just toying with me." By now, Ian had reached his absolute limit with all these troubles dumped onto him. Driven to the breaking point, he roared, "Last week this, last week that. Shut the hell up about last week already. If I hear it one more time, I'm going to lose my mind." But Ian's words only made Syria Yurdina furious, and she ground her teeth as she snapped, "Whose fault is it that I became the laughingstock of everyone?" With that, Syria Yurdina unleashed all her power, grabbing her sword and leaping high into the air to strike him with a preemptive blow, as if venting all her humiliation. Instantly, Ian raised his sword to counter this sudden strike. At that moment, Ian realized one thing. Without a doubt, his movement perception and reaction speed had increased, at least on par with hers. Thanks to that, Ian was able to parry Syria Yurdina's attacking moves. Moments later, Ian was knocked flying, crashing hard onto the arena floor. The two of them went at each other like robots, clashing repeatedly. But the difference this time was that Ian had developed instincts regarding Syria Yurdina's movements. Right as Syria Yurdina lunged forward, he quickly realized that underneath her feint, Ian recognized the next strike would be a direct frontal attack, and then the next one, or at least it looked that way, but in reality, it was a continuous chain of attacks. The more they fought, the more damn annoying Ian found it. Yet somehow he kept pace. Knocked flying away by Syria Yurdina once more, he propped himself up with his sword and thought, seriously, why does this chick have so many unnecessary movements? Suddenly, Syria Yurdina spoke up loudly in front of Ian. Don't just charge him whenever you see an opening. Treat it as a trap. Turns out I came here because didn't you say exactly that last week? That's why I demanded a rematch. But this time, Syria Yurdina looked at Ian and could only utter 5 words. You really are pathetic, she screamed. Is it time for you to get serious yet? Then she rushed forward to attack. Thanks to those words, Ian finally realized, got it, my strength really has increased. Thanks to those words, Ian finally realized, got it, my strength really has increased. Ian and Syria Yurdina plunged into a frantic assault. Ian finally understood that because of the things he had said last week, she had ended up adding even more unnecessary motions. The two traded blows from one side of the arena to the other, not stopping for a single second. The two swords clashed fiercely. Ian still seemed to be at a disadvantage against Syria Yurdina's strikes. Syria Yurdina remained determined to win, while Ian thought to himself, all right, fine, I've traded blows on equal footing with her long enough. Now if I give up now, she won't say anything either. Meanwhile, Syria Yurdina, completely confident in her strength, raised her sword high and declared, fine, now that you're serious, I'll show you what I can really do. With that, she lunged forward toward him at full speed. And right at that moment, Ian realized this was the chance. Ian deliberately stood still to take the blow and put an end to this grudge that had fallen out of nowhere onto his head. After the strike, the professor announced, if Ian cannot get up within 5 seconds, the winner is Syria. In a hazy daze, Ian thought to himself, being possessed, dueling the top student. These are the most unbelievable things that have ever happened in my life. The professor on the other side counted to 1. Before losing consciousness, Ian thought, at least I've done what I needed to make amends, and now I have to go back to being an ordinary person. Across the arena, as the professor counted to 2, Syria Yurdina suddenly realized, you took that hit on purpose, didn't you? Don't think this is over. I'm going to demand another rematch if you plan on ending it like this. Hearing those words, the moment the professor counted to 3, Ian snapped back to consciousness and woke up. Meanwhile, Syria Yurdina continued, whether you refuse, skip classes, or whatever, I'll challenge you over and over again until you experience the exact humiliation I went through. These words made Ian extremely furious, considering he had suffered like a dog over things he couldn't even remember. He was genuinely annoyed. Do you really treat me like your mortal enemy just because I teased you for a week? Seeing this, the professor checked in on him. Ian, if you want to withdraw, you should do it right now. What do you think? Want to stop? Ian immediately and firmly replied, no, I can keep going. Therefore, the professor announced, all right, then the match will continue. Both of you get ready. The two of them stood ready right in the middle of the arena, waiting for the command. This played right into Syria Yurdina's wishes. She gripped her sword tightly and declared, good, I can't let things end like this. Ian was cornered now. A thought flashed through his mind. There's no running away anymore. Deciding to go all out this time, Ian muttered to himself, then I'm going to tear that damn pride of hers to shreds. While Ian was building up his resolve, Syria Yurdina quickly rushed forward to attack him. But instead of dodging, Ian stood his ground and looked at her with unwavering determination. Instantly, with just one hand, Ian successfully caught and held back Syria Yerdina's sword. She was stunned, completely clueless as to what was happening. Syria Yerdina instinctively blurted out, "No way." Ian kept a straight face without a word, holding Syria firmly in place amidst her growing anxiety and restlessness. Ian leaned in close to Syria's face and said coldly, "Gotcha." The content of the second and first love letters read, "Every time we do this, we think about what we've achieved. Protecting the world and becoming heroes. I used to think it was just a far-fetched story from fairy tales read in childhood. And sometimes I still feel like it's all just a dream when our names are carved into those pages. Is it all thanks to you? Just as you said, maybe it's thanks to all of us." Ian panted heavily, continuously reassuring himself, "I can't run away." He looked at Syria in front of him, who was frowning and bracing herself. "Today, I'm going to shred that ridiculous pride of yours to pieces once again." Ian lowered his stance slightly, observing quietly in silence. During the previous exchange, he could clearly see her sword-fighting style. Syria watched with a serious look in her eyes, and he could dodge the attacks without a scratch, as long as he stayed focused. Ian sweated as he looked upward, urging himself inwardly, "Come on." The moment he finished, Syria lunged forward instantly at full speed. "I'm going to completely crush your pride." Syria swung her sword in a straight line as she charged. Ian opened his eyes wide to look closely, astonished. "I can see her sword trajectory." Syria bent her body, leaped high into the air, and drew her sword back. Her face scrunched up as she slashed horizontally downward from Ian's shoulder. Ian's eyes lit up as he saw right through it, reminding himself in his head. And at the exact moment of the swing, her petite legs quickly sprang high upward. Ian stood frozen, looking upward and waiting. Syria gripped the wooden sword tightly in her hand and brought it down with massive force. Instantly, a loud, powerful crash echoed through the air. Syria stared in blank shock as her sword was completely blocked. Ian glared right at her with a warning look. "Caught you." Ian spun around and immediately hurled his sword away, to Syria's utter astonishment. Then in a split second swung his own blade and shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's over." Syria's eyes widened in silent terror, and she immediately began clutching her head, trembling uncontrollably out of fear. Ian dazed out as he realized the situation, looking down in deep thought, completely baffled by himself. "Wait, is this really okay?" Ian stood there stunned, thinking to himself, "Why on earth am I dealing with stuff from a week ago? This isn't solving anything. If anything, this whole situation is just going to repeat itself." Ian reached his hand out into empty space towards Syria. "This isn't a matter of winning or losing. It's about the clear issue right in front of us." Then Syria frowned as she took a painful flick to the forehead. Everyone present muttered in mutual surprise. Syria squatted down with a grimace and questioned him. Ian tried to reassure her. "WH, what the hell are you doing? Are you mocking me just because you won? Why do you want to beat me so badly?" Syria fell silent, seemingly understanding the meaning behind the question. Syria angrily shouted and questioned him continuously. "Because winning is everything." Ian smiled gently, looking puzzled. Is what other people think really that important? The image of Syria working hard in practice flashed before his eyes to remind her. Losing one match isn't going to make people think less of you. And no matter what anyone says, the effort you put into training your swordsmanship won't just vanish in an instant. Syria slumped down helplessly in despair. "True, but getting made fun of still hurts like hell, you know." Ian smiled down at her and challenged her logic. "But if the thing you've been stressing over until now, if all that effort suddenly became meaningless, wouldn't that be totally unfair?" Syria blushed vaguely and looked up. Ian pointed out with a relaxed demeanor, "I've been losing the whole time I've been at this academy, so trust me on this. There's no reason to care about other people's selfish words." Sunlight gradually began to shine down on the rooftop of the highest tower. Syria closed her eyes and smiled, realizing he was right. "It seems like I subconsciously convinced myself that my swordsmanship was useless, even though it's the very same swordsmanship I trained in with faith in myself. I've learned a lot. Syria gently bowed to say goodbye. Thank you. Celine up in the stands was surprised. So that means Ian won. Other onlookers watched and evaluated with keen interest. He beat the top sophomore student twice. Seriously, who the hell is that guy? Professor Derek cheered excitedly. Oh, youth is truly wonderful. The winner of this match is Ian. Ian walked away with a serious expression, ignoring the gazes of the people around him. From now on, I'm going to walk my own path, no matter what anyone else says. His glowing eyes carried a glimmer of hope, just as his senior had taught him. Instantly, rumors spread far and wide without missing a beat, because things never quite go the way you want them to. Hey look, it's the infamous Ian Purkis. People right behind him kept up a lively buzz of gossip. Isn't he the guy who almost killed her the first time and then forced her to admit defeat a second time? Oh God, stay away from him. Ian muttered in quiet contemplation to himself. I won because I didn't match her true full potential. I didn't win because I'm strong. Then he thought about how much he himself had improved. Of course, it's true that my ability to detect aura and mana has increased significantly compared to before. No matter how many unnecessary movements she made, if my skills were inferior to hers, I wouldn't have stood a chance from the start. Ian confusedly recalled the scandal from last week. A pair of hands suddenly appeared from behind to prompt him. What the hell happened to me during that week? I can't remember. Ian, hey, are you trying to reminisce about that week? Leto followed closely behind along with a cheerful Celine, greeting him. Hey, didn't you see I'm here too? Celine and Ian rubbed their heads in gloomy frustration. I still don't get why I got possessed. The two quickly shifted the conversation to the main topic. The saintess at the church said you're fine, so I'm sure you're okay. Phoenix? But there are weird rumors about me everywhere. Celine brushed it off cheerfully and reassured him. Who cares about those stupid rumors? It's not even that bad. You used to be looked down upon as a low-tier noble, but not anymore, right? Celine blushed and immediately fired back with complaints. Ian just replied happily. Every time I hear he has a pretty face, but he's a countryside noble, so he's not very appealing. I get furious. But that still means they like me. Just as Ian was about to continue, Celine kicked him hard in the shin. All right, whatever. Celine ignored his pained expression and turned her head away. Thanks to you, even high-ranking nobles stop treating us poorly because they're afraid you'll crush them. Celine turned around and asked curiously. Ian rubbed his aching leg incessantly. Wait, are the rumors true? Which rumors? There are a lot of rumors about me lately, not just one or two. Leto stepped forward to reiterate. Celine behind him was utterly shocked. They're saying Syria has been following you around ever since that day. Is that true? About that, look over there, don't be so obvious. All three of them quickly turned their heads to look. From a distance, a head of white hair continuously spied on the three of them. Syria blushed beneath her small black mask. Leto bantered with Ian while shielding Celine, who was yelling behind him. Does she seriously think that disguise outfit works? Why does she keep following Ian around? Doesn't she remember getting beaten half to death by him a while ago? Leto looked uneasily at Ian to remind him. Ian just looked annoyed and frustrated. When did she start stalking you anyway? About 5 days ago. It's so annoying, I'm going crazy. Leto immediately suggested talking to her, causing Ian to let out a tired sigh. Then go talk to her before she drives you insane. Phoenix. Syria blushed, lowered her head, and muttered to herself. I have to ask him as soon as possible. At that moment, Ian walked up, scratched his cheek awkwardly, and started, Syria, I've noticed you've been stalking me lately. Is there something you want to say? Syria was startled and hurriedly explained. Senior Ian, you saw right through my disguise? Does she genuinely think that disguise worked? Syria blushed, clasped her hands together, and anxiously blurted out. I want to ask for your guidance, because I want to become stronger. Oh, she's much more polite than last week. Ian slowly opened his mouth to say, what could I possibly teach? If we're talking about morals, that's a different story, but I have nothing to teach someone who's stronger than me. He looked at Syria, who was tilting her head, waiting for an answer. More importantly, I finally get to live a normal life. I really don't want to get involved with her. Syria immediately rejected the thought right in front of him. No, I refuse. Panicking, Syria tried to find an excuse. Huh? But you beat me twice. It wasn't because of my skills or anything. You just let your guard down. Ian turned around and hurried to leave. Syria followed behind to comfort him. Honestly, the only reason I won was pure luck. Luck is a skill too. But right after that, Syria's proposal immediately startled Ian. If you can't do it long-term, at least until the hunting festival. Please, the hunting festival. Very quickly, the story from the letter surfaced in his mind. Come to think of it, that absurd letter also mentioned the hunting festival. There were numerous accidents during that year's hunting festival. Emma from the pharmacy department went out to gather herbs and was attacked by a mysterious beast, only to be found with her abdomen ripped wide open. Ian stood frozen as he recalled this crucial detail. Syria blushed anxiously and explained, "Of course there's no reason for you to help me. But thanks to you, I remembered a lot of things I need to do." Ian walked away with a reminder. If you want to get stronger, you should ask Professor Derek to teach you, not me. Leto and Celine watched curiously from behind. Ian hurried off. "Hey, what are you rushing off to? Did you sort things out with Syria?" "Not yet, but I remembered something else I need to do." "See ya." The letter surfaced in Ian's memory. Honestly, I don't believe a single thing written in that letter. But the fact that my friend's name appeared in it bothers me. I have to check if she's safe and whether it's actually possible to receive a letter from the future. Beneath the shimmering golden sunlight reflected off a porcelain jar, Emma was brewing medicine, preparing in silence. Ian frowned with certainty. She definitely knows. The first letter read, "I've grown used to life in Aaroncourt. I was worried about what would happen when I crossed the desert where only sand could be seen. But in the end, it's also a place where people live, with a warm sun and the sea sparkling under the sun's reflection. Have you ever heard that if you look through the eyes of a fairy, you'll see hidden treasures?" That's right. Writing a letter to you has also become an important part of my day. Sunlight stretched across the school courtyard, looking as golden as honey spilling from a jar. Syria Yerdina took a deep breath, then slashed her sword powerfully forward. Her gaze showed absolute, unwavering determination. Professor Derek stood nearby and uttered, "Good." Derek continued with a stern expression, "You're almost there. Just keep working hard, and you'll be able to manifest a complete aura before the hunting season arrives." Syria politely responded, "Thank you, Professor." Derek chuckled with amusement. "To be honest, I never thought you'd ask me to teach you." Syria shared excitedly, "Senior Ian told me I should ask for your guidance." Derek broke out in a cold sweat of bewilderment and asked back, "Ian?" Syria suddenly paused, a look of fear crossing her face. She reached up to stroke her chin and said with a pensive expression, "Then I'll take my leave. It seems you don't have anything left to teach me anyway." Derek silently lamented. This kid still lacks social skills as much as ever. Syria cheerfully said goodbye. "See you in class." The moment Syria turned around to leave, Derek jogged after her and called out. Walking toward her, Derek reassured her, "No need to rush. That brat only placed second in the hunt during his second year." Syria looked concerned, but Derek explained, "As a professor, it'd be weird of me to tell you not to rush while you're so desperate to improve your grades. I'll give you a hint since this is your first hunt." He then reminded Syria, "Get familiar with the terrain and monsters of the southern forest. The hunting festival will be held there. I'm sure your senior has already started training." She asked back in surprise, "The southern forest? Are there strong monsters there?" Derek replied calmly, "Almost none near the edge. But once you head deeper in, you'll suddenly find plenty of powerful monsters." Syria answered politely, "Understood. Next time I'll go deep into the forest." Derek cautioned her prudently. "Don't go alone," Derek warned. "Even though students can take down most of them, terrifying monsters will appear more frequently as the hunt approaches. At the dawn of creation, the benevolent god, Ars, was born alongside light, and the malevolent god Amelos was born alongside darkness. As time flowed, the benevolent god created the universe, which is why time flows from the past to the future. If this law is broken, the world will plunge into utter chaos. Therefore, the benevolent god maintained the order of time by placing numerous divine seals upon it. Thus, if any existence manages to defy this law, they will also become the enemy of the benevolent god, a supreme an almighty deity. Take Delphirim, for example. Emma asked with an unamused expression. Do you get it now? Ian flicked his hand dismissively. Not at all. Emma let out a helpless yawn and complained. You're the one who woke me up even though I had to stay up all night and forced me to explain it to you. She accused him. On top of that, you come knocking on my door after not seeing me for a whole month. And to top it all off, you spout nonsense like good thing you're healthy, right before flicking me on the head twice hard. Emma advised him. You really need to learn how to enjoy life. Whenever you focus on something, you end up completely spaced out. Oh well, forgive me already, aren't we friends? Emma sighed. Friends? Even though you only come see me when you need something? Ian clasped his hands together in a deeply remorseful plea. I know I woke you up, but you always scold me like this anyway. He continued sincerely. I'm genuinely sorry, but could you explain it a bit more simply? Emma winked at him and replied, At least you know you messed up. Fine, I'll tell you one more time. She pointed a finger at him and asked playfully, If you want to fight against time, you definitely need terrifying power, right? Ian looked uncertain. I guess so, Emma revealed. And there is only one existence in this entire world with that kind of power. Delphirim, servant of the malevolent god. Ian's eyes lit up brightly, as if he had just had a revelation, and he blurted out, All right, you mean the letter I received is from Delphirim? Emma bantered. You really need to take some life skill classes. Ian snapped defensively. Hey, isn't that what you just implied? Emma doubted. If I had to name a specific person, it would be Delphirim. But why would a god we're not even sure exists do something like that? Ian stammered. Then, what if the malevolent god did it? Emma jumped in surprise. We don't even know if the malevolent god exists. Ian awkwardly scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. Haha, right, you've got a point. Emma pulled out 2 test tubes, one blue, one black, and advised, Anyway, it's impossible to receive a letter from the future. You should just go back to your room and keep it safe. Ian thought to himself in confusion, treating me like an idiot just because I said some crazy things. Isn't that a bit harsh? Though I suppose I'm crazy too for actually believing I got a letter from the future. Emma suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Wait a second. There's something I want to give you. Ian asked curiously. What is it? Emma explained. It's an invisibility potion, a brand new item. Why don't you test it out and see if it works? Ian excitedly asked. Drinking this means I'll turn invisible? Emma lowered her head. It's not invisibility, just aura concealment. Without thinking much, Ian immediately opened the test tube's cork and then chugged it all down in one breath. Emma was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Ian's face turned pale and he stuck out his tongue, remarking, Ugh, this tastes awful. Emma angrily questioned him. Why did you drink it all at once? Do you have any idea how precious this is? Even though he had been beaten up until his cheek was badly swollen, Ian replied nonchalantly, I'm just checking to see if it works or not. Try closing your eyes for a second while I go high. Emma closed her eyes, full of hope as she said, All right, the clearer the result, the better. She explained, Now I'm going to close my eyes and try to sense your presence. Over on Ian's end, a change occurred as his body began emitting a blue glow. Ian jolted in surprise as he looked down at his palms, thinking to himself, Hard to say, but even I can't sense my own presence. It feels like I've turned into a ghost. Ian broke into a radiant smile. If I can stay quiet after hiding, I'll have a huge advantage in the hunting festival. Before he could even finish that thought, Emma grabbed his shirt. With cold ruthlessness, she pinched him hard, making Ian shriek in pain. He threw his head back and yelled, How? How did you find me? Emma said with utter disappointment. It failed. I didn't think it would work anyway. Ian was puzzled. What do you mean? Why didn't it work? Emma confided. Because of your body odor, she shouted. Your presence is gone, but your body scent is still there. Ian was surprised. My body scent? Emma explained. Everyone has their own unique scent that they can't perceive themselves. I didn't notice it when I tested it on myself. Now we have to deal with this issue. Ian walked to the door and called back. All right, good luck. Why am I even worried about you when you're this strong? Emma asked curiously. You're leaving? Ian replied. Now that I know you're fine, I'll drink the remaining test tube in the forest and let you know later. Suddenly remembering something, he warned, Oh, right. Don't go into the forest alone until the hunting festival. If you have to go, make sure to call me. Because, I've heard the monsters there have been acting strange lately. Emma smiled brightly. Is that so? I got it. I guess this is when you come in handy, Ian said with satisfaction. Yeah, keep an eye on things, got it? Classes ended as the sun gradually sank behind the mountains, leaving a trail of burnt orange across a patch of the sky. Ian picked up that strange letter and stared at it intently. Frustrated, he crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can while cursing. Damn it. What kind of freak keeps sending me letters? Ian lay sprawling across his bed. Anyway, I've already warned her not to go alone. She should be fine. Leto walked in and yelled. Where the hell were you just now? You made me. Before Leto could finish his sentence, Ian cut in. Just on time. It was you, right? He strode over, grabbed Leto by the collar, and interrogated him. Do you have any idea how much Emma teased me because of your letters? Leto was startled. What letters? Wait, you want to see Emma? How is she? Ian sighed. Forget it. This time I'll pretend you tricked me. But next time, don't go telling me someone's about to die. I've had enough. Leto gritted his teeth. I'm asking you, how is Emma? And what kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Leto asked again. Seriously, is Emma okay? Ian replied. Of course she's okay. Little did they know that Emma was standing right on the brink of death at that exact moment. Covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, she was right in the line of sight of a vicious wolf. Ian said confidently to Leto, Why wouldn't she be okay? The first letter read, At first I was a bit suspicious when you told me to send you a letter once a month. Aren't you quite the sly one? But I also found myself feeling a little fluttered, thinking of the person who always smiled at me without a word, and missing my beloved when he had to take me far away. Yet as always, it seemed I was the only one feeling that way. I sent a letter every 2 days, but you only replied once a week. Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion, Emma lay neatly on a bed, covered in scratches. Someone was placing a hand on her abdomen and chanting a spell. Emmanuel, it was the saintess who murmured, May God be with you. This is the greeting of the holy state. Ian clasped his hands in prayer and called out, Emmanuel. Someone reported, We found her at the edge of the forest. According to scouts, there's a high probability it was caused by monsters. The saintess spoke with a sorrowful expression. Monsters rarely appear in that area. She must have let her guard down. Even so, taking a potion that made her look dead after being injured is what saved her life. Ian shouted, Saintess, if it's your holy power. The saintess replied with humility, Holy power isn't that omnipotent. She shared in a hesitant tone. If you can offer something of high value as a sacrifice, we might be able to create a miracle. But Ian said angrily, You know very well that a gatherer's daughter doesn't have those kinds of resources. The saintess explained, The sacrifice isn't necessarily monetary wealth, but rather something exceedingly difficult to acquire. She reminded him, It's unfortunate, but you must prepare for the worst. The saintess continued, Emma's father will be here soon. It will be difficult for you to explain this kind of situation to him. If you want to leave her in our care, you can head back now. Ian refused. No, I'm staying. I was the last person to see her, after all. He clenched his fists. I have to tell him myself. This might be the last time we ever see each other. The saintess comforted Ian. This isn't anyone's fault. Please don't blame yourself. She placed her hands over her chest and cast a spell to pray for peace of mind. The saintess's entire body radiated a brilliant golden aura. Leto Einstein flew into a rage, slamming his hand heavily against the wall to vent his frustration as he cursed. Damn it, he demanded. Why were there monsters at the edge of the forest? If it weren't for that, she would have been able to escape. Ian said in a deep voice, Leto. Ian's eyes widened to their absolute limit when he heard the agonizing scream of Emma's father. My daughter. Tears streamed down Emma's father's face like heavy rain as he cried out, Why? Ian spoke up. Are you Emma's father? Emma's father looked surprised. You know my daughter? He knelt down, looking up at him with pleading eyes, and said, Please help us. Young master, please at least let me see your face. For quarantine reasons, they wouldn't even allow Emma's father to look at her, and there was nothing they could do. Ian and Leto felt utterly helpless. If only we had powerful backers, if only we had money to offer up, maybe we could have done something. But as ordinary countryside nobles, all they could do was tell him that the priests were doing everything possible to treat her. Ian pulled a blue test tube from his pocket and confided, "Pardon me, sir, Emma gave me this yesterday." He explained, "It's a new potion," she proudly brewed herself. "Instead of me, you should be the one holding your daughter's achievement." Emma's father replied with deep emotion, "No, please use it, young master." He grabbed Ian by the shoulders and said, "In return, please." Emma's father begged Ian, "Please never forget my Emma. Never forget my daughter." Ian's eyes welled up with tears as he thought, "Is there really nothing I can do?" No. Seeing Emma's father in absolute agony, he felt torn inside. I could definitely have prevented all of this from happening. If only I had taken the letter more seriously. If only the warning I gave her hadn't been so casual before I left. I'm not sure if this letter truly came from the future, nor am I sure if what was written in it is right or wrong. But I genuinely feel like I can't completely ignore its contents. Ian thought to himself, if that's the case, I have to find Sepia. You're the one who wrote this letter. Ian carefully tucked the letter back into his pocket, determined to ensure the events described in it would never come to pass. Leto shouted in shock, "Sepia, you finally got a girlfriend. You didn't get scammed, did you?" He teased. "I never thought this day would come. Someone like you actually being interested in women." Ian hurriedly reached out to clamp his hand over Leto's mouth and corrected him. "What kind of nonsense are you spewing? I told you. I need to find the person who wrote this letter." Leto wondered, "Did you check the student registration records?" Ian replied thoughtfully, "I did, but found nothing at all." Leto's cheeks flushed red like ripe tomatoes as he cried out, "Then it's probably a fake name. I wonder what kind of woman she is to get you this worked up. She must be a seasoned player in love." Ian fumed with anger as he retorted, "I already said it's not like that. And why would I even get worked up?" He emphasized, "I just have something I need to ask her." Leto cut in, "Ask her if she'll be your girlfriend?" After receiving a thorough beating from Ian, Leto finally surrendered and waved the white flag. Fine, I'll stop." He muttered thoughtfully, "Isn't sepia the name of a flower?" Ian replied, "Yes, so I'm not sure if it's a real name or a fake one. Maybe a nickname related to that flower? I heard it's quite popular in the North, so maybe they're from there." Ian thought to himself, "Isn't the North the territory of the Urdina family?" Leto crossed his arms and continued, "Well, I'll ask around anyway. But when it comes to people from the North, I can only think of one." He turned his head to the left with amusement and said, "That crazy fangirl of yours over there." The person he was referring to was none other than Syria. With flushed cheeks, she was hiding behind a large tree, watching the two of them. Ian muttered, "At first I thought it was her too." Leto added, "The only family I know living in the snowy North is the Urdina house. But I don't get why she'd write you a love letter under a fake name instead of saying it directly." Ian snapped angrily, "Get lost." Syria squeezed her eyes shut, held up a money pouch with both hands, and shouted shyly, This is to make up for what you taught me." Ian hurriedly refused. "Wait, make up for what? That's an insane amount of gold. It's definitely more than 200. Syria expressed. "Last time when I asked for your guidance, I realized I lacked manners by not offering anything in return." Ian asserted, "It wasn't rude at all, and I can't possibly accept this much gold." A giant question mark popped up in his mind. "But why are you so desperately in need of my guidance anyway?" Syria answered, "Because I couldn't think of anything else I could learn from anyone else." Ian silently lamented, "I thought she had improved a bit, but it seems she's only like that in front of me." Syria continued, "And there is plenty one can learn from someone they cannot defeat." Ian was baffled. But Syria, like I said, I don't have the ability to teach someone like." He smiled awkwardly with a strained grin and continued, "Besides, you're already talented on your own. Even without my teaching, I'm sure you'll reach a higher level someday." Syria cut into his words. "The hunting festival," Syria confided. "If I miss this year's hunting festival, I won't get another chance." Ian was surprised. "Wait, the hunting festival?" His face darkened as he thought. The letter said Sepia also attended this year's hunting festival, right? Ian placed a hand on Syria's shoulder and encouraged her. "If you want to get stronger," he offered seriously. "Syria, let's train together." He muttered to himself, I have to find out if she's sepia. And so, I ended up training with Syria for a few days. While I still hadn't figured out whether she was sepia or not, I did learn a few things, and Syria and I practiced extremely hard together. First of all, she had zero social skills. She was nicknamed the rude Yerdina. But it wasn't because she had bad intentions. She was just genuinely terrible at interacting with others. Second, Ian jolted and shouted, "Syria doesn't understand the concept of resting. I've heard high-ranking nobles constantly train non-stop by drinking recovery potions. Syria was one of them." Ian knelt down beside Syria and asked caringly, "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine. Drinking a potion will heal it right up." Ian pressed gently on a bruise on Syria's leg. He asked, "You do understand that potions aren't a cure-all, right?" Ian explained, "They don't relieve the tension and fatigue in your muscle joints. That's why we need to know how to draw the line when training." He asked curiously, "The other day you said this year is your last chance, right? What on earth did you mean by that? What's making you this anxious?" Syria lowered her head. "There's someone in the 4th year I want to defeat. But just because that person is graduating doesn't mean everything ends there." While bandaging Syria's wound, Ian spoke warmly. "You can find them and challenge them to a match if you really need to. Syria firmly replied, "No. The longer time goes on, the fewer chances I'll have to fight that person." Ian was startled. "What do you mean?" Syria confided, "If I go against the head of the family, I'll be expelled immediately." After hearing that answer, Ian paused for a beat. "Wait. The head of the family? You mean?" Syria answered, "That's right." She explained, "The top student of the 54th Swordsmanship Department, Delphin Yerdina. She's my half-sister, the one who will become the head of the family after graduation." Syria wondered, "You just said I still have a chance even after she graduates, right?" She gritted her teeth. "There is no chance. The chance for me." Syria's eyes lit up brightly, radiating a blue aura, something only found within the academy. The first letter read, "Of course I knew that working in the imperial capital could be difficult. I'm not a woman so unfeeling that I wouldn't understand how heavy the burden you have to carry really is. Since I stayed right by your side observing you, I've seen your sorrow, your pain, and your endurance. As your fiancé, failing to help my beloved through such a difficult time is a grievous crime. And I'm still deeply reflecting on that." Syria lay on the ground in helpless frustration, thinking of someone with bitter resentment. Changing the rules of 1v1 matches? How unfair. Good for you for fighting your sister without any allies. But remember that gathering and utilizing people is a skill too. Syria gritted her teeth, a look of sorrow flashing in her eyes. "Everyone in Yerdina is on my sister's side. How could I possibly have any allies in that faction? If only someone was by my side." Early the next morning, Syria's face looked gloomy and dejected, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. Ian knelt down on the ground, looking up at Syria with a gentle, serene expression like he was bathing in a spring breeze. "Done. You should be able to move now." Syria looked down at the person kneeling on one knee, a maiden's shyness flushing across her face. "If this person is my ally, maybe I should ask him to be my ally." A festival deeply loved by the king, the Hunting Festival, is one of the major events held at the Academy. This is a competition to find the person who can hunt the most powerful magical beast. The magical beasts in the southern forest where the hunt takes place are left untouched specifically for this purpose. Syria, you must participate in the hunt, and Sepia, you seem to have grown close to me during the hunt. I don't know what this has to do with me, but it keeps lingering in my mind. Suddenly, Celine came running from behind, waving and calling out to him, "Ian, let's go together." Seeing Celine run up huffing and puffing, Ian couldn't understand. "Celine, why are you in such a rush?" Then Celine looked up at him and pointed a finger. "Are you an idiot or what? Why do you suddenly say that?" Then the two walked side by side, chatting as they walked. Normally nobody wants to train with someone who just got beaten. "It was just a match. We made up for it afterwards anyway." "Made up for it? Didn't she follow you around for a while after that?" "She just wanted to ask me a few questions, and besides, she's not stalking me anymore." Hearing that, Celine suddenly lost her temper, her annoyed expression showing as she yelled at Ian, "Why do you keep taking her side?" Then Ian suddenly squeezed Celine's face tight, leaving her shy and confused about what was happening. Yet Ian's face showed no unusual expression, remaining as calm and neutral as ever. "Oh, what are you doing?" Ian suddenly leaned his head in close and sniffed. "Did you just change your perfume?" Hearing that, Celine's face turned as red as a tomato. And no, it's not perfume. Her face turned even redder as she lowered her gaze shyly, not knowing what to say. Then she clutched her hands together and rubbed her feet against each other, showing extreme shyness. Seeing this, Ian turned his head away with a smug smile. Must be the new facial cleanser scent or something. Successfully changing the subject, the two went back to talking like normal. "By the way, do you know what class we have for practicals today? It's my first time, so probably forest exploration or learning about the environment or something." At that, Ian's gaze suddenly turned sharp and slightly dim. "Let's hope we don't run into any magical beasts. Normally we shouldn't encounter any, but the letter stated that magical beasts would attack. If prepared thoroughly, heavy casualties could be prevented." Yet afterward, Ian's face flashed with an unusual, icy grimness, which also meant there was a high likelihood many people would lose their lives. At all costs, I have to prevent that from happening. I'm the only one who knows the warnings written in the letter. Professor Derek stood with his hands on his hips in front of the students, his expression extremely stern. "Attention everyone, I will go over some important notes before we begin." While Professor Derek was talking, Ian paid no attention and instead turned his head to look elsewhere. I'm sure you all already know about the recent incident where a student was attacked by a magical beast at the edge of the forest. Ian's gaze accidentally locked onto Syria. The professor continued, "The fact that magical beasts are coming close to the forest edge when they normally wouldn't appear there means there's a high chance you might encounter them too. So be careful." After that, Professor Derek swung his sword. Ian tilted his head in confusion, while Syria lowered her head shyly. Furthermore, since this forest has a lot of trees, the teacher swung his sword, creating a strong gust of wind and a fairly loud echo. Using a sword will be quite difficult, so while moving or attacking, you all need to pay attention to your surroundings. Ian fell into deep thought as he looked at the sword emitting a red glow. The magic beasts in this forest are all used to the terrain, so if we confront them, we will be at a disadvantage. But then the teacher swung his sword forward, his sharp expression turning ice cold to the extreme. If you guys were swordsmen capable of using aura, it would be a different story. Then Professor Derek slashed his sword across himself, shouting out loud. Even when his sword path is blocked, every time he swings his blade, everything in its way gets cut down. After Professor Derek finished demonstrating, the surrounding trees were chopped down and fell flat on the ground. However, no matter how brilliant of a swordsman you are, you cannot ignore environmental factors. Then the teacher glanced over at the students. "Do you see this tree? Situations like this can very well decide victory or defeat. For a swordsman, maintaining distance is essential. Therefore, today, we will practice in this environment within this forest. Once you form groups of 2, you can move around and practice freely. But because of the recent incident, don't get close to the center of the forest. If you encounter danger, you must run away from here first and report the situation." Hearing this, Ian crossed his arms and sank into his own thoughts. If a swarm of magic beasts appears, just like the letter said, sticking together will pool our strength and make it easier to deal with. But Ian began to feel anxious, and sweat slowly dripped down his face. Even so, gathering everyone together would also make things chaotic. After all, the best thing I can do is quickly report the magic bee swarm to the professor. Since we might have to fight while investigating, of course I'll team up with. Suddenly Celine appeared behind Ian with an expectant look. Her eyes sparkled brightly. "Ian, you're going with me, right?" "Oh well." Syria's shoulder was grabbed by Ian. Syria was suddenly startled by his words. "Let's team up." Meanwhile, Celine turned to stone right on the spot. Afterward, Ian and Syria walked side by side, shoulder to shoulder, toward the front. "We are still within the area the professor mentioned, but no magic beasts have appeared yet." Ian spoke to Syria beside him. "Syria, it's strange. Yeah, I haven't sensed any magic beasts yet." Then Ian turned his head to glance at Syria. There's no way someone as good at sniffing out magic beasts as Syria wouldn't detect their presence. Syria also raised her head to look back at Ian. "Then let's take a break. Sorry, but don't let your guard down. Of course, there's no problem. By twilight, an orange glow dyed the sky vibrant. Ian leaned against a tall, ancient tree to rest for a moment. Syria stood in front of him, lowering her head shyly with her face flushed. And then she cast her gaze elsewhere. Can I ask why you decided to go with me? Hearing that, Ian glanced sideways, unsure of how to answer. Ah, well, because we're friends. He crossed his arms, leaning against the ancient tree, looking at her without any special expression. Don't tell me I'm the only one who considers you a friend. Oh, I understand. Then she shyly pressed her hands together, not daring to lift her eyes to look up. Since you befriended me, Senior Ian, what should I get you as a gift? Hearing that, Ian broke into a cold sweat, feeling helpless against this girl. Can you bring it to me when we get back to the dorm? That's not friendship. That's a transactional relationship. He rubbed his head, looking away, unsure what to do. Friends just talk or take walks together. You can tell them things you can't tell anyone else. Just spending time together is enough. Somewhat vaguely. Since we're friends now, can I ask you a somewhat rude question? Sure, go ahead. Did you do this because of your friend? Hearing that, Ian was startled and widened his eyes. Syria looked at him with a serious gaze, completely losing her maidenly demeanor from earlier. Is that why we went deep into the woods? Because your friend was attacked here? To get revenge on those magic beasts? I don't even know. Ian clenched his hands into fists, the veins bulging, making it look terrifying. Then he thought of someone, lowered his head, and shouted out in agony. I already said I don't know. His body began to tremble, and Syria looked at him in fright. It's not for revenge. I came all the way here to hunt down magic beasts. A look of panic flashed across Syria's face, as if she couldn't believe it. Is this what friendship is? It's what friends should do for each other. I don't know. Isn't that just natural? If you were me, what would you do if I got attacked by a magic beast? As soon as those words left his mouth, Syria's gaze filled with determination and resolve, ready for battle at any moment. I would definitely want to wipe it out. That's right. I feel the same way because she is my friend. Syria lowered her gaze, pondering these words. So that's the meaning of friendship. Ian looked up at the high sky, the desire for revenge clearly visible in the depths of his eyes. But I'm no fool. I won't blindly hurl myself at those magic beasts. I have to make sure we don't run into danger. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Ian became more alert, as if he had spotted something. Syria, can you sense it? Syria, uncomprehending, asked back in confusion. Huh? Focus. She looked around awkwardly, cold sweat trickling down her face. I can't sense anything at all. Then suddenly her eyes widened as if she had perceived something. Wait. Deep within the gloomy forest, many glowing eyes gleamed everywhere. 1, 2, 3. If there are this many, the students in the forest are in grave danger. The first letter, however, protecting Arancourt, one of the kingdom's 3 major commercial ports and a strategic location to defend the continent's western coastline, is also one of the duties of the Empire's nobles. Ian, you should know that the aftermath of the final war is still not over. Even so, the reason I always spend time writing letters is because I want you to see my feelings, even the smallest ones, dedicated to you. The battle came to an end as 2 magic beasts collapsed onto the ground. At this moment, one more was slowly approaching to check on its fallen kind. As it lowered its nose to sniff its companion to check for signs of life, he, hiding inside the carcass, detected abnormal movement. Before it could even react, it was knocked backward. At that moment, he lunged out, threw his axe far away, and drove his sword straight into the magic beast's neck, causing blood to spurt everywhere. He used his strength to pin the magic beast down to the ground and gripped his sword tightly so it couldn't budge. A desperate howl echoed out. By now, he was utterly exhausted and could only utter 2 words, "Damn it." Responding to the call of its kind, footsteps gradually drew closer. 2 magic beasts slowly emerged, howling continuously, preparing to slaughter him. Just as the 2 magic beasts lunged, he slowly forced himself up to his feet, turned toward them, and raised a glowing battle axe high. He stared straight at them, his eyes flashing, his tone full of challenge. Come and get it if you dare, you damned wolves. It immediately used its strength to leap and bound right past him. Seeing them circling around him, he observed them to figure out a countermeasure. These guys are actually fiend beasts, so they're definitely much faster than ordinary wolves. But once they start hunting in packs, they're just a bunch of monsters stripped of their magic arts, and their movements are way too predictable. The tricky part is dealing with a whole pack at once instead of just one. But if that's all there is to it, I can handle it. The moment he saw them circling according to their tactic, he seized the opportunity, gripped his axe tightly, poured all his strength into an attack, and leaped up. A precise cross/slash instantly finished off two magic beasts before they could even struggle. After finishing his attack, he landed, leaving a series of slash marks across them that made the surrounding area flare with light. As soon as the battle ended with magic beasts scattered all over, he stood in silence. Suddenly, he turned toward the forest, glared fiercely, and shouted out loud, "How many more are left? Come on out. I'll take care of all of you at once." The surrounding space suddenly grew quiet, with only the sound of the wind, yet he stood still in place, gripping his axe tightly as he sensed his surroundings. He realized that initially he thought there was only this pack, but he could still sense one more left. At this moment, he anxiously stared straight ahead. The gigantic silhouette only watched with glowing purple eyes without coming closer, making him uneasy. What's wrong with it? It's not approaching me at all. Is it setting a trap, waiting for me to walk right into it? He thought of the destructive scene when the two magic beasts had circled around, creating such violent tremors. So he hid behind a tree trunk, panting heavily as he calculated. Too smart for just a brute force monster. That means there's no reason to keep fighting blindly. But suddenly a strange fragrance gradually permeated the air, leaving him deep in thought. This smell? The sky flashed bright as he recognized that familiar scent. He was struck with horror and shock upon discovering what was before him. No way, a phantom hound. Following that scent, he slowly stepped forward and reflected on the past. For as long as he lived, he would never forget this smell. Advancing with a resolute stride past the corpses of the magic beasts, the scent was just like the one in an alchemy classroom. No, it's an exact match for the potion smell in Emma's laboratory. What lay before his eyes caught him completely off guard, making him tremble so badly that he could no longer hold his sword steady. At this moment, his eyes filled with rage as he gritted his teeth and looked up. "It's you. You're the one who attacked Emma." The giant magic beast glared at him, growling, with an overwhelming pressure radiating all around, and a piece of red fabric still clamped tightly in its jaws. It lifted its high head and let out a roar, and the blood-stained piece of fabric made it crystal clear to him. There's no mistaking it. That piece of fabric is from Emma's cloak. That sight made him glare straight at it with eyes full of hatred. He pointed his sword directly at his enemy and challenged, "Hey, right here, right now will be your grave." Seemingly realizing his intent, it spat out the saliva-soaked piece of fabric. The cloth landed right on his sword, making his blood boil even more. He pulled his sword back toward himself and muttered under his breath, "Son of a bitch." Just like other magic beasts, it slowly cornered him. But the pressure radiating from this magic beast felt like an invisible weight that made him anxious. It was practically grinning as if it were certain of its victory. It looked as though it wanted to tear him into 100 pieces the exact way he did to the other monsters. At this moment, he looked back at the fallen magic beast and concluded, "But I won't let it get its way. It didn't rush in to attack me right away like the others. It must be a veteran, high-level fiend beast." He gripped his sword tightly, waiting for a chance to counterattack. One wrong move, and I'm dead. I need to test out just how strong it is. The magic beast seized the opportunity and leaped forward to lunge at him. It let out a roar, baring its teeth menacingly as it charged straight ahead. Just as he intended to use his sword to counter, it rushed forward at supersonic speed, dealing a blow that left him dizzy. After a moment, he was thrown far away, blood gushing in a stream after taking that hit. He forced himself up with all his might and desperately racked his brain. Too fast. I can see it charging, but I'm not fast enough to react in time. Without waiting for him to recover, it bared its fangs and lunged at him once more. Having caught up with its movement this time, he shouted out, "Huh," and hurled his sword straight forward. Noticing the sword spinning mid-air, the magic beast let out a roar, opening its jaws wide to clamp down hard on the blade. Once it took the bait, He rushed forward, grabbed its head, and leaped up while raising the axe in his hand high. Then he brought it down in a powerful smash straight onto the head of the giant magic beast. But at that moment, worry washed over him. Come on, the axe was stuck right in its head, leaving him to wonder, why is it so ridiculously hard? Without giving him any window to attack, it raised its leg and used its powerful claws to rip reality apart, forcing him to use his axe to defend himself. As if dead certain of victory, it leaped up, did 2 or 3 flips in the air, and landed lightly on the ground. To him, those acrobatics were just annoying gymnastics that hurt to watch. Both of them returned to a defensive stance, waiting for the other to move. He gripped both weapons tightly in his hands and shouted, "When this is over, I'm selling you to a circus or something. All right, let's beat you close to death first. Then I'll hand you over to one of those places." When it bared its teeth, he noticed a few of them were chipped from the fight, convincing him that some of its teeth had broken off when it tried to bite through his sword, meaning it probably couldn't bite him anymore. But there were still plenty of other terrifying attack moves to worry about. Not to mention his physical condition was terrible after taking its opening hit. Trapped in a dilemma, he gritted his teeth, pointed his sword at it, and braced for defense. If it uses that vicious Godspeed move again right now, I won't be able to dodge. Cutting his thoughts short, its claws swiped at him, though he managed to realize it just in time. As he sidestepped to dodge, it dashed to a different spot and opened its jaws wide, attempting to lock him down, which startled him. Giving him no time to rest, it swung its claws again. Even such a simple move drained his remaining strength, forcing him to duck down to dodge. Is it trying to drain both my stamina and my speed? He quickly used his sword to block the blow. But at this rate, if this battle drags on any longer, the disadvantage is going to be mine. It pulled back a distance and stretched its body, which puzzled him, but he also recognized it as a winning opportunity. I have to take advantage while it still wants to play around and end this fast. Even so, it suddenly lunged forward with a roar. I told you it's useless. From the start, I didn't want to fight this way because it's too dangerous. It roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of power straight toward him. The attack came too suddenly for him to dodge, sending him crashing backward into a tree trunk. After everything, he collapsed, unable to fight back. The magic beast slowly walked closer, pressing its claw down over his heart. The space suddenly flashed with a red glow as blood splattered everywhere. It felt exactly like the time I was attacked by a swarm of fiend beasts during the night classification practical class. Suppose we hadn't reacted in time, what would have happened? Not a single person would have cared anyway. Returning to the moment when the magic beast unleashed its energy wave attack against him, he was knocked flying far away into the tree trunk. His body slowly slid down, and the magic beast approached at a leisurely pace to inspect him. That massive silhouette drew closer step by step, while he quietly sat still, waiting for its next move. He glared with eyes full of rage toward that disgusting enemy. The magic beast only approached at a relaxed pace instead of finishing him off immediately as he had anticipated. A moment later, the two of them came face to face, making him realize something unusual. It isn't killing me right away like it did to Emma. Seeing it stick out its tongue as if intending to finish him off, he slowly reached behind him to grab his fallen axe. It had sliced her stomach open as if it were playing a game, just as its claws flashed in a red glow. A bloody scene unfolded right then. Trails of blood slowly trickled down to his feet and onto the ground. He gripped his sword tightly and drove it straight into its neck with overwhelming anger. Thus, he poured all his remaining strength into his power to stab straight into its vital spot, leaving it with nothing to do but shriek, completely unable to fight back. I knew that if I figned weakness, it would drop its guard and expose its belly. He grinned with excitement as he stared straight at it, twisting the sword deeper and deeper inside. The magic beast struggled frantically, but couldn't break free. He drove the blade further inward and asked it, "Did you leisurely strut all the way over here just to slice my belly open?" Without realizing that he was the one about to have his guts ripped out, he shouted and yanked his sword out violently, sending blood splashing everywhere. Then from underneath, he delivered a powerful upward slash that knocked it backward, leaving its jaw hanging wide open. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, and the magic beast collapsed before that overwhelmingly powerful blow. He reminded them, "You should have learned how to kill your prey instantly instead of playing with them like you did with Emma when facing someone stronger than you." He stomped down hard on it, clenched his fists, and threatened. "Arrogance is what gets you killed, you piece of trash." He raised his axe high, filled with rage and surrounded by a surging aura, and shouted angrily, "And remember that your killer is Emma." With that, he delivered a powerful blow that practically severed the corpse. He took one last look and didn't forget to say, "You're not allowed to forget." Elsewhere, a sudden gust of wind blew, and Professor Derek rushed forward with all his might, worrying incessantly. "Ian, please survive." Deep down, his mind was in absolute turmoil, until a familiar attack from afar shook the surrounding space. Seeing that, Professor Derek's exhaustion vanished, replaced by a quiet sense of relief. Was that slash from Ian? All around lay the corpses of demonic beasts, standing amidst that vast expanse. Professor Derek could sense two distinct presences from a distance. One was a monster, and the other had to be Ian. Celine came running from afar, panicking and shouting, "Professor, where is Ian?" Professor Derek turned to them and reported, "He isn't here." Everyone was panic-stricken. Terrified by the news, Celine screamed, "Huh? Then where is he?" Professor Derek looked toward the sun, and after confirming the surge of energy, told them, "If we keep going, we'll find him." They hadn't gone far when a sudden shout made Celine look around anxiously. Seeing him sitting neatly inside the carcass of a giant demonic beast, Celine couldn't help but run over and cry out, "Ian!" At that moment, he looked at them, panting as he asked, "Huh, looks like you guys are a bit late." Everyone stared at him in bewilderment while Celine wept uncontrollably. He lifted his head to look at the sky and Professor Derek before passing out. "When I woke up, I was already in the shrine." He slowly opened his eyes against the piercing light. "According to what the saintess told me, Professor Derek had carried me back while I was unconscious after slaying the beast." Raising his injured arm to check it, he learned, "She said it'll be a while before I can go out, but I'm lucky it's just this." He slowly sat up, looked around, and checked his body. "In the end, my gamble paid off and I got revenge for Emma, even though it won't wake her from her slumber." As soon as he woke up, he casually blurted out, "According to the professor, the beast was young for its size. If it had been fully mature, it wouldn't have played with its prey, right?" This left Leto confused by the young man in front of him, prompting him to remark, "Quite the serious monologue, huh?" When Leto's anger flared up again and his face began to twitch, Ian reminded him, "I'm a patient. Show some restraint. If you want to pick a fight, go somewhere else." Leto pointed straight at his own head and scolded, "You're a crazy patient. You know that? Why would you risk your life just to look cool in front of girls?" Responding to that heartfelt remark with a pout, he fired back angrily, "What are you talking about?" Leto then asked, "Emma gave you that potion back then, right?" Looking down with a worried expression, he replied, "Yeah, thanks to her potion, I was able to kill that beast." So Leto broke it down for him. "Why didn't you just give it to Syria? If you did that and hid her in a tree, you could have gone to find the professor instead of risking your life, right?" The idiot suddenly realized the truth, smacked his own ear, opened his mouth wide, and asserted with certainty, "Oh, you're right." Which left Leto speechless with nothing more to add. "You're really hopeless, you fool. From now on, if you're planning to do anything, you'd better consult me first." Regaining his composure and recalling past events, Leto asked him, "That aside, you've got to hand it to that rude Yurdina. She's completely all over you now. I've seen her pacing back and forth outside the shrine a dozen times every day." That only left him bewildered. Seriously, why doesn't she just walk in like a normal person? She must feel guilty. Just then, someone burst in and shouted, "Ian," causing the two of them to turn around in surprise. Before he could react, Celine burst into tears and tightly embraced him with joy. "You're awake," knocking him off balance backward. "I'm just glad you're okay." Celine's ecstatic joy was suffocating him, while Leto stood like a deadpan wall, utterly clueless about how to react. "You completely forgot I exist, huh?" Realizing he had recovered, Celine's joy turned to anger as she sank her teeth deep into his hand, making him shriek in pain. "Hey, don't bite. That hurts." At that moment, Leto had to step in to explain. Ian's treating me to a round using his beast-slaying reward. Pulling her hand away from his mouth, that statement made Celine puzzled. Reward? Leto recounted. I heard there's a 70 gold bounty on. Clutching his bitten hand and crying tears of agony internally, he yelled, I've never heard of that. Leto cheerfully slipped away to give them some privacy. I'm going to the restroom. In the meantime, figure out what you want to eat. Once Leto left, Celine tightly gripped his hand and said, Hey, Ian. Wearing a cheerful smile, she pinched him while inquiring, Where should we go? Do you want to eat monster meat? Once again, he could only shriek in pain. Hey, you're hurting me. Excitedly, Celine spilled everything she knew. Let's go to the specialty monster restaurant in the city's dining district. I hear they serve the best drake meat. Yanking his hand back with tears streaming down his face, he shouted, Is that something you should say to a wounded person? Scolding her out of affection left Celine pouting and heartbroken, forcing him to desperately apologize. Oops, sorry, I'm not mad. At that moment, channeling all her pin-up worry, Celine pulled him into a tight embrace and whispered softly, I was really so worried. Startled by her actions, Ian listened as Celine spoke through tears of joy. I thought you were actually dead. Being cared for like that made him so happy his fatigue vanished. Above all, he looked up and gently patted crying Celine's head to comfort her. Did you really think I'd die that easily? Though internally he was thinking, Celine smells really nice. Still holding a grudge, Celine shouted angrily, Why do you always rush into danger? I don't care what's going on with that girl. I only care that you're safe. Flustered, he tried to explain, I couldn't just leave someone I know in danger. Celine screamed, That doesn't matter, and she pushed him down onto the bed. Suddenly, Celine's demeanor shifted strangely as she stared at him with unyielding determination. You are the most important person in the world to me, Ian. Nothing else matters, and it's been like that since we were kids. That caught him off guard. What's gotten her all of a sudden? Well, fair enough. Her only childhood friend almost died. But before he could back away, Celine moved in to press her advantage. That's why I want you to take care of yourself. Gazing up at him with sparkling eyes, he wondered, did this incident really traumatize her that much? Suddenly, Celine grabbed his hand and pinned it to the bed, sending a jolt of panic through him. Huh? Celine slowly wrapped her arms around his neck amidst his confusion. The atmosphere suddenly grew intense as Celine pulled his neck forward and said, Stay still. Before he could do anything, Leto showed up to ruin the moment, wearing a blank expression as he asked, Huh? Panicking, Celine shrieked and shoved the injured person on the bed, causing him even more pain. Leto could only offer an explanation. I feel terrible interrupting a moment between a best friend and a junior I treat like a little sister, but I figure I should let you guys know I'm here. Remorsefully shaking his head, Ian thought to himself, what on earth was I about to do with someone I consider a little sister? Shifting from anger to embarrassment, Celine yelled, Forget it, and slammed the curtains shut to the astonishment of the two men. Leto suddenly pointed straight at him and yelled, leaving him stunned to reply. Drawing on past experience, Leto offered a reminder. If you're planning to get close to Syria, you'd better watch out for Celine too. A woman's world is much more complicated than you think. That left him blushing with embarrassment. In the future, the two of them would clash. Looking back, I shouldn't have ignored Leto's warning, and ultimately, it was my fault their relationship took a turn for the worse. Passers-by whispered along the road, Hey look, that's rude Yurdina. Behind her, students sneered. I heard she fled from the monsters even though she's the top student among the second-year swordsmanship majors. Those words felt like daggers cutting deep in her mind. The senior paired with her is a true talent, while she's all show and no substance. Yurdina walked silently past them without uttering a word in her own defense, perhaps having already admitted her own inadequacy. They aren't wrong. I did run away, and it's true that Senior Ian was the one who defeated the monsters. Yurdina sank into a sense of self-blame. He shouldn't have had to fight. It was my fault, my responsibility. She remembered that moment when he fought for her, yet he ended up taking her place in the battle. Every shadow from that time, and every word she still remembered vividly, telling herself not to say such things to friends. Because of her, he had risked his life. Emergency situation. Prepare the shrine for immediate surgery. Ian was at death's door back then, and because of that, Senior Ian almost died. At that time, Syria could only stand frozen in place, staring at him. Syria fell into deep contemplation. In the past, I probably wouldn't have been able to answer that question, but now I understand a little bit. Syria recalled every moment with Ian, like when he stayed close to her. Syria, meditating again? Go outside and do something else. The look in her eyes when she looked at him back then. He was the first person she felt comfortable being around. That feeling was so strange it made her blush, even if she occasionally spoke harshly or complained. Ian's saving grace kept flashing through her mind. He hadn't said anything either, as if implying that just doing nothing was already enough. That feeling was unimaginably pure. Syria muttered to herself, "Just being myself is fine." She smiled with relief. After that, I started feeling like I didn't want to lose him. So now I think I can understand, if even just a little bit, how he felt facing those monsters. Feelings too deep for words, but I refused to lose Senior Ian. His figure still lingered in her heart. He didn't want to lose me either. For the sake of friends, neither wanted the other to die. Her footsteps halted outside the patient's room. She stopped in front of Ian's door. That's right. Syria slowly stepped inside. Senior Ian, his gaze toward her was affectionate. The first friend I've ever had in my life. Blushing shyly, Syria asked how he was doing. "Are you feeling better?" Ian replied naturally. "The pain is almost entirely gone." Syria breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, goodness." Ian broke into a bright smile. "Glad you came. My head is buzzing from the book Leto gave me to study for exams." Syria sneered. "You haven't changed at all, have you?" Syria shyly lowered her head, still clutching her gift bag tightly. She hesitated before asking, "You aren't mad, are you?" Ian looked at her tenderly. Was she worried because of what happened? Why be mad when there's nothing to be angry about? Syria jumped up with joy. "Really?" Unable to help himself, Ian thought. Her emotions are all over the place. Folding his arms across his chest, he said, "You don't need to be so formal. Don't worry too much. Friends helping each other is only natural." Syria bit her lip. "Friends?" Ian asked to himself. "Is that bag in your hand another payment?" She quickly covered for herself. "It's not a reward. It's from Professor Derek." Syria handed the gift bag to Ian. "A reward for defeating the monster. He said to give it to you as soon as possible." Inside was a mountain of gold. Ian couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this way too much?" He tested Syria, leaving her stunned. "We didn't pitch an extra yourself, did you?" Ian handed the bag of gold back to Syria and stated bluntly, "No need to call it a reward for saving my life. Just keep the change." Life isn't something that can be bought with gold. But something else made her blush. Ah, our hands are touching. Without realizing it, Ian was holding the girl's hand. Senior, just as the romantic mood peaked, little Celine waltzed in and said good morning. Their eyes met, and all three froze for a full 5 seconds. Little Celine turned green with envy upon seeing Syria there. She marched over and shoved Syria aside. Thanks. So Ian, how are you feeling?" Seeing Celine behave like that, Ian panicked. Ian asked Celine while she paid him no mind whatsoever. "Celine, why are you?" Syria could only swallow her anger helplessly. She awkwardly stood up and rubbed her arm. "I think I should head back now. I still haven't finished my morning training." Furious, Celine cursed. "Good riddance, rude brat. Whose fault is it that he ended up in this place anyway?" Ian snapped angrily. "Hey, why do you always have to?" Shamelessly, Celine interrupted. "Oh, come on, forget about her. That little Celine is truly beyond saving. Let's figure out what we're going to eat when you get discharged." Ian recalled Leto's words. A woman's world is much more complicated than you think. Is this what he meant? Standing outside, Syria overheard most of their conversation and cut in, though it wasn't the main point. Fine. We'll go as soon as you're discharged." Syria sat outside, looking dejected. 2 male students glared at her as they passed. "She's even more an eyesore than before. We should completely crush her." One of the male students expressed his resentment. "I can't stand the professor spoiling her just because she's the top student. Now she abandons her friend to run away alone? What a disgrace to the nobility." The two whispered among themselves. "Does she have any weaknesses? We need to completely crush her." "What do you think, Thane?" Sitting with his legs crossed, the blond boy replied. "You guys know very well you shouldn't mess with someone from the Urdina household, right?" He corrected his underlings. "Just a tiny slip-up and they'll retaliate. So behave properly. While they were discussing this, someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation. What an interesting story. That person stepped out into the open. I have a few things to say about Syria, Yurdina. One male student barked at her. What the hell are you? Don't interrupt our conversation. Before the guy could finish, Thane stopped him. Wait. Luffin Thane flashed a cunning smile. What do you want to say? Let's hear it. That girl was none of other than Celine. She assured Thane regarding her background. I can guarantee you don't need to worry about any retaliation from the Yurdina family. I can assure you of that. Scene shift to the hospital. Ian stood before the hospital bed of a red-haired girl, calling her name Emma. He seemed filled with regret. If I had just believed that letter, none of this would have happened. As Ian thought to himself, his hand retrieved the letter. The two events predicted in the letter had come true. Emma's attack and the appearance of the monsters in the forest. Looking at and rereading the letter in his hand, he couldn't help but ponder. That means there's a high probability monsters will appear at the hunting festival too, and since the letter called them monsters, they'll likely be even stronger than before. He clenched his teeth. If that's the case, I won't be able to stop them alone. I'll have to ask Professor Derek for backup. A voice called out, and it was the Saintess calling out to him. I thought you were discharged already. Are you here to visit? I just dropped by for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Ian asked about Emma's condition. How is Emma? The Saintess replied. With continuous treatment, we can keep her alive, but that doesn't mean she'll recover. The Saintess pressed her hand near Emma to check. I see. She mentioned that if we offer a precious tribute, she can be cured. Puzzled, Ian asked, what kind of tribute is that? The Saintess calmly answered, an offering imbued with powerful holy or demonic energy. The Saintess emphasized, it's usually the remains of high-level demonic beasts. However, not only are they hard to acquire, but even her father would struggle to obtain such an item. Ian clenched his fists tightly as a brilliant idea popped into his head. Would offering a high-level demonic beast suffice? I heard it's worth 20 gold. The Saintess was still checking Emma's health. Unfortunately, it's not enough, the Saintess suggested to Ian. However, a growth path equivalent to that magical beast might be enough. Ian replied, I see. Ian quickly said goodbye to the Saintess. Thank you for the explanation. Now, I'll take my leave. Yeah, the Saintess comforted Ian. I'm sure a miracle will happen to Emma. So, let's keep watching over her. Walking along, Ian thought and wondered. Could the monster mentioned in the letter be strong enough to be used as an offering? But thinking about that monster, Ian lacked the confidence to defeat it on his own, so he needed help. But I can't handle this alone. Any monster stronger than that one. I'll have to go see the professor. Ian walked with hurried steps, pushed the door open, and spoke with a serious expression. Sorry to disturb you, Professor. Seeing his boundless energy, Derek said, looks like you're feeling better now. Huh? Is something the matter? With a hurried look, Ian asked the professor for a solution. If a magic beast stronger than that wolf appears, would you be able to handle it? Professor. The professor seemed calm. That's a difficult question, because no magic beasts stronger than those are going to appear. Hearing that, Ian awkwardly asked in a flurry, Huh? But didn't magic beasts suddenly appear last time too? So there's no guarantee that a stronger one won't show up, right? The professor crossed his arms and replied, the chance of that happening in the southern forest is extremely small. Then images of viciously bearing-fanged, wolf-like magic beasts flashed through. Derek explained, magic beasts can appear anywhere alongside a massive amount of raw magic power. Therefore, the Empire can manage the areas around populated settlements, so they can't breed. Ian wondered again, but they left the southern forest all by themselves. Do you know why? Because of the hunting festival. The swordsman who took down the magic beasts in the hunting festival appeared. The professor also spoke accurately. They keep their numbers at a certain level and prevent excessively strong ones from appearing. Ian still stubbornly argued. But what if the strong ones survive? The teacher immediately refuted. They love to fight, and their sense of existence is very strong. So it's completely impossible for them to live without being noticed. The teacher continued. If one manages to survive, it must possess some kind of special ability. Clenching his fists in anger because this wasn't the answer he wanted, Ian cursed under his breath. Damn it. I'm worried precisely because a strong monster showed up. The teacher added, Besides, the hunting festival is a competition to see who can hunt the strongest magic beast. So what if a strong magic beast appears? Ian lowered his head and said in disappointment, "Do you mean you don't care if your students get injured or even die?" Hearing that, the teacher looked somewhat surprised and replied, "I didn't say that. Since the purpose of this competition is to improve the students' abilities, we can't intervene." The teacher looked at him with a resolute gaze. "What else?" "Overcoming crisis is one of its purposes, too." Looking regretful, Ian replied, "I understand." His eyes held a sense of hopelessness as he thought to himself. So he won't take action until something actually happens. It seemed like he finally had no other choice but to handle this himself. The clock struck 12:10. A girl with purple hair, carrying a tray of food, brushed past. Teen and his nasty gang started picking a fight. "Look, isn't that rude, little girl?" Syria walked on, completely ignoring them, thinking, "I kept my mouth shut for a while, but now they're starting up again." Teen glanced sideways, wearing a sarcastic look. "Right? I heard she's a loser whose mother didn't want her." Hearing this, Syria couldn't take it anymore. She turned around to face them. Teen started acting up again, asking, "What? You got something to say to me?" Suddenly remembering something, she decided to turn and walk away, telling herself, just ignore them. Even though she didn't know where they heard it from, she shouldn't waste her energy on these scumbags. Teen kept teasing, "Keep on ignoring me then." Then he rushed past her, just like you've always done, and shoved Syria with one hand, sending her and the plate of beef crashing to the ground, not forgetting to add, "Smart little Yerdina." The plate crashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, he and his gang stood there laughing like it was a fun amusement, making Syria furious. As she grit her teeth, not knowing what else to do. Scene shift to outside the academy. Ian happily looked up at the sky as he walked, talking to himself. "It's been so long since I've eaten anything other than infirmary food." He walked past a few people gossiping. A girl said, "Did you see what just happened?" She walked out of the cafeteria, shaking with anger. The other girl also asked, "But is it okay for us to just ignore it like that?" That girl continued, "That's someone from the Yerdina family." Hearing that made him stop. One of the young men among them arrogantly recounted, "So what? I heard her family treats her as a disgrace because her mother comes from a lower class. If the Yerdina family takes action, won't this spread all over the empire?" He kept on enthusiastically telling the story. "And if someone steps up to protect her, it's probably just that upperclassman. What was his name again?" Immediately, a voice rang out, answering his question, "Is it Ian Purkis?" That guy immediately turned his face back and replied, "That's right. It's that exact guy." Then suddenly his eyes widened in shock because the person standing right in front of him was the exact one he had just mentioned. Ian glared at them threateningly. "What were you guys just saying?" The student stammered awkwardly, nothing." Sweating bullets from fear, he nervously averted his gaze to change the subject. "Nice weather today, right? Don't you guys think so?" Looking over, he saw that his friends had already bolted. Seeing that, he yelled out, "Hey, you traitors!" Just as he was about to run too, Ian grabbed him tightly by the shoulder. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" Right now, he was extremely angry, speaking in a threatening tone. "I have a lot of things to ask." Scene change, opening the door with his hand and asking why. With a grimace face, he said, "The swordsmanship department actually has to study solid geometry too. Things like areas and lines are making me sick to my stomach." Leto handed a piece of paper to Ian, saying, "Hey, take a look at this." Looking at the paper, Ian wondered, "What's this?" Glancing over it, he snatched the paper away in utter confusion. "Huh? What is this news article?" Specifically, the article read, "The one who beat back the magic beasts in the southern forest." Third-year student Ian Purkis, 23 years old, has become the talk of the students. After defeating many magic beasts in the southern forest, Purkis has taken down a total of 10 magic beasts, including high-level ones. This achievement is a memorable milestone, even serving to prove that he belongs to the upper class. Meanwhile, Syria Yerdina, 22 years old, a second-year student at the academy, despite her spectacular performance at the academy proving her strength as a top student in the swordsmanship department, fled out of fear and abandoned her friend, leaving him in danger. Tearing at his hair in confusion, Ian said, "Syria fled and left me in danger? She just wanted to get a teacher." And why is this article praising me so much? Leto crossed his arms and smiled as if nothing happened, replying, well, because that way its sales will be better. He even painted a picture of the scene. Arrogant Yurdina flees in panic while a low-ranking noble defeats a high-level magic beast. There's no hotter rumor than that. Hearing this, Ian just wanted to punch his friend right in the face. Completely bewildered, Ian asked, do you know who wrote this? If I don't say anything, Leto advised him to give up. Just forget it. Do you really think the ball princess will listen to your explanation? With his jaw dropping in shock, Ian said, you mean the girl who doesn't even care about poor people? Ian had no choice but to give up, saying, if that's the case, then nothing can be changed. Leto said, cheer up, but why are you making such a big deal out of it? Just think of it as a comedy. Ian glanced sideways and replied, but I think this won't be good for Syria. Bad rumors about her have been popping up a lot lately. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were sitting on a bench outside the academy. Ian explained, basically, teen talk trash about Syria, and now other people are spreading similar rumors. Crossing his arms, he recounted his feat. Humph, I gave those kids a piece of my mind, so they probably won't dare talk about it openly anymore. Leto wondered, what year are those kids in? He guessed, I think they're second years. Their cloaks were brown. Closing his eyes, his friend voiced his thoughts. Teens group is third year, and now second years suddenly pop up out of nowhere. I got a really bad feeling about this. Ian wondered, about what? Leto said, with the current chaotic situation, there's a chance someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Who could spread rumors in public and secretly lead them to bully the victim? Isn't it teen? Those punk kids from Northern Kingdom. They've never meant well for Syria. The male lead wondered, do you really think a noble from the border region would have that much influence? Leto analyzed seriously. If someone is backing them, this makes a lot more sense. Someone with an information network wide enough to know about Syria's background. Clenching the newspaper tightly, Ian also wanted to know who the mastermind was. If so, then only one thing is clear. He stood up with firm determination and said, that is, we must prioritize dealing with Teen and his accomplices. They must know something. Dusk had fallen. Ian's footsteps grew faster and faster. Seeing Syria walking ahead of him, he thought with joy, found her at last. Smiling, he raised his hand in a friendly greeting and asked, Syria, are you okay? It seems like a lot of bad things have been happening lately. Ian was astonished, his eyes widening in shock, as he instinctively grabbed her arm and asked, hey, what happened to your head? Syria's whole body was drenched in wine, her eyes filled with grievance. Going back in time to lunchtime in the academy courtyard, two idlers chatted. Looks like it's lunchtime, so that's why she dared to come to the cafeteria again. They blatantly insulted Syria right as she walked past. If I were her, I'd be too ashamed to ever show my face here again. Come on, she still needs to eat. Even with a lower-class mother, she still has to live. This insult drove Syria to the peak of her anger. They kept chatting loudly and laughing. Do you think she has another dad? Seeing her walk past, another joined in. I bet if that brat was picked up off the street, it's totally possible. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, Syria thought angrily. Where did they hear the rumors about my mother? I let it slide last time, but this time I have to say something. She turned back and headed toward them. Seeing her face, the two nobles sneered. What's with that terrifying expression on your face? The dark-haired one among them looked at her maliciously and taunted. We were just talking about the low-born brat. But I guess we hit a nerve, huh? Syria's anger flared up as she looked at them with gritted teeth and bitter hatred. This is unforgivable. Syria rushed forward toward them, but she suddenly stepped into a magic trap. The electric trap tightly bound her legs, and she thought to herself, a trap? Panicking, Syria looked for a way out. I'll shift my weight to the other foot. Thinking and acting at once, Syria shifted her foot, but she stepped right into another trap, throwing her balance off. Not again. She collapsed to the ground, and the two nobles laughed triumphantly. Thanks to you, we got a good show to watch. They opened a bottle of wine and poured it straight over her head mockingly. Oops, my bad. Looks like my hand slipped again. Syria, are you okay? He gloated. This path is pretty dangerous, so you've got to be really careful. Didn't you know? The bottle was tossed aside. Trembling on her knees, Syria thought with anger. Usually, magic can't be used without performing a ritual. Looking at their smug, smiling faces, she concluded that they must have prepared this since leaving the cafeteria this morning, and waited for her to walk right into the trap. The grievance in her heart welled up. She realized everything yet couldn't do a thing, having to just watch them walk away. Calmly recounting everything, Sirius said, "Because I fell for their trick, I was wondering whether I should beat them up or not. But I held back. In the family's eyes, my mother's like a ghost, so beating them up for no reason would only cause trouble." Hearing that, Ian angrily retorted, "No reason at all? You had a reason, didn't you? They dragged your name through the mud." Lowering her head, Syria replied calmly, "That guy pretended to apologize and claimed it was just an accident. As for the rumors, they didn't directly say my name." Feeling aggrieved, Syria's tears fell onto the back of her hand. "So they'll get off scot-free easily." She burst into a sobbing cry, her voice choking. "And I'll be the one in trouble with the family." Seeing Syria crying so miserably, Ian fell into deep thought, as if he was calculating something. Crying her fill, she wiped away her tears with her hand and said, "I feel better now. Thank you for listening to me." Ian immediately denied, "You are definitely not okay at all." Syria looked at Ian's back with confusion. "Yes, I am, because you're here with me." "Senior," Ian replied, "maybe you're fine." He walked away, gritting his teeth as he spat out each word. "But I'm not. I am not okay with this at all." In the training arena, the followers of Teen Eitri gathered together. They recounted bullying Syria like it was a grand achievement. The little brat couldn't even dodge a simple spell and got stuck. Gleefully, Eitri asked, "You poured juice all over her?" That guy was still smug. "Of course, I gave her a luxurious bath she'll never be able to pay back in this lifetime." Eitri's attention drifted to something else. Ian stepped forward to stand in front of them, his face darkening, his gaze full of murderous intent. With suspicion, Eitri asked, "Ian Purkis, do you have business with us?" Standing in front of them, he lowered his voice. "You bastards, where did you hear about Syria's personal life?" They shrugged playfully. "Huh? Is that little girl your girlfriend? Why should we tell you? That's our prime source of information." Before he could finish his sentence, Ian's fist slammed straight into his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood poured from his nose as he screamed in anger. "Are you crazy? You low-ranking noble. Looks like you want your family ruined. Huh?" Another sword stroke slashed down at him, knocking him far away and sending his entire body slamming into a pile of crates. Seeing his friend get beaten up, another guy couldn't hold back and lunged forward to punch Ian from behind, shouting, "You crazy bastard!" Anticipating his move, Ian swung his sword in a counterattack, launching him high into the air. As they lay motionless on the ground, Ian calmly sheathed his sword and turned back to threaten them. "Well, I didn't expect you guys to spill everything right away anyway." His gaze was sharp, every word powerful. "Definitely. So I'll just beat all of you until you agree to apologize and talk." Looking at the others gripping their swords tightly, Ian thought to himself, "Judging by the way they hold their swords, the magic user must be the guy I just took care of, which means Teen is the only one I need to worry about." Teen's face was strangely indifferent and calm. He grew alert. He's a top-tier third-year student in the swordsmanship department, so fighting him is going to be really tough. Ian's face clearly showed his resolve as he told himself. But things have reached this point. Worrying about those details won't do any good. I'll deal with the guys standing right in front of me and take care of him later. A few guys lunged toward him, shouting, "Get him! He's all alone." Ian counted silently. 3 of them. He flashed a confident smile. "My skills have definitely improved lately, but I should still give it my all against them." Springing up, Ian rushed straight at one of them, their swords clashing against each other. His strength nearly overwhelmed the guy, and exerting his force, Ian sent him flying back, telling himself, "One down, 2 to go." A sneak attack from behind caught Ian by surprise. He turned back to look at the other 2, not expecting them to leap up together in a joint attack, unleashing their moves straight at Ian. They screamed, "Die!" Ian didn't back down either, single-handedly blocking both strikes at once. He flexed his strength, completely overpowering and blasting them back, then quickly swung his sword, dealing a heavy blow right to the head of one of them. Before the guy could even cover himself, he collapsed unconscious. Ian seized the chance to rush toward the remaining guy, who was taking a defensive stance, pulling an axe out from his cloak, putting all his strength into the handle to land a fatal strike on him. They all lay sprawled on the ground, while Ian panted heavily, catching his breath after the fight. He looked over at Teen, who was standing by watching, and growled. "Now it's just you left, Teen Eitri." Hearing him say that, Teen Eitri merely knit his brows slightly, asking curiously, "How did your skills improve so fast? Did you drink some kind of elixir from Syria when you two were training this morning?" Seeing that he knew everything, Ian snapped furiously. "You sneaky bastard. How do you know we trained together? Were you stalking us?" Teen Eitri replied casually. "Let's just say you've caught my attention lately. After all, you've won twice now." Another tense battle began. Ian bit his lip, resisting Teen Eitri's onslaught. Since the guy was way too strong, Ian was slightly at a disadvantage, getting pushed back. Meanwhile, Teen Eitri kept a calm expression, looking as if beating Ian was no big deal. He swung his giant sword, knocking Ian backward flying. Holding his sword tightly in hand, he said triumphantly, "Looks like I'm not the one who's going to lose. Your physical skills have improved, but your magic hasn't." Ian thought anxiously. He's right. Even if I can read and react to his moves, if I don't do something about his magic sword, I'm going to lose. I have to figure out a way to deal with it. Even though my magic power has increased slightly, I'm still at a disadvantage in a direct head-on clash with him. Teen Eitri proceeded to unleash a horrific spell, condensed with so much power that the surrounding space vibrated violently. Wild bolts of lightning rained down, as if wanting to tear Ian to shreds. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure it, but the relentless waves of attacks gradually eroded his strength, forcing him to drop to one knee. Seeing this, Teen Eitri chuckled softly, his voice full of mockery. "You're pretty resilient, but don't think you can win just by dodging around like that." Ian seemed to have figured out a way to counter him, saying with confidence, "Just wait, you bastard. I'll shut your mouth in just a sec." Teen Eitri didn't flinch as he countered. "I'd love to see you try. If you actually manage it, I'll take my defeat like a man." Men from a northern kingdom are always ready to accept the outcome of a fair fight. Hearing him say that with a straight face, Ian cursed under his breath, "Fair fight my ass. Says the guy who bullied Syria just because he couldn't beat her?" Teen Eitri didn't give Ian any room to breathe, instantly rushing forward with a rapid barrage of attacks. Ian narrowed his eyes, observing closely, and finally realized that his weak spot was up top. But before he could capitalize on it, a surging wave of energy swept out from Teen Eitri's sword, its power so terrifying that it froze him in place, his eyes widening in shock. Teen Eitri attacked with increasing ferocity, showing no mercy whatsoever. Ian ultimately couldn't hold on. His body slammed to the ground. Suppressing the pain, he forced himself up, clutching the hilt of his sword and driving it deep into the ground for support. He thought to himself, what the hell was that speed? Up ahead, Teen Eitri strolled over leisurely with his sword on his shoulder. He suddenly blurted out, remembering out of nowhere, "I'm curious about something. During your first duel with that girl, I saw you dodge a move that was practically undodgeable, as if you bent space itself. How'd you do that?" Teen Eitri's question made Ian think suspiciously. Is he talking about that time I was possessed by the evil spirit? Only true masters can use spatial footwork. Thinking up to this point, Ian suddenly realized something. Wait, footwork? Now that I look closely, the ground around here is really soft. His eyes gleamed with shock as he looked down at the ground. Pressed into the earth were deep footprints. All those holes have been formed during the battle just now. This is it, the only way I can win. Teen Eitri's voice kept ringing out monotonously. I'm actually pretty interested in that technique. He continuously swung his blade down toward Ian, adding with certainty, "You're definitely going to dodge my attack again." Ian stood up once more, facing an enemy many times stronger than himself. He tried to calm himself down, just a little more. Teen Eitri started finding it intriguing, asking with a smile, "What's wrong?" Seeing Ian still not making a move, he asked, "Have you given up on fighting?" Little did he know he was walking right into Ian's trap. All right, now I just need to wait for him to charge in. He strode forward, each heavy footstep stomping onto the ground, causing it to sink bit by bit. But right at the moment his sword swung in, Ian immediately leaned aside, dodging it by a hair's breadth. Teen Eitri's eyes went wide in utter disbelief. Ian seized the opportunity, countering so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Teen Eitri was knocked backward, stumbling back repeatedly to defend himself. His expression gradually changed as bruises began to form on his skin. Seeing that he was still standing, Ian thought, taking a hit like that? Total monster. Without giving his opponent time to react, Ian charged in like a hurricane, his terrifying speed catching Teen Eitri completely off guard. He could only gape in horror before his whole body was thrown backward into the air. The heavy impact slammed him onto the ground, but even scarier was Ian's cold hand clamping firmly onto his throat. Teen Eitri struggled in desperation, his voice raspy. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Ian didn't reply, simply raising his axe high with a cold look. He said in a deep voice, "Cut the bullshit." Ian's face at this moment looked like a demon straight out of hell, his grip tightening even further as his threatening voice rang out. "And shut the hell up." Teen Eitri's eyes widened, barely getting out a word. "What?" The sharp blade of the axe brought down. His body twitched violently, gas bursting continuously from his face like a deflating balloon, gradually draining all his life away. Ian still hadn't vented all his anger, thinking, "You dirty bastard. How dare you pull backstabbing crap like that?" He raised his axe once more. "Trash like you needs to be pounded into minced meat." After dealing with the guy, Ian's mood finally settled back down. Peace and quiet had returned at last. But right at that moment, some clueless idiot suddenly barged in. "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? I'm Lupin, the third son of Count Rainila," he threatened Ian, "if you get on your knees right now." Before he could finish his sentence, Ian hurled his axe straight at him. The idiot stared blankly in the direction the axe had flown, completely unaware of the danger approaching him. Ian asked nonchalantly, "Sounds like you want to be pounded into mincemeat too. Since you're awake, why don't you tell me where you guys got that information about Syria?" Lupin stammered, at a total loss for an answer. He hurriedly spilled everything he knew. "I don't know anything. All I know is that a green-haired girl told us. That's all. I have no idea who she is." Hearing Lupin's account, Ian caught the main point and pressed. "Green hair?" Lupin replied, trembling. "I heard about Syria's mother from her. I really don't know anything else. I swear that's everything I know." Ian slowly walked over. Lupin kept his head bowed low, waiting for his judgment. Ian's voice sounded deeply somber. "It really was useless expecting to get any extra info out of you guys. If that's the case, remember this clearly. There won't be a next time." He spared Lupin's life, inwardly breathing a quiet sigh of relief. This should keep Syria out of trouble for a while, because if they ever dare pull any dirty tricks behind my back again, they know damn well a lunatic like me will come looking for them. Still, since these bastards spread rumors about Syria's past, Lupin was currently staring blankly at Teen Eitri. Meanwhile, Ian clenched his fists, his heart burning with rage. He made up his mind, telling himself, "I swear I'll hunt them down and crush them." Syria looked around without seeing any familiar figure. She thought, he's not here either. Did Senior Ian run into trouble or something? Could it be that he wanted to get revenge for me yesterday? But no matter how mad he was, suddenly, sneering laughs echoed in her ears. "Look, it's the orphan girl." Syria turned around and saw that it was the bullies. The girl mocked her. "What are you looking at me for? It's not like you can run home and tell your mom, right?" Those words made her tremble with anger. "You bastards." Her hands holding the sword couldn't stop shaking. Syria forced herself to think, stay calm. "They're just trying to provoke me, but I can't do anything about it." Seeing Syria not fighting back, the two girls kept taunting. "Gosh, she looks so pissed off, doesn't she? Look at that resentful glare. Must be because she wasn't raised properly. Probably because she's only a half-breed." Right then, Teen Eitri coldly stopped the two girls. Enough. They turned around, saw him, and asked, "Who are you?" His voice rang out gloomily. "I'm telling you two to leave, unless you want to end up like me." Not understanding what Teen Eitri meant, they offered a forced smile. "There must be a misunderstanding. We were just talking to someone we know." But his flimsy excuses didn't fool him. No need to make excuses, because that lunatic Ian didn't even give us a chance to explain before doing this to us. Look at what he did to us. Seeing the battered condition of Teen Eitri's group, the two girls finally learned what real fear felt like. They said in terror, "What are you talking about? This isn't some act, is it?" Teen Eitri then turned back to his main task. He called out her name. Syria, Yurdina. Both he and his lackeys bowed deeply and sincerely, saying earnestly, I'm sorry. I won't bother you ever again. Syria replied indifferently, You don't need to make such a big scene out of this. You could have done this another time to spare yourselves the embarrassment. But Teen Eitri merely leaned into her ear and growled softly. I made a scene this big for a reason. If vague rumors spread out, we'll be turned into a laughingstock. So it's best to leave the impression that that lunatic beat us to a pulp. Honestly, I still don't like you. You're rude as hell, but what's even more annoying is that you're stronger than me and have a super solid back. Still, making allies is a skill in itself. Make sure to tell Ian what happened today. Syria watched him leave, thinking to herself, he's smarter than I thought. Suddenly, she froze. It was hard to believe what she was seeing. The two girls who had been mocking her earlier were now bowing down too, their attitude completely sincere. We're sorry. We won't ever do it again. Syria didn't know how to react to the situation. She thought if I were all alone, I would have just endured it, thinking there was nothing I could do. But I can't keep relying on his help forever. Next time, I'm definitely handling it myself. Elsewhere, inside a luxurious room, a slightly irritated call echoed out. Ian, the Saintess asked him in annoyance, Do you just enjoy getting yourself hurt or something? No, but more importantly, is it true that you fought 8 whole people yesterday? The Saintess let out a helpless sigh. I helped you because you had a reason, but if it weren't for them, Rainila would have made a massive deal out of this. Ian was taken aback by the name, Rainila. The Saintess replied, Yes, the Count is clearly furious. He realized, so the guy actually kept his word, but there was no way he'd give up on revenge. What should I do? What if they put pressure on my family? As he was racking his brain in distress, the Saintess continued, Of course, I explained the situation properly. When you told me about it, I naturally had to take your side. After all, heaven always protects what's right. Besides, I owed you a favor from last time anyway. Hearing her say that, Ian was completely shocked. A favor? Looking at his expression, she immediately guessed it. Oh, looks like you don't remember. Huh? It's no big deal anyway. Don't worry about it. Emmanuel. Ian forced a smile when he heard her say that. Emmanuel. Inwardly, he cursed up a storm. Damn, evil spirit. What the hell did you do during that week? The Saintess is a holy figure I could never normally meet outside the academy. There's no way her explanation was just a simple explanation. Just what kind of massive favor was it that made her help me like this? While his mind was in complete turmoil, a call echoed from outside. Ian. Celine excitedly rushed over, hugging him tightly, and asked, Are your injuries okay? Seeing her so hyper, Ian felt utterly helpless. Why do you jump on me every single time we meet? Pouting cutely, she asked him in annoyance. Seriously though, why do you care about that girl so much? You sacrifice yourself every single time. But Ian replied, That's not it. If it were you, I would have done the same thing. Didn't I promise I'd protect you? The whole room was bathed in a dim, dreamy light. Those genuine words from Ian deeply touched Celine. So, you still remember. Ian affirmed with total certainty. How could I ever forget? He reminded her, high-ranking nobles have their eyes on the mines in your family's territory, and they've plotted to get rid of your uncle. When I saw you, my best friend, crying in the flower garden, I made up my mind right then that I would protect you. Celine emotionally wrapped her arms around Ian. He gently encouraged her. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll definitely protect you. To me, you're like a real sister, so of course I can't just stand by and turn a blind eye. Celine's entire body froze when she heard him call her sister, but the touching moment turned icy cold when she stepped hard on Ian's foot. Celine furiously interrogated him. We were having such a touching moment. Why did you have to go and ruin everything? Hopping on one foot while clutching his sore toes, Ian was still completely oblivious as to what he did wrong. What did I do wrong? That stupid question drove the girl opposite him even crazier. Forget it. What's the use of explaining to an idiot like you? She made up her mind. In that case, we just need to resolve Syria Yurdina's problem as fast as possible. Once this whole thing is over, Ian's interest in her will naturally fade. People bad-mouthing her wasn't anything new, but now the situation had shifted. They were starting to do it openly and right in front of her face. And these weren't even people who hated her or had any connection to her. Most of them were high-ranking nobles with mutual connections across the school. Ian thought to himself. Leto said something similar. He asked Celine, "Can you guess who's behind this?" She replied, "First off, it can't be second years. A whole group of people turn on her, not just one or two. So there's likely someone behind it within teens' third-year group. That leaves the first years and fourth years. But it can't be first years, right? They don't even have any connection to Syria." Ian guessed. "Then there's a high chance it's among the fourth years." Celine reminded him. Leto said he'd be late. "Why don't you ask him to look into it?" But Ian declined. "I'll do it. He has way too many connections." He weighed it in his mind. Asterisk a fourth-year student, a high-ranking noble, and that green hair Lupin mentioned. That's enough to narrow the field down significantly. Now all that's left is finding the mastermind. Asterisk. Inside the infirmary, Ian walked out all by himself, muttering aloud, "I never thought being discharged without anyone accompanying me would feel this lonely." As he walked, he ran into someone. It was Emma's father. He spotted Ian too. He immediately offered a polite greeting, bowing his head. "It's been a while, young master." Ian quickly waved his hands, saying, "You don't need to be so formal, sir." Ian asked hesitantly, "How is she doing?" Emma's father's hands trembled as he answered mournfully. "They said she's still fighting for her life. I'm such a useless father. I don't even know what I can do for her right now." Seeing the man filled with such guilt, Ian comforted him. "Please don't say that, sir. I'm sure a miracle will happen." The man looked at him with immense gratitude and said, "I heard you killed the demonic beast that attacked Emma. I really don't know how I can ever repay you." He clasped Ian's hand to express his gratitude, making Ian feel a little embarrassed. As the man gripped his hand even tighter, Ian replied, "It attacked me first, so I merely fought back. Doesn't deserve your gratitude, sir." He then pulled his hand back, leaving the man flustered. "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't think." Ian replied, "It's all right." The man immediately explained, "I just couldn't contain my urge to express my gratitude. Well then, I shall take my leave." With that, they ended their conversation and went their separate ways. Ian promised himself, "I'll do whatever it takes to save Emma." In front of the clock tower, he stood lost in thought. Leto's network really is broad. Remembering Leto's radiant face, saying, "All right, leave it to me. But how are you going to pay me back?" Thinking about it only made him sigh. Even if I just sit back and wait, he'll definitely be able to find the culprit. As Ian walked while lost in thought, he arrived at Syria's training spot. Not surprised at all. Ian simply thought, "I knew you'd come here first." And as he stood there watching Syria train, it felt like the atmosphere around her had shifted. Syria practiced her sword work so intently that she didn't even notice he had arrived. Watching her wield her sword so proficiently, he wondered to himself, how on earth did I manage to beat her back then? Seeing that she had finished her session, he walked over to greet her. "Are you doing okay?" Syria wiped her sweat, turned around, and saw him. Blushing, she bowed her head. "No, without you around, I'm not okay at all." Senior Ian, hearing her say that, made him a bit confused, while she suddenly realized she had accidentally spoken out loud. Embarrassed, she darted her eyes away and asked, "How about you?" Ian answered with a slight bit of tension. "Same, as usual." "By the way, what were you practicing just now?" Syria explained. "It's my family's secret sword style, the Golden Line technique. It's a technique that creates consecutive strikes to make it hard for the opponent to tell what's real and what's a feint. Since I lack experience, I can only draw 3 lines, but masters could draw up to 10 lines in a single go." He felt that it was an important family secret. "Should you really show me a technique like that? Is that okay?" Syria replied, "It's fine. Even with your skills, you wouldn't be able to copy it anyway." Realizing she had spoken out of turn, she hurriedly explained in flustered panic, "What I meant is that you're already pretty strong as it is." Ian felt a sting in his heart upon hearing that, but he could only force a laugh and accept it. "No, you're right." Syria then chimed in, "I'm really sorry, truly sorry." He smiled back and said, "It's fine, don't worry about it." Ian sighed internally, thinking, looks like she's gotten much better at understanding other people's feelings. She even feels bad about what she said. Under the full moon, the two had a lively conversation. Syria said, "I heard about what you did yesterday." She expressed her gratitude to him. "Thank you so much for taking care of that for me." Ian grabbed both her hands Don't mention it. We help each other out when needed, right? He smiled and said, because we're friends. Under the moonlight, Ian's bright smile was so dazzling that Syria was utterly stunned by it, completely missing his next words. You don't need to worry so much. With smoke practically coming out of her head, she could only look down at the ground to avoid his gaze. I guess my situation isn't that bad after all. Pulling her hands back, Syria said hesitantly, but of course, that's impossible for you to understand. She looked up with a smile and told him, I have to resolve my own problems. Her bright look caught him off guard. Why am I so surprised? Ian flusteredly replied, all right. If anything happens, just tell me. She snapped back to her usual self. Did I say something wrong just now? Ian quickly denied it. Nothing at all. Let's start training. Syria trained with immense passion, completely ignoring him. Looking at her practice, he noticed that her aura was much more stable than before. Actually, taking a closer look, he turned to ask her, did the color of your aura change? Syria confirmed, yes. Seeing her casual reply, he exclaimed in surprise, wait, hold on. This isn't a small matter. Ian recalled the previous color of her aura. Though the difference was subtle, it had indeed changed. Its blue hue used to be much paler. A person's aura color reflected their inner state. If it changed, it meant something deep inside them had shifted as well. However, she said, I don't feel any different though. How strange, Ian thought, feeling a bit suspicious. Suddenly, a question popped into his head. Could it be related to the rumors about your mother leaking out? She flinched at the mention of her mother, clearly uncomfortable whenever someone brought her up. Syria answered frankly, even though hearing people talk about it hurts a lot, I don't think it has anything to do with my aura color. After all, that happened a very long time ago. Ian asked in doubt. A very long time ago, she quietly recounted the story. Yes, when I was 6 years old, my mother was banished from the Urdina family. She desperately pleaded not to be separated from me. The memory of her mother kneeling and begging her father to let her stay resurfaced in her mind. She continued, but my father called the knights and told them to throw this disgusting woman out immediately. And in the blink of an eye, they drag her away. I could only stand there frozen before that horrific scene. Yet mother kept reaching her hand out toward me until the very last second. The image of her mother's reaching hand was forever burned into her memory. She added, fearing I'd be banished too, I pretended not to see a thing. Although her face showed no emotion, her eyes were filled with deep sadness. In the end, my mother was gone, and my older sister, who was standing beside me, said, if you don't prove you're still useful, your fate will be no different. Syria sheathed her sword. From that moment on, she poured everything into swordsmanship just to prove she was still useful. Hearing that story, he felt deeply sorrowful that a 6-year-old child had to endure such a horror. The moonlight gradually grew brighter as fireflies danced around them. He then asked, is that why you want to beat your sister? To prove that you're strong enough to defeat even the family heir? Syria replied, that's what I thought at first. She held her head high and answered, but now I just want to prove to myself that I'm not a weakling. Syria reassured him so he wouldn't worry. Besides, I'm fine now. She added, because I have you, Senior Ian. He couldn't help feeling anxious in his heart. I can't leave her alone now, especially after hearing that story. He instantly made a decision. All right then, in that case, you just need to win the hunting festival. She gasped loudly, huh? Defeating Delphine, the strongest person in the academy, in a one-on-one fight would be extremely difficult. But since the hunting festival is a team competition, we'll definitely make it happen somehow. Rays of light streamed down, making him look radiant. The scene shifted to a girl reporting to Delphine. Rumors say your little sister is going to participate in the hunting festival. She replied, it doesn't matter. Spreading rumors about her mother. Delphine sat imperiously with her legs crossed. Her surrounding aura surged, adding to her overwhelming authority. Was merely an appetizer to welcome her. Looks like now I really have to crush her. Under the dazzling sunlight, Ian's voice sounded out, great job. Syria smiled and replied, you too, Senior. Ian covered his face with his hand, looking up at the sky as he thought, it's about time I reread that letter. I've been so busy with serious stuff that I completely forgot about it. All right, I still have work to do, so. Before Ian could finish, Syria hesitantly grabbed his sleeve. Senior, she blushed bashfully, her cheeks turning rosy. Would you like to get breakfast together? Seeing her like that, Ian could only offer a wry smile. Sure, I'll head out after we eat. But suddenly a voice cut him off. Ian, you terrible senior. It was Celine standing there, waving her hand excitedly. Are you done with morning practice? Who are you calling terrible? Celine cast a scornful glare at the person standing next to Ian. Syria muttered, Good morning. Celine sneered upon seeing her. You're about to go eat breakfast too, right? She stepped forward and hugged Ian's arm tightly against her chest. Then let's go together. Just the two of us, like always. Ian felt awkward as well. Huh? Since when did we start eating breakfast together? Unable to let this slide, Syria reached out with her hand. No. Frowning, Syria grabbed Ian's other sleeve. Wait a minute. Onlookers nearby began whispering among themselves. What's going on over there? Look at them. It's real-life drama. Celine pressed her chest tight against Ian's arm. She provoked. Do you have business with my Ian? Celine smirked, thinking, did this girl swallow gunpowder or something? Syria demanded firmly. Let go of his arm. Who do you think you are to stop us? We've always been like this. Celine looked at Syria with annoyance. Now you're getting in the way just because you got a little closer to Ian? He's only paying attention to you because he pities you for having no friends. Ian stepped in to intervene. Hey, I never said that. Syria's expression darkened. Just as I thought. Turns out you're not a good person after all. You're one of the people bad-mouthing me behind my back, aren't you? You want to paint me as the villain, don't you? Syria stood directly in front of Celine. Did I say anything wrong? Whenever I see you displaying your ugly inferiority complex like this, I think that statement fits pretty well. Besides, you said Senior only pays attention to me out of pity, right? Syria leaned close to Celine's ear. If that's the case, I'll just keep playing pitiful so we could be together forever. Celine couldn't stand it anymore. Her hand moved to draw her sword. Don't you dare get in my way. Syria coldly exerted her presence. Go ahead and draw your sword, because I can't stand you any longer either. Celine grit her teeth in burning rage. Under the rustling leaves, a deep male voice shouted, Enough! Ian turned away with a stern expression. Both of you leave me alone. Surprised, Celine unconsciously uttered as she looked at him. Ian. Both of them became gloomy. Tears welled up in the corners of Syria's eyes, while Celine just closed her eyes and endured it. At the dining table, Ian had slight dark circles under his eyes as he mindlessly stared up at the sky. Leto raised his hand and asked again, So that's why you left those two girls behind? Ian confirmed. Syria started losing her temper, and Celine kept saying weird things, so I just got annoyed. Leto laughed heartily, taking a sip from the glass in his hand. Now that's an enviable situation. Two beauties fighting over you, didn't you realize? Ian yelled furiously. Shut your mouth before this fist flies into your face. Leto continued explaining. Well, I bet Celine's feelings are pretty complicated right now. After all, a love rival suddenly popped out of nowhere. Ian looked oblivious. What do you mean? Setting his glass down on the table, Leto sighed. What an idiot. Ian, you're baffling. You were the one who brought this up in the first place. Whatever, forget it. How's the investigation? I asked you about going. Why the sudden rush? I told you it'd take about a week. I've already asked my ex-girlfriends, my current girlfriends, and a whole bunch of people to look for a green-haired girl. Just wait a bit longer. Ian judged. You total playboy. I didn't expect it to take this long. Leto excitedly took a gulp of water. If we could find her right away, it wouldn't be called an investigation. Out of nowhere, Ian spoke up. By the way, I have a question. He softly muttered. Do you think a letter could come from the future? Leto crossed his arms in confusion. What's wrong with you today? You keep saying weird things. Ian quickly reached into his pocket. Well, it's best if I just show you. Look, Leto's blue eyes widened. Leto looked at Ian's hand in confusion. Look at what? Cut it out. I'm telling you to look at this letter from the future. Leto joked. Did you eat something spoiled? He reached his hand right through the paper in front of Ian. There's nothing in your hand. Ian's heart churned with an indescribable feeling. What is this? His hand went right through it. Leto asked with concern. Don't tell me you got cursed and you're having a mental breakdown or something? Ian stood up abruptly and asserted, No, This is how I found out about Emma's accident. And avoiding that monster attack the other day was because it was written right here. And guess what else? It says a super powerful demonic beast will appear during the hunting festival, Leto said calmly. Isn't it obvious that strong opponents appear during the hunting festival? The fourth-year students being sent out will be coming back after all. Ian struggled to explain. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that an extremely powerful demonic beast will appear during the hunting festival. Leto, still finding it hard to believe, tried to reassure him. All right, is there really a need to emphasize that the hunting festival is happening this year? Even though that's something every student in the academy knows. Ian stared trembling at the piece of paper, feeling deeply anxious inside. What's going on? Our conversation isn't connecting at all. Don't tell me. I can't tell anyone about the contents of this letter, either. Leto interrupted Ian's train of thought. Let's just say you're telling the truth. If that's the case, there's a high probability some kind of temporal interference is acting solely on you to prevent a disaster from happening. Two big question marks practically appeared over Ian's head. A disaster? What do you mean? Leto explained wearily. This is a deadly serious matter. Yet are you seriously too dense to wrap your head around it? Space-time interference can only be pulled off using the highest tier of magic, but even that has its limits. Do you know why? Ian scratched his cheek, thinking to himself, I feel like Emma said something similar before. Because it's super hard to use? Leto groaned. Good Lord, I must be out of my mind to ask you. Messing with something that can interfere with the order of the world obviously comes with heavy restrictions. Take that wolf monster attack earlier as an example. In that letter's future, how were they defeated? Was it because you read that letter? Think about it. That letter couldn't have been sent unless the monsters were defeated in the first place. That means the past is the future, and the future is the past. The paradoxes unfolding here will throw the order of everything into utter chaos. In other words, knowing information about the future means. Seeing Ian still looking bewildered, Leto declared with utter gravity, if you make one wrong move, you could end up being the one who destroys the entire world. Ian hesitated, asking hesitantly, I could destroy the entire world. Leto set his glass down on the table and replied firmly, precisely. So I'm telling you to be careful. Well, I reckon whoever sent the letter is also trying to prevent something bad from happening. But since the space-time rupture only affects you, your information is limited. That also means as long as you don't do anything weird, there probably won't be any issues. A drop of sweat rolled down Ian's cheek as he thought. Even so, I might still end up holding the fate of the world in my hands. I'm just a noble from the countryside. So how on earth am I supposed to handle all of this by myself? Ian shielded his eyes from the blinding light, asking himself under his breath, what am I supposed to do from here on out? Before he could even collect his thoughts, a sharp, abrasive voice suddenly called out, Hey you! Ian slowly looked behind him. Elsie pouted. Are you the one who beat up my little brother? Countless specks of blue mana swirled around her body. Elsie stood there, arms crossed arrogant, followed by the heavy, synchronized thud of hundreds of footsteps approaching. Ian caught his breath, staring nervously at the crowd before them. By now, Ian was completely surrounded by the mob. Ian took in the situation and tried to guess. Is she here to get revenge for her brother? He swallowed hard. If she's that kid's older sister, she's got to be the infamous haughty Elsie. Did you really think the Raynila family would let it slide after nobody like you barged into our house? Ian let out a deep, exhausted sigh, clutching his head in frustration. The leader of one of the Academy's two major factions. Even though the Saintess tried to mediate, that brat still came looking for me. Yeah, and he even brought his older sister along. I'm completely screwed. Looks like I'll have to take a beating before this escalates further. Sis, this guy isn't a total pushover, but running away is just pathetic. But before the Raynila siblings could even finish arguing, their cronies were already slumped unconscious on the ground. A blonde girl stood there, casually dusting off her hands in the air. She spoke up, cutting right through the noise, catching everyone completely off guard. Oops, my bad. They were blocking my way. Her steps were graceful in the heavy silence. Delphine flashed an elegant smile, gently sweeping her hair to the side. Why don't you stop acting tough in front of the students? Delphine added with pure disdain. It's an eyesore. Elsie grit her teeth in annoyance. Looks like you're as rude as ever, you're Dina. Both flared with lethal intent as they glared at each other. I should be the one saying that. Ian stood there watching their argument, utterly bewildered. You're blocking the way. Mind moving aside? Shut your mouth and beat it. Ian chuckled inwardly. This is the first time I've seen Senior Delphine up close like this. Before now, I'd only seen her in newspapers or from a distance. Ian sidestepped to the side, preparing to slip away. Since she's Syria's older sister, maybe I should talk to her for a bit. Plus, I think this is the perfect chance to get out of here. A dark-haired young man suddenly grabbed Ian's shoulder. Where do you think you're going? Don't tell me you're trying to run away. Ian waved his hands defensively. No, I wouldn't dare. Right after saying that, his hand was already resting on the hilt of his sword. Man, I really don't want to fight. But a teasing voice cut in, making Ian pause mid-thought. Aha, is that so? Elsie placed her hands on her hips, sneering. Do you like that guy? I don't mind waiting another night. Go ahead and have fun with him. Elsie glared sharply at Ian. But what do you plan to do after everything he did to your little sister? Before she could finish her sentence, a splash of hot blood sprayed into the air. That sudden action left both girls completely stunned. Ian was now holding a razor-sharp axe, while at his feet lay a pathetic student clutching a bleeding arm. Ian's voice turned low and menacing, like a tiger's growl. Senior Elsie, you can say whatever you want about me, but I won't let you drag Syria into this. His face turned dead cold, his golden eyes sharp as steel. How exactly do you plan to pay the full price for that? The surge of killing intent emanating from him sent a shockwave through Elsie. She stumbled back in terror, her voice losing all composure. He's trying to attack me. Despite that, Ian charged straight ahead, leaping into the air and bringing his axe smashing down, right toward the blonde guy's face. The guy collapsed, blood spurting uncontrollably. Another goon rushed at Ian, screaming, "You bastard!" Ian shifted his weight effortlessly, dodging every single strike from his opponent's sword. Ian sent the guy flying with a powerful, crushing axe blow. Holding his axe high in the air, he passed judgment with cold calm. Too slow. Ian slammed the butt of his axe handle straight into the poor guy's face, knocking him out cold, his mouth agape, and his eyes rolled back pathetically. Ian stood there casually without a shred of emotion, surrounded by the bodies scattered across the floor. But when a bolt of green lightning crackled right beside him, he reacted instantly. Ian grit his teeth and leapt backward, narrowly dodging the ferocious attack from that magical lightning bolt. Ian offered a compliment as he looked Elsie straight in the eyes. Not bad. Now, let's more like it. He smirked with satisfaction. Let's make this a fair fight. I just finished taking out all the flies, after all. Elsie threatened. You're completely insane. Do you seriously think you can beat me? The more she talked, the more impatient Ian grew. You'll never know until you try. Launching himself into a massive leap, he sliced straight through the air, lunging right at Elsie. In a split second, Ian swung his hand into the air, landed firmly on the ground, and blasted his mana straight toward her. Elsie threw up a defensive spell just in time to block the blow. She panted heavily. How do you think someone at your level could ever break my shield? A cruel smirk spread across Ian's face. Then let's just keep testing it and see how long that shield of yours can hold out. The atmosphere between them abruptly fell dead silent. Elsie let out an amused smirk. She crossed her arms proudly. Break my shield? What a delusion. Well, I admit those moves of yours earlier were pretty impressive. You actually managed to take out my attendants. Elsie pointed her staff at Ian with utter disdain. But a third year like you could never. Before Elsie could even finish her sentence, Ian gathered his mana into his sword. With a sharp, resounding clash, Elsie had to put every ounce of her strength into holding her defense. Ugh, she screamed. You bastard. But before Elsie could realize it, it was already too late. Ian's hand had penetrated her defensive layer, forcing her down toward the ground. Ian swung his axe violently. You sure are confident. Losing all restraint, he battered the shield repeatedly. Let's see if that mouth of yours can still run once this shield shatters. Elsie laughed internally. How laughable. I'm one of the top mages at this academy. Does he seriously think repeatedly bashing away will break my shield? While this bastard is completely focused on swinging his axe. I'll quickly cast my spell and crush him to pieces. The composure in Ian's eyes was now completely gone as he relentlessly rained down axe blows. By the time Elsie realized what was happening, the shield she was so proud of had already shattered into pieces. Elsie's hand trembled as she clutched her staff. The crowd of onlookers was stunned. Whoa! He just kept hammering away until it completely broke. Elsie's body shook, her blue eyes brimming with tears. Someone please help me. Ian frowned in anger. What? Why are you suddenly begging for your life now? I thought you were prepared to die the moment you started bad-mouthing me and Syria. Tears welled up in Elsie's eyes. But you wouldn't actually kill me, right? No, I don't want to die. Driven mad, Ian raised his axe. If that's the case, you shouldn't have started this in the first place. Besides, death is a fitting end to a duel over one's honor. The sound of stones shattering echoed right next to Elsie's ear, making her shut her eyes in utter terror. Ian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. I'll let it slide this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. He slowly stood up, feeling the terrified glances from the other students. He was suddenly stopped in his tracks by a voice. Delphine looked at Ian with interest. Could I steal a moment of your time? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Out in the academy courtyard, Leto sat there, burst out laughing, pointing at Ian. Well, I was wondering who that was, but turns out you really are that axe-wielding murderer. Ian let out a long sigh. Do you want to find out how that feels too? Damn, you look so cool back there. By the way, I heard you're meeting Senior Delphine? Yeah, that's right. But what could she possibly want to talk to you about? No idea. We're meeting tonight, so I just agreed for now. Ian said seriously. By the way, did you find out who started the rumors about Syria? Yeah, I did. Which is why I came looking for you. Leto handed him a slip of paper. Read this. Opening the letter, Ian fell silent for a moment. Leto looked up at him. What is it? I didn't expect you to be this calm. Ian crossed his arms, looking annoyed. I have my reasons. Looking up at the sky, Ian thought deeply. We have very few clues right now, but when I think about the reason why that person felt the need to bully her, that has to be it. Leto was a bit surprised. So you just confirmed your theory using the info I gave you? Ian nodded. That's right. So what are you planning to do now? Ian declared with determination. First, I'm going to meet that person, and what I do next will depend on their answer. In the sunlit forest, Syria murmured anxiously. Senior, Ian, looking at the report in her hand, her face showed a hint of sadness. He got into another fight because of me. Syria felt a little embarrassed thinking about it. Senior Elsie came to see Senior Ian because he took care of the people spreading rumors about me. Even though I said I'd handle it myself, he ended up helping me again. Suddenly, Ian appeared. Why do you look so sad? Syria gasped in surprise. Ian, she quickly tried to hide the report behind her back. Syria trembled, her voice choked with tears. I'm sorry for what happened the other day. I suddenly treated Celine like a bad person. Ian felt awkward. Don't worry about that. I was a bit upset at the time, too, but I'm not angry anymore, so don't worry. Syria shyly looked up at him. But every time, I just stand behind you and watch you help me. She fiddled with her fingers. This time was the same. You fought the people who bullied me, and even Senior Elsie got dragged into it. Ian's face lit up bright like a star. It's fine. You can rely on me. No matter which of us gets into trouble, we should be able to rely on each other. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the one helping me next time. I understand. Syria pouted. Then she looked at Ian, mesmerized. Can I hug you? That request caught Ian off guard. Syria's body leaned closer to him. Ian wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Wait, even so. Their bodies touched under the sunlight and falling leaves. Ian blushed, looking up as his heart skipped a beat. Hey, what on earth is happening right now? Syria felt truly happy holding him in her arms, but as she was daydreaming, his voice shattered her fantasy. Syria, Syria shyly turned her head away, covering her cheeks. My mom used to do this. She always hugged me when I cried, so her head was spinning. Did I make you uncomfortable? I didn't mean anything by it. I just felt overwhelmed with embarrassment. Syria turned her face away, unable to speak clearly. Her emerald green eyes paused for a moment. Are there sepia flowers here too? Syria quickly changed the subject. This kind of flower is usually only found in the northern region. I've never seen it bloom this far south. Ian suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, sepia flowers? I totally forgot about it, because of the bullying incident. But the initial reason I approached Syria was to figure out if she was sepia. I guess I'll take this opportunity to ask. Ian spoke up. Do you like flowers? Syria replied with a flower-like bright smile. Yes, my mom likes flowers, so I like them too. Ian stared at her in deep thought. With this kind of emotional connection, maybe she named herself after a flower? But I don't know why she hid her name. Either way, this flower must be very important to her. And in that letter, the part about us becoming closer after the hunting festival also bothered. Is Syria really sepia? If it's her, am I? He froze in shock. Is she also the person I'm going to marry in the future? Ian shook his head and told himself, no matter how reliable that letter is, she's just a junior. I shouldn't let this distract me. Let's focus on the job. He smiled at Syria. Syria, can I ask you one more question? It's a bit personal. Seria vonderid. What is it? Is Senior Delphine really guaranteed to become the successor of the Urdina family? Is there any chance you might become the heir? Syria declined the idea. Me? I don't have enough recognition or the ability to become the heir. My sister holds all the actual power, and everyone in the family supports her. I see. Has your sister ever tried to keep you in check? Syria's face darkened as she muttered. Keep me in check. Ian stroked his chin absent-mindedly, lost in thought. You're also a daughter of the Urdina family, so you two must be competing for the succession. Syria clenched her fist tight. I've never stood up to her. Syria's eyes filled with hatred as she thought back. I always stayed quiet and did as I was told. She always warned me that if I wasn't useful to the family, I was worthless and had to obey her orders. So I've always been cautious, at least until I decided to join the hunting festival. Her cheeks flushed red as she asked curiously, But why are you interested in this? No particular reason. Ian placed his hand on Syria's small shoulders. However, I'll probably have to fight your sister soon anyway. Ian gave a bright, reassuring smile. So, I want you to know exactly what kind of person she is. That evening, at the High Noble Dormitory in Alice Hall, the butler bowed, gesturing with his hand. Thank you for waiting. I'll escort you to the room right away. Ian nodded in thanks. It's just Senior Delphine and me. Looks like another strange rumor is about to spread. Still, his eyes remained resolute. Lady Delphine, Mr. Ian has arrived. A clear voice came from inside the room. Come in. This is my only chance to find out the truth. Ian slowly opened the door. Excuse me, but as he looked inside, his face instantly flushed red. Welcome. Delphine sat calmly, crossing her legs seductively. The ex-prince froze completely. For the first few seconds, he thought, what the hell? Why is she dressed like that? He stammered, Senior Delphine, maybe you should change your clothes first. Why? Do you not like it? Don't I look beautiful? Delphine offered a subtle smile. That's wonderful. Please take a seat. Ian carefully sat down in the chair opposite her. With all due respect, I think it would be a good idea to mind your appearance when meeting a man. Delphine gently poured wine into a glass. Why would I need to do that? Seeing beautiful things naturally makes people want to possess them, doesn't it? A woman's body is one of those things. But to most women, a man's lust is a dangerous thing. That's why they cover their bodies to protect themselves. However, no one can ever possess me. So why should I worry about that? Ian broke into a cold sweat, thinking, that's true. No one in this academy can beat her. Plus, it's not really a big deal. You seem quite innocent, though. I grew up in the countryside, so I don't know much about these things. You'd better get used to it from now on. This will be part of your daily life. Ian chuckled internally. Why do I feel like she's trying to seduce me? Now, let's get down to business. Delphine rested her face in her hands with amusement, tapping her fingers on the table. Become my ally, Axe Prince. Me? That's right. I've never met anyone as interesting and courageous as you. Of course, you'll also receive the best treatment across all departments in the academy. Looking down at the table, Ian calculated carefully. Does she really want to recruit me just because she wants me? There's no way that's it. There must be another reason. Before giving you my answer, I'd like to ask you a question as well. Delphine looked at Ian, ready to listen. And that was, he asked slowly, did you know that Syria has been getting slandered lately? Delphine confirmed bluntly, I've heard about it. Those fools really don't know fear. daring to do something like that to a member of the Yerdina family. I've discovered the identity of the student who leaked Syria's secret information, and I also confirmed that they have been entering and leaving this dormitory. Picking up the bottle to pour more wine, Delphine said gently, "What are you trying to say? Let me give you the bigger picture. The person spreading rumors about Syria's mother must be someone from Yerdina. They must have the connections and high enough status to make multiple people humiliate someone else. And finally, that person must know confidential information about Syria's mother, something only members of the family would know. Putting all of that together, there's only one person who could be behind this. And that person is you, Delphine Yerdina." Delphine offered a subtle smile. "I thought you were just a little rat. This is quite surprising." Ian questioned her. "But why would you want to humiliate your own beloved younger sister? You didn't have a reason before, but now you do, right?" He glared at Delphine with hatred. "Because Syria, who always obeyed you, suddenly decided to beat you in the hunting festival." Delphine closed her eyes, agreeing slightly. "Your answer makes a lot of sense, but without any evidence." Ian looked at her slyly. "If that's what you want, I'll just go find that green-haired student." "That's enough," Delphine confessed cruelly. "I was behind it. To be honest, I was planning to leave her alone. But then she suddenly said she's going to challenge me in the hunting festival. So I had to teach her never to challenge her master." Ian reached out his hand, confused. "Challenge her master? Syria just wants to prove herself." Delphine remained stubborn. "Let's drop it. Do you intend to become my ally? Because honestly, I didn't expect your abilities to be this impressive." But shortly after those words were spoken, Ian swung his axe, shattering the glass cup. He declared coldly, "I'll have to pass. Working under someone like you doesn't sound like a good idea at all." Delphine Yerdina gently swirled the red wine glass in front of Ian, tempting him sweetly. "By the way, do you intend to become my ally? Because honestly, I didn't expect your abilities to be this impressive." Bright moonlight streamed directly through the window frame. Ian swung his axe at Delphine, shattering the wine glass into pieces. Anger was clearly written across his face as he directly exposed her. "I'll have to pass. Working under someone like you doesn't sound like a good idea at all." Hearing that, she smiled meaningfully. "Oh my, was I really that obvious?" Delphine set the shattered wine glass down on the table, but she swiftly pulled out a dagger from her waist and pointed it straight at Ian's neck, her voice dripping with threat. "Now, I can't just let things end like this, can I?" Ian looked down at the knife pressed against his throat, surprised. "So you had a hidden weapon on you after all," Delphine said smugly. "I need something for self-defense at least." She pulled the dagger back and said cheerfully, "However, the more we talk, the more interested I become in you. Not many people in a life-or-death situation like this would show zero hesitation." She stepped closer to Ian, leaning in with a twisted smile. "This makes me want to train you into my hunting dog even more." Seeing her overflowing confidence, Ian scoffed. "If you do that, you'll regret it." Delphine dropped her stance and laughed. "Me? Regret what? If that day ever comes, it'll be when I've already been defeated." She turned to walk away, saying nonchalantly, "Anyway, let's wrap it up here for today. It's time for you to head back." Ian muttered under his breath, "I'd love to do that." Saying that, he raised his axe and lunged toward Delphine, shouting loudly, "But I'm not ready to let this go just yet." Delphine's eyes darted toward him as she swung her dagger to block Ian's strike, the axe blade grazing her shoulder and drawing blood. Ian gasped, his eyes wide with shock, while Delphine unleashed a counterattack, her gaze dripping with contemptuous kill intent. "You still have a long way to go with your training, Axe Prince." The axe was knocked from his grip as the sharp blade sliced across his arm, and she smiled in exhilaration. "Don't be too disappointed, though. If you had pulled that on anyone else, you would have succeeded." Now Delphine dropped her knees, delivering a devastating blow that made Ian grit his teeth in astonishment, the wine glass falling and shattering across the floor. Delphine locked her sharp gaze on Ian as the blade stopped just as it touched his neck, while a triumphant smirk broke out on his face. Ian's sword was already pressed against Delphine, neither willing to back down. She thought in annoyance. The instant he dropped his axe tonight, he drew his sword without a second thought. Recalling that moment, Delphine grew even more suspicious, feeling as if he had never intended to end her with just that initial slash in the first place. Ian said calmly, It seems you've misunderstood something, calling me the Axe Prince out of nowhere. The sword is actually my main weapon. Delphine refused to concede, her pride turning into irritation. You were really aiming to kill me, weren't you? If you hadn't, you never would have been able to catch me off guard. But don't get the wrong idea, you haven't won yet. Ian wasn't about to back down either, replying with full confidence. What do you mean? You're the strongest in the academy. So if I can push you this far, it basically means I've beaten you. Delphine bit her lip in refusal to yield, thinking, he's right. Even if I let my guard down, this is the first time I've ever been pushed like this. Maybe that's why I'm being so greedy. Then she smiled and denied it. Not at all. Ian scoffed. You really are stubborn. While she was busy talking, the tie of her nightgown had loosened and was about to slip off. Axe Prince, the outcome of this battle must be made absolute. Before she could finish her sentence, her nightgown slipped off, right before Ian's stunned eyes. Panic-stricken and blushing furiously, he turned away, stammering, No, Senior Delphine, this is a bit. As Delphine hurriedly covered her semi-nude body in embarrassment. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the maid's voice echoed from outside. Lady Delphine, may I come in? I heard a lot of noise coming from your room, so I came to check. Delphine replied, I'm fine. But Ian's hand, still holding his sword, accidentally brushed against her wound, making her cry out in pain. Hearing this, the panicked maid pushed the door open without hesitation and burst inside. What met her eyes was an outrageously embarrassing scene involving the two of them. The maid stuttered in sheer panic. I'm so sorry. Please forgive my extreme impudence. With that, she scrambled away as Delphine stood there, her face burning red with embarrassment as she stammered, Wait, it's not what you think. An awkward silence hung heavy over the room until Ian let out a fake cough, leaning down to pick up his precious axe. Oh boy, what's this? How did an axe end up lying around here? Ian moved quickly toward the door, bowed to Delphine, and said solemnly, Let's just say I lost this round. Well then, good night. He slammed the door shut, leaving Delphine standing there, still flushed with shame. The next day at the academy, students began whispering among themselves. Did you hear the news about Senior Delphine? A green-haired guy replied. The news about that Ian guy going to her dormitory? Causing trouble? The other student chimed in. Yeah. Word is he used wine to threaten her while her guard was down. I bet he's the type who drinks whenever he's in a bad mood. While they were busy blabbering away, Ian's familiar footsteps approached, as the absurd rumors continued to spread around them. The brown-haired guy rambled on incessantly. Even though I've known him for 3 years, I never thought he was this rotten. Someone who hides their true nature behind skill is way scarier than someone hiding their strength, right? Ian was already standing right behind him, prompting the other student to nudge his friend. Hey, stop talking. Still clueless, the brown-haired guy asked back. What did I say wrong? Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of Ian looming right behind him. Without a word, they both bolted in terror, screaming as they ran. It's the Axe Prince, run. Ian let out a weary sigh. Yet another ridiculous rumor. He looked up at the sky in utter helplessness. How do these rumors spread so fast? At this point, I can only assume someone is intentionally spreading them. Passing by the bulletin board, he noticed a crowd gathered around. Out of curiosity, Ian stepped over to take a look, finding out that the hunting festival was only 12 days away. The schedule announcement read, The hunting festival hosted by the great Emperor Aeolus will take place on the 30th of this month. Participants who capture the strongest monster in the forest will be declared the winners, and a special reward will be granted to the team with the highest monster count. Registration period, from midnight on the 16th to 6 p.m. on the 23rd. Requirements, open to all students across all years and departments. Entry forms must consist of 4 members. Staring intently at it, he thought, since I've decided to participate, I'd better register early. But upon second thought, Ian realized, right now it's just me and Syria. How am I supposed to find 2 more people? He muttered under his breath. I want at least 1 mage on the team, since we already have enough close-range fighters. After pondering for a moment, a sudden idea struck him. Maybe I should go ask Leto? Leto shoved a friendly finger right into his face, sneering. Piss off, you're dreaming if you think I'm joining your team. Ian looked at him with big, eager eyes. Come on, Don't be like that. Come with me, Leto. Leto protested. What's with that weird look on your face? Ian kept pleading. I really just want you to join. Leto barked back angrily. Knock it off. You're getting grosser by the second. Ian said glumly. But bringing a mage along is a solid plan. Fine, if you won't join, at least recommend a good mage to me. Leto thought it over. A good mage. There are few candidates. Spotting a newspaper sitting on the desk, an idea popped into his head. Leto grinned widely. Hey, Ian, just do as I say. The newspaper on the table carried the headline. Elsie Raynila loses her standing. Is this the end for her? Leto said cheerfully. If you do this, you're guaranteed to find a great mage. A gloomy atmosphere blanketed the training grounds as Elsie grabbed a fellow student, screaming, Are you trying to meet your ancestors early? Just because I lost once doesn't give you the right to mock me. Raising her fist, she growled. Don't you dare underestimate people. The terrified classmate pleaded. I'm sorry. Please let go. Elsie's eyes flared with murderous intent as she gathered magical energy in her hand. Threatening. Fine then. For the next 10 seconds, if you can take this without whimpering, I'll let it slide. As her magic slammed directly into him, the student shrieked, calm down. Spotting the massive crowd gathered around, Ian stepped up and asked, Senior, what are you doing? She turned around, her eyes glowing blue with fury as she gritted her teeth. Don't get in my way. But seeing that it was Ian standing there, her words froze mid-sentence. Elsie stood paralyzed on the spot. Ian calmly drew his axe from his hip, holding it up in front of her with a smiling threat. Could I steal a few minutes of your time? Elsie was instantly rendered speechless, trembling in sheer horror. Catching a lifeline, the classmate ran for his life, bolting away from the training grounds. Elsie cowered before Ian, shaking continuously as everyone else cleared out. Seeing her like this, Ian thought in confusion. She's surprisingly obedient. Remembering Leto's advice, if she gives you an attitude, just flash your axe. That'll take care of everything. He mused to himself. But Leto, doesn't doing this make me look like a total jerk? Ian let out a sigh and said calmly, I just want to talk, don't worry. Realizing it was backfiring, Elsie trembled even harder. Talk about what? Stepping backward, she stammered. I seriously have nothing to say to you. Seeing Ian take a step closer, Elsie burst into silent tears, stuttering. Stop. Dropping into a defensive stance, she screamed, I'll do whatever you say. Just please put that axe away. Ian gently placed his hand on her hat, patting it lightly to comfort her. He offered a warm smile and said softly, You must be really exhausted. Coaxed by his gentle tone, Elsie seemed to calm down a bit. Wiping her tears away, she grumbled bitterly, You bastard. Ian was baffled. Why is she calling me a bastard? Elsie burst into tears again. Everyone's laughing at me because of you. She glared at him resentfully. They're calling me an idiot who cried over losing to a third-year student. Ian skipped the comfort and stated plainly, Well, you did cry, didn't you? Elsie denied it. No, I didn't. He laughed aloud. All right, let's set that aside for now. Elsie wiped her eyes, venting her frustration. In short, it's all your fault. Ian replied nonchalantly, Is that so? I originally intended to just let you beat me to settle things. His expression darkened, his tone turning heavier. But then that person everyone knows about showed up. Delphine's image flashed through Elsie's mind. She froze. Delphine Urdina. Ian said sternly, Exactly. So why don't you get your revenge on Senior Delphine? Elsie asked curiously how. Ian answered calmly. Senior Delphine stated that she will win this year's hunting festival to preserve her family's honor. So if she fails, it'll be a massive embarrassment for the Urdina family. Elsie agreed instantly. She deserves it, Ian continued. In that case, would you like to enter the hunting festival with me? Elsie looked confused. But why should I team up with you? Ian's face darkened so intensely that she flinched, stammering frantically. Never mind. I didn't mean anything by it. Ian sighed. I know you don't think highly of me, but are you really content sitting back and watching Senior Delphine win? Just thinking about that girl's showy face makes me furious. That's why I'm asking you to join forces with me. Ian said reassuringly. If we work together, we can definitely win. She fell silent, pondering for a moment. Fine. Even though I feel like you're plotting something, it's a deal. Ian felt relieved inside. Haha, so the core team is set. He thought to himself. Astra's senior Elsie will handle support magic and wait for the right moment to strike, while I'll be on the front line blocking enemy attacks and creating openings to strike. That way, Syria will be able to unleash her finishing moves. But if we do that, I'll be under a lot of pressure pulling the enemy's aggro. Asterisk. Ian looked up at the sky, contemplating. Asterisk, since I'm the only frontline shield, we need one more person. Someone skilled, maybe even better than me, who I can coordinate well with. Asterisk. Celine's family has ties with hunters, so she can definitely track monsters too. He recalled his sparring match with Syria, where she nearly overwhelmed him, demanding, "Draw your sword already." Even though putting the two of them together makes me a bit nervous. Ian stared absently toward the base of the mountain. This isn't the time to be picky. I have to try my best to persuade her. As dusk fell, Ian met up with Syria, but she grabbed him by the collar, leaving him thoroughly bewildered. "Syria, what are you doing?" Syria looked at him, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why did you go see my sister yesterday?" Ian blinked in confusion. "Yesterday," he stammered frantically. "Yesterday with Senior Delphine and me?" Syria's voice shook. "Senior Ian, are you thinking about another girl right now?" She tightened her grip. Ian pleaded in pain. "No, you're the one who asked." Syria released him, making Ian sigh in relief. But she growled out every word through gritted teeth. "That woman wants to steal Senior Ian away." She bit her nails in panic, even though he promised to stay by my side. Seeing her like this, Ian panicked internally. Has another weird rumor popped up already? Whatever, no time to waste. He said calmly, "Well, our team roster is almost set, but I felt we needed an extra mage, so I invited Senior Elsie." Syria perked up. "With her on board, we won't have to worry about lacking firepower." He added, "As for the last member, I was thinking about Celine." Syria frowned in displeasure. "If it's her, our team is just going to end up in pointless arguments." Ian replied, "But no one is as skilled as she is." Syria lowered her head, feeling hurt. "I don't like someone who's always so rash." Ian felt flustered. "I figured it wouldn't be easy. Those two are like oil and water." Clenching his fists with resolve, he thought, "But I can't back out now. We have to register and win this festival." Ian placed his hands on Syria's shoulders, encouraging her. "I know it's going to be tough, but can you trust me this time?" Saying that, Ian gave her a comforting smile. Feeling his warmth and gentleness, Syria finally gave in. "All right, I'll trust you, Senior Ian." Ian smiled, thinking to himself, "Great, now that I've settled things with Syria," yet one problem still weighed heavily on his mind. The remaining person is Celine. If she agrees to join, my dream team will be complete. But will she say yes? That evening at the academy grounds, Celine sat quietly on a stone bench. Ian walked up and asked politely, "How are you doing?" Celine looked up, startled. "Ian," she stood up, stammering, "I'm sorry about what happened back then." He replied, "Don't worry about it. That's in the past." Celine said joyfully, "Does that mean we've made up? Then do you want to grab lunch together tomorrow? It's been a while." Ian felt flustered. "Sure, but I wanted to ask you something first." Scratching his head, he asked, "Would you like to participate in the hunting festival with me?" Celine asked in confusion. "The hunting festival?" Ian said sheepishly, "Yeah, I was planning to enter with Syria, but we don't have enough members, so... And of course, I know you two don't get along, but..." Celine hesitated briefly before agreeing. "Sure, I'll go." Ian asked happily, "Really? Are you sure?" Celine offered a happy smile. "Of course. After all, no one fights beside you as well as I do, so obviously I have to go." Ian chuckled inwardly, delighted. She accepted faster than I expected. Plus, with Senior Elsie and Syria, two of the top students in the academy, we won't have to worry about firepower at all. You still doubt how I knew its weakness was in its horn? Thanks to that letter, I know the monster's weaknesses, so our chances of winning are extremely high. Ian felt troubled when it came to their teamwork, though. Asterisk, you always love getting into fights. Zero communication skills. Asterisk. On top of that, whenever Syria and Celine meet, they get annoyed with each other, so things probably won't go smoothly. Ian thought for a moment before coming to a decision. First, we need to learn how to work together. All right, I'll put them through some safe training sessions. they wouldn't actually fight each other in a real emergency, right? Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, framing a crystal-clear blue sky. But the tension between Syria and Celine was a different story. The air between them was icy, neither saying a word. Across from them, Ian and Elsie were in the exact same boat. He thought to himself, man, this is awkward. Elsie was the first to speak up and break the uneasy silence, though the scowl on her face was clear as day. Crossing her arms, she spat. You call this a team? This is supposed to be a team. But as she spoke, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Out of nowhere, a hand raised an axe right in front of her face, scaring her pale as she blurted out in one breath, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Ian placed his hand on her shoulder and leaned in close, his expression dead serious. Promise. She flinched and promised. He stood back up, his face returning to normal as he patted the top of her cap and warned, things are tough enough right now. Don't go throwing fuel on the fire. She murmured under her breath. But how are we supposed to train like this? I mean, not that we can't. But Celine stared at the two of them and asked, what is she even doing? Syria refused to say anything, but Celine casually continued, if you two are just going to stand around chatting, why don't we push training to tomorrow? Hearing her words, Ian snapped back to reality and said cheerfully, oh, right. A special guest will be joining us. Elsie was taken aback. A low-ranking noble like you has connections? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed out, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Syria and Celine instantly put their hands on their hilt, taking a defensive stance. Caught off guard, no one said a word. Looking at the thick dust swirling in front of them, Elsie shouted, what is this? From within the smoke, a voice answered her. Are you kids the ones? As the smoke cleared, the legendary monster hunter Derek appeared. He looked down at the group and asked, are you the ones who want to become monster hunters? Celine, Syria, and Ian all bowed politely. Ian said respectfully, yes, we're in your hands, Professor Derek. Meanwhile, Elsie pointed right at the professor and yelled boisterously, huh? A monster hunter? Just as she was eagerly showing her distaste, a hand reached out to her shoulder. I'm really not interested in. The second she saw Ian pulling out his axe as a threat, she knew better and quickly changed her tune into something much sweeter. But of course I'm in. Professor Derek pointed a thumb at himself and said heartily, all right, first we need to check everyone's rank. Pretend I'm a monster. You have 2 hours to track me down and land a decisive blow. Elsie was still the first to jump in, her voice brimming with confidence. Piece of cake. Just wait and see, you old gorilla. The moment the words left her mouth, Professor Derek vanished in the blink of an eye. Ian was completely caught off guard. Huh? Wait, where'd he go? Derek disappeared into the forest, leaving leaves fluttering wildly in the wind. All four of them stared at the forest ahead. Ian asked, shall we get going? The four of them ventured into the woods together, each scanning a different direction for any sign of Derek. Ian took the lead and spoke up. This is just a test, so he should at least go easy on us. Yet the professor just up and vanished, pretending to be a monster without leaving a single trace. Syria scanned the right side of the path and replied to Ian, he's a professor for a reason. I can't sense him at all. Celine added, if we look closely, we're bound to find a clue. Ian turned back to look at Celine, holding up a hand in approval, living up to the reputation of someone from a hunter family. Celine beamed at his compliment and boasted, of course. Those high and mighty nobles born with silver spoons wouldn't get. Elsie put her hands on her hips and snapped back. What's that supposed to mean? Even I get it. Syria looked at Celine, wanting to say something, but held back. Sensing eyes on her, Celine whipped around, eyes wide as she asked Syria, oh boy, are you annoyed? What's wrong? Syria replied, I just think it's unfair that everyone assumes I don't get it just because I'm a pampered noble. Ian immediately held up a hand to stop them, standing tall as he warned carefully, enough. I found a track. Let's head over there fast. Right before their eyes was a boot print pressed into the grassy soil. Celine flushed, looking at Ian with eyes full of admiration. As expected of you, Ian. Is it because you used to go hunting with me? He lowered his eyes to look at her. Celine, time to take this seriously. But Celine didn't listen, fondly reminiscing instead. Do you remember? The very first time you asked to come with me. Syria looked ahead and reminded them, we're not here to play games. Focus. Celine turned back to Syria, half-lidded, and asked, what? Are you jealous because you can't join our conversation? Syria frowned, emphasizing her words. Are you sure I'm the one who's jealous? So what if I went with Ian? Celine replied nonchalantly. He only let you join to fill up the numbers, but you're the one picking fights. Syria glared sharply at Celine, driving the point home again. Just to fill up numbers? If that's really what you think, drop it. Celine raised her voice in frustration. Why is a quiet kid like you acting so smug? Out of things to say, out of nowhere, a boot landed on a tree branch, and a voice called out right above their heads. Hey kids! Ian glanced up at Professor Derek standing tall, hands casually shoved in his pockets as he lazily said, you know, monsters don't just run away. Ian processed the words, and suddenly he yelled out, everyone run! The professor stepped off the branch. Boom! A massive crash reverberated right in the middle of where they had been standing. That's right, it was Derek. Landing on the ground, he spoke up. Not only do you fail at hiding your tracks, but you're also dragging each other down. He straightened up, his face deadpan. If that's the case, I have nothing left to teach you. Right before his eyes, a surge of emerald green aura wrapped around Celine and Ian. Both of them were down on one knee in a fighting stance. He looked to the side and saw Elsie using buff magic on them, radiating from the staff in her hand. He praised, Elsie can cast support spells that fast? Not bad, kiddo. Elsie smirked at him, pulling her staff closer as the energy surged even stronger, responding full of confidence. Of course. I'm a top fourth-year mage, you smelly old man. In the blink of an eye, he moved like lightning and closed the distance, grabbing Elsie's hand, holding the staff before she could even react. He spoke up, so what? The rest of your team isn't on your level. The second the words left his mouth, he launched a palm strike right at Elsie, sending her rolling to the side and leaving their most crucial team member, a frail mage, completely exposed. Watching the split-second exchange between him and Elsie, Ian wanted to curse out loud. Damn it. If we regrouped, we could have used our numbers to our advantage, and, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Syria rushing toward the professor with her sword drawn. He screamed, Stop, Syria! Don't go! Derek calmly watched Syria charging at him, letting out a casual, mocking smirk as he said, Why so hot-headed? With just a single step back, he effortlessly dodged Syria's blade. She missed completely. He kept casually instructing her. In situations like this, you should confer with your teammates and work together. By the time Syria realized something was off, he had already struck her across the back of her neck with the palm of his hand. Syria collapsed right next to Elsie. He turned his gaze toward Ian. Now, what are you two remaining kids gonna do? Ian didn't answer his question. Elsie's buff magic was still active on his body. Meanwhile, Syria was gritting her teeth, struggling to force herself up. She wasn't completely knocked out, but she was definitely dazed. Elsie couldn't continue fighting, but maybe Syria, after sizing up the situation, he made a proposal to the girl beside him. Celine, go over there and help Syria. She's the strongest among us, so if we want to win. Celine kept her eyes locked ahead, holding the hilt of her sword tightly with both hands as she resolutely shot down Ian's suggestion. No, we can win without her. Ian was stunned by her answer. He couldn't believe she would respond like that, turning to her and shouting, Are you serious? Even in a situation like this. Celine closed her eyes and screamed, clearly venting built-up frustration. I hate how much you care about her. Ian felt a presence nearby. His eyes widened, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek as his voice came out soft yet spine-chillingly eerie. Even if it was just a gentle reminder. I told you earlier, didn't I? Monsters don't wait. He appeared right in front of Ian, his glare intimidating. He was dead serious now. Monsters don't wait. The sky was still clear blue, the wind was still blowing, and leaves still drifted through the air. He looked at the four of them slumped around him and sighed in disappointment. He crossed his arms, his coat still draped over his shoulders, completely untouched after the mock battle. He scoffed, what a mess. Zero teamwork. He looked down at Celine, his face suddenly turning stern as he called her by her full name, Celine Haster. Celine struggled to pull herself up, resting both palms on the ground without saying a word, keeping her head down as she listened to him. Why are you even on this team? Ian propped himself up with his sword, gritting his teeth in frustration as he stared at Celine, thinking, combat training is dangerous, so I thought they'd at least cooperate, but they're picking fights over petty little things. He knit his brows slightly. I have to do something about this. Night fell, and the sky above the academy was filled with stars. The sound of running water gushed from an open faucet. Celine had finally calmed down. She lowered her eyes to the running water and murmured softly, Ian. She remembered Ian from when they were kids, how much he used to dote on her. He would pat her head, smile, and say, It's okay, Celine. It's not your fault. She pushed the bathroom door open and stepped out, only to find a folded piece of paper lying at the base of the door. Surprised, she muttered, She bent down to pick up the paper and opened it. Written inside was, Meet me at the clearing in the eastern forest at 10:30. I want to talk to you about a few things. She instantly recognized it as Ian's handwriting. She crouched down, her face full of curiosity and confusion. What's this about? Is he going to scold me for training? Maybe I'll just confess my feelings to him there. Right on time, she arrived at the meeting spot. She looked up at the star-studded night sky, feeling light-hearted as a light blush washed over her cheeks. Was she thinking this was a date? Seeing someone standing ahead, Celine asked, Ian, what's wrong? Ian was still wearing his uniform, sword in hand. He looked at Celine coldly and uttered a single word. Hey. Celine was caught off guard by his demeanor and asked flusteredly, What do you want to do at this hour? You said you had something to tell me, right? He looked at Celine and responded, Spill it. How long are you going to keep picking fights with Syria? She spread her arms wide, looking at him defensively. Huh? When did I ever do that? That rude girl was the one overreacting. He continued, Anyone could see you were the one provoking her first. Celine went quiet for a moment as anger suddenly boiled up inside her. Frowning, she stared straight at Ian and snapped, Fine. Yeah, I did it on purpose. She annoys me. Frowning slightly, Ian's face turned stern, his sharp eyes locking onto Celine as he said resolutely, That's enough excuses. Duel me. There's only one way to end this once and for all. Celine looked at Ian, thoroughly confused. A duel? What are you talking about? Ian simply threw a black sword toward her with a cold expression, catching the sword that landed right at her feet. Celine was still hesitant and bewildered. Wait a second. Isn't this a real sword? The confusion on her face didn't fade as Ian replied, That's right. You won't be able to make excuses if this is a real fight. She stared at Ian nervously, still unable to grasp why he was doing this, her eyes unable to hide her guardedness. No, why do we have to fight each other? Ian stayed completely level-headed, ignoring Celine's obvious fluster. Talking won't solve anything, so let the winner decide. As for Celine, who knows why she was looking so bewildered just a second ago, but now she was smiling sweetly at him. Did she catch a cold out here in the wildwoods? Ian slowly drew the sword from his hip, his handsome face maintaining an unfazed hill-like composure as he prepared to strike. We've always settled things this way, haven't we? Drifting back into Celine's memories. Both of them were just innocent, carefree kids. Ian looked like he was having a blast, making the little damsel behind him throw a fit. If I win this race, we make up? Okay. Celine looked totally pissed off as she ran behind him. Deep down, she probably knew she'd never win a race against Ian back then. Why do you always get to decide on your own? Standing in front of her now, current Ian didn't seem much different from the Ian back then. Celine knit her brows slightly. You really haven't changed much, have you? After looking flustered for a while at Ian's actions, she picked up the sword off the ground, ready to fight the man radiating major main character energy in front of her. Fine. I guess this is better than feeling annoyed all the time. Celine got into position, her decisive movement creating a gust of wind as she drew her sword back to her waist, exuding pure boss lady energy. Her eyes no longer held any hesitation. Unlike just a moment ago, everything signaled that Ian was about to get his butt kicked. How do we decide the winner? Ian had been ready for a while, his sword raised straight up. When one of us yields, Ian was still taking his sweet time rambling in his position. Right then, before he could even finish his sentence, Celine dashed forward and unleashed the first strike. "Let's do this." Ian's cool, composed facade instantly flew out the window, replaced by utter shock as he took a strike faster than light. Ian couldn't believe his eyes, standing there completely stunned like an idiot. Celine's eyes sparked with a flash of electricity, completely outshining all of Ian's aura in this duel. Fragmented thoughts rushed through his mind. What the hell? I knew she was better at magic than me. But to this extent, Celine rained down continuous strikes, giving Ian no time to dodge. Now, the fluster from earlier was transferred from her to him. Her relentless assault forced him to scramble backward, his expression completely changing. "Did you take a magic potion?" Once again, who knows how she went from an intense, VIP-boosted boss lady, radiating pure kill intent back, to an innocent, pure girl so quickly. Celine looked sternly at Ian, who was kneeling on the ground, practically out of his mind. "The spirit inside you taught me that it's better if I put everything into a single strike." Ian slowly stood up as he listened to her. At first I thought it was just total nonsense. Thoughts raced through Ian's head. I can't believe it actually works. TSK, that damn spirit again. Celine kept her stunning, drop-dead, gorgeous face, gripping the hilt with both hands as she continued. "He taught you unnecessary things." With that, Celine unleashed a lethal blow down toward Ian. Judging by her face and the speed of her swing, it was obvious she had followed the spirit's advice to put all her power into one strike. Seeing this, Ian dodged lightly, his mind still processing what just happened. Every strike is getting stronger. One hit, and I'm done for. But her movements are slowing down. Ian used his brain while dodging Celine's earth-shattering blow. The ground shook from the impact, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Ian started to catch onto his opponent's weakness and acted. And after every attack, she leaves an opening. He launched his first counterattack, his speed not falling behind Celine's at all. Yet she was still one step faster, appearing right behind him with a furious face, ready to deliver a lethal blow that would give Ian zero chance to dodge. He frantically glanced back, his face full of surprise at what was happening. Celine shouted, "My sword is about to hit you. You can't block this blow with your hands." But out of nowhere, the guy somehow pulled an axe out of thin air and swung it towards Celine with massive force. That surprise attack wounded her, drawing a tiny bit of blood. After landing, Ian looked at Celine in utter shock. "Damn it! How did you dodge that?" Celine quickly covered her wound with her hand. "Everyone knows you're used to using an axe." Ian was now dual-wielding weapons, a sword in one hand, and an axe he pulled from who knows where in the other. He thought to himself expressionlessly, "Looks like I have to change my tactics." Fast as lightning, Ian tossed his axe into the air, seemingly right towards Celine. She yelled and charged at the airborne weapon. You think throwing it away changes anything? But plot twist. She suddenly realized that wasn't the axe from earlier. A sword, spinning like a windmill in the air, was actually Ian's sword. Celine screamed, "Are you crazy?" When did the axe end up back in his hand? A flash of electricity sparked in Ian's eyes, radiating the exact same aura Celine had when she launched her first attack earlier. He slammed the axe down hard, striking Celine's sword right out of her hand with a blinding flash of light that blasted her backward. Her face twisted in pain. Taking advantage of her distraction, Ian rushed in fast. On the other side, Celine stumbled, trying to pick up her sword from the ground, still visibly shaken by what just happened. "My sword." Ian went into a stance, ready to thrust the blade in his hand straight at her. Too slow. A thought crossed his mind. I'll aim for her arm. That way I can keep injuries to a minimum and stop her from attacking. Panic flashed across her face as she grabbed her sword and whipped around toward the incoming Ian. But it seemed the tip of Ian's sword was lower than her arm. Wait, if this keeps up, I won't hit her arm. Celine's expression right now was utterly innocent, acting like a secret weapon against the blade pointed right at her. It's going to pierce straight through her heart. Before the thought even finished, fresh blood dyed a blade red, a stab wound marking the end of their battle. Yet, the blade stained red with blood wasn't Ian's, but Celine's. The tip of the blade at her chest was trembling uncontrollably. Turns out he managed to stop in time, letting Celine's sword pierce his hand instead. He couldn't hide the pain on his face, but along with it was sheer endurance and restraint. Celine sat on the ground, her other hand limply at her side, staring blankly at Ian's blood dripping down her blade. He used his hand to stop the sword. Tears welled up in the corners of Celine's eyes. She thought to herself, if he hadn't done that, I might have. Looking up at Ian, her face no longer held any toughness, replaced by that of an innocent girl. Trembling, Ian placed his hand on Celine's head, calling her name softly, Celine. A warm, gentle smile touched his lips, his hand resting warmly on her head. "Oh, all right." Celine was moved by his sweetness, her tear-filled eyes wide as she looked at him. "Ian." Two swords lay side by side on the ground. Ian said to Celine, "I want you to—" Before he could finish, she cut in urgently. "More importantly, you need medical attention." Ian kept that same gentle look on his face as he stared at Celine, a stark contrast to his earlier tough guy persona. He continued, "I want you to apologize to Syria and give it your all at the festival." Celine burst into tears while Ian patted her head. "Is that really what you want? There are so many other things you could ask for." Before she could even finish her sentence, Ian passed out cold, slumping to the ground right in front of a horrified Celine. Ian. Ian woke up in an unfamiliar bed, the adjacent window wide open to welcome the early morning sunlight into the room. A voice echoed from somewhere. Wincing in pain, Ian forced himself up. "You're finally awake?" Ian didn't seem fully conscious yet. "Ugh, I've been here all night." "Ah." Celine stretched in front of Ian as if she had just woken up from a good night's sleep. "Thankfully, your injuries aren't too severe." Ian replied, "Yeah, it doesn't hurt that bad." The second he said that, both of them suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette behind Celine and looked over together. They called out her name in surprise. "Syria?" Ian asked in surprise. "Why are you here?" Syria stepped into the room, approaching his bed. "The Saintess told me you were severely injured." It seemed Celine wasn't thrilled about Syria's presence, her face instantly turning sour. Celine suddenly stood straight up right in front of Syria, catching her off guard as she replied, "Yes." Celine's expression did a complete 180 again, going from annoyed to deeply apologetic. "I'm sorry for always picking fights with you. I won't do it anymore." Behind them, Ian quietly observed the scene unfolding before him. "Good job, Celine, but don't complain. Whether she forgives you or not is entirely up to her." Syria answered nonchalantly, making Celine's jaw practically drop. "I don't really mind anymore." Celine's body started trembling, her eyes darting away. "Is that so?" Syria remained calm. "Yeah, because that's just how things have always been here." Syria's expression suddenly changed, her cheeks flushing bright red as she looked down in acceptance. "I was in the wrong too, so I accept your apology." Celine's face brightened up upon hearing that. Syria continued, "Let's make up from now on." Celine beamed with a bright smile, excitedly taking Syria's hand. "All right, let's make up. Syria." Syria was also caught off guard by the handshake. "Okay." Seeing them shake hands made Ian sigh in relief. "Things went better than I thought. At this rate, nothing will stand in our way during the hunt competition. Our team members are incredibly talented, but we had a few internal conflicts. Now those issues are resolved." Ian stood firm with determination in his eyes, a smile touching his lips. "All that's left is perfecting our teamwork." The Saintess appeared out of nowhere, catching everyone in the room by surprise. She cheerfully asked, "You seem to be feeling better, don't you?" Suddenly, her voice dropped low, carrying a smile that was both gentle and terrifying. "Could you two leave the room so I can treat Ian?" Hearing that tone, Ian couldn't help but shiver. Why did I suddenly get chills down my spine? Celine fell silent, looking at the Saintess before bowing her head. "He's very important to me, so please take good care of him." The Saintess chuckled softly. "Of course I understand." The Saintess added, "However, if he's that important to you, you should have made sure he didn't get hurt in the first place." Hearing that, Celine froze for a moment. "I understand." As soon as Celine stepped out the door, the Saintess turned and gestured for Syria to head outside as well. "You should leave the room too, Syria." Seeing Syria hesitate to leave, she asked, "Is something wrong?" Embarrassed, Syria asked, "Can I stay?" The Saintess answered with a smile, but her words held no humor. "Why? Are you his fiancé? Put on the spot like that. Syria's face turned bright red as she stammered. No way. I'm not his fiancé. The Saintess stubbornly pressed further. Then are you his girlfriend? Bombarded with questions like that, she squirmed in total fluster. No, it's not like that at all. Getting the answer she wanted, the Saintess said gently, if that's the case. Chuckling, she pushed Syria out of the room. Please leave the room. Syria was pushed out before she could even react. Returning to the room, the Saintess turned serious. Ian, please extend your hand. Ian held out his hand as told. You didn't have to kick all of them out of the room. The Saintess grabbed his injured arm, channeling energy into it and making Ian shiver. She asked suspiciously, you didn't hurt yourself just to impress those girls, did you? The Saintess gripped Ian's arm tightly and raised it high, threatening. You are not allowed to get another injury. Flustered by her action, he blurted out, but if you keep doing this, you'll be the one giving me more injuries. Ignoring his words, the Saintess quietly reminded him, you've been getting injured way too often lately. If you get hurt again, you'll suffer permanent damage. Panic-stricken by her words, Ian stammered, is that true? I'll be more careful. Both fell silent for a moment before the Saintess broke the silence. This is my advice to you as the Saintess. She looked at him and sincerely advised, if you plan on participating in the hunting festival, I think you should stop. Her eyes intently observed Ian. Your body has reached its limit, Ian. But deep down, he still had lingering doubts. Even if you say that, I can't just not go. Seeing his silence, she calmly stood up and said, promise me that, okay? Ian looked up, stayed quiet for a moment, and agreed, all right. Suddenly, a foot stepped inside as a voice echoed out. What's going on here? Everything looks so serious. It was Urin, a third-year student serving as the Saintess's guard. Grinning foolishly, he asked, did something happen while I was away for a month? Ian brightened up upon reuniting with his friend. Urin, you said you went to the Holy Kingdom, right? Urin slowly walked over. That's right. I went there and settled a few matters. The Saintess turned to greet him. Welcome back. Did you manage to safely retrieve the 2 items? He reached into his pocket and replied, yup. Sorry for taking so long. That old man was so stubborn, so, pausing there, he pulled out a box containing a crystal. Here is the blood crystal. Sitting on the bed, Ian was consumed by curiosity. A blood crystal? Urin held up the crystal. That's right, this is one of the holy relics given to the Saintess. There's only one of these in the entire Holy Kingdom. He explained its effects to Ian. Using this can boost the Saintess's healing powers. As long as a person isn't dead, they can be saved. Urin then brought the crystal close for Ian to see. Unable to believe it, Ian couldn't take his eyes off it. As long as they aren't dead, they can be saved? Urin didn't hesitate to add, that's right. With this, even Miss Emma can be saved. The Saintess closed the box. However, this is an extremely precious item. Holding it carefully with both hands, she treasured it. So unless there's a vital issue and the Holy Kingdom grants permission to use it, it stays right here. Following up on Urin's words, she added, I really want to save Emma too, but please understand that I can't do it on my own. Ian still kept his eyes glued to the box. I understand. Placing a hand over her heart, the Saintess bowed. We'll take our leave now. But she didn't forget to remind him, Ian, please keep your promise. Watching the 2 of them walk out the door one after another, Ian let out a deep sigh. He quietly murmured back to the Saintess, if I had a choice, I wouldn't go either. Ian touched his injured arm. But there are way too many alarming issues here. He recalled the determined look on Syria's face. I promised Syria that we'd win. Then he remembered Emma lying in bed in agony. Plus, if a high-ranking monster appears, we can harvest it to cure Emma. A bloody letter constantly lingered in Ian's mind. And most of all, if I ignore that warning letter, something terrible will happen. Hanging his head, guilt washed over him. I'm sorry, Saintess. Ian tightly gripped the bandage wrapped around his arm. I'll do my best not to get hurt. Each passing day was a day of relentless effort. 8 days before the event, Ian diligently trained his injured arm. 6 days before the event, they trained like crazy. With 5 days left, time was closing in, and everyone was training with everything they had. On the day of the event, everyone gathered at the grounds amidst a bustling, lively crowd, each person busy with preparations. Ian looked around quietly. Now, hands shoved in his pockets, he stepped forward with his group. Shall we get going? Suddenly, they spotted a group of people chatting merrily. Unable to hold back, Elsie sneered, "Oh boy, look at this ragged group actually coming together, huh?" Crossing her arms, her annoyance was clear as day. At the very least, we should avoid dragging each other down. Ian turned around to cheer everyone on. We're all trying our best, as if our lives depend on it, right? Elsie agreed. True, but the basics are still just the basics. The actual match will be completely different. Ian chatted with her as they walked. You're right, but now that we can function as a group. Suddenly, a dagger shot out from nowhere, flying straight at him. Ian nimbly pulled out his axe and blocked the dagger. Behind the dagger, a group of people approached. Delphine greeted with an amused smirk. Long time no see. A sinister glint flashed in her eyes as she called out, "Prince." Ian barked angrily. That was dangerous. Yet Delphine remained completely unfazed. "Oh my, aren't you overreacting?" Ian frowned as she asked back. "You dodged it easily enough, didn't you?" Stepping closer, Delphine extended a hand in a gesture of reconciliation. "Besides, I just came over to say hello." Pausing briefly, Delphine dropped her voice and said a few things to my sister. Mentioned out of nowhere, Syria panicked, huh? She flashed a sinister smile. Syria. Delphine's words felt like a giant hand about to crush her. Give up and step aside. Every word spoken crashed down like a boulder crushing Syria, just like she always did. A letter came to mind. The very first letter, its contents reading, "But from the bottom of my heart, I am grateful to the department head." Ever since that day, our bond has grown deeper. Furthermore, that was the first time I won the hunting festival. I wondered what would happen when I faced that monster, but thanks to you, I managed to survive. Even now, I still wonder how you knew its weakness was its horn. Ian was quite surprised upon hearing those words. That's a terrifying thing to say. He glanced over at Syria, who was reeling in shock from those words. For her to suddenly tell Syria to give up? Ian knit his brows tightly, a flash of annoyance in his eyes. Even if she really was the next heir to the family, this was way too ridiculous. Just as Syria was trembling, unsure of what to do, someone stepped right in front of her. How ridiculous. Gritting her teeth, Elsie yelled out, "Are you crazy? We're going to win this hunting festival. So, but out. Who do you think you are?" Delphine remained completely nonchalant. But I was talking to my sister, wasn't I? Flying into a rage upon hearing that, Elsie raised her fist and screamed, "Do you even have a brain?" Telling her to give up is the same as telling all of us to quit. Beside her, Ian cowered as he tried to calm her down, his ears practically ringing. "Senior Elsie, calm down." Holding her firmly by the shoulders, Ian said, "Turn around." I was about to say something, but thanks to you blowing your top, I've actually calmed down. Ignoring his words completely, Elsie kept shouting at the top of her lungs, "Can an outsider like you please mind your own business and get lost?" Delphine stood unfazed before the roaring tiger. Like I said, I'm talking to Syria. Memories she thought she had forgotten suddenly resurfaced in Syria's mind. "Remember this. You will never defeat me." Delphine's sinister voice echoed in Syria's head. "And if you can't prove your worth, little sister, get ready to share her fate." Images of her mother alongside her sister's threatening words haunted Syria's mind, making her tremble uncontrollably. "And don't even think about standing up to me." Out of nowhere, a voice snapped her out of her painful memories. "Syria." Jolting awake, Syria looked up to find the person who had called her. Ian stepped beside Syria, offering a comforting smile. "You're not the helpless kid who can only stand by in silence anymore." Looking at her surprised yet fear-stricken face, Ian said softly, "Don't be afraid. This is the whole reason you joined this competition." Hearing his encouraging words, Syria regained her composure, clenching her fists in determination. Syria looked straight into her sister's eyes. "I'm sorry, sister." Unprecedented resolve gleamed in her eyes. "But this time, I won't back down." Delphine didn't seem surprised at all. Smirking, she remarked, "Is that so? Well, to be honest, I'm glad to hear that." Flashing an eerie smile, her eyes filled with madness. "It's been a long time since I had an opponent from our own family. Ending this too early would be boring." Delphine casually taunted, So go ahead and struggle all you want. With that, she turned and walked away with a cold expression. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Senior Delphine." Delphine immediately put on a smiling face as she turned around. Ian swiftly tossed the dagger right back at her. "You forgot this." Before Delphine even had to move, Olmar darted out of nowhere to catch the dagger. Using his axe, he blocked the dagger and swatted it back toward Ian. Nimbly catching the dagger out of the air, Ian asked them with a cold face, "Don't want it back?" Delphine chuckled as if nothing had happened. "You can keep it as a reward for blocking my ambush." Hearing that, Ian looked down at the dagger, falling into thought. What am I supposed to do with this thing? Without overthinking it, Ian slipped the dagger straight into his coat pocket. "Fine, then I'll hang on to it for now." Olmar stepped forward to greet him. "You're pretty handy with an axe, just like your nickname implies." Ian asked the man before him hesitantly. "You are?" Before he could even answer, Elsie jumped in to answer for him. "That's Olmar Double-Axe, a pretty famous mercenary among the fourth-year students." Hands on her hips, she stated her deduction. "Looks like since you're both axe users, you caught his interest." Olmar twirled his two axes in the air. "Show me your axe skills." Without waiting for Ian to say a word, Olmar showed off a few basic moves for him. Ian watched him like a clown, falling into thought. What does he want? Should I kick that axe right out his hand? While Olmar was still enthusiastically putting on his show, "What do you think?" Ian pulled an axe from his pocket. With a powerful swing, he knocked Olmar's axe flying out of his hand. Startled, Olmar couldn't comprehend what had just happened. "What the?" Shocked, he scrambled backward to avoid the axe spinning through the air. Olmar struggled to plant his feet firmly on the ground. Forcing a smile, he said, "You're pretty reckless, suddenly swinging your axe like that." Ian casually held up his axe and retorted, "I just wanted to show off my skills to you too." Right at that moment, Isaiah stormed over. Pointing her finger, she shouted, "Hey, why did you suddenly take a detour?" Olmar frowned and explained, "Isaiah, I was just showing him my skills." Fermin walked over as well, softly reminding Olmar, "It's time." Olmar finally gave in. "All right, Fermin." Before leaving, he didn't forget to invite Ian. "Hey, if you're ever interested in joining the circus, come find us." Hearing that, Ian froze for 5 seconds. "Huh? What? A circus?" Olmar then left with his group. After that group departed, Delphine also bade farewell. "Well then, see you in the forest soon, Axe Prince." Celine walked up to Ian and asked, "What were they doing here? Try to pick a fight or something?" Ian frowned as he watched them walk away. "As if I know. Who knows what goes on in her head?" The scene shifted to the gathering grounds as the organizer's voice echoed over the loudspeakers. "Before the competition begins, we will review the rules once more." Ian listened eagerly to the announcement. As everyone knew, the rules of the festival were simple. The monotonous voice of the organizers continued. Each team will have 8 hours to capture monsters. Ian's group listened intently as the voice added. Afterward, the judges will evaluate based on the rank of the capture monsters and determine each team's final stand. They stared intently into the forest, thoughts unknown. Now, the competition begins immediately. All contestants, please gather at the starting line. As the starting signal rang out, Ian calculated in his mind. Well, if I capture that horned monster, I'll finally be free from those annoying letters. His face turned cold. "Just you wait, I'm gonna wipe you out." Ian's eyes burned with determination to win the competition. 3 hours after the festival began, Ian's group was making their way through the forest, everyone scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Elsie put her hands on her hips, annoyed. "We need to catch something fast, or we can kiss the championship goodbye." Her face was full of frustration. "For the past 3 hours, we've just been wandering around here and haven't found a single thing." Celine recalled what happened over the last 3 hours. "You're right. We've only found a few small-time monsters." With that, she turned to ask him, "Ian, what are we going to do? We need to catch something quickly before we get eliminated." Ian was equally helpless. "I know." He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why didn't that letter say anything about the monster's location? Just as they were about to move forward, Sirius stopped them. Everyone wait. Everyone turned to look at her. Question marks practically written all over their faces. Syria dropped her voice. "Something is very wrong." Her eyes turned cold. "I can't sense a single presence around us." Prompted by Syria's words, Celine looked around as well. Now that you mention it, the forest is way too quiet. Ian grew increasingly tense. This is just like when I encountered that high-ranking monster last time. All the animals in the forest vanished. Elsie happily stepped forward. After 3 hours, our hard work is finally paying off. Suddenly, she pointed in a certain direction. I feel a thick surge of demonic energy over there. Elsie's expression shifted abruptly. It has to be at least a high-ranking monster. Ian looked coldly in the direction she pointed. If even Senior Elsie says so, there's no mistake. That's the horned monster. The group immediately turned around and huddled close, every face strained with extreme tension. Everyone, stay on high alert. The 4 of them carefully ventured deeper inside, when suddenly their feet ground to a sudden halt. Before them lay a mountain of animal corpses scattered everywhere. Red guts splattered all over the place. Ian observed carefully that. Before he could process it, Sirius spoke up first. Not just regular animals, but monsters too. What on earth happened? Ian's group moved around to investigate. The high-ranking monster that attacked Emma did this too. Suddenly, the whole group froze, looking up at something. He fell into deep thought. That monster. After a moment, Ian suddenly realized something. I thought it tortured its victims just to flex its power. They quickly ducked behind the bushes to watch 2 monsters clashing with each other. Ian's mind was still racing with thoughts. I never expected its parents would do the exact same thing. The horned wolf monster seemed to catch a whiff of human scent. It bared its razor-sharp teeth, charging like crazy toward Ian's group. He screamed in panic, warning everyone, "Everyone, get ready." The horned wolf leaped, stepping off the head of the bear it was fighting. It lunged like a moth to a flame straight at their group. Ian tried to reassure the team, holding his sword out in front of him, ready to charge. "Everyone, do exactly as we practiced. Senior Elsie, use your support magic." Elsie replied, "Got it," and acted immediately, raising her wand to cast a protective shield spell. She shouted, "First, stay alert, and let's see what its traits are." Celine calmly analyzed. "No fallen trees or signs of impact around here. Looks like its mobility is extremely agile." Ian gritted his teeth with determination. "In that case, we have to fight in the open." Buffing magic spells were fired off one after another, and the entire team leaped forward as Elsie shouted, "Haste!" The protective shield immediately moved to guard them. And right at that moment, Ian turned and said, "Senior, its weak point is its horn." "How do you know that?" Elsie asked suspiciously, to which he affirmed with complete confidence, "Just trust me." Syria aimed straight for its protruding horn and swung her sword down hard. Sensing the attack, the magical beast instantly reared up on its hind legs toward the sky, making them look like tiny pieces of candy standing below. What the hell? How is this monster so damn huge? Enraged, it swung its sharp claws toward Syria. Her reflexes kicked in quickly, and she ducked to dodge. She thought to herself, "All right, as long as we keep this up." Before she could calculate her next move, that overwhelmingly massive claw slammed down from directly overhead before she even had time to react. A voice called out, "Don't be afraid, move fast." It was Celine. Syria instantly pulled herself together, nimbly dodged, and charged at the magical beast with her sword drawn. If it's at this distance, her face grew tense, breaking into a cold sweat. "What the hell?" someone gasped. Syria's strike generated a massive gust of air, yet the magical beast easily dodged it. Stunned, they exclaimed, "There's no way." While Syria's sword was stuck in the beast's body, its neck stretched out an entire meter, aiming straight for Celine, who was standing behind them. Shocked, Ian's expression became more tense than ever. Damn it. So this is how it moves around so freely in the forest. He swung his sword and yelled, "Celine, get out of the way, quick!" But Celine had already reacted. She nimbly thrust her sword directly into its lunging mouth. The sword popped back out, and Syria quickly caught it. Right at that moment, its front limb suddenly reached out, attacking them. Celine and Syria quickly backed away to keep a safe distance. What on earth is this thing? Exhaustion was clearly setting in. I can't even read its attacks. Drawing its full attention is going to be really tough. Celine spoke up, as they needed to quickly find a way to deal with the beast's freakish attacks. Syria worriedly asked, "What do we do now?" "Following our training plan is going to be really hard," Ian replied. "Honestly, I can't think of a better way either. We'll have to gamble on Senior Elsie's magic. Suddenly, burning with rage and determination, he declared, "We won't attack. Instead, we'll draw as much of its attention as possible." Just then, the magical beast suddenly charged and unleashed a magic attack at them. Ian reacted quickly, pushing Celine out of the way to protect her. The unleashed magic sent shockwaves through the entire forest, shattering wooden tree trunks into pieces. Ian was blasted backward, slamming into the base of a tree. Everyone asked in concern, "Ian, are you okay?" Struggling to push himself up with his sword, he said, "That impulsive attack just now was identical to its offspring's." "Be careful, it's about to charge," he warned. Celine rushed into her battle stance. Elsie spoke up, "I'll cast the shield one more time." Ian's eyes gleamed with intense murder intent. "It's fine. Let's go big and finish this thing off." The magical beast charged forward at terrifying speed. Celine took charge of the head, while Syria fell back toward its belly. She landed a heavy slash, but it reacted in time and knocked Celine away nearby, causing her to crash hard against a tree trunk with a painful scream. "Celine!" Syria called out loudly. Right then, Elsie signaled, "The spell is ready. Hold it in place." Ian and Syria immediately sensed that the magical beast was targeting Elsie, preparing to strike. Syria rushed over nimbly and said, "Senior Ian, back me up." She swung her sword, clashing against the beast's claws. Taking advantage of the opening, Ian lunged forward and drove his blade hard into its mouth. A loud bang echoed out, a sound that shook the ground. Ian quickly signaled to Elsie, standing nearby. "Aim for its horn, Senior Elsie." "Got it, I'm on it." She initiated a massive magic circle facing the beast. The bursting magic rays blurred their vision, making the whole area seem to tilt. Ian couldn't help but marvel in his mind. "I heard this 5th-tier magic circle isn't even taught at the academy. She's seriously incredible. Nothing can survive a hit like this." He quickly pulled back his sword, looking toward the magical beast. It remained completely unscathed after taking the full brunt of Elsie's magic attack. Ian was horrified. "What the hell? Damn it." Feeling helpless, Elsie said, "This monster has lightning resistance." Staring helplessly as the magical beast ran wild, he could only look on in shock. No way. The letter didn't mention anything about this at all. Why lightning resistance? Senior Elsie isn't good with other elemental spells, he thought to himself while dodging the beast's incoming attack. Now I have to buy more time to figure out another plan. Ian quietly observed closely and noticed a small gap between its body and its horn. Realizing it instantly, he quickly yelled out to Elsie, "Senior, cast the spell one more time." Elsie remained skeptical. "Didn't you hear me say it's resistant to lightning?" Trembling, Elsie looked behind Ian. "No matter how many times we attack, behind you." Ian cut in as he turned around. "We don't have time." His eyes widened. Damn it. The magical beast was preparing to unleash another magic attack on them. If it was resistant to lightning, then naturally it could also use lightning magic. Inside the beast's mouth, a massive sphere of magic energy was condensing, flashing with a blinding light that felt like it was tearing space apart. Stunned, Ian could only stare helplessly. An ivory-brown letter with an ornate border closed out the story of that event, written in sharp, elegant ink. "Every time I asked, you just smiled and said you had your ways." Even now, 7 years later, it remains a mystery. Even after defeating the monster, even though we were suddenly ambushed, we were somehow the ones who managed to claim the spoils from its corpse. And now, I actually feel grateful for the attack that day. The beast's lightning attack struck down, flashing a grim, gloomy light. He turned to Elsie and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Senior Elsie, run!" Chilled to the bone, a wave of terror washed over her. Elsie soared into the air, dodging out of the way. Syria, Yerdina, and Elsie crashed down together. Celine Haster rushed up to shield Syria and Elsie, completely terrified. This thing was making it incredibly hard for her to face. Then she leaped into the air, bringing her sword down upon the charging magical beast. "TCH, Ian Purkis shouted, "Hey, if you got the guts, target me instead of them." The magical beast, its razor-sharp teeth dripping with blood, glared intensely at Ian Purkis. It channeled its magical power and raised a claw to strike Ian. He skillfully dodged the blow, reminding himself, "Until Senior successfully cast the spell, I have to draw its attention no matter what." It continued its assault, charging straight at him. However, he pivoted on his heel. "Hold on, it's my turn now." The axe in his hand accurately struck its body, sending blood spattering everywhere. He said, "It's not over yet." Its fury reached its peak, and its entire body radiated a mysterious black glow. Roar! Sensing something off, Ian Purkis tried to dodge, but was slammed to the ground by the beast. Tumbling hard, he thought to himself, "Damn it, my ankle." Taking advantage of Ian Purkis while he was still in pain, the magical beast lunged forward, opening its jaws wide as if to swallow him whole. In a panic, he thought, "Damn it, is this the end?" Syria Yurdina charged in, executing the Yurdina signature technique, the Lion Golden Sword. 3 consecutive strikes rained down on the magical beast, but remained completely unharmed. It continued to charge forward rapidly, successfully dodging the next incoming strike. Ian Purkis was astonished. "Are you insane? That thing can actually dodge such an insanely fast and dense barrage." Terrified, Syria Yurdina asked, "Senior, what do we do now?" Ian Purkis asked back, "Where's Celine?" She replied, "It looks like she still can't move." Ian said, "Well, this is her first real combat, so you can't blame her. The 2 of us will handle it." Elsie shouted loudly, "Hey, it's ready. Stop it from moving one more time." Ian Purkis looked at the ferocious beast charging toward them and asked Syria Yurdina, "Can you block one of its hits?" She replied, "Yes, I can." But then she shot a suspicious glance at Ian Purkis. "But what exactly are you planning to do?" He answered, "I have a plan, just trust me." Syria Yurdina raised her sword into a defensive stance and said, "Got it." Syria Yurdina rushed at the magical beast. It let out a furious roar, but its physical strength clearly overwhelmed hers. Unable to hold her ground, breaking out in a sweat, she gritted her teeth and endured it, while the magical beast was growing equally irritated. Suddenly, Ian Purkis charged forward, using his axe defensively to strike its horn. His arm was bitten by the magical beast. He screamed, "This is exactly what I was waiting for, you monster!" Then he leaped up and brought his axe down on its snout with lightning speed. Ian Purkis jumped higher, using the remaining sword in his hand, thinking, "With this opening, I can drive it straight in." No sooner said than done. He stabbed down into the monster's head, blood spurting everywhere, making it shriek in pain. As he leaped high into the air, the magical beast looked up, its eyes consumed with pure hatred, its mouth opening wide as its magic power flickered brightly. Ian Purkis looked down at it with contempt. "Hey, you're way too slow." The magical beast threw its head back toward the sky, unleashing a blinding blue blast of magical energy. Now driven by pure madness, it created a massive explosion. Syria Yurdina and Ian Purkis dodged the attack. It glared angrily at him, and he taunted, "How does that feel? Feels pretty good to burn from your skull down to your toes, doesn't it?" The magical beast collapsed flat onto the ground. Ian Purkis thought to himself, even with lightning resistance, its insides definitely couldn't take that. Now everything inside its body, like its brain and internal organs, is completely fried. "You're done for, monster." Elsie walked over. "Are you sure it didn't just pass out? Is it really dead?" Ian Purkis stepped onto the magical beast's body, yanking his sword out from where it was lodged deep in its frame as blood squirted out. He replied, "It's definitely dead. This one's our prey." Elsie was surprised. "You two sure picked the right prey to hunt. This thing actually seems to be a named monster." Syria Yurdina asked, "Turns out this was a named monster?" Ian Purkis thought to himself, "So it really was a named monster. That means Emma also." He spoke up, "Looks like we're definitely taking the win." Syria Yurdina celebrated their victory happily. Ian Purkis looked at her and thought to himself, "So cute." Celine ran over from a distance and asked, "That monster had a name?" Ian Purkis looked at her, thinking, "Celine seems to be okay now. Looks like I'm the only one who got badly hurt here. But if this is the only casualty, it's more than fine." He looked at the magical beast and praised, "Great job, everyone. Now we just need to bring this back. Elsie countered, no need to rush. Let's rest for a bit. We still have plenty of time. Ian Purkis objected. No, it's not over yet. There might still be people around. He thought to himself. Wait a minute, I think the letter said. A man who appeared to be someone's retainer suddenly charged in, striking Celine and sending her coughing up blood. Only now did Ian Purkis manage to react, shouting out, Celine. He then lunged forward to slash the guy. However, Ian Purkis was cut short. Another guy with long black hair rushed in and tackled Ian to the ground. He fought back furiously. Delphine Urdina slowly walked over, saying smugly, what a pity. You guys almost made it. Elsie was frozen solid, and Syria Urdina groaned. Oh God, we can't move anymore. The long-haired man pinned Ian Purkis down, without giving him a chance to fight back. Delphine Urdina looked down at him with utter disdain and said, if you guys bring this thing back, you'll win. Syria Urdina was trembling with rage. Delphine Urdina continued, so naturally, I can't let that happen. In the pitch-black darkness of the desolate forest, Delphine's voice echoed even louder, tinged with mock irony. You were so close, weren't you? Seeing Delphine show up, Syria suddenly felt deeply uneasy. Before anyone could process the surprise attack, it was clear she was here to rob them blind. Looking down at the battered Ian, Delphine said, if you bring that back, you'll be the winners. But of course, there's no way in hell I'm going to let that happen. Delphine looked smugly at Syria, her voice full of provocation. Want to fight, Syria? She stood there, completely overwhelmed and confused, her mind still vividly flashing back to the sight of everyone giving it their absolute all. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, her eyes gradually turning resolute. Yeah, I can't back down. Hearing those words, a flash of amusement appeared on Delphine's face. How interesting. Right after that came a relentless barrage of attacks. She seemed more confident than anyone, every strike powerful and decisive. Left with no choice, Syria was forced to pour all her strength into blocking them. Delphine kept up the pressure without stopping, a sneer in her voice. But you know better than anyone. With those skills, you could never beat me. She finished her sentence with a heavy blow that sent Syria flying back. Despite taking a heavy hit, Syria forced herself back up, gripping her sword tight. Delphine thought a show of force would make her back off, but it only stoked the fire within her. Yeah, I know. But I can't just stand by and watch. I'm not a helpless little kid who just cries anymore. With that, she channeled everything in her blade and charged at Delphine. The fierce wind rushing behind the blade only heightened Delphine's excitement. Looks like you've grown up a bit, Syria. The two figures collided like lightning, leaving behind nothing but a sharp whoosh as if light had just slashed through the air. Syria stood frozen in place, her head hanging low. Right next to her stood Delphine, entirely unblemished, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. As long as I'm still the head of the house, I'd spare you anyway. So why go to such extreme lengths? Why go to such extreme lengths? Fighting through the pain, Ian squirmed and yelled at her at the top of his lungs. Don't you feel any shame being so ruthless to your own injured sister? Holding Ian down, Fermin couldn't help but worry. Stay still, or your wounds are going to reopen. Delphine noticed the concern, yet remained completely nonchalant. Fermin, don't you think you're being way too merciful to the enemy? If they're making too much noise, just knock them out. Those words sent Ian spiraling further into rage. You bastard, you absolute coward. Delphine smirked, as if those words didn't faze her in the slightest. A coward? So what? It's your own damn fault for being careless, not mine. As she spoke, she turned her back on them to look at the magical beast lying motionless on the ground, the prize she had claimed without lifting a finger. She turned her head back to glance at Ian, who was screaming in sheer desperation, and whispered as if offering a gentle reminder, never lower your guard. Ian was completely baffled. He still couldn't fathom how her team had tracked their exact location. How the hell did you find us? Delphine, as if expecting this exact question, answered casually, the dagger. He was caught off guard for a moment, but then it hit him. Everything had been set up from the very beginning, and he was the only fool who hadn't realized it. Delphine continued, I put a tracking spell on the dagger I gave you, just as a precaution. I didn't expect it to actually pay off. He fell dead silent. Asterisk, it's my fault. Because of me, Senior Elsie, Celine, and even Syria, everyone got hurt. Delphine's voice kept echoing in his ears. You just took it like an idiot. Everything in front of his eyes started blurring out. Damn it, I'm losing consciousness. Delphine noticed it and raised her voice even higher. Oh my, looks like the Axe Prince is about to pass out. Memories of the letter slowly flooded back into his mind. At this rate, I won't be able to protect anything written in that letter. What's going to happen? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. What'll happen? Emma Vildi. After losing the final match, Syria won't be able to stand her family's cold shoulder and will leave home. And even more terrifying thoughts surfaced in his mind. And when he appears, the entire world will fall into ruin. My family, my friends, everyone I hold dear. The more he pondered it, the more he trembled in fear. Please don't forget. Images of the people by his side, slowly growing cold in his arms, suddenly came rushing back. It felt as if everything was sinking into total despair. Yet, those exact thoughts acted like a miraculous surge of power, driving him forward. If only we had the potion Emma made. No, if only Syria had the chance to grow after winning the finals. The desire inside him grew stronger and stronger. So open your damn eyes if you don't want to lose the people you love. When had the corners of his eyes become blurry? He didn't want those terrible futures to come true, nor did he ever want to relive the painful past. Delphine was still standing there, sighing. It's a bit harsh, but those heavy thoughts coming up are a little too late. Nothing can be done now. After all, this world is a place where only the strong survive. Even if a tiny part of her felt reluctant, if she wasn't strong enough, she would be the one suffering all the pain. Before she could finish her thought, a sharp axe blade whistled past her, pinning straight into the magical beast's body as fresh blood squirted out, accompanied by a painful scream from Firmin. With a lightning-fast axe had grazed him, leaving a trail of fresh blood behind. Surprised, Delphine turned around only to see Firmin squirming on the ground, clutching his face. At the same time, Ian had somehow freed himself from restraint and stood tall, his eyes burning with unprecedented determination as he growled. How about a duel, milady? Seeing Firmin clutching his face in front of her, Delphine was slightly taken aback. His nose was torn open, and blood was gushing out uncontrollably. She hadn't expected him to make a move like that. In this condition, blood would choke his airway, leaving Firmin unable to move for a long time. What shocked her even more was that she hadn't even noticed the axe earlier. Beneath Ian's resolute gaze, even he was surprised he could still stand up. Asterisk, it hurts like crazy. My head is ringing nonstop, but for some reason, my body is surging with power. This condition should be enough. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Olmar, who had witnessed everything from the side, spoke up with a slight tremor in his voice. Hey, Axe Prince, for hurting Firmin. Olmar dual axes will make you pay. Before he could even finish a sentence, Ian charged forward and threw a sword right at him. Olmar had no time to react or dodge, taking the full brunt of Ian's strike, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. A flash of shock glinted in Delphine's eyes from a distance. Having taken down Olmar, Ian calmly asked back, "What was that?" Looking at Olmar, squirming in pain on the ground, he was probably still dizzy from that slam earlier. Ian thrust his sword into the ground and said in a low, composed voice, "Didn't you say you were going to make me pay?" Immediately after, he drove his blade down into Olmar's chest. A blood-curdling scream echoed out, not just from Olmar, but from Isaiah too. Isaiah, who had been observing from the side, urgently called out, "Step forward and summon your wand." "All right on it." Stepping forward, Isaiah waved her wand as bursts of blue light poured out. "I'm going to turn you into a honeycomb." Ian swung his sword once more, his agile body nimbly, dodging every single beam of her magic with ease. The blade tore through the light rays, and she screamed, "It's useless." Isaiah looked on in utter disbelief as her magic dissipated in a thin air. That technique, there's no way. Not only did he dodge her spell, but he also managed to wound her in return. This power didn't match his battered appearance at all. She screamed, "What the hell did you do? Stop it." The sharp pain shooting up from her leg made her collapse to her knees. She was still in complete shock. What on earth helped him recover his stamina so fast, making him even stronger than before? Watching Ian slowly step closer, she couldn't stop trembling. "Stay away from me." Looking at her terrified face, he struck her down without a second thought. Isaiah collapsed, falling unconscious. Ian remained indifferent. "Stop making so much noise, it's annoying." Delphine had probably recognized the sudden burst of power he just displayed. She stepped forward. "Axe Prince, how on earth did you use that technique just now?" "That was definitely a secret technique that ordinary people couldn't learn, let alone pull off." "Explain what's going on." Ian slowly picked up his sword. "Secret technique, or whatever. I don't give a damn." He looked at her, his eyes full of defiance. "Come at me." The first letter read, "That was the first time I ever won. Even though it was thanks to you and everyone else, the memory of that day became a major turning point in my life. My feelings for you have grown ever since that day, and that event became a milestone in my life. Before that, you probably never realized how much you meant to me." Right now, Ian stared straight at her, absolutely certain he could defeat Delphine. He had to do it. Beat her, and make her pay for everything she did today. Ian growled, "Let's fight." Facing his challenge, Delphine tried to reason with him. "Stop this nonsense, Axe Prince. The martial art you used to beat Olmar is definitely a secret art of the Holy Kingdom, and that weird movement of the axe when you threw it at Aisha. Don't tell me the Sword Association taught you that." Delphine's words brought back memories of what happened before. Unity of motion and stasis. Simply put, the unity of motion and stasis is when an object at rest and an object in motion become one. It is the core principle of the Sword Association's teachings. Those were the exact words Syria had told him back then. Is something like that even possible? In the dark night, Syria turned to look at him. Of course. All things are still before they move with a single touch. Observe your surroundings carefully. Everything you think is at rest, and everything you think is moving. Only when you begin to feel them become one can you take the first step toward the unity of motion and stasis. He became even more puzzled. Then how am I supposed to do that? The stream of thoughts flashed through his head, and even he couldn't understand why they were surfacing. Why do I have these memories? Returning to reality in front of Delphine's question, he had no intention of wasting another word. "I have no idea what you're talking about. This is all just a misunderstanding, isn't it?" Delphine tightened her grip on her hilt guardedly. The Sword Association's techniques are strictly controlled and managed, meaning there's no way in hell you learn them legally. As Delphine spoke, she drew her sword, a layer of magic coating the blade. "And yet you keep insisting it's a misunderstanding. You just don't want to tell me where you learned them, do you?" Her sword dropped into a combat stance. "In that case, I'll just force your mouth open, even if I have to beat it out of you." With that, she lunged at him, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks. Ian dropped into his battle stance as well, but he could only use one hand to wield his sword. Damn it, I can't fight properly with just one hand. Because of that, he could only dodge her continuous attacks to avoid taking more hits. Seeing Ian dodge repeatedly, Delphine taunted, "If you keep running, you'll never win against me." As she spoke, she launched another slash toward him. Dodging endlessly wasn't going to work, so he had no choice but to switch to attacking with his axe. As the axe blade swung up, Delphine's voice followed, right behind. "Axe Prince, your intentions are as clear as day." With that, Delphine spun her sword and unleashed a massive strike resembling the claws of a lion. Swooping in from all directions simultaneously, Golden Lion Sword. A single sword beam slashed down. Delphine looked immensely satisfied with her move, arrogantly declaring, "Well, still think you can beat me, Axe Prince?" Even though her move struck with immense power, it only piqued his interest even more. "This is nothing. I'm definitely going to beat you." Seeing Ian's unwavering momentum, a flicker of shock passed through her heart. What is he talking about? Golden Lion Sword? The combination of feints and actual strikes is such a complex skill that even reacting to it in time is a feat in itself. With the Axe Prince's skill level, there's no way he can tell the real strikes apart from the feints. Yet his momentum didn't slow down in the slightest. The thrill inside Delphine grew even stronger as she looked at his cold, unreadable expression. "Even in a situation like this, it only makes me want to toy with you even more." With that, she gripped her hilt tightly and slashed relentlessly at Ian. He moved his body nimbly, dodging every single sword strike. Watching him continue to dodge her attacks, Delphine gradually grew annoyed. Even if he can't beat me, does he think he could just keep dodging forever? Still, his spatial awareness is unnaturally good. Not letting him keep dodging, Delphine raised her voice provocatively. That's a bit disappointing. Are you just trying to buy time? Delphine's voice dripped with confidence. Well, I doubt you can keep dodging for much longer anyway. Her words seemed to trigger an realization in him. Can't keep dodging? I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Dodging an undodgeable strike, as if space itself were warped. That spatial perception is pretty impressive. Did you craft some special spatial skill? Leto's words flashed in his mind. Ian, what do you think about combining topology with swordsmanship? He seemed to realize something. Topology in space, and then the unity of motion and stasis. As the thought passed, he decisively hurled his axe straight at Delphine. He thought to himself, all right, it's all or nothing. Seeing the axe fly toward her, Delphine swung her sword to block it, sneering in her heart. Throwing away your weapon? Are you that desperate? But his thoughts were in a completely different place. Desperate? Of course not. I don't have the talent to contort my body like a magical beast, which means he dashed like lightning, straight toward Delphine. By the time the distance between them closed to a hair's breadth, he finally realized, I just have to contort something else. He was standing right in front of her. He had won this match. Ian's move completely caught Delphine off guard. He leaned in close to her ear. Lady Delphine, I'm afraid I win this time. By the time she snapped out of it, the tip of his sword was already resting against the skin of her neck. Delphine spoke up. I admit you win this time. I lose, Axe Prince. She pushed the blade away. I never expected my first defeat to be at the hands of nobody. Whether I want to believe it or not, I have to. Delphine sheathed her sword, the corner of her mouth curling up. For the honor of the Urdina family, I swear I'll leave quietly. Congratulations on your victory, Axe Prince. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain in her chest hit her before she could react. Ian's blade had already plunged deep in her chest. Fresh blood squirted out. Don't go ruining the fun on your own. We're not done yet. Ian gripped the knife tightly, pouring all his lingering grudges into it. We're fighting under the law of the jungle, remember? Fresh blood dripped onto Delphine's shoulder, flowing down to her hand and falling drop by drop onto the ground. She wanted to fight back, but was utterly helpless. In this state, I can't even swing my sword with one hand. Blood soaked Delphine's clothes. She growled through gritted teeth. What the hell are you trying to do? Beating someone who has already surrendered is pathetic. Ian ignored her words and slashed through with force, leaving a deep, bloody gash. Besides, sometimes you just need to settle things once and for all, don't you? Delphine still didn't understand what settling things was about. Ian stood facing her, his eyes cold and dark. You harassed and injured Syria. Apologize. Delphine couldn't believe her ears. Apologize? Why the hell should I apologize for doing what it takes to win? Ian instantly tightened his grip on his axe. Because if you don't, you're going to die. A sudden wave of murderous intent flared in his eyes. Just a simple apology, and everything is over. I think I'm being pretty merciful here. Don't you think so? Delphine realized these weren't empty threats. Since we're in the forest, cleaning up after finishing me off would be child's play for him. Even if I fought him right now, with both of my arms injured, I'd definitely lose. Delphine let out a heavy sigh. Fine. So now I'm in a position where I have to beg for my life. Ian didn't want to drag it out either. If you want to live, then yes. Delphine gritted her teeth and squeezed out the words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for hurting you. And I'm sorry for trying to steal your magical beast. I'm sorry for everything I've done. She suddenly froze. And as for Syria, the rumors I spread about your mother and the way I harassed you, all of that was my fault. I'm sorry, and I won't do anything like that ever again. Having finished, she looked at him, her voice returning to its initial arrogant tone. Happy now? I think that apology was pretty sincere. Seeing him say nothing, she blurted out, What? You're not going to tell me it wasn't sincere enough or something, are you? Ian didn't bother arguing with her. I never expected any sincerity from you in the first place. I just wanted to make things crystal clear. He leaned right up against her ear. If I ever suspect the Yerdina family tries to get revenge on us for this, I won't hesitate to throw you to the magical beasts as food. You get what I mean, don't you? His threats made Delphine shudder. She cautiously replied, "Understood." In the twilight, everything was finally resolved smoothly. The first letter read, "That's right, but it was covered in dirt. It's time to prepare. I don't know if I'll look for those beautiful memories with you again or not. It's not too bad, though. Winter has passed, and a scent that doesn't quite feel like spring yet is drifting in. Even though it's been a long time since the last snowfall, I find myself still waiting for a faint ray of sunlight, no matter how much effort it takes. Tonight, I wait once again for the day I see you. Ian, my beloved brother. I pray for your safety wherever you are in there." On stage, the judge announced, "Welcome, final year students of the Academy. It's finally time to announce the winner of the hunting festival." Down below, the students gathered together, creating quite a noisy scene. "Hey, it's because of you that we almost arrived late." A gray-haired boy with golden eyes laughed. "What's your hurry? Everyone knows the winner will be Delphine Yerdina." A blue-haired boy with blue eyes replied, "No way. I just saw her being carried out." The golden-eyed boy was shocked. "What happened? Who's going to be the winner then?" The professor on stage continued the announcement. Over 500 students participated in this festival. As for everyone, you tried beyond my expectations, but one team won indisputably. He went on to announce, "However, a very dangerous incident occurred during the festival this time, and it was estimated that there would be many severe casualties." The crowd below murmured, "What the hell is going on?" The professor raised his voice again, but thanks to a group of students who bravely risked their lives to stop it and successfully eliminated the danger, I would like to extend my most sincere thanks to you all. Now I will announce their names in order. The crowd fell silent, waiting for the results. The first person announced by the professor is a fourth-year student from the Magic Department, Elsie. Next is a second-year student from the Knight Department, Celine Haster. The third person is a second-year student from the Swordsman Department, Syria Yerdina. The Saintess whispered to Ian, "I told you not to get hurt no matter what happened." And finally, the representative of the group of third-year students from the Swordsman Department, Ian Purkis. Each student will receive a bottle of dragon blood as a reward. The crowd below buzzed again. A bottle of dragon blood for each person? That's a royal item. I'm so jealous. More importantly, what's with those clothes? The professor continued speaking. "One more thing. We will grant the rights to handle this corpse to their group." The professor said to Ian, "It's probably worth around 10,000 gold coins." Ian thought to himself, 10,000 gold coins? Actually, I was planning to use it to help Emma. He reasoned, but the whole group captured it, so I can't take it for myself. I wonder if I can explain it to them. Elsie stepped forward. "You made the biggest contribution. You can do whatever you want with it. The Ranila family won't care about these things." Syria Yerdina also smiled and said, "I side with Elsie. You can do whatever you want with it." Celine Haster also stepped up to advise him, "Getting that bottle of dragon blood is enough for me. You just keep it. Winning the hunting festival is already the greatest reward for me." Ian Purkis asked anxiously, "Is it all right, Saintess?" The Saintess was surprised. "Huh? Is he calling me?" He looked at her and asked, "With this, can Emma completely recover?" Fireworks exploded, filling the sky with vibrant colors. The Saintess looked intently. Then she smiled brightly, folded her hands over her chest, and said, "May you soon be blessed for your kindness." Ian Purkis smiled radiantly with joy. Emma was still lying in the room, not yet awake, while colorful fireworks echoed outside the window. The hunting festival had finally come to an end. Vivid, colorful bursts of fireworks still hung in the air. The Saintess said, "Emma's treatment will begin tomorrow, so don't worry too much. Thank you for everything you've done, Ian. Besides, you really did a great job this time. I've healed your hand, but it will leave some lasting after effects." Ian Purkis looked down at his tightly bandaged hands and replied, "It's fine. My reflexes might be slightly reduced, but I've prepared myself mentally. I won't be able to hold a sword like before, but to save Emma, this sacrifice is well worth it." Ian thought to himself, if someone had died in that incident, I would have spent the rest of my life living in regret. The saintess said admiringly. Sacrificing yourself to help others? You're making me jealous. Ian asked, huh? What do you mean? The saintess looked at Ian and replied, You're still yourself, aren't you, Ian? She pulled Ian's hand and handed him a round red pill. A bright burst of light instantly radiated from the pill. He was taken aback. After the light faded, she immediately said, It's done. Go back and give the pill to Emma. He was surprised. This thing is extremely valuable. Saintess, isn't this a bit too reckless of you? She looked at him with a bright smile. Right, that's why we have to keep this a secret. Ian immediately replied, I didn't see a thing. The saintess praised. Very good. Hurry back to your team. Everyone must still be waiting for you. Ian turned to leave and said, Thank you so much. Saintess, I'm taking my leave. She watched Ian Purkis's retreating back and whispered, May the gods bless you. His team gathered in a rowdy, bustling crowd. Elsie excitedly raised her beer glass high. Let's all raise a glass. Everyone was laughing and chatting happily. Ian walked over. No matter how much time passed, they were still a strange group. He asked Leto Einstein, Hey, why are you sitting here? Leto looked up and replied, Come on, are you not going to let me sit here just because I didn't join the festival? Celebrating is everyone's business. We still have final exams and internship paperwork waiting for us, so happy occasions like this are pretty rare. Ian replied, You're right, but drink a bit less to stay healthy. Syria Yurdina shouted loudly. Ian, I have something to tell you, just between the two of us. He asked, What is it? Then he suggested, Let's go somewhere quieter. Celine Haster looked at the two of them, looking somewhat annoyed. Under the moonlight, Ian asked Syria, You won, are you feeling any happier? She replied, I'm not really sure. Even though I won, the person who defeated my sister was you. Ian comforted her. At least you proved yourself, didn't you? She asked, So I won't have nightmares anymore, right? Ian replied, I can't say for sure, but I know one thing. Continuing, he said, I won't let you worry anymore. Syria Yurdina blushed, shyly saying, I have something I want to tell you. Ian was surprised, thinking to himself, Just as I thought. Here it comes. She bowed deeply and said, Thank you so much. Ian, thank you so very much. Ian thought to himself, it was just a thank you after all. He was genuinely taken aback. Just saying thank you made her this embarrassed. That was so like Syria. She continued, I've learned so many things being with you over the past month. He thought about how a month ago they were just classmates. Who would have thought they could understand each other to this extent? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a necklace. But at that moment, Syria was bowing deeply so she couldn't see it. She continued, I wanted to give you something as a gift, but I didn't know what to get you. He held the necklace out in front of Syria and said, I happened to find this. Thought you'd like it, so I bought it. Sepia flowers. Your mother liked that flower, right? Real flowers wither, but the one on this pendant won't. Ian scratched his face awkwardly. It's not worth much, but I hope you like it. Syria blushed. Of course I do. From the bottom of my heart. I really like it. I'm so happy. She thought to herself, You are so special. On the back of the pendant were the words Syria, First Love. Standing nearby, Celine watched the two of them laughing and talking happily together. She felt extremely irritated inside, clenching her hands tightly into fists. Seeing Ian Purkis, Leto asked, Hey, what were you two talking about? You've been single for a long time. You should find someone. Ian replied, We weren't talking about anything specific or serious. Leto teasingly brought it up. Come to think of it, the saintess seems to be pretty nice to you. Did she fall for you too? Ian immediately retorted, What are you talking about? That makes no sense. You bastard, are you drunk? Leto's face turned completely red. No, I'm not drunk. I'm being serious. He marveled. If you keep acting like this, the whole academy is going to fall for you. Ian said, Stop talking nonsense. Then he shooed Leto away. Go back to your room and sleep. Ian Purkis returned to his room and took off his coat. He thought to himself, More importantly, no matter how I think about it, the person who fits me best can only be Celine. Could I actually become her boyfriend? How should I act around her? That afternoon, the twilight draped over everything. Ian Purkis threw on a cloak and walked alone to meet a mysterious person. She spoke up. It's been a while, hasn't it? Good to see you, he asked. How's the situation on the Eastern Front? She explained, We are severely short on manpower, but the enemy's population keeps growing. We're reaching our limit, she continued. If the supply line were stable, things would be different, but it's not. The situation is getting worse. We're trying our best in the capital, too. Ian stared closely at the woman and said, Still, you know the western and southern fronts are struggling badly, too. The scene behind her terrified him. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the tree trunks red. She said, Delphalum has approached. He was horrified. What? Come again. Her voice echoed once more. We couldn't hold them back. It turned out Ian Purkis had been having a nightmare. He suddenly woke up right after those words. He muttered to himself, Why do I keep having this nightmare? I'm almost getting used to it. He wondered, but now it's even worse? Is it because I drank too much earlier? He picked up the water bottle beside him, and as he was about to drink, he saw a letter stamped with a red seal. Surprised, he thought, this is... and opened the letter to read it. Line after line appeared clearly before his eyes. To my love, Ian Purkis, have you ever thought about love? I don't know if it's because I'm in a new relationship or because I broke up with the love of my life a few months ago, but recently I've been thinking about a lot. Holding the letter in his hands, Ian's face looked extremely bewildered, breaking into a nervous sweat. Since I got another one of these, does it mean something else is going to happen? The letter read, The fact is that you specifically chose an orphanage for that year's field mission, and the way you fought so fiercely that day. Suddenly, Ian's complexion darkened, a look of shock flashing through his eyes. So after the hunting festival, there's a field mission at an orphanage? Line by line conveyed instructions for him. Don't be careless just because you're far away from me. God is always watching the world. If you cheat, you will be punished. Accordingly, from Lucia, with love from afar. The second day of the leap month in the year 571 of the imperial calendar. Ian suddenly paused at those lines. Oh, wait, Lucia. Sweating and grimacing in frustration, he thought, Not Sepia, but Lucia? How much of a scoundrel is my future self? Oh, come on, what a trashy guy. He read on. Let me summarize what I know so far. First, if the calendar flipped by itself, it means there's a chance I lost my memory again. Second, it seems he drank the reward for first place in the hunting competition, Dragon Blood. Dragon Blood is one of the best elixirs in this world. The amount of mana in my body has doubled, surging like a waterfall. Suddenly, Ian realized something. Wait, if all this time has passed. The scene shifted to an early morning. Ian slowly walking up to a grand, imposing house. Maybe Emma has woken up. He raised his hand, knocked on the door, and announced, Saintus, it's Ian. As Ian stood waiting, he recalled the whispering chatter of passers-by, thinking to himself, since no one is staring at me, nothing strange must have happened. The door creaked open slightly. Well, if that's the case, then I'm relieved. Ian stared blankly at a flash of light that whipped across his eyes, grit his teeth, and clashed swords with urine. What is this? Why all of a sudden? Urine dashed forward powerfully. Blood splattered everywhere. Ian was still dazed by what had just occurred. He wondered what the hell. Urine bluntly threw out a cold critique. You came back even weaker than before. Ian touched the wound on his face, a look of confusion on his expression. Looks like something really did happen. Stepping inside the large house, sitting across from Ian was the Saintus. Urine stood behind the Saintus with a stern posture. The Saintus looked visibly angry, staring at him with a critical, probing glare. Ian sat nervously in his chair, sweating, his eyes darting around frantically to avoid eye contact. He thought to himself, there are signs of a fight all over the living room, cracks lining the walls. Since this mess hasn't been cleaned up yet, it probably happened just now. Ian felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that I caused this? Suddenly, the Saintus spoke up sternly. So then, the Saintus questioned, You don't remember anything that happened this week? Ian replied awkwardly, That's right. The Saintus suddenly burst out laughing. The Saintus slammed her hand on the table and yelled, Do you think I'm going to believe that? Inside, he wanted to argue back, but it's the truth. Ian spoke up, I swear to you, Saintus, I'm not lying. I really can't remember anything. On the contrary, the Saintus remained skeptical. So you're playing dumb? Suddenly, the Saintus snapped her fingers and said, I get it now, Mr. Ian. If that information has been classified, let's leave it at that. Are you trying to say I should forget what happened yesterday and just give you the information? Seriously, how important is this organization anyway? A letter was teleported over, and Ian sat there quietly with a puzzled look. Classified information, organization. What's going on? Can she do that with divine power? The saintess placed a letter on the table and spoke. This is a list of orphanages that are still struggling despite receiving aid from the Holy Kingdom. Ian tightly clenched both hands on his lap, anxiously asking himself, why did I request this? He suddenly remembered something from the lines of the letter he had read. Wait, the orphanage. Yeah, Ian hurriedly took the sheets of paper on the table. I'll make good use of this, saintess. The saintess questioned, what on earth do you plan to use it for? He looked away, answering hesitantly, I don't know either. The saintess stood up angrily. So you mean I don't need to know, huh? Purple light appeared around the saintess as she declared coldly, all the kindness I've shown you all this time was for nothing. I'm done here. Then the saintess left in a hurry, leaving Ian watching her back. He asked himself bewilderedly, what on earth happened to make the saintess act like this? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his train of thought. Urin spoke up. It looks like someone possessed you. Ian asked right back, possessed? Urin immediately answered, that's right. If you lost your memories, that would explain it. Back then, your eyes were a different color, and you were stronger than usual. Ian forced a smile. I was stronger? So he saw me fight. He pressed further. Urin, was I the one who trashed this place? Urin's face showed a hint of surprise. Pointing to his shoulders, he asked back, you don't remember slashing my shoulder? Ian was confused, sweat breaking out on his face as he suggested. Yeah. Could you tell me what happened? Urin agreed right away. All right, I'll tell you exactly everything that happened. I don't know why you and the saintess were here, but when I arrived, the atmosphere was already strange. Why was Urin here? Ian recalled Urin's cheerful, friendly face greeting him. Hey, Ian, sorry. His gaze suddenly turned extremely sharp. Because of my status, it's hard for us to meet private. Ian spoke in a serious tone. Then please allow me to get straight to the point. Can you give me information on the orphanages facing financial trouble in the East? Hearing those words from Ian, the saintess looked slightly concerned. Even though they've received Empire support, the saintess softly brushed it off. I'm sorry, but no matter how close we are, Ian, I can't hand over internal information of the Holy Kingdom. Ian continued. Is Archbishop Eindel doing well? The saintess's eyes glared down. Why are you suddenly bringing him up? Ian's fingers toyed with the rim of the teacup on the table as he spoke thoughtfully. I heard that some forces are trying to bring him down. Then he just kept going. If someone is trying to overthrow the conservative Archbishop Eindel, wouldn't it be correct to assume that's the work of the progressive faction? Listening to his words, the saintess looked uncomfortable, her face frowning slightly. I could turn a blind eye to that if you hand over the information about those orphanages to me. Urin stood behind, nervously glancing down at the saintess. The saintess only recently started using Eindel's downfall to bring him down. It was supposed to be top secret. So how does Ian know about it? He looked up at Ian smoothly, lifting his teacup to take a sip and enjoy it. Just how? No, that doesn't matter right now. If we aren't careful, our entire plan will go up in smoke. The saintess also looked up at Urin as if hinting at something. His eyes met hers, flashing with determination. Not just Ian. We have to find everyone who leaked the information and stop them from spreading it further, even if we have to use force. Ian moved the teacup away and let out a soft, cold chuckle. His face gradually changed, becoming cold and sharp, his voice carrying a bit of tension. Just try it. Right as he finished speaking, Urin furiously charged forward, intending to swing his sword to attack Ian. But he calmly and lightly threw the teacup in his hand hard forward to counter the blow. Urin swung his sword and knocked the glass flying away, Ian's eyes widening in shock. With his reaction time, he shouldn't be able to dodge it. He immediately stood up, swinging his weapon hard downward to attack Urin. But Urin managed to quickly dodge the blow. Suddenly, Urin stumbled from Ian's relentless assault, a flicker of worry passing over his face. My balance. Seizing the opportunity while Urin was off balance, Ian used his axe to land a slash on him. A bit of regret showed in Urin's heart. Damn it. I left an opening for him. Facing Ian's rapid, continuous attacks, Urin thought to himself, His axe is shorter, which means it's faster. I can't beat him in terms of speed. Seeing the battle reaching a climax, the Saintess suddenly called out loudly, "Urine!" Urine chuckled softly, his eyes looking up slightly. Ian glanced behind him and saw the Saintess with her hands clasped before her chest, emitting a golden glow around her. Urine charged forward quickly, swinging his sword to attack, laughing smugly. The Saintess's support is always amazing. Urine's brows furrowed, his eyes sharp, and he shouted loudly, "You can't dodge this attack!" Ian didn't respond, merely launching a smooth counterattack that took Urine completely by surprise. Urine's eyes widened as he looked behind him. "What the—" Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword to block Ian's axe. "It's fine, I can block it." Ian brought his axe down hard on Urine's shoulder, sending blood splattering everywhere. He gritted his teeth in agony, trying hard to endure the pain. Before his eyes was Ian's cold, terrifying face, making Urine exclaim, "No way! The Sword Society?" The second letter read, "To my beloved Ian Purkis, have you ever thought about love? I don't know if it's because I'm in a new relationship or because I broke up with my ex a few months ago, but I've been thinking about it a lot lately. I think love is like a tree, invisible until it sprouts, and then it just grows to wrap around your heart." Ian quickly plunged another sword deep into Urine's other shoulder, making him scream out in pain. Gritting his teeth, he looked down, his face darkening. "Damn it, my injured hands won't let me exert my full power." The Saintess slowly stepped closer. She swung her fist charged with power to attack Ian, but he reflexively backed away quickly. She attacked fiercely with a blow radiating a powerful, blinding light. Yet Ian remained completely calm, glaring down with a cold expression. Urine panted heavily from exhaustion, thinking to himself, the Saintess used the Holy Kingdom's martial arts and still couldn't hit him? Does he know that style of martial arts too? The Saintess prepared to rush forward, shouting with deep resolve, while Ian's eyes looked terrifyingly serene as he glared up, lightly lifting one leg to block her step. Without giving the Saintess a chance to turn things around, he hastily grabbed the arm, controlling her power. Something happened before Urine's eyes that snapped him awake, leaving him so shocked his eyes widened. Witnessing Ian swing his hand with a red surge of power that knocked the Saintess hard to the ground, Urine realized, isn't that the secret art of the Holy Kingdom? Moonshift? Urine stepped back and called out loudly, "Saintess, are you okay?" He yelled, "Ian, do you really dare lay a hand on the Saintess?" Ian tilted his head slightly to look over, answering coldly, "If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut." The Saintess asked in flustered confusion, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" A hint of confusion flashed in Ian's eyes as he spoke. The Saintess quietly tracked every single step Ian took. He walked forward slowly while the Saintess lay on her side, watching him intently, without blinking. Then Ian sat down on the chair, his voice exuding a commanding authority. "I am Ian Purkis." Hearing that, the Saintess snapped angrily, "I didn't ask that. I asked who the hell you actually are." Urine added in a low voice, "The secret art you just used definitely belongs to the Holy Kingdom, and that chopping strike was a secret art of the Sword Society, wasn't it?" He continued, "Both are secret arts of organizations, and an ordinary person definitely couldn't learn both." The Saintess clutched her injured arm, grimacing and biting her lip as she struggled to sit up. "He's right. Tell the truth, Ian. I have the authority to discipline most nobles." Ian's face showed no sign of fear or hesitation, his hand preparing to manifest powerful red surges of energy to attack again. Seeing this, the Saintess was terrified, asking in a stammering, raised voice, "What the hell are you doing?" The Saintess looked up anxiously. "That's a dragon." She couldn't stop questioning. "Dragon blood calligraphy. What is your connection to the royal family?" Ian didn't answer, quietly sitting on the chair with a stern, emotionless face. Witnessing what had just unfolded, Urine couldn't hide his shock. Dragon blood calligraphy, rumored to be usable immediately without prior knowledge, is a secret art of the royal family. An image of a brilliant, powerful golden sword surrounded by golden dragons appeared. It's only passed down to high-ranking branch members or royal guards, and since Ian can use it, he must be connected to the royal family. In that case, it's no surprise he knows those secret arts and about the Archbishop. Euron looked at Ian slack-jawed. So that's power from the royal family. Ian called out to the Saintess. He spoke up. This would have been very simple if you had just handed over the information from the start, but your refusal made things complicated. The Saintess spat back. A petitioner injures my knight and breaks my arm? If I had a few more knights, you wouldn't be like this. Ian sat rubbing his knee, asking in a stern voice, Really? You think so? The Saintess grimaced slightly, listening intently to his words. Do you know that if I wanted to, I could burn this whole place down with a flick of my fingers? Ian's eyes gleamed with a chilling, sharp intensity. The outcome is decided, so stop stalling. The Saintess gritted her teeth in frustration, lowering her face and hesitantly replying, Fine, since I'm cooperating, please turn a blind eye to the situation regarding the Archbishop. Ian replied coldly, Of course. He suddenly stepped forward, startling Euron. Ian pulled the axe out, causing blood to splatter everywhere. As soon as he pulled the sword out of him, Euron crumpled down in painful agony. Ian glanced back, seeing the Saintess slumped over. He asked mockingly, Feel humiliated? He walked straight away, leaving the dazed Euron and Saintess behind. That's the price for being stubborn. Cutting back to the present, Ian forced a smile, sweat beads dotting his face. Someone who knows secret arts of both the Sword Society and Holy Kingdom, and is even connected to the royal family, possess my body. He asked himself why. I'm just an ordinary guy. Suddenly Euron walked over, placing a hand on Ian's shoulder and mocking, though it's a bit disappointing. The current Ian is a bit weak and dumb, but pretty interesting. He waved his hand. See you later, don't get possessed again. Ian hesitantly replied, All right, see you. Just as Ian was about to speak further, Euron hurriedly slammed the door shut and left. All right, Emma is gone. Holding the paper in hand, he pondered deeply. There's no choice. I have to solve this myself. I just accepted a mission at an orphanage and have to go there to complete it instead of taking the final exam. Scene change. Ian walked up to a magnificent grand castle. Let's check the quest board first. He stepped forward to see people tearing papers off the wall. Everyone was carefully selecting their quests, which made sense. The points earned depended on the quest difficulty. But if you picked one that was too hard, you'd likely fail. So many chose safe quests with decent points. Ian looked around intently for a long time. I don't really care about grades, so I don't care about those quests. What I want is, on the wall, sheets of paper lay still before fluttering gently. A quest to an orphanage in the east receiving aid from the Holy Kingdom that was facing a financial crisis. Ian noticed a sheet of paper that read, Client, Duford Orphanage. Request, track down and eliminate monsters. Reward, 25 gold coins. Estimated difficulty, low to medium. Magical beasts appearing in the forest next to the orphanage. This is it. The estimated difficulty was low, so the reward was small, making it a quest no one would bother looking at. He picked up the paper and read it carefully. If you hadn't threatened me, I probably wouldn't have been able to repel the raid and destroy their den in time. He thought to himself, at first glance, it's just a simple monster-killing quest, but the letter said they hit a raid and their entire den. I think I understand the situation there now. Ian quietly folded the paper and slipped it into his inner jacket, got the quest, now to find teammates. He began calculating in his head. It would be easy if the people from the hunting festival team joined, but second years and below aren't allowed to take quests here, so Syria and Celine can't go. Still, among the third years, who else is there? Ian pondered. It would be nice to invite Euron, but he's busy protecting the Saintess. I want to invite another swordsman, but my circle of friends is too small. He left the crowd, scratching his head and racking his brain. There's only about a week left. I need to find someone now. But who should I get? Suddenly someone grabbed his arm. Before Ian could snap back to his senses, he was dragged away. He just looked at the person's back, asking in confusion, Who is it? The person pinned Ian against the wall. Leto grimaced, holding his hand to his chin, silently observing for a long moment. Suddenly he smiled brightly and spoke up. You're the Ian I know. Ian broke into a cold sweat and said, Who else looks like me here? Leto's expression suddenly shifted, his tone dropping low. Right, there's someone who looks like you. He pointed at Ian's face. You said you lost your memory again, right? That means you were possessed again. Ian said nothing, only offering a faint, awkward smile. Ian suddenly remembered Yurin saying the exact same thing. So he questioned, "You're being so direct. Did something happen?" Leto answered seriously, "Yeah, I talked to him once. Or to be precise," he continued, "I talked to the future version of you in your body." The second letter read, "Of course I'm talking about you. I still get butterflies thinking about how flirtatious you were when hitting on me. Frankly, you approached me with an ulterior motive, didn't you? Although what you did at the orphanage was quite suspicious, you were asked to track down and kill monsters around it. But there are many such locations, including villages in the Perkis family territory." Leto raised his voice to interrogate. "Hey, who are you?" Ian replied coldly. "Who am I? Well, Ian Perkis, obviously. So why did you suddenly pull me into this alley and ask me that?" Leto immediately brushed it off. "Cut the crap. My Ian isn't as calm as you, and he looks a lot dumber." Ian continued, "Yeah, I'm definitely not the Ian you know." Ian's gaze turned colder than ever. "But I came from very far away, yet I still can't deny the truth. I am Ian." Leto hesitated for a long moment before speaking up. "So you claim you're Ian?" he asked sternly. "How old was Celine the last time she wet the bed?" Ian answered with a straight face. 12, but Celine will claim otherwise." Leto asked next, "Why did Ariel and I break up in second year?" Ian immediately replied, "Because you were caught cheating with her younger sister, and Ariel was so embarrassed no rumors were ever spread." Leto kept firing questions. "How much money did I lose betting when I was a freshman?" Ian replied, "You said it took me about 2 years to win it back for you, so probably around 200 gold. Leto felt a bit bewildered inside. Even though I asked about embarrassing things only Ian and I know. A brief look of confusion passed over his face. Back when Ian suddenly started acting strange, he claimed he received letters from the future, though he wasn't creative enough to make up something like that. Leto demanded in a harsh voice, "Are you really from the future?" Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly. I knew something happened, but he raised his fist, lunging forward to attack, yelling, "What do you plan to do with Ian's body, you bastard?" While future Ian was possessing present Ian's body, present Ian's personality disappeared, which was why he lost all his memories. In other words, my current friend is being possessed by future Ian. Leto kept shouting furiously. "Of course I'm angry. Don't take it personally, you bastard." Ian quickly caught his hand. Leto screamed, "You should shut up and get out, let him go." Ian's face darkened, and he spoke up in response. "Don't worry, I won't stay here long. I'm only doing what needs to be done." Leto turned back angrily. "And how many times have those things you need to do almost gotten Ian killed? How much longer do we have to clean up this mess?" Ian gritted his teeth and added, "If I don't do these things, everyone will die." Hearing that, Leto gasped in shock. Ian quickly released Leto's hand, turned his face away, and left. "It was nice seeing you, Leto." But Leto still harbored many doubts. "I can't just let him walk away like this. I at least have to ask why he possessed Ian." He called out, "Why go to such lengths?" He asked anxiously, "Out of everyone, why did it have to be you going back to the past? There must be something that can stop the possession." Ian's footsteps came to a sudden halt, his eyes sharpening as he turned his face back to explain, "Because of me, because I failed." Scene change. Ian was slightly startled, asking back, "What do you mean my future self isn't like my present self?" Leto stood sternly with his arms crossed, replying, "You always encounter the weirdest things. You don't know what failed?" "Well, I don't know either." Leto's fingers generated fire. "I'll explain it visually, so pay attention. Imagine this. Future Ian's starting point is a place where a massive fire broke out and many people die. If he possesses you and then prevents that fire, you'll continue living in a future where the disaster never happened. Right?" Ian listened intently. "Now here's the question. Where do you think the future Ian who possessed you will return to?" He asked in confusion. "Well, wouldn't he return to his original future?" Leto replied, "Exactly. He'll return to the future where the disaster already happened. And when that happens, you and the Ian who possessed you become two completely separate entities. You two will have entirely different futures and become totally different people, sharing only the past." Ian forced a smile and continued, "There's still something I don't understand." He went on, The future described in the letter is very peaceful and happy. It doesn't sound like a future where everyone was wiped out like he said. Leto brightly explained further. There's an easy explanation for that. That letter must have come from an altered version of the future. The future mentioned in the letter and the future of the person who possessed you aren't the same. Time was altered once before, so it's possible it was changed again. Ian lowered his face slightly, holding his chin in deep thought. Wait, if that's true, where did the future I saw in my dream come from? If each letter comes from a different lover, that means every future is different. Doubts swirled in his heart. Good grief. How many different futures are trying to reach me? Suddenly, Leto interrupted his train of thought. And there's one more thing I haven't mentioned. He began telling the story. He left and went to the forest. I'm sure he did something, but I haven't heard any rumors yet. At this moment, a huge question arose in his mind. Is there still something I need to do that I don't know about? A flash of panic crossed Ian's face. Did you say the forest? Leto replied right away. Yeah, the southern forest where the hunting festival was held. Ian blurted out in alarm. The southern forest. Oh, how's Emma? Leto answered immediately. Emma? All right. You have no memory of what happened this past week. Emma heard a knock on the door, a voice calling out from behind it. Yes, just a moment. Emma opened the door, speaking gently. Who is it? Oh, Ian. Ian forced a smile and asked, Were you kicked out? Emma replied calmly. Of course I was kicked out. Now, why haven't you come in yet? Ian stammered awkwardly. All right. Ian scratched his head, asking shyly. How have you been lately? I have something to say. Sorry for being late. Emma asked in confusion. What are you talking about? We've already met. Emma pointed at her eyes seriously and continued. Back then, your eyes were like this. Don't thank the present me. Thank the me who visits next time. Don't you remember? Ian blushed awkwardly. Yeah. Emma stepped up and grabbed Ian's hand, opening her heart to express what was inside. Thank you so much for saving me, Ian. I heard everything you did for me. How the monster you gave up to save me was worth over 10,000 gold coins. How can I ever repay you? Ian scratched his head, averting his eyes to avoid her gaze. Don't worry about it. You don't need to repay me. Emma yelled to brush it off. Of course I have to worry. Emma lowered her face, her body trembling. What should I do? Should I become the Perkis family's alchemist? How can I repay you? Ian noticed her tightly clenched hands, trembling violently. Damn it, I only did that to ease my own guilt, but in the end it became a burden for her. He spoke in a gentle voice. Live. Hearing Ian's words, she was so moved tears welled up in her eyes. Keep living normally. Ian's soft voice resonated. Your dream, making medicine so herb gatherers won't get hurt, earning money, graduating from the academy, and living a happy life with your father. That's how you repay me. Emma suddenly giggled, then broke out into loud laughter. Ian wondered, what? Why are you laughing? Emma wiped her tears with her hand. It's just because you're so typical, Ian. That's why I'm laughing. You're such a good-natured fool. Keep acting like that, and a girl like me will end up taking advantage of you. She leaned in closer. Now, is there anything I can help you with? Ian replied right away. About that. Do you remember when we talked about whether sending a letter from the future was possible? Emma answered, Yeah. Why are you interested in that? I read a book and got curious. It also said that not just letters, but even souls can travel back to the past. She placed her hand on her chin, closing her eyes in deep thought. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and spoke up. I once said it was completely possible, but maybe that's not the case. Emma closed both eyes, speaking calmly to Ian. If it's possible, I can think of 2 scenarios. But Ian still didn't quite get her point. Dazed, he asked back, 2 scenarios? Emma's next sentence shocked Ian so much his eyes bulged, his mouth agape, and drops of sweat dripped down his cheek. The destruction of humanity, or the eradication of Delphalum. Ian had been acting like an alien who understood nothing, his face blank and clueless as he asked one question after another. The destruction of humanity? Seeing Ian acting like a complete idiot who just dropped in from Mars, Emma still calmly explained it to him. She reached out her hand, hesitating briefly before speaking. If the world is destroyed, the god Ars will lose his power, and if Delphalum disappears, others will be able to use its power. After listening to Emma's explanation, Ian was still 30% confused and 70% doubtful. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself in bewilderment. So my future self really came from a destroyed world. Seeing Ian's tense demeanor, Emma quickly tried to smooth things over. I thought we were just talking about some book, but you seem way too serious. Before Ian could even process that, Emma had already moved on to another topic. Turning her back, she walked away while looking back at Ian with a smirk. Anyway, let's stop discussing that boring stuff. You're about to go train, right? I have something to give you. Seeing that Emma had something for him made Ian curious, prompting him to completely put the previous topic aside and ask, "What is it?" Emma walked over to a cabinet, reached up, and began pulling item after item down. Carrying a bag as big as a sack in one hand, she kept picking up stuff while rambling on, "Of course it's this and this." Seeing her hands moving so fast behind her back as if she were about to give him her whole house, Ian replied in confusion, "Emma, that's way too much." Hearing that, Emma looked back and stared straight at Ian, saying, "I know, but you should take what's necessary just in case." Emma speaking in riddles all this time left him completely clueless, looking like a total idiot as he asked again, "Just in case?" Remembering the past incident when Emma was so terrified her face turned pale, kneeling on the grass and shaking Delphine, who was lying motionless on the ground, she recalled and told Ian. Not long ago, Senior Delphine was found in critical condition in the southern forest. If I hadn't found her, she might have died. That day we split up, and she went into the forest. Something definitely happened, but there's been no news at all. Hearing that, Leto's face suddenly popped into Ian's mind, raising a suspicion in him as he thought, could that bastard from the future have met Senior Delphine in the forest? Suddenly, Ian reached out his hand and asked Emma back. Maybe something else happened too. Now it was Emma's turn not to understand what on earth he was talking about. Her face went completely blank like an idiot as her mouth twitched, asking back. Something else? In Emma's mind, the image of herself standing outside Delphine's room only to be stopped by the guard's outstretched hand resurfaced. At the same time, she recounted hesitantly, I went to visit her, but I was turned away. I heard even her close friend, Ides, wasn't allowed to visit." At this point, Ian's expression completely darkened, as if he had just ruined his pants. Cold sweat kept dripping down. His mouth mumbled a two-word reply to Emma. "Got it." But in his head, he couldn't stop worrying and muttered to himself, "That bastard beat her again. How am I supposed to clean up this mess?" But a moment later, he was seen outside the door, carrying Emma's giant, oversized sack in one hand. His face was beaming as he grinned wide, looking at her to say goodbye. "All right, I'm heading out. Thanks for the meds." Emma also came out to see him off. Putting her hands behind her back, she leaned forward slightly and smiled warmly like Miss Congeniality, replying, "You're welcome. Drop by if you need anything." On top of that, Emma didn't forget to remind him, "Be careful in the forest." What a true buddy. Before closing the door, she even grinned so wide her eyes narrowed into slits, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, her mouth stretching ear to ear as she added one last sentence. "I really look forward to seeing you again." The next day, the sky was bright and clear. Ian's footsteps echoed as he moved forward through the palace. Ian walked up and stood before Delphine, who was sitting on the bed dressed in pure white, her entire body wrapped in bandages in a pitiful sight. Delphine sat there looking out the window, taking in the view. Ian stood there thinking to himself, not daring to say it out loud. I wasn't allowed to visit at first either, but a letter changed that. Ian felt a pang of guilt and stared exasperatedly at the letter lying on the bed sent by Ian Purkis, which read, "If you don't want to suffer anymore, accept the visit." Looking at the letter, Ian showed no sign of surprise or confusion. He just thought in bewilderment. As expected, "It's thanks to my future self." Suddenly, Delphine gritted her teeth so hard she was trembling uncontrollably. Standing behind her, Ian was so worried seeing her like that his jaw dropped. Having been in the room all this time, Ian finally opened his mouth to ask about Delphine's health. "How are you feeling now, Senior Delphine?" Instead of answering the kid's question, Delphine tried to suppress her rage, turning around to ask Ian back, "Why are you here?" Delphine asked while knitting her brows so tightly she looked like a grumpy old lady. She kept biting her lip as if holding back tears, looking genuinely tormented. Apparently oblivious to Delphine's contemptuous attitude, whether he was playing dumb on purpose or actually stupid, Ian casually replied without a shred of shame, "I came to check on you. We're close enough to visit each other, aren't we?" Those words were like the final straw, and Delphine couldn't hold it in any longer. Closing both eyes tightly with a scowl, she was mad as hell and shouted at the top of her lungs, "How dare you say that? You're the one who did this to me." Right after cursing him out, Delphine immediately snapped her head away, refusing to even look at Ian's face. She was completely fed up with him. Looking out the window, Delphine muttered, "Did you come here to mock me? To see how crazy I've become?" Ian had been standing rooted behind Delphine's back all this time without sitting down. He just stood there dazed with a blank look on his face, listening to Delphine ramble to herself. "Look, go ahead and look. My pride, my confidence, you completely destroyed them. Look at the person you ruined. I don't have a single drop of self-respect left." Realizing their bond was beyond saving, Ian didn't talk back at all after getting chewed out, only managing a faint, hesitant question, "Does it hurt, senior?" But meanwhile, feeling both pain for her and telling himself in his head, "The situation is worse than I thought. Even though I didn't do it, I still feel guilty. What the hell? I didn't even do it, and I feel guilty? What are you, a living Buddha, bro?" Hearing the guy ask such an obvious question pissed Delphine off to no end. Still scowling angrily, she snapped her head around to glare at Ian and shouted again, "Of course it hurts." But right after screaming at his face, Delphine instantly deflated like a popped balloon. Drenched in sweat and flustered, she stammered on, "It hurts so much." Okay, we get it. It hurts. Calm down." Delphine then snapped her head away again. She raised her hand to gently wipe away her tears, not wanting Ian to see. She might be battered, but she wasn't broken. She might be sick, but she still had her pride. Seeing Delphine start to snuffle, Ian stood there and thought piteously to himself, "How tragic, but why is she acting like a tragic heroine?" But without caring about poor Delphine, his attitude flipped faster than a pancake. Ian straightened his face and adopted an accusing tone toward the sick, bedridden Delphine. "Did you know Syria only cries when talking about her mother? Yet her older sister took advantage of that and led the bullying. Didn't you feel anything when you bullied her?" Hearing that while sick snapped Delphine awake. Clenching the blanket tightly with one hand, she turned to Ian in guilt, raising an eyebrow and stammering incoherently, "That." But without letting Delphine finish her explanation, Ian lowered his head again, scowling with gritted teeth, and angrily unloaded on Delphine like a machine gun. "You didn't even look at Syria when she cried. So don't act like a victim just because you got beat up a little. You make me sick." Damn, saying that to a sick person is straight up sinful, bro. On top of that, she's a girl. As if feeling his insults weren't enough, Ian added one last line to lecture Delphine. "Looks like you need a serious attitude adjustment, senior." Hearing that line, Delphine was so shocked her eyes rolled back as if she couldn't believe her ears. Her eyebrows kept twitching like someone was pulling them up with strings. Sitting on the bed, Delphine suffered a total mental breakdown. Tears welled up in her eyes, ready to burst if he said one more word. With her brows furrowed, she stared at Ian and stammered back, "What?" Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Ian stepped closer to Delphine's bed, scaring her half to death as she trembled and said, "Get back. You said you wouldn't attack me anymore." As Ian came close, he reached his hand into his inner coat pocket, preparing to pull out something that looked so mysterious it sent chills down her spine. Delphine sat there clutching her head like a terrified lunatic. Trembling like a leaf, she kept groaning painfully, "Ah, please, don't hit me anymore." After that, she even let out a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig. Nobody had done anything yet. Nobody had even touched her. But instead of pulling out something dangerous, Ian simply drew a piece of paper from his inner pocket. Seeing Ian place the piece of paper under the blanket, right in front of her, Delphine froze completely like stone, her trembling coming to a halt. She scowled, unable to comprehend what was happening or what the hell that piece of paper was. While staring at the puzzling paper, Delphine kept clutching her head tightly like a crazy person. Ian's voice rang out again, cold as melting ice. "You're free for the upcoming practical mission, right?" Not understanding what the hell Ian was blabbering about, Delphine, 30% confused and 70% anxious, bit her lip so hard it looked like it was about to bleed. Though trembling violently, she still had to open her mouth to answer. "Huh? What? I mean, yeah, that's right." Facing Delphine's blank face, which had been frozen for 5 seconds in disbelief at what she had just heard, Ian opened his mouth and said something incredibly blunt. "Fix your attitude by doing some volunteer work. Saying that to a woman is insanely rude, man." After saying his piece, Ian didn't bother giving Delphine another glance and turned to leave immediately. Still not entirely satisfied, he turned his head back slightly to look at her, the corner of his mouth curving into a calm smile as if nothing had happened. He kept nagging her. "We're leaving next week, so get ready." Before Delphine could even process everything that had just happened, the clueless guy was already walking out, prompting her to call after him by reflex. "Wait." But Ian remained as cold-blooded as Jeff the Killer. He walked out of the room and slammed the door shut with a click. One of Ian's hands was still stuffed in his pant pocket. With a somber face, he thought to himself, "I'll never know what happened to my future self. But this is a big win. Among the swordsmen, hardly anyone is stronger than Senior Delphine. I can ask her about it next time." Knowing she's both pretty and strong, yet saying such provocative things to her. Is this dude crazy or what? Scenes of his life suddenly replayed in Ian's mind, from Elsie looking at him in a furious scowl and screaming at Delphine, "Ah, why wasn't it me?" to the image of him suddenly raising a sharp, shiny axe with one hand, scaring her so badly she jumped out of her skin and shrieked. Recalling those images, Ian's internal monologue continued in his head, and after convincing her, I managed to recruit Senior Elsie as well. We'll take the 2 best fourth-year students on a mission to the orphanage. A while later, Ian was seen holding a briefcase tightly. Before he knew it, a week had passed, and it was time to leave. Standing in front of the portal, many people were also standing with Ian before a giant hole in the sky that looked just like a cosmic black hole. In front of them stood an instructor. "Passing through this gate will allow you to instantly travel to major hubs across the continent." Ian's destination was the RF Force Orphanage, far away from the big cities. Ian stepped forward and handed a small slip of paper to the instructor, his other hand still tightly clutching his briefcase. Ian kept walking while lost in thought. "So we'll have to hire horses and ride for another half day." The image of Elsie grinning ear to ear as she walked ahead appeared, backed by 3 entire male students escorting her, looking as proud as a peacock. Along with it came Ian's thought. The 2 fourth years each have a few followers, and clearly there are some matters to take care of beforehand. So it seems they'll arrive a day or 2 after me. Image after image flashed through Ian's mind. He seemed to have quite an active imagination. Now came the scene of short Elsie standing face to face with Delphine. The 2 of them didn't seem to get along at all, as visible sparks seemed to crackle between them. Delphine looked immensely pleased with herself. With one hand on her hip, a disdainful smirk sat on her face. Ian's train of thought kept flowing like a stream. If I consider this the price to pay for their strength, staying alone for a few days isn't a big deal. Suddenly, just as he was about to step through the spatial gate, a strange noise came from behind Ian, catching his attention. Ian turned his head to check out the situation, only for his eyes to land straight on the disgusting face of the Saintess, who was glaring at him out of the corner of her eye. On top of that, she covered her mouth with her hand and kept bad-mouthing him. Why is this trash here, too? In stark contrast to the Saintess's snobbish attitude, Urin, standing behind her, offered a friendly smile upon seeing Ian. He raised his hand and waved at Ian like a best friend of 10 years. But Ian only paid attention to that bitch's unpleasant face. He muttered to himself in annoyance. Maybe I should just end this quickly with an axe. Ian then knitted his brows, turned around, and casually asked her, "Do you hate me that much?" The 2 of them, standing in a massive room flooded with bright sunlight, bickered like cat and dog. The Saintess replied, "I just accidentally let my disgust spill out." "Oh wait, no. Actually, those are my true feelings." Seeing this bitch speak without an ounce of hesitation, Ian was 30% helpless and 70% exasperated. You didn't even bother hiding it. A moment later, the Saintess was seen walking ahead of Ian. She turned her head back and gave him a look of utter disgust, as if looking at a stray dog, while constantly taunting him. It seems you don't have any companions. Shouldn't you care more about your own situation? You reap what you sow, after all. The three of them stepped into the spatial gate together. Ian turned to look at the Saintess with a face contorted like a monkey's rear, his mouth twisted as he explained to that toxic woman, "My companions have matters to attend to, so they'll arrive late." Hearing that, the Saintess let it slide this time, though her attitude remained somewhat suspicious as she asked back, "Oh, really? I'll believe you for now." Trash Ian. Poor Urine could only walk behind them in utter awkwardness, listening to the two of them bicker back and forth without being able to do anything to smooth things over. Now it was Ian's turn to taunt the Saintess. Raising an eyebrow, he narrowed his eyes in contempt, looking at her with a mock smile and asking, "Does your team only have 2 people for this mission? Are you sure it's not because of your personality that no one dares to join you?" But this chick turned out to be mentally tough. She turned to stare straight at Ian, placed a hand on her chest, and replied briskly with a proud, smug smile, "Well, as the Saintess, I shall wander wherever I please. I'll be doing some volunteer work instead of a practical mission." As the two talked, both had smiles on their faces, yet the atmosphere crackled with static electricity. Ian faced the Saintess directly, flashed a smile, and said nonchalantly, "I wish everyone could see right through your hypocrisy. Farewell, two-faced Saintess." The Saintess didn't back down either. She kept looking down at Ian with disdain and hit back with a radiant smile. "I return those exact words right back to you." Trash Ian, standing behind them. Urine listened to their bickering, so flustered he broke out in a cold sweat. After satisfying his tongue with the argument, Ian brushed it off and walked away. He didn't forget to say goodbye. "I'm off." Urine stood behind, watching Ian's figure depart alongside the Saintess. Suddenly, he stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Ian. Tilting his head slightly with a friendly smile, Urine asked, "Hey Ian, where are you headed?" Seeing Urine randomly approach to talk to him, Ian let out a soft "huh" before quickly answering, "Jordo Orphanage." Hearing that, Urine smiled happily and said to Ian, "Looks like we'll be traveling together for a bit." Standing behind them, the Saintess had an attitude completely opposite to Urine's. She gasped in shock, flinched, and whined, "Oh dear, why must I endure this trial?" Seeing this bitch hold a grudge against him all this time, Ian scowled in annoyance, glared at her, and cursed inwardly. Seriously, this woman. But as if oblivious to Ian's furious expression, the Saintess kept her eyes closed and rambled to herself. "However, I am the Saintess, and if this is God's will, I shall obey unconditionally." The shameless face of Ian muttering the words, "obey unconditionally," also naturally crossed his mind, leaving Ian looking completely blank, cluelessly asking back, "What's that supposed to mean?" Suddenly, the Saintess's face turned serious. She knitted her brows tightly and patiently explained to him, though without forgetting her habit of mocking Ian. How surprising to see a thug taking an interest in God's teachings. Unconditional obedience means devoting oneself unto death, if that is God's will. A moment later, the Saintess walked ahead with Urine, leaving dumbfounded Ian standing behind. As she strode toward the spatial door, she kept blabbering lectures at him. "Someone like you will never understand the true value of obedience." Standing behind her, Ian didn't give a damn about the Saintess's taunts. He just walked while carrying on an internal monologue in his head. "Seems like my future self said something similar." Even as he stood before the portal, Ian was still lost in thought. There's no way he would say nonsense. There must be a reason why he said that back then. Suddenly, while lost in thought, Ian opened his mouth slightly, as if lamenting his miserable life, complaining in his head, how did I even end up in this situation?" He remembered reading the letter, breaking into a cold sweat out of sheer confusion. At first, Ian just thought it was someone's prank. But when Emma was covered in blood from head to toe, sitting limply on the ground, looking so exhausted she was about to faint, he thought to himself, but from Emma's ambush to the hunting festival, Everything happened exactly as predicted in the letter. A strange wolf that looked terrifying out of nowhere appeared, its mouth dripping with blood, leaving Ian wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. It was thanks to those letters that he managed to avoid those incidents. Ian's feet kept striding forward, while his head didn't stop thinking. How exactly were those letters sent from the future? I still don't know whether failing to protect the future will actually lead to the apocalypse. But standing tall inside the spatial gate a moment later, Ian's face turned resolute. He clenched his fist tightly in determination, telling himself, "There's one thing I must do. This time, too, I'll follow the signs and prevent the incident." In pain, Ian slowly opened his eyes. What am I doing again? Looking toward the sword, he suddenly realized, that's right, I'm fighting that thing. Now, right before Ian's eyes was Guilford with his sharp teeth. Struggling to stand up, he spoke. "That was a close one. Damn it, I thought I was a goner." Right then, he suddenly unleashed a dangerous strike. Despite his exhausted strength, Ian raised his sword high with resolve. "Come on, this piece of trash isn't done yet." Instantly, the two engaged in an intense battle. Sensing his opponent was far too strong, he grimaced and thought to himself, "I can't lose to something like this." The tension between Guilford and Ian grew even thicker. Suddenly, he arched his back and let out a terrified roar, while he gripped the weapon tightly in his hands and charged forward. With eyes blazing like fire, Ian gasped inwardly. If what that second letter said is true, a few days ago, inside that peaceful building, a voice rang out. "Thank you for taking the trouble to come here." It was the calm voice of Guilford, the director of the orphanage. "Unfortunately, I can only offer this cheap tea. I am truly sorry." Sitting opposite him was Ian, who cheerfully replied, "This is more than enough. Please don't worry about it." Guilford smiled gently and said, "By the way, I'm really surprised that not only a young master from the academy came." Then he turned to look at the Saintess and continued, "But the Saintess herself came in person as well." Hearing that, she immediately answered in joy, "There is no place in this world untouched by God's blessings." Listening to that, Ian complained inwardly. Out of all the orphanages, why did she have to pick this one? Then he quietly recalled the previous letter and speculated, but if I use the second letter as a clue, this is the only mission related to an orphanage. The beast subjugation mission fits it perfectly. Just as Ian was lost in thought, the Saintess's voice rang out again. "Though Ian really surprised me." She turned to look at him with a smile, remarking, "Both aggressive and arrogant. Someone like Ian doesn't seem to have a single drop of civic-mindedness. I wonder what made things turn out like this." Hearing that, Ian gasped internally. "Man, this chick really is..." He quickly spoke up to change the subject. "Before that, I'd like to ask something." Ian's tone carried a hint of seriousness. "Is this mission really just a normal monster subjugation?" Facing this question, Guilford sank into silent thought for a moment before slowly speaking up. "It happened late at night a few months ago." Right now, images from memory surfaced along with Guilford's voice. "That night, I took a little girl who was complaining she couldn't sleep out for a walk in the garden." But suddenly his voice dropped, becoming mysteriously low. That's when it appeared. Guilford's voice trembled slightly with fear. A gigantic primate-like monster. The scene of that tiny little girl being snatched in an instant by a rough hand flashed by, before it vanished at high speed into the deep forest. He recounted gloomily. "It snatched the little girl in the blink of an eye and vanished into the dark." Hearing the following words, Ian was slightly stunned. Since then, it has appeared once a month. Beside him, the Saintess's eyes also widened and snatched a child away. Guilford's tone carried a hint of fear. Soon, it will appear again. That fear became increasingly evident on his face. Then, another innocent child will. Seeing Guilford so uneasy, the Saintess immediately offered words of encouragement. "You don't need to worry. We'll cooperate and put an end to this tragedy together. Could you tell us a bit more?" The conversation was over. Ian escorted her outside. Suddenly, the Saintess spoke up to ask him, "You noticed it too, didn't you?" Ian replied right away, "That's right. It's definitely no ordinary monster," he stated with a stern voice, "appearing once every exact month, targeting only one person, and being smart enough to kidnap people instead of killing them. Ian spoke up again with his assessment. I feel like it possesses human-level intelligence, at the very least, a high-tier monster. At this moment, the girl beside him was scheming a plan with the Saintess, relying solely on our strength. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to resolve this smoothly. We should try seeking help from the Holy Kingdom. She replied decisively. If he could, he would have called them a long time ago. At this moment, the girl beside him was scheming a plan with the Saintess, relying solely on our strength. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to resolve this smoothly. We should try seeking help from the Holy Kingdom. She replied decisively. If he could, he would have called them a long time ago. Her tone was extremely firm. Unless there's evidence showing a much grander conspiracy hidden behind this incident, there's no way we can move them. Hearing that, Ian calculated in his mind. If we can't count on help from the Holy Kingdom, our current forces consist of only me, the Saintess, and Urine, plus Delphine and Elsie, who will arrive later. Suddenly, he smiled in helplessness. At least everyone's skills are reliable. We might be able to resolve this, as long as they're willing to cooperate. Contrary to Ian's thoughts, Elsie shouted at the top of her lungs. No way, she snapped and nitpicked. What do I get out of doing stuff like this in a middle-of-nowhere town like this? Delphine beside her also let out a sigh and said gloomily, There's no reason for me, the heir of the Urdina family, to meddle in such a petty matter. Witnessing his plan fall apart, Ian didn't surrender. Instead, he grew resolute. Naturally, I'll do it myself. This is the duty of a noble. I changed my mind, that's actually a great idea. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, Anyway, as I explained, we have to take turns standing guard to prepare for the monster's attack. They were still listening to Ian speak with utterly bored expressions. Currently, we only have information regarding its appearance, so please pay close attention to prevent any unexpected situations. They were still listening to Ian speak with utterly bored expressions. Currently, we only have information regarding its appearance, so please pay close attention to prevent any unexpected situations. Before Ian could finish speaking, her gaze filled with disgust, and killing intent cut him off. He asked in total bewilderment, What are you dissatisfied with this time? The Saintess said in a snappy voice. In the end, you just used brute force and threats to make them listen. That's practically torture. Hearing that, Ian felt completely helpless and thought to himself, She always finds a way to complain about whatever I do. Talking to her is a total waste of time. In this dire situation, this is the best preparation we can make. After this, all we can do is stay vigilant and do our jobs well. At the orphanage, the atmosphere was lively as they cleaned up together with the kids. The warmth that the Saintess was giving to the children were the grimaces on Elsie's and Delphine's faces as they had to eat food that didn't suit their taste. Outside, Ian was still on high alert, watching over everything. He thought to himself, It's been 3 days and still nothing. I wonder if that thing is scared because our numbers grew, but nothing happening is for the best. Suddenly, Ian complained wearily. Elsie is so late. Her shift was supposed to start a long time ago. That was why he went inside to look for her. Elsie, it's time to swap shifts. Is something wrong? Before Ian's eyes was now a chaotic scene along with Elsie screaming up a storm. Seriously, these brats. Stop messing with me. Let go of me. I'll make you all pay. The look on one child's face seemed terribly distressed. Save me. Seeing that, he immediately grew annoyed and spoke up. Elsie, step outside for a moment. Outside, Ian confronted her directly. You don't need to get mad. You could just talk nicely. Elsie replied stubbornly. It's because they provoked me first. Hearing that, he continued. Why are you being so childish with kids? I get how you feel, but they're just children after all. Hearing these words, she blamed him heavily. What do you know? Not want to make a big deal out of it. Elsie had no choice but to say, Whatever, forget it. If you want to lecture me, go somewhere else. I'll patrol by myself and come back. Ian immediately chimed in to remind her. Elsie, don't walk near dark spots, at least carry a lantern with you. Unaware that Guilford in his monster form was right ahead, Elsie turned her head with a scowl and replied, Just leave me alone. Seeing that, he was utterly terrified. Now, Guilford quickly lunged at her. He instinctively let out a loud shout. The second letter, it was from that day that I started keeping an eye on you. Before that, I only felt threatened by you, but gradually I came to believe that all your actions had a reason. Because if you hadn't threatened me that day, there's no way we could have repelled the attack and destroyed that nest. Once again, I want to sincerely thank you. Thank you for teasing me back when I was an innocent girl. Thank you for the long, lingering pain from my hair condition, and for letting me stand by your side. All of it was God's blessing. Emmanuel, Guilford's attack came out of nowhere, accompanied by Ian's panicked scream. Elsie, he scowled and muttered to himself, "Damn it, she's too far away." Instantly, Ian raised his sword high, with eyes blazing like fire. By the time he scooped up Elsie and vanished, Ian realized he was too late. Up ahead, she was screaming in utter terror. Seeing that, Ian was frantic with worry. "You bastard!" He immediately sprinted with all his might to chase after them, running blindly forward without caring about anything else. Ian yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stop!" With that massive body of his, there was no way he could catch up. It ran too fast and vanished. Running deep into the forest and losing his sense of direction, Ian cursed under his breath. Damn it. Standing in the middle of the dark forest, he gasped out loud. It got away. Then Ian quickly composed himself. "Calm down. I need to do what I can right now. My perception skills are much sharper than before. I can definitely track it down." Just like that, he focused intently, asking himself, "Where is it?" Ian's ability quickly picked up the enemy's location. "Found you, you bastard." How could it plunge so deep into the forest in such a short time? Right now, his pupils contracted, clearly revealing astonishment at his own power. Ian felt the movement. Where is it running off to all of a sudden? Once again, Ian lost track of Guilford. The monster's aura had vanished, leaving only a faint trace of Elsie's remaining aura. What on earth is it looking for? On the cold ground, Elsie was groggily waking up. Rubbing her head, she muttered to herself, "Did I pass out? Looks like I'm in the forest where those monsters hide." Suddenly, mocking images resurfaced, making Elsie feel a bit displeased. This sucks. Out of nowhere, those terrible memories flooded back. Did that monster kidnap me just because I looked small? Huge mistake. I'll make you pay dearly for pissing me off. Standing in the middle of the empty forest, she schemed quietly. Looks like they're starting to gather. I heard there are smaller monsters living in this forest too. Right at this moment, Elsie slowly chanted a spell. "I'll let you witness the power of the greatest genius mage from the Rainilla family." In the blink of an eye, several terrifying demons charged out to the sound of her voice. The ability of Elsie Rainilla. Her voice instantly turned rock solid. Shield. Even so, a monkey monster recklessly attacked Elsie anyway. Enraged, she instantly launched a spell in retaliation. Lightning Bolt. With that raw power, Elsie crushed the monkey monster straight onto the ground. The others were also instantly struck down as she raised her staff and cast lightning spells. Not stopping there, Elsie launched an even more fierce strike. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an intruder dropped straight down from above. Another monkey monster went head-to-head with her. "Damn it, my shield." Elsie flew into a rage. Lightning Bolt. She glanced back slightly. The ones I electrocuted earlier are getting back up. This is seriously the absolute worst. If only there were a swordsman here to hold them off in front. Right at this moment, a monkey monster lunged forward savagely. Suddenly, a sound zipped past. It was Ian. Reaching out his hand, he spoke up. "Elsie, are you okay?" Seeing him come to her rescue, Elsie rejoiced inwardly. Ian covered the ground frantically, his footsteps rushing forward. Curious, Elsie asked, "Why are we running away? Let's take this chance to wipe them out completely." Ian answered immediately, "That's impossible. They have an overwhelming advantage in this dense forest. Plus, more of them might come rushing at us. Escaping this forest is our top priority right now. What if they keep following us?" His tone was full of tension. "I heard the little ones won't leave the forest. Even if they chase us, we'll have a much bigger advantage outside than in here." Now, the exit was clearly visible right before their eyes, and Ian cheered internally. We're about to make it out. Yet he turned his head back slightly, thinking everything was fine and that they weren't pursuing anymore. If we just head straight back to the base. At that moment, Guilford was right behind them, baring his teeth terrifyingly. Ian shouted out loud. It's the monster from earlier. Immediately, he leaped down, his feet moving swiftly along with his sword. Ian bravely stood up against Guilford, protecting Elsie. His face looked a bit annoyed. This thing's speed is way too fast for its massive size. I almost couldn't block it in time. With that thought, Ian unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. The two clashed fiercely. From behind, Elsie spoke up. Hold on a bit longer. I'll support you with magic. He immediately rejected. No, use your magic to send a signal to the base and let them know where we are. He was insanely strong, making Ian struggle immensely. Damn it, I can barely hold my ground for even a second. Right at this moment, Guilford raised his sharp claws, preparing to deliver a terrible slash to him. In the end, it was pure luck that only Ian's sword got knocked away. Stunned, he immediately pulled out another weapon. Are you kidding me? Did this monster just use battle aura? Once again, Ian's weapon was sent flying by Guilford. On the side, Elsie screamed in panic. I'm ready. I'll send a signal right now. Hearing that, he instantly switched targets. Ian immediately realized what was happening. Seeing Guilford sprinting toward her, he could only yell at the top of his lungs. Elsie, watch out. Right at this moment, Elsie's signal let out a thunderous bolt of light. That lightning shot high up into the sky, illuminating her completely clueless face. Because the scene unfolding before her eyes was Ian taking a fatal blow from Guilford to shield her. Even though he didn't have the upper hand, he still faced him with sheer arrogance and said, Hey, if you don't want to die, you'd better get the hell out of here. Right now, my friends are on their way. Guilford's eyes rolled back, sparking with rage. He immediately yanked his weapon straight out of Ian's stab wound and ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. At that moment, Ian turned his head slightly toward her and said, Elsie, you're not hurt, right? Elsie genuinely felt that Ian was the one who should be worried about. This is really not the time to be asking that. Right now, his face had turned pale and his voice was slurred, yet he looked completely fine, or at least that was how he appeared on the outside. The second he finished his sentence, Ian collapsed onto the ground, leaving her in complete shock. Ian, that scream grew more and more desperate. Hey, Ian, the second letter, I miss you so much, and I always pray for your safety. PS1. I heard that Brute from Empire was recently exiled to Aaroncourt in the west of the continent, right? Serves him right. PS2. Don't think you're safe just because you're in the Imperial capital. The gods are always watching over the entire world. If you deceive me, you will face proper retribution from afar. Thinking of her beloved Lucia. Imperial year 571, month of reincarnation. Day 2. The Saintess's hand was decisively pouring wine. In an instant, those two wine glasses clinked together, sloshing gently. Then she softly took a quick sip of wine. Seeing that, Ian spoke up. I had no idea you drank. The Saintess humbly replied, I only started trying to drink recently, because if I don't use alcohol to blur my senses, I really can't stand this reality. Suddenly, he asked, Up until now, have you understood Sepia's feelings yet? Her tone immediately turned a bit irritated. You really shouldn't bring up another woman when we're in a situation like this. Hearing that, Ian just quietly poured more wine. The two raised their glasses together again, opening up as the liquor flowed. The Saintess now shared her inner thoughts. I used to be extremely confident in the power I possess. He chimed in. After all, saving others without letting anyone get hurt is truly a rare gift, especially in a chaotic world like today's. Even so, she was still deeply troubled, but now I'm not so sure anymore. It's useless. I really can't change anything with this kind of power. Ian quickly reassured her. Please don't beat yourself up anymore. Right now, the situation across all fronts has fallen into a dangerously high red alert. It seems the Holy Kingdom intends to abandon the Holy Capital to fend for itself. Her tone turned somewhat solemn. This is definitely because of the news that the Saintess has passed away. Then her voice gradually turned to anger. Why did everything get this bad? If only we had settled things completely at that orphanage back then. Hearing that, he immediately remarked, dwelling on if only at a time like this isn't going to do any good. The Saintess suddenly clenched her fist and spoke up. I know that, but we have no choice but to follow orders to the letter. Right now, Ian's mind was feeling a bit hazy. Are these fragments of memories from the future? A slightly hazy gaze, a very familiar face. Hysanus's voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, you're awake?" As Ian was inside the orphanage, her voice continued. "I just put the kids to bed and was planning to close my eyes and rest for a bit." The saintess slowly recounted what happened. Right at that moment, thunder suddenly roared from the direction of the deep forest, and Delphilum assured me that it was a distress signal, so I rushed over right away. Hearing that, Ian just gave a dry smile and replied, "It's a good thing you were still awake then." Suddenly, her tone became deadly serious. "There's nothing funny about this. When I reached the scene, your condition was extremely critical. Ian, if that stab wound had been just a little higher, you would have lost your life. Looking at it from a certain perspective, you got incredibly lucky." The saintess didn't forget to mention Guilford. Luckily, the director quickly caught on and had an empty room prepared in advance, so we were able to treat you right away without wasting a single second. Hearing these words, he softly remarked, "I've really bothered everyone way too much. I don't even know how to properly apologize." She continued to strictly instruct Ian, "Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. I still have to purify the remaining demonic energy hidden inside you." Instantly, Ian replied with a bright smile, "It's such a relief to have the saintess here to help." She wasn't softened by that compliment either. "All right, cut the polite small talk and recount to me in detail what happened back then." Only then did he slowly recall everything. "There are a few points that have been bugging me. First of all, those small monkey monsters seem to be acting as an organized pack." Ian continued. "That large pack leader abandoned the kidnapped child in the middle of the deep forest, and it seemed to entrust the rest of the job to the lower-tier monsters. It even ignored Senior Elsie and had no intention of finishing her off. But I still can't figure out what their real goal is or what they plan to do with the kids." Suddenly, he hesitated a bit. "Besides, this is actually the most unbelievable part." Perhaps Ian's next words would shock anyone. "It seems that Leader Monster is capable of using aura." The saintess's eyes immediately widened. "A creature like a monster actually knows how to use aura? I've never heard of such a strange thing in my life." Not stopping there, he kept telling her, "It moved at such extreme speed that I can't be 100% sure. But from my perspective, that's clearly the truth." Suddenly, her voice sounded a bit exhausted. "The list of things we need to clear up just keeps getting longer." Ian suddenly fell into a thoughtful silence. A monster entity with high intelligence, capable of commanding its own kind and even using aura. Now I can say for sure that some terrible secret is hidden deep inside that forest. That broom kept softly sweeping across the floor, yet it couldn't sweep away Elsie's heavy heart. She recalled that night and blamed herself. "It's all because of me that Ian had to." Just thinking about it, Elsie bit her lip so hard she clenched the broom handle tight. Suddenly a voice called out, "Hey, my little big sis." She frowned and scolded, "Hey, stop calling me by that name, or I'll beat you up." The child ran over excitedly and spoke up, "He's awake." The little girl's next words suddenly made Elsie blush. "The big brother who saved you. Everyone says he's woken up." Hearing that, she immediately sprinted off. "Hey, please cover my duty for a bit." The little girl gasped in surprise. Wait, where did she run off to, leaving her work unfinished? Now, Elsie's face was full of brightness. He's still alive. He actually made it through death's door. Standing right in front of the door, she hesitated a bit. Gosh, he gave me such a scare. Anyway, I just need to go take a quick look at his face. And another worry surfaced in Elsie's heart. But how should I speak to him? In what capacity can I face him? Now that worry grew even bigger. Why would someone like him risk his life to save a person like that? At this moment, she remembered her miserable childhood, always looked down upon by her own family, just because of her small stature. I had to try to protect my position by instilling fear through brutal power and ruthlessness. There's no way anyone would genuinely care about someone like that. Ever since she was little, Elsie had to accept that this was just the law of nature. I understand that better than anyone. Because of that, she was extremely confused. So what reason made him do that? Suddenly, the door right in front of Elsie opened. Seeing her, Ian was a bit surprised. Then he softly gasped, "Senior Elsie?" She hesitantly replied, "I heard a rumor that you woke up so I just came by to check. Contrary to Elsie's earlier worries, Ian smiled brightly and said, "Thank goodness. Are you hurt anywhere?" Facing this morning's sunlight, her heart seemed to flutter. Elsie felt guilty and snapped irritably. "Look at the state you're in. How do you have the free time to worry about others?" Her nagging grew louder and louder. "I seriously can't understand it. You're the one who just came back from the dead. Are you even aware of that? Don't you dare dream that I'll easily say thank you just because you saved my life." Suddenly, Elsie lowered her voice. "In the first place, what kind of crazy reason made you risk your life to save me anyway? I really am an idiot. In the end, this is the only way I know how to communicate." Ian gently replied, "I'm not sure if this counts as a valid reason, but..." His voice turned clear again. "At that moment, I simply felt that I absolutely had to save you, and no other thoughts popped into my head. It was just that simple." Perhaps those words touched her heart. "Honestly, you always act so foolishly. What kind of weird answer is that?" Elsie lowered her head, smiling happily. "That is clearly not a persuasive reason at all, you know." Suddenly, Ian brought up something else. Before she could finish her sentence, she ran away. "All right, Senior, about those monsters." Witnessing this scene, the Saintess felt a bit helpless. She just turned around and left without a single word of thanks. It seems those unpleasant rumors about her aren't entirely made up after all. Ian didn't mind at all, just gave a dry laugh and spoke up. "Oh, come on, as long as she's safe and sound, my mind is at ease." Then he continued, "Back to the main point. You mean even if the situation is this dire, it's still hard for us to call for backup?" The Saintess gently replied, "This is clearly an unusual incident, but we still lack concrete evidence to convince the Knight Orders to dispatch troops over an incident of this scale." Hearing that, Ian chimed in, "I understand we need concrete proof, but if we rely solely on our current forces..." She agreed and replied, "Indeed, with our small numbers right now, there's not much we can manage." Outside, a few new arrivals appeared, and he asked in confusion, "Why do you have that look on your face? Is someone else coming here?" The Saintess immediately answered, "When I reported that you were in danger, I received a response saying they would set off to come here right away. It looks like they've arrived." From outside, a few lively voices echoed, "Is it here? Is this the right room? Open the door quickly." Those who showed up were none other than Leto, Celine, and Sepia. Ian, Senior Ian. Ian, seeing them arrive, he was extremely surprised. "Leto, Celine, and even Sepia? Is it really you guys?" Checking Ian's condition, Leto spoke up, "Jesus, why do you bring a mountain of trouble upon yourself every single day?" Celine gently added, "We caught the fastest coach possible to get here the moment we heard the news." "Are you really okay, Senior?" At this moment, the Saintess suddenly spoke up, "Well then, I'll take my leave so you all can have your private space to talk. Take care of your health." Seeing this, Ian was a bit stunned. She flipped back to her innocent act so fast, it really takes your breath away. Right at this moment, Sepia grabbed Ian's hand. She spoke up gently, "I've been worried sick ever since I found out you want to hunt those monsters, Senior, but I really didn't expect you to be injured this badly." He smiled radiantly and replied, "I'm so sorry for causing everyone to worry, but having you all here right now is a total lifesaver. I'm actually seriously considering needing your help." Right now, Ian silently reassessed the situation. A Saintess along with her loyal guardian, two highly promising skilled swordsmen from the great Yerdina family, a fifth-tier battle mage with practical long-range support capabilities, and even a theoretical mage to back us up with deep knowledge and research. With this insanely powerful lineup, our combat strength can completely rival a small-scale Knight Order. Because of that, he made a massive resolution. We are definitely going to expose every dark plot those monsters are brewing deep in that forest, and we will surely wipe them out without leaving a single trace behind." Celine shouted in panic, "No way." Sepia beside her also said sternly, "I object to this." Seeing this fierce opposition, Ian was completely bewildered. "What? Wait a second. What do you mean?" She immediately raised her voice. "Do you really want to form a team to search that dense forest, Senior? Is that something a person who just woke up should be saying?" On this side, she questioned him. "Before coming here, I heard everything from the Saintess. She said Ian needs absolute bed rest. Suddenly Leto also chimed in. We all know you're super talented, but I honestly think you should head into the city to get checked out properly. Just like that, 3 pairs of eyes looked at Ian with both caution and concern. He thought to himself, let's see, these people rushed all the way here just because they were so worried about me. Ian scratched his head in frustration. Yet I blurted out such reckless words before giving them a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. I was so stupid to act so hastily. Thinking that, he immediately replied, I'm really sorry for making everyone feel uneasy. But right now, I can't leave this place yet. Seeing Ian remain stubborn, Celine gasped helplessly. Senior Ian, honestly. Sepia beside her also softly murmured, Senior Ian. To reassure them, he quickly and gently explained the situation. I know this is very dangerous, but please put your trust in my decision. If we don't thoroughly resolve the ongoing issue here right now, Ian's tone gradually became more serious. A tragedy even worse than the hunting festival might fall upon us soon. Just as expected, Sepia immediately replied, I had a feeling you'd say that, Senior. Celine beside her also gave a weary sigh. As expected, it went exactly as predicted. Seeing that, he was even more surprised. What kind of reaction is that from you guys? Leto also spoke up and said, What do you mean? From the start, none of us thought we could stop you anyway. Seeing and hearing every single bit of their attitude, Ian asked himself, Is that really what my image looks like in their eyes? No matter how helpless they felt, the 3 of them cheerfully asked him, So, what can we do to help? Receiving the trust and companionship of his friends, Ian's eyes overflowed with happiness, so he easily flashed a bright smile and replied, Thank you all so much. First off, I'm not sure what happened while I was unconscious, so I want everyone to start the search from the outer edges of the forest right away. As dusk fell, a voice echoed from inside that room. You really know how to exploit other people's labor, don't you? In the quiet night, Ian suddenly blurted out, Still no suspicious signs detected today? He scratched his head in confusion and continued, That's really strange. We've been scouring the forest for several days, yet there hasn't been a single development. At this moment, Sepia's voice sounded. We've even expanded our search scope deep into the interior, but we still can't feel the presence of any monsters. Leto suddenly speculated, Do you guys think they fled somewhere else? Hearing that, Celine said with doubt, If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Instantly, Ian spoke up tensely to warn everyone. No, these monsters are way craftier than you think. They would never just run off just because a few more of us showed up. Even so, she replied with a bit of impatience. But many days have passed without anything happening. Sepia beside her also reasoned. If they were planning to pull something, shouldn't they have acted early on? From all the available information, a thought suddenly flashed through Ian's mind. Could it be? Unconsciously, he speculated nervously. Are they setting an ambush and waiting for me to show up? Time passed along with the twinkling stars in the night sky. Until early the next morning, Ian was walking through the forest alongside Delphine. Out of nowhere, she spoke up. Are you sure you can walk normally already? I heard you're still supposed to be recovering. He replied with a guilty conscience. If the Saintess finds out about this, you're definitely going to get an earful from her. Unconsciously, Ian touched his wound and said with certainty, It seems I still need the demonic energy purified, but moving around isn't a problem. Hearing that, Delphine questioned him with concern. So you haven't fully recovered yet. Why are you in such a rush? Facing her cold expression, Ian said with certainty, It failed its previous attack, but it has stayed quiet ever since. Looking at it from the opposite perspective, that means we have no way of knowing when it will bare its fangs again. Along with the words spoken, his eyes showed clear determination. To force them to expose their real objective, I think we need to throw out a few pieces of bait. Delphine casually remarked. In that case, throw the little one in. She's the most ideal bait. Ian gave a dry laugh and replied, That idea sounds downright terrifying. Walking along on patrol, he shared his inner feelings. The biggest reason is that I want to see it with my own eyes. Ian's tone gradually became more heartfelt. That's why I came along with you, Senior Delphine. I feel like I can trustingly entrust my back to you, for protection. Facing those words, her eyes suddenly carried an unreadable meaning. Thoughts filled with a bit of fear popped into Delphine's head. That guy used to beat me half to death, and now he wants me to cover his back? I seriously can't understand what kind of scheme is going through his head. Suddenly, Ian accidentally noticed something. He gently examined the ground closely and spoke up. Are these tracks left behind by something that just passed through? Ian's eyes looked far ahead. The grass in this area isn't growing very well either. It leads deeper into the forest. That means this is definitely a beaten path. Having realized that, he immediately turned to her. Senior Delphine, there are very suspicious tracks right here. Suddenly, she gestured for silence. Wait. In an instant, a surge of dark energy, thick like a pungent spice, materialized out of thin air. Delphine's face quickly turned tense. Get into battle stance. Ian also grew solemn upon hearing. It's monsters. Looking at the fast, blurry movements, Delphine stated with certainty. There's quite a large number of them showing up. Standing in the middle of this suffocatingly thick surge of demonic energy, Ian silently gasped. We were surrounded in the blink of an eye. It seems they really were waiting for me all along. His eyes were now stretched taut like a bowstring, extremely alert. It seems the leader monster isn't present here. Is it intentionally hiding? Out of nowhere, Ian spotted an incoming lunging attack. He urgently swung his sword, striking down a monkey monster with a single slash. You won't get away. Amidst the streams of red blood, Ian judged himself. Thanks to the dragon essence, my sensory energy has been significantly upgraded. My mana quality and aura density, right now, are completely different from before. Just having time to say that much, another fierce monkey monster rushed at him. He said with confidence, Come at me, all of you. That confidence was quickly crushed when Ian panicked. What? That sword. It was the monkey monster desperately trying to snatch his weapon away. You bastard. In a flash, that monkey monster was flung far away, causing it to lose its balance and sprawl across the cold ground. It was Delphine who made a move, decisively delivering a finishing blow. Then she reminded him, Don't drop your guard, Axe Prince. Delphine didn't forget to coordinate with Ian. Leave this side to me. Hearing that, he immediately entrusted it to her. I'm counting on you, Senior Delphine. In the middle of combat, Ian was secretly worried but stabilized himself. My wound hasn't fully healed yet, so I'm currently not in peak condition. But I just need to follow my perception abilities and stay calm to take them down. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his mind still carrying a bit of weight. My body couldn't adapt in time throughout the entire hunting festival. But now I can do it. These very whispered words seemed to give Ian a fresh surge of strength. His fighting spirit blazed even brighter despite being completely surrounded on all sides. With a single sharp spin, Ian unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that instantly sent dark, thick blood spurting from the monstrous monkeys. He tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and took a deep, steady breath, his gaze carrying an endless, razor-sharp intensity. Yet that very sword suddenly slipped from his grasp amidst their frenzied, reckless charge. Moving with incredible agility, Ian's mind immediately flashed. That gap on the far left. Seizing the moment, he swiftly grabbed the arm of the nearest monster right before their blazing, furious eyes, and instantly delivered a devastating blow as fierce as a falling thunderbolt straight into the creature, triggering a violent impact. I won't allow you to get away with this. Ian's piercing gaze mirrored a sharpened battle axe raised high above his head, and with unbridled savagery, he ruthlessly brought it crashing down in a single ruthless arc. He forcefully cleaved downward with unyielding, savage brutality. Standing right in the middle of this horrifying pile of corpses, he let out a breath. That must be the last of them, I suppose. Then Ian hurriedly turned his attention to Delphine. Senior Delphine, you aren't hurt at all, are you? She calmly replied. That kind of concern is entirely unnecessary. Glancing around the bloody scene, he spoke up once more. First things first, let's gather their remains so we can investigate what's really going on here. Once we're done, we can sell off the materials for some cash and donate it all to the orphanage, no strings attached. Looking completely dazed, Delphine responded, What a remarkably brilliant plan. Just do whatever you want. None of this has anything to do with me anyway. She walked away, visibly irritated. Let's head back immediately. I don't want to linger in such a terrifying place for even another second. By now, the sharp blade had been decisively pulled completely free when Ian suddenly and instinctively realized something was amiss. And staring down at the battered monster desperately trying to drag itself away, he spoke in a chilling tone. Hey, where do you think you're going? Witnessing this stubborn and intense display of will, Ian couldn't help but think to himself, did this thing deliberately try to crawl away in that exact direction? Looking closely at the cunning, treacherous expression plastered across the monster's face, he grew even more certain. I knew it. Its objective wasn't simply hunting for prey. There's definitely something else significant waiting ahead. With that thought locked in his mind, he hurled his sword forward with unshakable resolve. I'm going to find out what its true purpose is right this instant. Echoing from deep inside the building under the peaceful sunlight came a warm voice. You've truly done an exceptional job out there. Duin beamed brightly as he spoke. I just did a quick mental calculation. This pile has to be worth at least 300 gold coins. But are you really sure about this? You want to donate the entire lot to the orphanage? Faced with this reaction, Ian felt a slight twinge of shyness. We need to secure food supplies for the kids above all else. Because of all these terrifying monster rumors, all the usual relief funds and volunteers have completely vanished. Looking slightly puzzled, Duin nonetheless smiled warmly as if to boost his spirits. I have no idea what Ian's hidden intentions might be, but regardless, it's still an incredibly noble gesture. Duin suddenly chimed in with cheerful instructions. Anyway, make sure you take good care of the Saintess while I'm away collecting the funds. Ian immediately agreed. Naturally, leave it to me. Just like that, Duin and his cart loaded with monster carcasses finally rolled away, while Ian stood watching, casually waving goodbye alongside the Saintess standing right beside him. Suddenly, she offered a dangerous, meaningful smile as she asked, Ian, don't you have anything you want to explain to me? Completely caught off guard, he stammered in utter confusion. Huh? What are you talking about? No, I absolutely don't. After a few sharp sounds of physical impact echoed out, the Saintess instantly erupted into full-blown fury. Have you completely lost your mind? Your wounds were just examined and cleared, yet you immediately went dashing right back out to slaughter magical beasts. Wincing in sudden pain while taking the scolding, Ian whimpered softly. Wait a minute, you just nailed my absolute weak spot right there. Refusing to let up for even a second, she relentlessly unleashed a torrent of complaints. Do you honestly think I look like some sort of walking healing magic container to you? Moaning in agony, he groaned. You just struck that exact same spot a second time. That hurts like absolute hell. Strangely enough, this soft patch of ground managed to snap a few twigs right off the broomstick. Perhaps it wasn't the hardness of the ground at all, but rather the overwhelmingly dense, killing intent radiating from Sepia. It certainly looks like the two of you have gotten awfully close lately. Hearing those words, the Saintess immediately flashed a gentle smile and turned around. Sepia, this is completely a misunderstanding. I was just properly disciplining Ian because he dared to treat his own life so carelessly. Furious, Ian raised his voice in protest. Misunderstanding my foot. This is her true, sadistic nature right here. She suddenly put on a terrifying expression and fired back. So you're saying the fact that the two of you are so intimate isn't a misunderstanding either? Right on cue, Leto quickly stepped in to interrupt. Stop spouting nonsense. I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. Just outside the edge of the building, Ian's voice rang out clearly. Leto, what's going on? He immediately replied. I've thoroughly examined every single corpse and material you brought back, and I've finally reached a unified conclusion. Leto's voice suddenly choked up with emotion. I sincerely pray that I'm completely wrong about this, but, growing impatient, Ian demanded urgently. What on earth are you babbling about now? With an intensely grave expression plastered across his face, he spoke up. It appears this entire incident is directly connected to a demon. Guilford's warm voice blended seamlessly with the comforting ambient lighting as he spoke. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Ian. Standing right before him, the old man maintained a deeply virtuous demeanor. especially since you've generously contributed such a massive budget to support us. Blushing slightly, Ian scratched the back of his head and answered with characteristic modesty. Not at all. This wasn't purely my personal decision, so please don't be so overly formal with it. Suddenly, a wave of curiosity struck Ian. There's one specific thing I'd like to consult you about, actually. Hearing this, Guilford instantly adopted a calm composure. Forgive me, I let myself get a bit too emotional there. What is it you wish to discuss, my boy? Without warning, the old man froze completely blank in sheer astonishment at his next words. I've heard that before your retirement, you were a legendary and renowned magical beast hunter. Guilford quickly regained his composure and answered Ian smoothly. I was never any sort of remarkably skilled hunter to begin with. Nowadays, I'm just an old man who finds even walking to be a chore. Driven by his inherently honest and kind nature, Ian unexpectedly pitched a proposal. Director, please use your vast wealth of experience to give us some advice. Based on our preliminary assessment, this recent anomaly isn't merely a simple case of stray magical beasts causing trouble. The more resolute Ian's tone became, the more visibly panicked the old man's insides grew. In reality, there's a very high probability that this is all meticulously orchestrated by a demon. Ian didn't stop there, continuing his detailed explanation. They acted as if they were strictly guarding something precious, which completely contradicts the wild, mindless nature of ordinary beasts. Following that, the alpha creature went out of its way to drag the children deep into the forest before finally retreating. His voice grew progressively clearer and more persuasive. After meticulously analyzing their behavioral patterns alongside the gathered materials, the most logical and rational hypothesis is that a powerful demon is pulling the strings behind these monsters. Right at that moment, cold beads of sweat poured down, soaking Guilford's entire face. This is truly a situation we cannot afford to take lightly, especially given my past experiences back in the Great Forest. The Saintess chimed in at that moment with a look of utter astonishment. Speaking of the Great Forest, a place where a true demon has stubbornly persisted for an entire millennium, isn't that the exclusive territory of the dragon vampires? Have you actually set foot in a place like that? His voice suddenly turned heavy with deep-seated terror. I still remember every single horrific detail as vividly as if it had happened only yesterday. Guilford quickly brought up a harrowing memory from his past. The paths were unimaginably treacherous, choked everywhere with ferocious magical beasts and highly toxic exotic flora. Every single step felt less like walking and more like plunging straight into living hell. His tone mixed with a lingering, numbing shock. It was a terrifying power akin to a natural disaster, something completely impossible for anyone to resist. His voice remained profoundly deep and somber. I was forced to learn a bitter, painful lesson about the sheer helplessness of insignificant little creatures like us humans. Returning abruptly to the present reality, a hint of desperate pleading crept into Guilford's voice. In the end, my entire mercenary squad was completely wiped out, leaving not a single soul alive. And how utterly humiliating it is that I ended up being the sole pathetic survivor crawling out of there. Witnessing this grim tale unfold, all three of them stood completely frozen in absolute horror, their faces etched with deep, tense anxiety. Guilford strongly suggested, Ian, I genuinely believe it would be wisest to suspend this investigation immediately. He offered up a line of reasoning that was entirely logical and sound. If the hypothesis that a demon is involved turns out to be true, this ceases to be a routine magical beast hunting mission. You kids have already done far more than enough to help us out. Just at that crucial instant, Ian's resolute voice abruptly cut across the air. No, we cannot simply abandon this halfway. Backed by an unyielding attitude that refused to take a step back, he spoke out firmly. Senior Elsie almost got dragged away, and I very nearly lost my life as well. Ian glanced over toward the young children playing nearby, his fighting spirit burning even hotter. More importantly, if we choose to back down right now, these kids will be forced to live in constant, trembling terror that they might be dragged off in chains at any given moment. Pouring out his persuasive arguments one after another, we absolutely must press on with this investigation. The moment we secure concrete, undeniable proof of a demon's presence, we can officially summon outside reinforcements. Hearing this, Guilford fell silent for a long moment of deep contemplation before speaking in a gentle tone. Since you've made up your mind to that extent, while the Saintess and Leto quietly listened on, he summarized the current situation. There's a very strong likelihood that that gigantic alpha magical beast is, in fact, a demon in disguise. Ian picked up right where he left off. It's scheming to conceal something deep within that forest. Why else would it resort to kidnapping the children? We need to clarify those mysteries first and foremost. Standing just behind him, Leto quickly chimed in with his own opinion. In that case, let's immediately break ourselves up into organized reconnaissance teams. Having seemingly thought this matter through beforehand, he efficiently and decisively laid out the battle plan. Since you're still recovering from injuries, you and the Saintess, along with me, since I'm useless in a direct fight, we'll all stay put right here at the orphanage. We will handle sorting out the materials and setting up a secure perimeter watch. Everyone else will form search squads to thoroughly comb through the forest. With a profound, piercing gaze, Leto stated with absolute certainty, and the very second we secure solid proof that a demon is pulling the strings. Before he could even finish a sentence, the Saintess instantly interrupted. I will immediately trigger a signal flare to request official reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom's knights. Hearing that, Ian asked with palpable impatience, "Exactly how long will it take for the Holy Knights to arrive here?" She answered promptly, "If everything goes according to standard operational protocol, it should take roughly another 2 weeks." Hearing this timeline, he gasped in sheer shock. 2 weeks? That's way too late. We need to strike it down the moment we locate it before the situation deteriorates past the point of no return. The Saintess shared a very similar sentiment and hurried to calm him down. "I completely understand how you're feeling, Ian, but charging in blindly like that is far too reckless." Her words were laced with an abundance of careful calculation. Even if we manage to gather extra manpower, whether or not we can actually hold our ground against it is a completely different story. Didn't you yourself barely escape death just recently? Leto chimed in right beside her in total agreement. She makes a very valid point, Ian. Guilford listened to the exchange and voiced his support for their stance. They are entirely right, Ian. A demon and a regular magical beast are entities belonging to two completely different leagues. Relying solely on raw courage and high morale simply won't be enough. Having nearly all of his determination thoroughly dismissed, Ian's expression darkened visibly with annoyance. Ultimately, Ian had no choice but to relent. "I understand. I'll follow everyone's instructions. However, if the situation suddenly takes a turn for the worse, I can't guarantee what I might do." Without warning, the wooden door swung open while the conversation was still hanging in the balance. "So, for the time being, let's discuss the tactical blueprint for the Explorer." Guilford blinked and looked over, thoroughly bewildered by the interruption, only to be completely surprised by the appearance of a little girl as he blurted out, "Jean, what is it, little one?" She answered softly, "Big sister says dinner is ready. Everyone please come out and eat. Aren't you guys hungry at all?" Guilford walked over to her with warm, grandfatherly affection and replied gently, "Thank you, sweetie, but all of us here are still a bit busy with work right now." Despite his words, Jean persisted stubbornly. "If you guys don't come right now, she's going to throw a terrifying temper tantrum again. I'm warning you." Watching this exchange, Ian thought helplessly to himself, since when did our senior turn into someone like that anyway? Only then did the old man turn back around with a slightly awkward smile and explain, "I'm terribly sorry. She's still just a little kid. I'll go tell her to run along somewhere else right away." The Saintess immediately beamed and replied, "It's quite all right. Besides, we've already thoroughly discussed all the most crucial agenda items anyway." She added with a reassuring smile, "We can simply pick up right where we left off after we finish our meal." In the blink of an eye, dusk settled across the sky as Ian paced back and forth alone on patrol duty near the orphanage, when a vague, restless thought suddenly struck him. A demon, you say? Driven by that nagging feeling, Ian gazed out toward the empty space right past the orphanage's stone wall, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Yet he kept walking while turning thoughts over in his mind. Let's just pray nothing disastrous happens before we find solid proof and the holy nights finally get here. It's just that I simply can't shake off this terrible, gnawing sense of unease. In a blur of motion, Guilford suddenly transformed into a monstrous physique, materialized right behind Ian with a pair of savage, glowing eyes. Ian reacted instantly, spinning around to unleash a fierce sword counterattack, only to find that the figure standing right behind him was his blade coming within a hair's breadth of striking Guilford in his ordinary human appearance. With astonishing grace and agility, the old man pivoted smoothly, effortlessly dodging the lethal sword stroke, while simultaneously clamping a tight grip around Ian's wrist. Only then did Ian snap back to his senses and recognize Guilford. The old man involuntarily wore a pale, startled expression as he warned, "Calm down. It's just me." Breathing heavily with a ragged chest, Ian gasped out, "Guilford, director, what on earth was that terrifying killing intent and those bizarre footwear techniques just now?" Realizing he had nearly sliced the old man in panic, Ian immediately bowed his head in heavy, nervous apology. "Forgive me, director. I genuinely thought a demon had appeared out of nowhere." Guilford responded with a calm, even tone. "Think nothing of it." He let out a long, weary sigh before speaking gently. "It seems you've been running yourself pretty ragged with stress lately." Guilford offered a glimpse into his inner thoughts. "I couldn't sleep, so I decided to step out for a short stroll, never expecting I'd nearly get myself killed for the trouble." Hearing those words, Ian felt a mounting wave of guilt. "I am truly, deeply sorry." Suddenly, the old man's expression darkened heavily, as if masking layers of deep, unspoken meaning. Facing the young man directly, Guilford opened up about his past. "Young master, looking at you right now reminds me so vividly of my own youthful days." Hearing that, Ian looked both thoroughly bewildered and touched. "Your youthful days, you say?" The old director quickly continued without missing a beat. "Indeed, I too was once a fiercely passionate young swordsman and wandering mercenary." His tone gradually drifted into a deep, sentimental longing. "As long as I had this trusty blade in my hand and steadfast comrades fighting shoulder to shoulder beside me, I firmly believed with absolute certainty that I could overcome any hardship, no matter how brutal." Then, a sudden note of bitter regret crept into Guilford's voice. "Now, of course, all of that is nothing more than a distant, fading memory of the past." Ian murmured in stunned disbelief. "Director." Without skipping a beat, the old man casually dropped another remark that felt like another direct hit to Ian's conscience. "Listen to me rambling on like some senile old fool. It must be because I just barely clawed my way back from the jaws of death tonight." At that exact moment, Ian finally caught onto the subtle implication behind those words. Is he seriously sitting here, roasting me right now? Adopting a dead serious tone, Guilford offered a direct proposition. "Since you're genuinely terrified of those fiends to that extent, would you like me to teach you a specialized technique to counter them effectively?" Shocked, Ian blurted out, "A technique like that actually exists. Is there anything better than that?" "But wait, aren't you pushing your own aging body way too hard for this?" Seeing him display completely unnecessary hesitation, the old man immediately cut him off with absolute conviction. "You don't need to worry about these old legs of mine in the slightest. Didn't you witness my movements with your own eyes just moments ago?" Prompted by those very words, Ian finally placed his full, unwavering trust in the old man. So that incredible evasive maneuver just now was, "It's getting a bit too late to stand around chatting like this." Guilford wobbled slightly on his feet as he turned to walk away, chuckling lightly. "Come find me as soon as you wake up in the morning. I'll take my leave now." Ian answered promptly, "Understood." Standing still, Ian quietly watched the old man's fading silhouette disappear into the dark. Then he muttered to himself in lingering doubt. Could that incredible display of skill earlier really have just been a figment of my imagination? Right here in this clearing, two wooden practice swords clashed together with intense friction during a rigorous training session alongside Guilford. Ian struggled desperately as he thought to himself, "He's way too fast." Even though his overall movements look deceptively slow, his sword arcs are terrifyingly lightning quick. If I let my guard down for even a fraction of a second, I'll definitely get knocked flat on my back. With a gaze as chilling and piercing as a naked blade, the old man effortlessly batted Ian's wooden sword aside. In the blink of an eye, Ian found a wooden blade pressed coldly against his throat, leaving him utterly horrified. The training session came to an immediate halt as the old man smiled warmly. "Well, how was that?" Ian beamed brightly and conceded defeat. "That was incredible. I completely admit defeat." Guilford responded with sudden, characteristic modesty. "My physical prowess has definitely rusted quite a bit over the years. If I hadn't had this sparring match with you, I probably would have forgotten everything entirely." Even so, Ian remained utterly awestruck. "It's truly breathtaking. I never imagined you could unleash a sword strike of such overwhelming power and razor-sharp precision. What's the name of this technique exactly?" The old man maintained his calm, teacher-like demeanor as he instructed Ian. "You must keep your eyes locked tightly onto the edge of the blade until the very final microsecond, then instantly channel everything you've got into a single, decisive slash. The name given to this technique is the Aurora Cleave." Drenched in sweat from head to toe, Ian felt a surging wave of excitement wash over him. "I'm definitely going to master this. Please, keep training with me more." Without warning, an authoritative voice boomed across the area. "Stop right there." It was the Saintess, sprinting over with a look of frantic panic plastered across her face. "Just what on earth do you think you're doing?" Ian replied with absolute calm. "Saintess, as you can clearly see, I'm simply putting in some training." She pointed angrily straight at the fresh, bleeding wounds tearing across his abdomen and raised her voice in fury. "Do you have any idea what you're looking at right now?" Only then did Ian look down and belatedly notice his injuries. "I suppose I really did push my body weight too hard this time, huh?" The Saintess immediately unleashed a fresh verbal beatdown right to his face. "I explicitly ordered you to rest up. Are you completely ignoring my instructions on purpose now?" Faced with this righteous fury, Ian thought helplessly to himself, "Why on earth did someone as dangerous as her have to catch me right now?" Discarding any further attempts at reasoning, the Saintess grabbed him firmly by the arm and dragged him away. "Get over here, right now." Ian protested in bewildered confusion. "Hang on a second." Left standing all by himself in the training yard, Guilford muttered quietly under his breath. "With a practical test like that, I reckon I've got a pretty solid grasp on things now." Suddenly, a deeply chilling and eerie presence materialized silently directly behind his back. "It's been quite a while, Director Guilford." Startled out of his wits, the old man whipped his head around in panic. Standing before him was Mitram, a man radiating a distinctly mysterious aura. From beyond the quiet, heavy wooden doors, the Saintess's anxious voice echoed out into the hallway. "It is honestly a miracle that you're even conscious right now. Why on earth do you have to push yourself to such insane extremes?" Ian replied in a soft, gentle tone. "We have no earthly way of knowing when those fiends might launch their next attack. I'm simply worried sick about the children. That's all." Hearing that answer, she ground her teeth in a mixture of frustration and helplessness. "Even at a time like this, you still insist on putting on this hypocritical saint act." While expertly applying healing magic to seal his wounds, the Saintess remarked with cold indifference, "No matter what unfortunate fate might befall those orphans down the road, it wouldn't alter your own daily life by even a fraction of a percent, would it?" Ian cast a sidelong glance at her and retorted, "That's going a bit too far, isn't it? That certainly isn't something a proper Saintess should be saying." She immediately shot his words down. "I have zero interest in hearing lectures from someone who is actively acting against his own basic nature. Everything you're doing right now, Ian, does it genuinely stem from pure, heartfelt concern for those kids at all?" Those piercing words hit Ian right in the deepest, most vulnerable chambers of his heart. He immediately bolted upright in bed. She remained completely resolute. "That's quite enough. I don't care to hear any of your excuses. All I'm saying is that you don't need to torture yourself to this extent." By now, the Saintess had already turned and headed toward the exit, tossing her final words over her shoulder. "Treatment is finished. You're free to leave whenever you like." Strolling down the hallway on his way out, Ian muttered in mounting irritation, "Honestly, I really thought the two of us had gotten a bit closer lately, she didn't have to go and say things like that. Right at that exact moment, a childish voice piped up softly beside him. "Big brother," it was the little girl. Ian blinked in surprise. "Rin?" Looking up at him with innocent eyes, she asked, "Are you angry?" Seeing her expression, he paused to check his own emotions before quickly reassuring her. "Is it really that obvious on my face?" No, I'm not mad at all. My old wounds are just acting up a bit and hurting, that's all." Rin tilted her head. "Oh, I see." A haunting thought flashed instantly back into Ian's mind. Does it genuinely stem from pure, heartfelt concern for those kids at all? I simply can't get those words out of my head. Rin's cheerful, innocent voice rang out once more. "If Big Brother isn't mad, can you help me tie my hair up?" Ian replied with a helpless sigh. "I'm afraid I don't even know how to tie hair, you know?" Despite his words, Ian gently took the little girl by the hand. "Want to come with Big Brother to find someone much better at this to help you out?" Rin beamed brightly. "Yes." As they walked along, Ian unexpectedly crossed paths with Guilford and Mitram. Seeing the director walking him out, Ian offered a polite, casual remark. "You really didn't need to see him all the way out, especially since walking is a hassle for you." Guilford replied promptly, "It's no trouble at all." Stepping closer, Ian spoke up. "A guest?" The old man looked slightly caught off guard. Guilford quickly made the introductions. "This is Lord Mitram. He came by to discuss administrative matters regarding this facility. Back when this place was first established, he provided an immense amount of support." Ian's eyes instinctively drifted toward the old man's visibly trembling hand, filling him with a sudden surge of unease. Acting out of genuine kindness, he asked out of concern, "Director, are you feeling unwell today?" The old man immediately brushed it off. "It's nothing at all. I'm just feeling a little anxious about things, that's all." Then Guilford quickly left, leaving Ian with a sense of doubt. "I'll go right in the ledger then. Excuse me." He immediately agreed. "All right." Ian's eyes were now filled with unanswered questions. He watched his retreating back and muttered to himself, "This guy named Mitram, I have a feeling I've met him before." Time moved on with Ian's narration. A few days passed without incident. Rin sold the monster corpses and brought back a lot of money and food. "My body has recovered well enough that I no longer have to worry about the Sanus's reaction." His voice continued. "The only minor issue is that the majority of those supplies are wheat flour. According to Run, good food will only cause fights among the kids. That must be a conclusion drawn from actual practical experience in this place." Ian also made it clear. "Meanwhile, based on Leto's deductions, we've pinpointed a few suspicious locations." By then, a 4-person patrol team had been formed to scout the forest. We continued our search slowly but surely, gradually narrowing down the investigation area. Before long, the most suspicious location was identified along with a hand-drawn map. A voice rang out. "This is it." It was Ian's voice. "According to the records, this place connects to the most pathways. This cave is very likely their base." Delphine chimed in at this point. "Around that area, small magical beasts are gathering in groups. Even at a rough glance, the number must be in the dozens. I also think this place is the most suspicious." Hearing that, he immediately voiced his opinion. "All right, I'll go with everyone this time. This will be the final search." Ian didn't forget to give a reminder. "Prepare thoroughly and depart as soon as the sun comes up. No matter what happens, we have to get the evidence and report back too." Just as the plan was finalized, a piercing scream echoed out. "There's a monster!" He and the Saintess frantically dashed outside. "What's going on?" the child cried while pointing. A monkey monster, just showed up." The next words pierced straight into Ian's chest like a sharp needle. "It took Rin away." Ian furiously clenched his fists. Damn it. Until now, it only appeared at night. And when no one was on guard, his eyes turned ice cold. "Senior Delphine, lead us to the cave right now." Delphine frowned and warned him, "Calm down. Prince, you know perfectly well that acting right now is incredibly reckless. At least give us some time to prepare." Celine also advised. "That's right, Ian. We can't go right this second." Losing his temper, Ian raised his voice. "But what if something happens to Rin in the meantime?" The Saintess stepped forward and cut him off. "Ian, please calm down." She coldly reprimanded him. "If you intend to sacrifice the Academy's students just for one orphan, That responsibility will far exceed what a single individual can bear. Leto also tried to comfort him. Ian, I understand how you feel right now, but if we just charge in without a plan, the number of casualties will only increase. Ian understood that, so he could only bite his lip tightly, swallowing his raging anger. Leto suggested, we can allow scouting until sunset, but if it's to rescue Rin or kill that demon, I absolutely forbid it. You understand what that means, right? If you want to save Rin, take action without betting your own life on it. Ian gritted his teeth and replied, I get it. He went back to prepare the necessary items. Ian stuffed all of them into his inner pocket. Emma's medicine, recovery potions, plus water and medical gauze. I'm fully prepared. Suddenly, Leto walked in from outside and called out, Hey, Ian. He handed over a scroll. This is a Tier 2 fire magic scroll. Most magical beasts are afraid of fire, so only use it when absolutely necessary. Ian thought in amazement. This thing is worth dozens of gold coins. He spoke up to reply. Thank you. Leto reminded him. I'm not giving it to you, just for your sake. You'd better protect Celine well, otherwise you're dead meat to me. Guilford walked in and interrupted the conversation. Young master, he started apologetically. I'm sorry for dragging you into such a dangerous situation. Please return safely. Guilford closed his eyes, looking as if he couldn't bear it. This might sound cruel, but at the end of the day, she is just an orphan. If the situation gets even the slightest bit dangerous, then Rin. But Ian cut him off. I understand what you're trying to say, but please, director, don't say things like that anymore. He brushed past him coldly. I'm going to bring her back. Being ignored, Guilford instantly grew furious. Leto witnessed his entire body trembling, his face turning dark. Ian led everyone out of the town, the objective being to gather tracks and evidence inside the cave to prove the demons involved. He hesitantly added, and if possible, we will rescue Rin. Ian also requested of everyone, but above all else, prioritize your own lives. His eyes noticeably turned ice cold. Let's go. A fierce battle with a horde of magical beasts ensued. Ian's grip on his sword tightened as Rin's tracks appeared at the entrance to the forest. He calmly observed and analyzed the situation. The magical beasts that normally hide deep in the forest are now pouring out and trying to attack from the outer perimeter. This is really strange. They kidnapped Rin, but left her at the edge of the forest. For some reason, it seems they acted in an extreme hurry. Ian simply swung his sword. I don't give a damn what the hell the magical beast reasons are. I just need to wipe them all out. Everyone also gave it their all to help exterminate the magical beasts. The Saintess used her purification powers. Meanwhile, standing by to protect her, Celine and Elsie also coordinated flawlessly. Ian swung his axe, taking down the last remaining magical beast. Losing control, he yelled out, The magical beasts inside the cave, they already came out beforehand and were waiting for us right here. The area was piled high with monster corpses. We've taken out at least over 50 of them already. And yet, there's still no sign of Rin or the demon. Ian looked inside. Not far from where they were standing was a cave. Let's head inside quickly. Delphine observed the surroundings. A cave leading underground. Even though there aren't any mountains around here, Celine cautiously reminded them. This isn't a natural cave. It's very dangerous inside. So let's proceed with extreme caution. Ian carefully made his way in, thinking to himself, there aren't any traps inside at all, and it's not as deep as we thought. Whether by magic or human labor, building an artificial cave this large is no simple task. They must have decided that digging any deeper wasn't worth it. His footsteps suddenly stopped, but what awaited them down below was an absolutely horrifying sight. Ian fell dead silent at the bizarre scene before his eyes. What on earth is that? Deep down at the very bottom of the cave was a hand-shaped creature with an abnormal number of fingers, and covered in slime, constantly wriggling around. The outer layer of skin on its body was torn open, exposing the flesh underneath. The lumps of flesh on the ground were also pulsating up and down, just like beating hearts. Duin suddenly spoke up. That shape, I've seen it before in a book about the Great Holy Demon War. He recounted. An ancient monster said to have been born from the severed thumb of Delphalum, known as the Flesh Nest and Flesh Seeds. According to the records, Even armies blessed by the gods would hesitate when facing it. Ian asked doubtfully. The Great Holy Demon War, that's just a mythological tale, right? Then why is it in a place like this? The Saintess interrupted. Unfortunately, I think we should retreat, she said tensely. We didn't find the demon, but we did discover a monster straight out of mythology. Even without physical evidence, if I use my status and position to testify, we can definitely mobilize a large army immediately. The Saintess looked down at the monster with a hint of panic. It's a real pity for that child. But if she was brought down here, there's almost zero chance she's still alive. Continuing the search right now is pointless. Ian could only swallow his anger and bite his lip. Even after making it all the way here, we're still this completely helpless. He gritted his teeth and ordered, let's mask our presence and retreat quietly. Celine and I will bring up the rear, and Senior Delphine will lead the way. Let's move. Rin turned around. That's the right call. Suddenly he screamed. What the hell is that? Duin yelled in panic. It's suddenly charging right at us. Everyone run, looking up at the cave ceiling and spotting and I staring dead at them. You gotta be kidding me. It's a trap that only triggers when the prey tries to escape. She stepped back in shock. And here I thought there weren't any traps. What a filthy trick. Ian hurriedly spoke up. Senior, stop complaining and use support magic quick. Elsie quickly turned her head. You don't need to tell me twice, I'm on it. Huh. She looked back and screamed. Ian, right behind you. Thanks to that. Ian drew his sword and dodged an attack from Monster. He struggled to fend off the monster while signaling to Elsie. I can only hold off at least one of them. Just keep moving forward. Don't worry about me. A downward sword slash severed the chunk of flesh. Blood splattered out from its body. Streaks of green blood sprayed onto Ian's body. Acidic poison. Celine screamed in worry. Ian tried to back away, dodging the toxic blood. I'm fine, just go. He frowned and clicked his tongue. In midair, the monster was still morphing into a mass of slimy mud. It charged forward while spewing streams of toxins. Even so, his situation was incredibly dire. A monster straight out of mythology. Ian forcefully swung his sword and shouted, You're nothing special. The finishing blow sent it crashing to the ground, ending it completely. Only then did Ian turn his head around. He looked down at the mass of flesh below and analyzed. The other ones haven't woken up yet, so I can still take my time. I braced myself because I thought even holy knights would be wary of it. But those weak monkey monsters were way stronger than this thing. Suddenly, the lump of flesh from earlier moved, catching Ian's attention. You're still alive? A human figure tried to crawl out from inside the lump of flesh, muttering nonstop. Kill. Ian froze completely when he got a clear look at the person's face. Kill me. Please kill me. Rin writhed in agony amidst the slimy mess on the ground. It hurts so much. Kill me, big brother. Eventually, there were no more sounds inside the cave. Ian tightly gripped Rin's hair tie. Standing in silence for a long time, he hung his head low, his lips pressed into a thin line. Rest in peace, Rin. Ian's vision went dark. His head felt like it was splitting in two. Here we go again. Memories that don't belong to me are flashing by. A voice echoed in his head. I found it, a way to turn people who became flesh seeds back to normal. Ian gave up and replied, But what's the use now? They're already dead. Please don't waste time on pointless things like that. The Saintess in his memory frowned and asked, Since when did you become so cold-blooded? The person I knew before was much gentler. Ian replied coldly. Even reminiscing about those days is a luxury now. The Saintess waved her hand and scoffed coldly. I'll do whatever I please. Now I have to head out to battle, so please kindly leave. Ian, standing behind her, suddenly spoke up. I know this mission won't be easy. His eyes were a bit somber, but make sure you make it back alive. The Saintess turned her head and chuckled softly. You really are a kind person. The memory fast-forwarded to a peaceful place with blooming cherry blossom trees. Ian quietly walked up to that cherry blossom tree. He looked at the Saintess's battered body and spoke. The result you achieved by throwing away your own life only delayed our destruction by a tiny bit. Ian questioned her. What is there for you to be smiling so happily about? Not far away lay the scattered corpses of the citizens. Even if you manage to purify this rot, not a single one of them can be brought back to life. Yet you're this happy, just because you could revert those corpses back to human form? To think that blindly following orders would lead to an outcome like this. Ian's face darkened as he ordered. Lieutenant, sent a messenger to the capital. He mourned the Saintess's passing. The noble sacrifice of a master created a miracle, and thanks to that, the retreat operation on the Eastern Front was a complete success. Ian coldly turned and walked away, carrying towering resentment. More accurately, this is the reason why I'm going to slaughter every last one of them. The magical beasts, demon kin, dark priests, and mythological monsters. All of them with my own 2 hands. The people outside had all safely left the cave. Celine bit her nails in worry. Why isn't Ian out yet? Right at that moment, Ian slowly walked out. Elsie quickly noticed his unusual demeanor. He's out. Ian walked out, cradling Rin's lifeless body, his face completely dark. He gently laid her down and said, "This is the fate of the kidnapped children. They are turned into flesh seeds." The Saintess looked surprised. Flesh seeds? Isn't that just a demonic creature from mythology? Elsie panicked. Could it be that it's not just mythology? Ian replied with a dark expression. That's right, so we need to figure out a solution immediately. The Saintess quickly responded. If I issue a mobilization order to the nearby temples under my jurisdiction, we can summon the royal guard and the priests. They can't match up to the holy knights, but they'll still be a considerable fighting force. Ian replied softly. But right at that moment, a swarm of flesh seeds flew out of the cave entrance, cutting him off. The flesh seeds were flying towards his back, trying to attack Ian, but his sheer hatred overpowered everything else. Ian calmly drew his sword, and with a single slash, he instantly wiped out the swarm of flesh seeds. Both Delphine and Scipio were completely astonished. Senior can use the golden lion sword? Ian hesitated for a moment. He stepped forward, shielding everyone. Saintess, please head to the temple immediately and issue the mobilization order. The Saintess was stunned when her name was suddenly called. Ian turned his head in fury and demanded, I can't let the kids suffer for another second. I want to save them from this agony, even if it's just 1 second sooner. Very quickly, they left to mobilize forces. Celine took the lead to clear the way back, with Ian following closely behind them. Ever since seeing Rin inside that flesh seed, memories I don't even remember having keep rushing back to me. So the reason I can use the Golden Lion Sword is all thanks to my future self's memories. You've completely mastered it, Celine asked doubtfully. Ian, if we're borrowing the temple's power to wipe out the monsters, does that mean we need to protect the children at the orphanage until reinforcements arrive? Ian replied with difficulty. No, we're going to escape. Now that we've provoked them to this extent, there's no way those magical beasts will leave the orphanage alone. I know it's going to be incredibly tough, but our only option is to get the children out of there. Delphine asked anxiously. Will they really leave an opening for us to evacuate the kids? And even if we're lucky enough to escape, where exactly would we take them? The Saintess also suggested, if it's the temple, they'll definitely be able to provide at least a temporary shelter. However, we can't make the entire trip to the temple in one go. What is it? Let's evacuate the children to the neighboring village first. Ian gave his instructions. I will explain the situation to Mr. Guilford. Ren asked, should I come with you? Ian quickly declined. No. Run. Get everything ready for departure, so we can leave the moment I get back. Elsie also agreed. You're right. Whether it's fighting or calling for help, we need to evacuate the kids first. Ian pleaded. I'll inform Leto. Let's move fast as soon as we arrive. Saintess, once you finish reporting to the director, please head for the temple immediately. Leave the children's evacuation to us. Everyone, having received their assignments, immediately set to work. Understood. Afternoon arrived, medals still resting on the desk. Guilford stood silently in front of the window. I see. So that's how it is. The Saintess recounted everything. It truly breaks my heart to say this. Director, but that's exactly why we need to leave here immediately. We can't afford to have any more casualties. Guilford turned around and asked, I completely understand. Tell me, Saintess, have you informed Leto about this yet? The Saintess replied. Ian said he was going to tell Leto, so please don't worry. Guilford suddenly turned his head back, his expression cold. Is that so? Then it's already too late. Saintess. The Saintess froze. What? Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ian was sprinting around searching everywhere. Leto. He frantically searched every possible place. Leto. Ian looked around in confusion. He's not here either. He thought to himself in annoyance. Why did that guy just disappear without saying a single word? Where'd he go? Suddenly a weak voice echoed from behind. Ian. He turned his head in astonishment. Ian hurriedly stepped into the room. We don't have any time left if we don't leave right now. His gaze suddenly froze in place. Ian shouted in panic. Leto. Leto was lying in a pool of blood, gasping for breath in agonizing pain. Damn it. Ian strode forward. What happened to you? Which bastard did this? Leto handed over the book in his hand. Read it. Hurry up. Ian flipped through the ledger with a look of horror. Is this the orphanage's financial ledger? Wait, what is this massive deficit? Under these conditions, it should be impossible to keep running. Leto managed to reply weakly. Yeah, impossible, right? But in reality, there is a single person who shouldered all of those costs. Wasn't Mitram the man who was here the other day? Clutching his stomach, he wheezed. By now, you should have figured it out. This orphanage was never a normal place to begin with. Ian finally realized. Don't tell me. Leto nodded faintly. Yeah, the one who brought this misery upon me is none other than the director of this orphanage, Guilford. Meanwhile, the Saintess looked at Guilford with a puzzled expression. Too late? What do you mean by that? Guilford picked up his sword and replied calmly. Exactly what I said. He drew his sword from its scabbard. Save Leto and escape from this place. It's already far too late for all of that. The Saintess backed away in fear. I still don't understand. Guilford said slowly. The wounds Leto suffered have probably pushed him far beyond his limits. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Magical beasts have surrounded us. Behind the windows, swarms of magical beasts clung to the doors. At the same time, Guilford revealed monstrous eyes that did not belong to a human. This orphanage has already been surrounded by magical beasts. The townspeople ran about in panicked despair. Those damn magical beasts, they were hiding here all along. The moment we arrived, they surrounded the entire place. The demon must have ordered them to do this. Damn it, at this rate, there's no way we can escape. The magical beasts breached the stone wall and charged inside. Duin quickly issued orders. Damn it, get the kids inside right now. Elsie also shouted. Get inside, you kids. Taking advantage of the chaos, a magical beast leaped forward to attack her, but Delphine arrived just in time to slash it to pieces. She turned around with a cold, sarcastic sneer. You're really in the way. Can you move faster, please? Elsie smiled contemptuously. Don't act all high and mighty just because you helped me once. A swordsman protecting a mage is only natural, isn't it? Sepia drew her sword and rushed forward. I'll help out too. Celine also assisted everyone. I'll evacuate the kids. Duin rallied everyone to fight. All right, hold your ground now. The Saintess finally understood. So you are the demon, Director Guilford. Guilford just smiled gently and said, I want to tell you a story. His eyes turned unusually eerie and bizarre. When I was a child, I also grew up in an orphanage. I was very lucky to learn swordsmanship under the guidance of a wonderful director. For the longest time, my dream had been to open an orphanage. The Saintess backed away in confusion. Then why would someone like you do something like this? This is not the future you always dreamed of. Guilford glared at her. Once I started, I realized that with my meager funds, this was impossible. Kids hurting other kids. I could only stand by and watch them fight over every single bite of food. Right at that moment, a dark shadow appeared and lent a helping hand. That was when they approached me. We already shared a past connection. The Saintess also recognized them. The Dark Cult. Guilford continued. The condition was that I had to hand over one child every month. In return, they would support us with hundreds of gold coins a month. The Saintess shouted angrily. So you sold out the children for that? Even knowing full well they would suffer unimaginable agony? Guilford picked up his sword. Just by sacrificing a single child, dozens of other kids could be saved. That's a reality your kind of nobility will never, ever understand. He coldly held the sword to draw his own blood. This is the reality we are facing. Blood dripped down Guilford's arm in a long line. But since the Saintess truly loves the children, I will give you a choice. A formation made of blood appeared on the ground. Even I don't find any joy in having to eliminate a Saintess. The Saintess was astonished. What is this? Guilford offered. This is the magic contract of the Dark Cult, a pact forged by gambling the lives of both parties. If the Saintess promises never to reveal this, you will be allowed to leave without a single hair out of place. It's very simple. Just drop a single drop of blood right in the center. The Saintess frowned in calculation. He has revealed himself and even used the Dark Cult's magic. The seal on her chest glowed brightly. There was no doubt about it. Yet the color of his soul hadn't changed in the slightest. The Saintess sighed softly, thinking of Ian. Just how much does he already know? The Saintess finally spoke up. I fully understand your story now. Guilford, go to hell. Do you really think I'd accept a condition like that? Guilford's eyes widened abruptly. He grabbed the Saintess's arm and pulled her forward. So you've chosen the difficult path. Guilford rudely threw the Saintess to the ground, then stepped on her arm, causing her to cry out in pain. Guilford raised his sword high. If you want to hate me, go ahead. The Saintess squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Stop. Help. Please, she screamed. Save me. Ian. Right at that moment, an axe came flying in from nowhere. Sensing it coming, Guilford turned his head around, raising his sword to block the flying axe. However, the sheer momentum of the incoming axe was still enough to slice straight across Guilford's arm. Blood immediately spurted from his arm. The axe flew back to the side of its master. Ian, director, he warned coldly. Don't you dare touch our arrogant Saintess. With tears welling up in her eyes, the Saintess scolded. Even now, you're still talking like that? She crawled back up, but thanks to you I'm alive. Ian ordered. Go to the 4th floor hall. Leave the rest to me. Leto's condition is extremely critical. The Saintess hesitated for a moment. But you're alone, Ian shouted, cutting her off. Hurry up. The Saintess clicked her tongue softly. Got it. I'm counting on you. Guilford turned his head coldly, as if to say who said he wanted to attack the Saintess. You think you can just leave? But Ian had already leaped forward, swinging his axe at Guilford. The Saintess ran off, leaving behind words of comfort. Ian, hold your ground no matter what. Ian replied as well. Remember to treat Leto. He's bleeding a lot. The Saintess answered confidently. Don't worry. I'll save him no matter what. Blocking that direct attack, Guilford spoke up. Young Master Ian, can't you just let me go? I'm doing this to save the kids. Ian's grip tightened. Save the kids? After everything you've done, you can still say that? He swung his axe up in anger. Enough talking. With a darkened expression, Ian brought his axe crashing down. Now, let's end this. Guilford quickly blocked it with his sword while offering praise. That speed is hard even for me to keep up with. As the two clashed, he continually provoked him. But do you really think these blatant moves can defeat me? Right at that moment, Guilford was backed into a corner of the desk with nowhere left to run. Ian split the desk completely in half with a powerful axe blow, but Guilford managed to nimbly dodge the strike. Taking advantage of the opening, he slashed at Ian from behind. Ian ducked his head to evade the blow, and simultaneously leaped up to counterattack. Ian continuously swung his axe at vital spots. Guilford smiled in praise. Good axe control, but the attacks are way too basic. Ian spun around just in time. You're the one who's slow on the uptake. The axe had already cleaved Guilford's sword in two. He glared and screamed. My sword? Ian drew his sword as well. Taking advantage of Guilford being preoccupied with the axe, he lashed out with his sword. A decisive slash that sent the old man stumbling backward, slicing Guilford clean in half and robbing him of all his strength. Ian rushed forward frantically. It's over, Guilford. Blood dripped down onto the floorboards. In an instant, Guilford was completely consumed by demonic power. Returning to his true monstrous form, he caught Ian's arm. Over? Young Master Ian. Guilford's face morphed into that of a monkey with sharp, jagged fangs. This is where the real beginning starts. Leto woke up upon hearing his name called. Leto, please open your eyes. He looked dazed. Saintess? I have no strength left in my body. Suddenly, the Saintess brought out a glowing red gem. This is bad. Under the influence of her magic, the gem lit up instantly. Leto finally regained his composure. Are you awake? The Saintess breathed a sigh of relief. If I had been even a little bit later, it would have been dangerous. Leto asked suspiciously. Is it okay to use that on me? The Saintess chuckled softly. You don't need to worry about that. I promised I'd save you no matter what. The window in the room was shattered to pieces, and Ian backed away to evade the attack, coming face to face with the demonic Guilford, a person who chose to trade his most precious possession to receive power from the demon god, serving as the vanguard in Delphilim's invasion war and the one who commanded the magical beasts. Guilford recounted a story from the past. On that night, when I lost my comrades in the forest and accepted my end, I encountered the dragon vampire. Back then, I made a pact and received this power. Ian asked suspiciously, What did you trade away? Guilford's tone was utterly nonchalant. My comrades. He told me to eat them to satisfy my hunger. He laughed loudly. And I did. It felt strangely exhilarating. Ian observed the aura radiating from Guilford. Aura. I knew I wasn't mistaken back then. Guilford suddenly raised his claws. He tried to attack Ian, but Ian managed to step back and dodge in time. Even so, Ian's body still caught the edge of the swipe, tearing his clothes and mixing with blood. Damn it, I clearly dodged it. The way those claws attack is bizarre. The characteristic of that aura is illusion. Guilford leaped forward and shouted, I told you to keep your eyes locked on the blade until the very last second. Another attack coming. Ian tried his absolute best to evade. He swung his axe up and hurled it away, blood instantly spraying. Only sheer shock remained in Ian's eyes. The axe had plunged straight into Guilford's neck as if it didn't bother him at all. No way. Ian had no choice but to use his sword to block the next claw onslaught. Why isn't my axe making him flinch at all? He fought him in a state of intense anxiety. His regeneration speed is terrifying. Guilford grabbed Ian's sword and simultaneously kicked him flying. Ian's body slammed into the wall, shattering it to pieces. Guilford grabbed the sword as well and walked outside. He tossed the sword in front of Ian. Ian forced himself to crawl forward to grab it. Guilford said with contempt, It's still way too early for it to end. Now get up. Straining against the crushing pain to stand. Ian pointed his sword forward once more. Come on. Damn it. This is only the beginning. Guilford rushed forward with terrifying speed, leaving Ian completely dizzy. This aura is a real pain. Because of the illusions, I can't read his movements at all. He could only rely on instinct to dodge the attacks. What kind of movement is that? Yet Guilford still caught Ian's attack with pinpoint accuracy. Too slow, young master. I can see all your movements plain as day. Ian gasped in shock. What? Right at that moment, Guilford delivered a punch straight to his stomach. Ian was sent flying backward once again, collapsing flat onto the ground, completely exhausted. Guilford walked over with a smile. Shouldn't you have trusted your own instincts instead of being fooled by illusions? Too bad. It looks like you won't get the chance to use my final lesson. Ian panted heavily, cursing to himself. Damn it, a broken rib is piercing my lung. I can't even breathe. The Saintess's voice echoed in his ear once more. Ian, please follow it. Don't resist. Ian crawled forward with his hand. Don't talk like this is the end yet. Guilford turned around in surprise. Ian had downed an entire bottle of healing potion and managed to stand back up. Guilford realized it as well. Quite a fine medicine, but it'll only keep you alive. You don't have an ounce of fighting strength left. Ian shouted in a deep voice. Shut up. He raised his sword. Bring it on. Faced with that blatant provocation, Guilford curved his lips into a smirk. He immediately lunged forward to show Ian the meaning of true power. The moment he faced Guilford's might, Ian stood tall and unwavering. Guilford's eyes lit up briefly. He thought of Rin's memories tied to her hair ribbon. Guilford did not hesitate to slash out with his claws, and Ian's eyes flashed. Now, he spun around, dodging the attack with a speed invisible to the naked eye. His eyes locked firmly onto his target, but Guilford had already noticed. Absolutely flawless. Yet he couldn't dodge the blow. No, even beyond that, Ian was already standing behind Guilford, executing the sword technique, the Aurora Cleave. Panting heavily with exhaustion, Ian muttered, Try regenerating from this wound as well. Lying in a pool of blood, Guilford sighed in admiration. Incredible. The Aurora Cleave is truly perfection. Is my pathetic life really ending like this? Ian asked in astonishment. Why did you hesitate just then? Looking at Rin's keepsake hanging from Ian's arm, Guilford answered softly. My own weakness stopped me. That's all. He also warned, if I die, the flesh tree will get out of control. With your strength, there is nothing you can do, Ian heroically declared. I won't let everything end the way you want. His gaze was extremely firm. I will never give up. Guilford returned to his human form. You are very strong. His eyes went dead calm. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Ian gritted his teeth in angry response. If you go to hell, go by yourself. The demonic beasts at this moment also sensed something unusual. They suddenly turned around and ran away. Celine was slightly stunned. What? Suddenly the demonic beasts started running away. What on earth is going on? The saintess also ran over. The power that controlled the demonic beasts has vanished, which means Ian has defeated the demon. Leto, supported by her, chuckled softly. That guy is truly impressive. Elsie was surprised. What? He defeated the demon all by himself? Can an academy student really do something like that? Delphine drew her sword and stepped out. Does this mean we've passed this trial? A voice echoed from behind. No. Ian walked up with difficulty. Everyone, get ready. Celine cried out in panic. Ian, are you okay? You look badly hurt, and get ready for what? The demonic beasts have already run away. Ian pointed into the distance. Everyone looked in that direction simultaneously. It's coming. Across the forest, a wave of dark energy enveloped the entire space. A fleshy arm along with its seeds was crawling this way. They were getting closer and closer, counting down to the coming catastrophe. As long as it existed, nothing could end. The fleshy seeds quickly crawled this way. Elsie retreated in terror. We were already exhausted just dealing with the demonic beasts. How on earth can we face those things again? Delphine gently reminded. Think calmly. Axe Prince, they're still quite far away. We can run away. Ian clutched his stomach and panted. If we retreat, the kids will surely die, their numbers will increase, and new flesh nests will be born. The saintess loudly asked in confusion. So you mean we should deal with them now? Look at yourself. You can't even stand properly, she persuaded. It's not just you, Ian. Everyone is exhausted. Isn't what we've done so far enough? If we keep going, Ian shook his head slightly. No, to save everyone, I have to take that thing down. He remembered the terrible memory of the saintess sacrificing herself. If they ran away now, the future would be even worse. The saintess frowned even deeper. Even if it costs you your life? Ian raised his voice. I'm ready. The saintess clenched her fists and scoffed coldly. She indignantly scolded. Seriously, what is wrong with you? The saintess looked at Ian. I thought you were cold enough not to react at all after killing someone. Yet now you're willing to risk your life in an unwinnable battle just for those kids? He just looked at her quietly. The saintess raised her voice with a flush. Which one is your true self? If you're plotting something else, just spit it out. Ian calmly replied. If you want, you can doubt me, but my solution won't change. I will protect the kids. The saintess sighed. So you're really going to fight? Fine, whatever. She clasped her hands in prayer. Everyone gather around me. I'll heal you before we head over there. Power radiated from the saintess's hands and instantly enveloped everyone, bringing healing blessings. Celine was surprised. They're all healed. Sepia marveled. It feels like I was never even injured. Delphine tried moving her arm. It even boosts support effects. Truly nothing like those fake healing magics. Elsie grumpily scolded. What did you just say? Ian was astonished. Saintess, this is... But the saintess had already placed her hand over his lips, and she whispered, This is a secret. The saintess held Ian's hand lingeringly. You must come back, Duin reminded. Let's go. The faster we move, the sooner reinforcements will arrive. The saintess replied, All right, it's time to go. Duin pulled the saintess's hand to leave first. We can leave through the back gate. Hurry up. Ian looked at the red gemstone just shoved into his hand, thinking to himself, You might as well have just told us to make it back alive. But isn't this thing way too small? Leto turned to look at Ian. I know this is a lot to ask, but can you guys fight outside this facility? He explained, We need to keep the kids as far away from this battlefield as possible. If you could buy a little more time, I'll evacuate the kids. The kids still didn't understand the situation, peeking near the door. Don't go outside. Are you done yet? When is the headmaster getting here? Ian answered, Understood. I trust you. Celine suddenly tugged at his sleeve, hesitating. Ian. You turned your head in surprise. Celine. Ian tilted his head to ask, Are you scared? Leto immediately stepped away from them. Well, I'm heading out. Celine flusteredly replied, "That's not it." Ian instantly said, "If you're scared, you can retreat." He reminded, "But once you pick up a sword, you can't run away anymore. Kill or be killed. Those are the only two outcomes. And if you intend to keep staying by my side, moments like this will repeat over and over again." Celine's gaze grew steadier. She clearly replied, "I'm ready." Ian also smiled good. Outside, the fleshy arm had made its way inside the city gates. "All right, everyone get out and form up." They hurriedly divided the tasks. Me, Sepia, and Senior Delphine will block them and destroy anything that dares to rush us. Celine, protect Senior Elsie. Senior Elsie, please use large-scale magic as much as possible. And most importantly, this time we're facing the fleshy arm head-on. It's going to be way more terrifying. Ian shouted loudly, "Survive." Leto's pace grew faster and faster. He walked through the building complex, annoyed. "Damn it, it's already started." Leto rushed into the orphanage and said loudly, "Kids, move quickly. We have to get out right now." The kids cried and answered, "But there are monsters outside. I'm scared. I'm not going anywhere." Leto anxiously thought, "This is bad. The kids are panicking." A little girl approached and held his hand. "Mister, where is the headmaster? I haven't seen him all this time." Leto hesitated. If the kids found out Guilford's true identity, they would panic even more. So for now, he softened his voice to comfort her. "The headmaster is fighting alongside the older kids. You guys know he used to be a demonic beast hunter, right?" Leto patted the little girl's head. "Headmaster Guilford asked me to take care of you, so we need to move quickly." The little girl lowered her head. "Okay," Leto whispered to himself. "Hang in there, Ian." Meanwhile, Ian was also giving his all fighting the swarm of flesh seeds. Delphine used fire magic to scorch them. Sepia used ice magic to hack them into pieces. Celine also fought with all her might. Elsie conjured a bolt of lightning and shouted, "I'm opening fire. Everyone get down." Ian lowered his head. The bolt of lightning surged straight down toward them. The light from the electrical surge blinded everything around them. The lightning surrounded them in a temporary protective ring. The swarming flesh seeds crawled over in droves, and they spewed highly toxic substances and sharp claws. Ian was busy fighting one group and couldn't wipe them all out. He anxiously turned his head. "They're targeting Sister Elsie." Ian shouted loudly, "Look out, a group is rushing toward you." Celine used her sword to block the flesh seeds. "There are too many. I can't hold them all off by myself." Another group broke through, and she rushed over to Elsie. She panicked and backed away. "Help me." Ian, just in time, an axe flew over. It slashed away the flesh seed that had crawled the closest. Elsie still hadn't recovered from the fear. Ian had finished dealing with the other group right at that moment. He rushed forward. Ian swung his sword and slashed away all the ones trying to approach Elsie. He stood in front to protect her. "Senior, are you okay?" Ian requested. "Just keep chanting." Ian gripped the axe tightly in his hand. "We've already taken down a dozen." His eyes stayed glued to that grotesque, hand-like thing as it kept vomiting out one creature after another. He thought to himself, "Damn it, just a glance shows their numbers are even greater than the missing children. Just how many lives has this thing devoured anyway?" Ian pondered for a moment and then shouted out commands. "Celine, Sepia, back up Senior Elsie." Sepia gave a crisp and clear reply. "Understood." Celine also looked at him and acted decisively. "Got it." He turned his head to look at Elsie standing behind him. "Senior Elsie, if you can, finish it off." She calmly replied, "Okay." Seeing that she understood the next move, he decisively leaped up. Ian headed straight toward where Delphine was fighting. "Senior Delphine, you have to attack it head-on." She looked at the thing skeptically. "Attack this thing head-on?" As if it had a mind of its own, it let out a roar that startled everyone. "Why is it suddenly?" The thing contracted like a pile of mud. Delphine didn't hesitate anymore and attacked head-on, as Ian had reminded. She swung her sword in a powerful slash just as Ian threw his axe. The axe returned to his hand like a boomerang due to momentum. Ian stood side by side with Delphine. Even while burning, it keeps attacking. It looks like this fog is making the seeds even more ferocious. Looks like it won't die easily. Even as he analyzed the freakish thing before him, his vigilance remained extremely high, and he spotted something sneaking up. "Watch out for the poison." The two quickly reacted and supported each other to beat back its tentacles. Delphine yelled, Worry about yourself first. The thing suddenly stretched out, regenerated, and then spoke in a human-like voice. You cannot win. Ian was startled and distracted by its words, while Delphine lightly leaped up to continue the engagement. What? She kept up the assault. Turns out this disgusting monster can talk, huh? It sprayed silk and venom, shooting something toward her. Delphine used the flat of her sword to block the blow. But that dangerous move scared the wits out of Ian. Senior Delphine, he swung his sword to resist the sharp claws slashing toward him. Bastard. Ian couldn't believe his eyes as that freakish thing morphed into countless sharp, bleached white bone claws. What is it this time? Delphine fought the sharp claws alone, while reassuring the others. Everyone, don't panic. Keep attacking. It won't vomit out seeds anymore. She glanced over and saw the thing trying to sneak up behind her. Before Delphine could counterattack, a bolt of lightning struck those tangled things, scorching them black. Lightning surged. Elsie smirked mockingly. Stop wasting time. You're just getting in the way. Delphine also gave her a cold laugh. Such arrogance. Ian didn't freeze up and stepped forward thinking, we have to drag that nest away from Senior Delphine. He shouted at the freakish thing. Even if you're a flesh nest, Ian swung his sword. You must have bones too. Asshole. Its bone-like appendages shot out to resist, and he lured its attention toward this side, launching continuous attacks. Its bony legs lashed out swiftly. At the same time, Ian's axe was thrown again. Take this. The axe struck the monster's body dead on, but bounced right off. This axe can split boulders, yet it bounced off? The thing revealed an opening showing multiple faces with pitch-black eye sockets. You cannot win. Ian tumbled on the ground, dodging that attack. He rolled over to pick up his axe, while simultaneously swinging his sword to block the thing's attack. Those clumsy legs want to move? I won't let you escape. Everyone watched it move in panic. What? The thing propped itself up on its claws, leaped around a few times, and targeted Ian, shocking him. This monster is this fast? Its claws looked like white bone, yet they could bend flexibly like vines to tightly wrap around his legs. Delphine urgently swung her sword to cut through the bone and rescue him. Ian praised internally, as expected of Senior Delphine. She reminded, don't drop your guard, Axe Prince. Those legs didn't want to lose, and a whole series of them rushed forward 2 by 2, simultaneously striking toward Ian, but he dodged them. Crescent moon slash. But once again the sword in his hand was blocked. Ian panicked. Damn it, even my sword can't cut straight through it. For a moment of distraction, he was blown away by it again. Ian coughed up blood. Both sword and axe are useless. How pathetic. That freakish thing smugly continued. You cannot defeat me. Ian watched it gloat and thought to himself, legendary demonic beasts are really no joke. Its claws morphed and regenerated again, and he hadn't figured out a solution yet. There has to be a way to stop it. Ian accidentally discovered something. Those traces are, the monster is still humming seeds. While focused on its seeds, Ian managed to brace himself and sit up. I need to draw out more seeds. At this point, he also realized he had been pushed into a corner. Have I been pushed this far? Ian shouted loudly. Everyone protect the kids. It wants to create more seeds. The monster roared at the same time. Celine panicked. What? Sepia and Elsie also grew furious. Bastard. They started getting irritated. These damn things keep blocking us from getting close. Elsie released her power to deal with them. Lightning whip, she reported to her teammates. This is my limit for now. Cover me quickly. Sepia leaped forward. Leave it to me. I'll handle the evacuation. The kids turned back to look at the swarming bunch behind them and cried out loudly. The little ones were just about finished evacuating. He happened to be covered just in time. Leto rejoiced. Sepia looked at him and urged. Hurry up. I'll hold them off here. He gave her a thumbs up in praise. Thanks. I'll tell Ian you're the best. Hearing this, she blushed and snapped. What are you saying? Focus on your work. Sepia turned her head back to look at the main battlefield here. The thing was pressing closer and closer to Ian's spot. Senior, he glanced at her briefly. Sepia, how are the kids? She quickly reported the situation clearly to Ian. The kids have just finished evacuating. He fended off those clumsy legs and ordered. Quickly tell everyone to run as far away from here as possible. Sepia didn't want to leave him behind alone. But what about you, Senior? Ian looked up at the thing and said with absolute certainty, I'm going to end this. Sword in one hand, axe in the other. He was as steadfast as if he already knew its weakness, armed with a foolproof plan. Over at the battlefield where Ian was fighting the sea-dispersing monster, another explosion-inducing collision had just occurred. He was battered by the thing all the way back into the building complex. While fighting, he thought to himself, I've taken a few hits, and the poison is making my body heavier. The Sainus's charm has worn out, so just dodging its attacks has reached my limit. Physical attacks are useless. If that's the case, Ian waited for the thing to get closer. It kept humming its familiar dialogue. Seeds? He looked up at the monster. The only way is to burn it to ashes with fire. The furious monster demanded its seeds back and lashed out wildly with its claws. Give me my seeds. Suddenly, it stopped attacking. Ian seized the opportunity to leap up. Once again, he tested his strength fighting this shapeless entity. The clash of sword and claws accidentally struck the cargo bundles in the warehouse. Ian immediately flung them, scattering everywhere, while hastily distracting the monster by continuing to engage it in combat. It eagerly pounced. Gotcha! Ian was knocked down by it once more. He lost his grip on both his axe and sword. At the same time, various bottles and jars tumbled onto the ground from the recent shockwave. Ian sat up, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Those expressionless faces peeked out at him again to mock. You cannot defeat me. He stared hard back at it and reached inside his shirt. That's right, my attacks are useless against you. But it looks like you're afraid of fire, aren't you? Ian pulled out a scroll. This should probably have enough firepower. The monster startled as it looked at him. He stood up, stepping closer to it with confident intimidation. Do you know what blowing up into dust means? The scroll in his hand burst into fierce flames. Ian smiled, hurling it straight at the monster. Go to hell together, you bastard monster. The crackling fire spread and danced through the air, lighting up the entire warehouse like a giant torch in the dark night. Leto outside stared in shock toward the direction. What was that? Delphine, resting on her knees for a moment, also gritted her teeth and called out his name. Axe Prince. Elsie watched the fierce flames in bewilderment. No way. Celine also began to panic and shouted loudly. Ian. She stood dumbfounded, staring at the blackened building. Ian, where are? The two of them were separated by a collapsed wall. On this side, Ian lay on the ground with not an ounce of strength left. He weakly fluttered his eyes to call out her name. Celine, my bag, medicine. Ian forced himself to look at the monster, seeing it swallowed whole by the huge flames, motionless and continuing to burn, letting out a sigh of relief. Flesh nest. Looks like I pulled it off. Celine rushed over. Ian, stay awake. Ian, he reached out his hand while his mind kept racing. My body has no strength left. Celine's echoing call grew closer and closer. But he could barely hear it clearly. Has it finally ended? He suddenly remembered the hair tie on his wrist that he had once used to tie someone's hair. He had never tied anyone's hair before, so it looked a bit awkward. He had clumsily tied that pretty braid. Sorry, I'm really clumsy at this. But the little girl still smiled sweetly at him. I love it. It looks pretty like this. That childish voice echoed deep in Ian's consciousness at this life-or-death moment. Thank you so much, Brother Ian. After that, the dark night passed as well. Ian finally showed signs of waking up. He opened his eyes to look at the sunlight flooding the room. Where am I? A voice spoke up. Where else? At the shrine. Leto stood with his arms crossed, waiting for him to wake up. How are you feeling? The saintess said your injuries are basically healed. Ian sat up. Leto, I think I'm fine. In his mind, only the moment he gritted his teeth, ripped open the magic scroll, and blew up the building remained. I only remember tearing the magic scroll and causing a massive explosion. But after that, Ian looked down at his own hands in some surprise. How on earth did I survive? Leto angrily scolded him. That should be my line. You actually dared to blow yourself up. If it weren't for the saintess, you'd be tucked neatly in a coffin right now. Ian was also surprised. She heal me again? Leto remained gruff. Remember to go see her in person and thank her properly. You completely exhausted her. Hearing those words, he thought to himself, I had mentally prepared myself to lose at least an arm. Don't tell me she used the bloodstone again. Leto continued recounting his absence. While you were unconscious, a thorough investigation took place at Guilford Park. Since it's been ages since a demon last appeared, both the Holy Kingdom and the Empire are in absolute chaos. Ian was preoccupied with something more important to him. What about the kids? He looked at him and gave a dry laugh. Seriously, just crawled back from the gates of death, and you're already worrying about the kids? They're safe, of course. Leto let him know the kids' situation. The kids are being protected at a nearby pavilion and have already been adopted by another reputable facility. The saint has handled everything personally, so you don't need to worry anymore. He suddenly remembered another issue, and thanks to this incident, you've suddenly become quite famous. Everyone outside is gossiping about it. Ian wasn't very amused. Gossiping about what? Leto held up a notice poster featuring his prominent face for Ian to see. Look at this. The Axe Knight defeated the demon. Image of the Axe Knight commander. The man who led them. Ian Purkis. The story was written very vividly. The Academy students blessed by the Saintess wiped out dozens of demonic beasts. You led them. You supported everyone and single-handedly destroyed the first demon to appear in decades. Axe Knight Ian Purkis. Hearing that title, Ian's face went cold. Axe Knight? Why does that sound so lame? Leto added other news. Actually, rumors about you have been going around lately. In just the past few months, from solving the hunting festival to wiping out demonic beasts, defeating the Urdina sisters, and even shutting up the notorious tyrant Elsie. He also sighed in sentiment. Putting that chain of achievements together is truly insane. And he eagerly chimed in. Anyway, word is that the Imperial Knights are extremely interested in you. Hearing this, Ian felt a bit spooked. The royal family? Even someone who awakened an aura attribute like Senior Delphine struggled just to pass the entrance exam, right? Why me? He suddenly recalled a few things. Perhaps that isn't entirely impossible. Judging by my future memories, there are clearly traces showing I once belonged to the Imperial faction. Does that mean in the future I actually joined the royal camp? Ian accepted the notice poster and heard Leto cheerfully say, Anyway, thanks to our great commander, the entire Axe Knight squad got bonus rewards. But as for himself, he didn't like that lame title at all. Stop bringing up that name. Ian wanted to ask about last night's flesh nest. By the way, is there any news about the flesh nest? Leto had more gossip to share with his buddy. That's also under investigation. But they want to keep it completely secret from the public. He rambled on. If news of a mythological monster appearing leaks out, it'll only cause more chaos. They'll probably come tell you to keep your mouth shut sooner or later. Ian understood as well. That's true. He suddenly lowered his voice and glanced around briefly. As an insider, I overheard a little something. It sounds like I've almost found the mastermind behind this. Is anyone here? Those turquoise eyes looked at him, but you can probably guess. An image of a certain person instantly popped into Ian's head. Leto turned serious. Yeah, it's that bastard whose name is in the ledger. And the investigators say he is. He continued, highly likely a priest of the darkness cult. And rumor has it he holds a high rank too. Ian knitted his brows. The darkness cult? His hand clenched the newspaper into wrinkles. Because of them, innocent kids had to. Seeing his reaction so full of outrage, Leto felt slightly intimidated. We've gotten ourselves involved with people we shouldn't mess with. So what are you planning to do now? Ian looked at him with a stern face. For now, I can't really do anything immediately. And currently, no other trouble has happened. So the only thing I can do right now is pray we don't get dragged in any deeper. The scene shifted to a luxurious room where a noble young lady was reading the announcement with her legs crossed. A border baron's son single-handedly defeats a demon. She lowered the announcement featuring Ian's face to look at the person standing at attention before her and asked, As an Imperial Knight, do you have any assessment of this? That haughty voice called out the interlocutor's name, Island. She kept a poker face as she looked at her master. Forgive me for saying this, but I think this is an exaggeration. He bowed his head. In just 1 month, he stood out at the hunting festival and is now rumored to have single-handedly defeated a demon. In my opinion, it's just a heroic tale blown out of proportion by public rumors. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled lightly. True or false? We'll know as soon as we meet him. A beautiful hand placed the announcement down on the table. When Ian wakes up, make sure to tell him. She gave a graceful command. The fifth princess of the Scene Empire will be visiting him soon. In a distant, scorching desert with the footprints of two people imprinted on the sand. Two hands tightly grasped each other, never letting go. One person spoke up first. "What do you think?" The girl whispered. Truly an impressive sight. Under the scorching heat of the barren desert, a monster sealed in place by a magic array couldn't budge at all. The girl snuggled close to the young man and murmured, "I never thought these eyes would summon something so terrifying." Ian looked at that giant furry creature and wondered, if this thing is released, how long can we hold out? Scene remained silent with no answer for him. The two of them still held hands tightly, staring into the monster's glowing red eyes. What a pity. Even holding out is impossible now. She urged, "Ian, there's no time to hesitate. Please make a choice. Delphine is getting close." Ian suddenly jolted awake. He sat up from the medical room bed, shaking off the dream. That dream just now was something else. Ian looked around in confusion. "Please." His gaze landed on the letter neatly placed on the small table. Damn it, his head was throbbing violently. Damn it, his head felt like it was about to explode. But Ian still forced himself up to check the letter. The ritual, the beast attack, the dark priest, and even the dragon's eye. This time the scale is even bigger. At the end of the letter, his attention was caught by a small line of text. "Those who possess the dragon's tear cannot understand the human heart." Ian grabbed some tea and drank it all in one gulp while his eyes remained glued to the letter in his hand. Damn it, looks like this isn't an ordinary trouble. I have completely no idea what I should do next. His eyes swept across a folded paper wedged under the crack of the door. "What's that?" Ian walked over and picked it up, a letter. "Is this a summons or something? If you got something to say, just spit it out to my face." He slowly opened it. The letter instantly burst into flames. The roaring fire burned it to ashes right in his hands. Ian frantically tossed it aside, unconsciously collapsing backward onto the floor. What the hell? Who on earth did this? The flames continued dancing in the air, refusing to die out. Ian suddenly realized this was his future self. Amidst the flickering fire, a line of text appeared. "Whoever dares to touch the royal family, receive your punishment." Ian tiredly yelled at himself. What on earth did he do? After days of rest, he finally reintegrated into society. As he strode along, he thought of the horrifying scene of being stared at and gossiped about by so many eyes. Turns out he's still alive. Why would he do something like that? Running into annoying things bright and early. Ian could only curse inwardly. Damn it, my future self. What the hell did you do? First, let's retrace my memories. He chased down that memory and saw himself meeting Celine in Syria, who looked a bit smudged. "You two look so tired." "What happened?" Celine enthusiastically replied. "We practiced together this morning." He memorized that memory, and right after leaving the hospital, I met Celine in Syria. Following that was Elsie's enthusiastic wave. "Yenexe?" Everyone present cast puzzled looks their way when she called him that. Ian was also startled. His present self once again paid attention to every single detail. And after that, I also met Senior Elsie. "I told you not to call me that." Future Ian continued his journey with aromatic bottles of wine that made his mouth water, finally getting to drink again. Present self Ian tried to recount again. "Afterwards, I only remember drinking like crazy alone in my room, though I did overindulge a bit." He walked amid the cold and mocking gazes of the people around him. What on earth did I do to make people who were once dying to meet me turn this cold in such a short time? They didn't hold back at all, openly discussing as he walked past. Ignore him. He's done for. The girl next to her also showed open contempt. It's that bastard with the axe. Ian inwardly cursed himself. Not only did he pick a fight with a normal noble, but the entire royal family too. Someone even spoke up loudly enough to make him halt. I knew this would happen when he got praised and became arrogant. Does he think he'll be safe after doing that to the princess? Tin and his gang taunted him. "Ian, so glad to see you. Good thing I still get to see your face before you step into a coffin. Is your family still safe and sound?" He stood there smirking. Looks like the princess hasn't done anything too harsh yet. Seeing him, Ian smiled in a terrifying way. "Thought it was who? Turns out it's Tin? You came right on time. I was just looking for someone like you." As soon as Ian finished speaking, he acted. He swung his axe straight toward the side of Tin's face, freezing Tin in sheer terror with a pale face. His gang was also beaten flat onto the ground by him. Tin, now I'm going to ask nicely. So answer me honestly, otherwise I'll have to use rough methods. With blood smeared on his face, he smiled like an Azura from hell. Tell me more about what you just said earlier. What on earth do you mean by what I did to the princess and my family? Tin broke out in cold sweat. You lunatic, we've come to this, and you're still asking to talk nicely. His axe had neither eyes nor ears, and wasn't in the mood to listen to off-topic nonsense, tapping the back of his head with a single blow. He grabbed Tim by the hair and ordered, "Speak." Ian glared. What happened back then? The events that transpired were recounted. Ian woke up and sat blankly, staring at the bottle in his hand. Just then, someone walked up to strike up a conversation, and he merely glanced sideways. You must be the rumored senior Ian. Fifth Princess Scene and her entourage approached him with a friendly smile. I'm Scene, a first-year magic department student. I said I'd come visit you. Do you remember? Other students began whispering amongst themselves. Look, the princess herself came to meet that rumor-plagued Ian. So jealous. His status is definitely going to skyrocket now. He stood up without speaking yet. Ian acted with utmost courtesy, bowing to greet the princess. Nice to meet you, Your Highness. Scene smiled in return. No need to be so formal. At the academy, I'm just a normal student. But his gaze toward her was profoundly cold. So do you have business with me? Scene offered. I'm glad you're perceptive. I was very impressed by your achievements. Would you like to join forces with me? She named her price. Of course, it's not for free. I'll give you everything you want. Ian replied indifferently. Anything? Scene confidently. Yes, everything. For example, with my recommendation, joining the Royal Knight Order is entirely possible. She continued smiling as she talked to him. Now that I think about it, you're the second son of the Chicken Pillar Viscount, right? She dangled a generous joining gift. How about becoming the legitimate heir? I'll secure both the Thorny Bamboo territory and the next head of household position for you. Ian maintained his haughty attitude. Head of household? I've never thought about such a thing. Scene flaunted her capability. If I want it, it's nothing difficult at all. She proposed her condition. It's not a complicated condition. Just kneel before me and swear absolute loyalty to me alone. Ending her sentence with a question. Where does the senior find that? Ian waited for Scene to finish before continuing. Actually, he uncorked the bottle he had been holding all this time. I had a thought. Scene waited eagerly. What is it? Tell me, whatever you want, I can grant it. Island's expression turned horrified. The remaining female attendant was also so shocked her jaw dropped, and she had to cover it with her hand. Scene's hair was already drenched, with water droplets continuously dripping down. Ian poured all the liquid left inside the bottle straight on her head. Has Her Highness the Princess sobered up yet? He smiled. This probably still isn't enough, right? Island escorted, drew her sword, and lunged to attack him. But he still calmly gazed at her. A hand reached out, and that sword strike was blocked instantly. Slow like this, and you still dare call yourself the princess's bodyguard? He struck down, and she immediately became a defeated general. Too slow. Scene and the other bodyguards were astonished by Ian's speed and reaction. He slowly stood straight up again. How pathetic. A bunch of useless fools. Ian coldly stepped past the defeated Island. If what I poured wasn't water but poison, your master would be dead. The sword at his side was drawn as he walked past Scene. Even now, the sharp blade pointed straight at the people behind her, making all of their faces pale as mice. After seeing my actions, no one dares to draw their sword. Are your hands frozen? Draw your swords right now. Useless fools. The clear blue sky stretched wide, with light white clouds drifting gently. Many people were terrified witnessing the scene before them, because Ian had easily eliminated the nearby royal bodyguards. He stood there openly criticizing, Your bodyguard are truly weak. It seems they need to be retrained. Seeing this, Scene was extremely furious and gritted out. I will give you one final chance. She angrily ordered. Kneel down right now and swear loyalty to me. If you do that, I will pretend none of this ever happened. Ian immediately and coldly replied, What if I refuse? Hearing this, Scene grew even angrier and shouted, Do you think you can leave this empire safe and sound? no matter what methods must be used. Now she was completely determined. I will crush you, because I can see through all human desires and fears. He spoke without a shred of fear. That pair of eyes of yours seems useless now, failing to even see my sole desire. I refuse. Ian continued with utter contempt. Your sweet words and heroic ideals won't work on me, princess, because in the future, those things hold zero value. Hearing this, Scene smiled faintly. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Then how about this? Starting today, by the authority of the royal family, your friends and everything you have will be ruined. He gave her a contemptuous glance and asked, how long will it take to finish all that work? Then Scene spoke up with utter confidence. Such a trivial matter. 3 months is enough. Ian was quite surprised by this number. 3 months? The next second, he abruptly gripped his own weapon. A terrifying pressure generated by Ian left her startled. Scene immediately suffered a wound on her hand and let out a cry of pain. His axe was spinning midair, and then Ian recalled his weapon back to himself. Wounded, she couldn't help scolding. Bastard. While Scene stayed silent, he mocked. 3 months is too long. Ian brushed past her and warned, if possible, please wrap it up within a month. Provoked, Scene angrily yelled, responsibility. She screamed at Ian's retreating back. Do you think you can bear this responsibility? Then Ian was seen smiling as he retorted, after all, I'm not the one who has to take responsibility. At the same time, Ian gripped the blonde man's hair and gritted out, this is getting crazy. The man was grabbed but showed no fear. Only now do you realize? Not just you, soon your friends, your family, everyone is going to hell. Before the blonde man could finish speaking, he was physically interrupted by Ian. Shut your mouth. You're annoying as hell. Ian stood there speaking with contempt. What was he thinking, provoking the princess like that? Suddenly a voice rang out. Ian, you're back? This bastard. Hearing that, he immediately turned around. This voice? Leton. And then Ian was stunned seeing the scene before him. He asked with extreme surprise, you? What happened to you? Leto stood there in a daze and replied, what do you mean? The rumor about someone splashing water on the princess is spreading everywhere now. Ian impatiently retorted, drop that. Give me a cup of coffee. We need to talk. Then he went on and on. Look at those trash cans who value their lives too little. Birds of a feather truly flock together. Ian was working hard to expose those bastards. Drinking his water, he impatiently reminded, sit down. Doing that only makes things worse. If you fall for their provocation, you're playing right into their hands. Right now, Ian was extremely angry. Ah, that princess. Before he could even finish, Leto cut him off. Watch your mouth. One more word, and you'll be slapped with treason. Then he pointed out the problem. Every single time that guy shows up, don't you get more and more aggressive? Ian focused on remembering what happened and calmed himself down. I'm sorry. Leto immediately went on to reassure him. Well, it's not your fault either. This is all to prevent the apocalypse, right? But it doesn't feel good at all. He couldn't help asking, why do you think he did something like that? He immediately answered Ian's question. Who knows? But just look at the hunting festival and the orphanage incident. I don't think he would do something meaningless. And then Leto executed a martial technique while saying, thinking along those lines, something is definitely going to happen this time too. He acted like that, so you could prepare in advance, probably. Ian agreed with him, thinking accurately. If I hadn't gotten involved with Syria, I wouldn't have joined the festival. And again, without the Sainus' permission, I wouldn't have gone to the orphanage either. Meanwhile, writing as he spoke, he said, so this incident definitely has a reason behind it. Hearing that, Ian curiously asked, you mean there's some deep reason for splashing water on her? Leto immediately confirmed it. So from now on, you need to retrace the clues that future Ian left behind. Ian argued against Leto's reasoning. How am I supposed to know which way to look? He kept rambling on. According to the rumors, it looks like he went to see the Saintess. Only then did Ian feel relieved and speak up. Is that so? Good. At least there's a lead. Having answers to his own puzzles, he spoke up. Then I'm heading out right now. Leto took something out from inside his clothes and stopped him. Wait a minute. He handed Ian an item. This is a letter from your younger sister. She sent it to me because you kept refusing to reply. Quite surprised, Ian asked, Leah sent a letter? Then Ian stared blankly at the thing in his hand while Leto reminded, I don't know what your future self was thinking, but you better act fast. He brought up the crucial issue. The princess has already started making her move. The letter displayed these lines. To my beloved older brother, thanks to your support, the trading company is about to collapse. But I will continue to support your academy life from Narrow Pillar. Sister loves you, brother. I'd be very happy if you reply. Scene shifts to the church where someone was praying. O divine being, please save this lost lamb. I cannot stop thinking about the terrible punishment awaiting me. My heart is restless and uneasy. Is this also a trial given by you? That person was none of us other than the saintess. Of course, it's because I always care about those poor children without families. He is very kind and surprisingly knows how to care for the weak. He's also rarely honest, so he looked kind of cute. Seeing this, Ian asked blankly, "What are you doing?" Mid-prayer, she startled. "Ian, how did you get in here?" Ian unhappily reminded. "That's a loud greeting." Then Ian pointed toward Den. "I didn't swing an axe to smash the door down for you to get startled. Do and open the door for me." The saintess coughed lightly and asked curiously, "So what business brings you here?" He straight-tackled the main issue. "I came here before, right?" She narrowed her eyes in silence for a moment before answering. "I've heard some rumors." The saintess suddenly raised her tone. "This time you actually fought the Royal Guard Knights, right? You just got out of the hospital and you're causing trouble again, already?" Ian raised his hand to scratch his cheek and hesitated. "Not really. There's a deep reason behind all this. That wasn't me. The person at that time was someone else possessing my body." She lost her patience and scolded. "Enough already. Just consider yourself lucky this time. But everything has a limit. Do you know how bad your condition was back at the orphanage? Your whole body was badly burned, and even your internal organs were completely crushed." The saintess kept rambling on. "If it weren't for the medicine you carried and the leftover blood crystal fragment, you would have lost your life right on the spot. Why do you always risk your life to that extent?" Realizing the truth, he deduced that she really had used it. Meanwhile, she was still scolding. "You were supposed to just eliminate the demon and retreat. If you had abandoned the kids and waited for the knights, we could have handled it safely." Right at that moment, Ian cut off the saintess. He smiled faintly and spoke. "Even if it's ineffective, there are times when we must follow the path we believe is right, complying with it without resisting. I suppose it's called resigning to fate." The saintess was slightly stunned hearing Ian say words like that, and he continued very seriously. "For now on, I'll be a bit more careful, so calm down your anger. Can you tell me what happened when I came here last time?" Ian honestly recounted the event. "This time I got possessed again, so I don't remember anything." She gradually calmed down and answered, talking nonsense again. "Fine, I'll tentatively believe you this time." Then the saintess recounted what had happened. Actually, nothing particularly strange happened. He suddenly showed up and demanded an item, then left immediately after getting it. Didn't even bother to listen to a word I said. Having grasped the crucial piece of information, Ian immediately questioned, "What did he demand?" She resolved his doubt. "An item capable of cleansing curses and removing primary dark magic." I gave him a vial of holy water, and in the third letter, the content reads, "To my dearest, please forgive this foolish lover for bringing up the past, when we should have been promising each other a happy future. Tonight the moon is full, and my heart misses you so much that I cast aside childhood shyness to pick up my pen and write to you. Memories rushed in like waves crashing against my heart, then drifting away. The memory of that day became the guiding compass of my life. But I cannot help worrying that to you, they are still unpleasant memories." At this point, Ian blankly asked back, "Holy water, you mean that thing?" The saintess immediately confirmed to him, "That's right, you poured it into a water bottle. Such reddish dirt, how could it?" Before she could finish, Ian interrupted, "By the way, what is holy water used for, and how is it used?" The saintess angrily questioned Ian. "You asked for such a luxurious item, and yet you don't know how to use it?" Then she eagerly explained, "Holy water can also be used to treat minor wounds, but its true purpose is to cleanse curses and dark arts." He grabbed the key keyword. Cleansing. Does it only work when it directly touches the body? The saintess confirmed Ian's guess was correct. "That's right, but unless it's an emergency, going to the temple is still more effective." Relying on that information, Ian thought to himself, So what future Ian splashed on the princess was holy water kept in a water bottle. But why keep a secret? If the princess was cursed, she could have gone to the temple herself or asked the royal mage to lift the curse. There are plenty of ways. The saintess was still rambling. Even so, I still can't understand what that princess is thinking. At that moment, Ian snapped back to reality and let out a startled gasp. She pointed at him and asked, "She's just the fifth princess? What on earth was she thinking daring to do that to you?" "Ian, aren't you the master of the Dragon Blood secret tome?" Some information the saintess mentioned about the Dragon Blood secret tome. It is magic granted only to a select few members of the royal family, and only the king of the empire himself can bestow it. That thing holds immense power. In other words, the master of the Dragon Blood secret tome essentially represents the emperor, and no one dares touch them, even if the opponent is a member of the royal family. The catch is that if the master doesn't display the Dragon Blood secret tome themselves, no one has any way of knowing their identity. Seeing Ian give a blank, faint gasp made her even angrier. "Don't tell me you didn't show the Dragon Blood secret tome to the princess." The saintess gritted her teeth in fury. "When you threatened me, you looked like you were ready to blow this place to the ground. Yet, at the crucial moment, you refused to show it to the princess. Someone like the fifth princess would have clung to you endlessly just seeing that thing." He awkwardly replied, "Of course, but the current situation is very complicated because Ian knows the only one who knows how to use it is him." She incomprehensibly questioned him. "While it's true it must be kept secret, at least you should have revealed your status. Activating it quickly, wasn't that enough?" Then Ian was seen denying. "No, is that thing really that easy to use?" Provoked, the saintess frowned and scolded. "Stop messing with me." Her annoyance was surging. "At that time you arrogantly sat on my chair, then casually used your gaze to activate the Dragon Blood secret tome. Knowing he had committed a lèse majesty offense, he bowed. Huh? Back then, I was just healing." But the saintess refused to accept the excuse. Still playing innocent. Huh? Sensing the situation was bad, Ian ran off. "Enough. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave." Ian opened the fallen saintess's bottle. Angered, she exclaimed, "Go right ahead. How impolite. I worry about you, and you come here just to mock me?" Frightened by her scolding, he replied, "No, but that's the truth." Losing control, the saintess yelled, "Whenever you need something you come looking here, but whenever I want to see you, you never—" Then Ian suddenly startled, letting out a soft gasp. Realizing she had slipped up, she quickly covered her mouth. The next second, the saintess immediately chased him outside. "I don't care anymore. Get out of here right now." "You jerk!" Pushed outside, Ian came to his senses and wondered, "What was that just now?" Then he strolled around reflecting. Let's organize the information first. Future Ian didn't reveal the Holy Water and Dragon Blood secret tome to the outside world. Currently, Ian was deeply analyzing. There is only one sole reason. His use of the Holy Water and the Dragon Blood secret tome must be kept strictly confidential. There must be a clear reason why all of this isn't allowed to be exposed. He couldn't help muttering softly, "At least let me know the reason. If I could use the Dragon Blood secret tome, the situation would definitely improve." Right at that moment, someone spoke up, startling Ian. This chick actually has a pretty nice face. Very quickly he recognized it was Emma, right? Meanwhile, he was toying with Emma. "Now I can believe the rumor that Madman Ian threw up to 10,000 gold to buy you." Hearing that, she indignantly retorted, "Nonsense. You're not allowed to insult Ian. I'm leaving. Let me go right now." But he still gripped her wrist tightly. "Quite a reaction you've got there. But guess what?" And then he slapped her hard. "How dare a commoner like you order me around? Huh? Know your place." After striking her, he gloated, "Bark some more. If you make me happy, your family will be safe." The man behind chimed in with a sneer. "I'll toy with you a bit longer until you wake up to reality." Right at that moment, Emma let out a startled gasp. "Wait, unhappy." He turned toward what she was looking at. "Why are you looking away?" Ian's cold voice echoed steadily. "Hey, what the hell do you guys think you're doing?" Caught by surprise, he cried out in pain. My hand, my hand." Ian stood there speaking coldly. This lunatic name, I've heard some rumors about it. But now he was extremely furious. "You dare sever a noble's hand just for some lowly commoner?" The young man nearby turned pale. You bastard, do you think a low-level noble like you can get away with acting so recklessly? He immediately approached him with a smile. That's right, I'm crazy. You guys know that well enough. But I'm a crazy guy who even dared to touch the princess. Then Ian pulled out his own axe. I don't care which noble family you belong to, but if you dare touch my friend, burning with murderous intent, he swung his axe out. Then I'll show you what the consequences will be. Soon after, Delphine arrived at the scene, surprised. This is, staring hard at Ian, she said, I came because the captain asked for help. Looks like this time you've caused an even bigger catastrophe, haven't you? Standing there in a daze, he asked. So can you handle it? According to them, those guys are sons of high nobles. Then Delphine confidently spoke up. Axe-Prince, I'm Delphine Urdina. Know her? Cleaning up trivial matters like this is a piece of cake for me. Ian immediately turned to ask for a favor. Then I leave everything in your hands. Please protect Emma for a while. Don't let her get hurt. She replied to him, Yeah, all right. I owe her one anyway. That wasn't all as Delphine continued. Besides, it looks like the princess is truly angry. The royal family has issued an order to all 5 great noble families to squeeze the Chu territory, both militarily and financially. At this moment, he analyzed internally. So that's why my sister sent a letter like that. Curiously, Ian asked, What does the Urdina family plan to do? She answered Ian's doubt. What else? I can't defy the emperor's order, but since the Urdina family has announced they will handle it themselves, temporarily no one will interfere. I've arranged to delay their advance. It should buy us 3 to 4 weeks. Gratefully, he spoke up. Thank you. That's enough. While you buy time, I'll smoothly settle everything. Now Delphine had a slight query. I know you have a plan, but what are you going to do? Ian gripped the thing in his hand and said, First, I'm planning to drop by the newspaper office. He stated his plan. This is the latest weekly paper. There are plenty of articles clearly trying to stir everything up. Emma, and then Leto. The people close around me keep getting harmed one by one, so I'll deal with this first. Hearing that, she remarked, Sounds reasonable. Quite confused, Ian saw Delphine say that. Reasonable? Suddenly Delphine glanced at Emma. Listen closely. Then she whispered to him. This is classified info, but the real reason the press club. Knowing the truth, Ian sighed. Then I understand why they acted so aggressively. Carefully, Delphine reminded him. You should act fast, those guys are despicable. Afterwards, Ian gratefully bowed. Thank you for the info. I'll be going then. Please handle the cleanup. She calmly said, Leave this place to me. Then he urged her, Emma, let's go. Senior Delphine has agreed to help us. Startled, Emma looked at Ian and gasped. She tentatively tugged at the hem of his garment. And then Emma sincerely spoke up. I'm sorry, this happened because of me. I have nothing to repay you with. Yet every time you save me, he smiled to reassure her. Don't think like that. The medicine you gave helped me many times already. A simple thank you is enough. She didn't know what to say except, Thank you, Ian. Time passed, and it quickly reached late afternoon when someone shouted, Hold on, unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. The guard unhappily reminded, Only people from the press club are allowed in here. Go away. Ian glanced around to assess. The press club has an entire building to itself. They really get favored treatment. He glanced toward him and said, At first I didn't understand why it was favored so much. But if it's the cadet branch of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, then everything makes sense now. The guard suddenly grew anxious. What on earth are you suddenly talking about? Still calm, Ian spoke. Looks like your acting training is still lacking. The next second, he immediately summoned his axe. Right at that moment, a sword unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. He felt a bit of fear as he witnessed this scene. Ian spoke up calmly. I looked into everything thoroughly before coming here. Cut the boring act and get straight to the point. He got straight to the main point. I don't want to talk to your lactics. Bring your club president here. In the third letter, there was the following content. Once again, I sincerely apologize for the painful memories you had to endure. I wouldn't dare say I understand how you fell having to bear the false accusations and pain all by yourself for everyone's benefit. Even so, not a single day has passed since that day without me regretting what happened, especially after realizing that everything you did was for me. The feelings that sparked from that day have continually tormented me, The only affection in this lifetime that makes my chest tighten as if my heart is completely melting away. The guards were struck hard in the face by Ian just like that. He couldn't defend himself and instantly collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, the remaining guards shouted loudly, "Don't lower your guard. This is the guy who single-handedly and arbitrarily took down all 4 royal knights." At this moment, Ian thought to himself, when Emma was struck, a flash suddenly crossed my mind, an image appearing in his thoughts. In that memory, a girl was being consumed by flames as a sacrificial offering during a ritual. That scene was deeply etched into Ian's brain. Looking closely, one could see the girl only had one eye. Perhaps that was why his fury still couldn't be quelled. He just wanted to put an end to everything once and for all. Meanwhile, they all rushed forward together, and he could easily dodge the guard attacks in such a confined space. Ian immediately brandished his battle axe. "Do you guys really think your coordinated attack strategy is going to work?" One soldier, unable to block the blow, cursed. "Damn it." Without showing any mercy, he unleashed his attack. "Is it because you guys belong to the intelligence agency?" Following that, Ian surged with killing intent as he launched an assault and quickly dashed forward. Ian eliminated the targets right in front of him without holding back at all. Not a single one of you is going to escape the pain. Another young man failed to withstand the blow and went down just like that. Yet he quickly closed in to ambush the young man wearing glasses. Being choked, the guy managed to wheeze. "Damn it, you already know our true identities and you still dare to pull something like this?" Ian replied with utmost calmness. "Want to know the reason, do you?" Right at that moment, he noticed someone behind him attempting a sneak attack. Ian reacted swiftly, grabbing the attacker's wrist. He instantly slammed the opponent down onto the floor. "You bastards are the ones who started this absurd farce in the first place." Seeing that, the bespectacled young man gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" Ian glanced over to check on his movement. Instantly, the bespectacled young man slashed at his arm. "How stupid of you to turn your back on me." Ian calmly chuckled. As expected of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, getting beaten to a pulp and still stubbornly crawling here to throw your lives away. "You've been a huge help to me. Thanks to you, I've realized I need to send you off to your graves for good." Unable to believe it, he stared at him with wide eyes. "Wait." In the end, the bespectacled young man fell beneath Ian's axe. When suddenly he detected something unusual, Ian stared at his own hand and muttered, "Damn it, was there some kind of paralyzing poison smeared on that? I need to finish this fight as quickly as possible." Then he walked up to a door and let out a sigh of relief. Ian kicked the door wide open just like that. "Is it in here?" He glanced at the person inside and shouted, "Nearest of the Imperial Cloud Society." Nearest immediately smiled in greeting. "Welcome, the subterranean axe prince who's been making all that racket. I was wondering what was going on down there." Ian couldn't help but retort, "We're meeting for the very first time, and you're acting like we're best friends? I have only one single demand. Never touch anyone close to me ever again." He then pointed his axe straight at her. Seeing this, Near showed no fear whatsoever and instead burst out laughing. Even more perplexed, Ian scratched his head with the handle of his axe. Then she turned serious and stared intently at him, prompting him to speak up, unable to hold back anymore. "Still feeling confident, huh? Then I won't hold back either." Suddenly, a barrage of numerous daggers came flying at him, leaving Ian startled. What the heck is this? Realizing the situation was bad, he hurriedly dodged. Those daggers kept pursuing Ian's direction. At this point, he was struggling to evade the danger. Extremely furious, Ian cursed internally. "Damn it, I couldn't sense the incoming daggers at all. I've never heard of Nearest having this kind of trait." Meanwhile, Nearest walked toward him and nonchalantly remarked, "Oh my, scared of just a few daggers already?" The next second, he shoved a heavy table hard away. "Taste this." In a flash, that table took countless slashing blows. She slashed the table to pieces and smiled sweetly. "Come on, show me some strength." Axe Prince, by now the poison should have set in, making it hard for you to even stand straight. Nearest then lunged forward to attack, catching Ian off guard before he could react. Damn it, such terrifying speed. He retreated a short distance to calculate his next move. Exactly at times like these, Ian suddenly changed direction, realizing he had to take a bold risk and strike. He performed an aerial flip to regain the upper hand. Only then did Ian let out a breath. That was a close one. Good thing I managed to unleash my decisive blow before being completely paralyzed. Not stopping there, he provoked her. At this rate, you won't be able to move in a moment. Nearest couldn't help laughing out loud. It's been a long time since anyone managed to injure me like this. Right now my head feels exceptionally clear. Staring at Nearest in utter disbelief, he muttered, "She survived that attack and is still alive?" While she stood there calmly. "How about it? Ready to finish this with a proper showdown now?" Only then did Ian realize the issue. Is that a spatial pouch? Spending millions of gold just to apply an attribute to a school uniform? Nearest casually tossed the dagger aside and remarked, "It's an imperial privilege." And then he realized the crucial problem. It disappeared again. Right at that moment, a blade fell from the ceiling right above Ian's head. Though luckily he reacted fast and dodged the knife. Glancing back at her, Ian cursed. Damn it. He realized a major issue. The toxin was slowing down his reflexes. Nearest contemptuously stated, "Time for bed, Junior." After that, silence returned to the room. She looked at Ian, who was immobilized, and scoffed. "I'm genuinely surprised. Taking that much poison and still staying conscious. Impressive. This is just a toxin that disrupts the flow of mana. It won't kill you. But normally, anyone else would have passed out cold ages ago." Unable to hold back, he asked, "Seems like you're quite fond of poison, huh?" Nearest promptly confirmed it. "Yes, of course. After all, is there anything as wonderful as poison?" She smiled as she looked at Ian, "Especially when using it to crush a noble like you. As a commoner, I've had to witness far too many filthy, hidden corners of this world that I never wanted to see. But everything completely flipped upside down once I was recruited into the intelligence agency." Not stopping there, Nearest continued, "Now then, why don't you tell me how you managed to track me down all the way here? I'm very much looking forward to hearing what kind of miserable screams you'll let out." Ian immediately scolded, "You're completely out of your mind." Unable to control himself, his eyes slowly closed. Damn it. Afterwards, in a different space, someone spoke up. "You've arrived, haven't you?" "Ian, my loyal subject." Kneeling there respectfully, Ian replied, "You called for me, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing that, the Emperor stared intently at him. Ian continued to greet him, "Your Majesty." The third letter contained the following. "To be honest, I used to cry almost every single night, because I kept thinking that we should have had a much more wonderful meeting than that. First love is truly a terrifying feeling. Seeing the women around you looking like seductive vixens. And even though I had countless things I wanted to say to you, my own guilt kept flashing through my mind, leaving me unable to utter a single word. That was the first time I'd ever felt that way. Ever since the day demonic beasts ambushed our carriage convoy, I had never truly felt alive. In the end, I even fell straight into a dark priest trap. But at the very last moment when you appeared in that cave, color truly returned to my life. That day, lying in your arms, I swore to myself that I would dedicate the rest of my life to you, living to atone for my mistakes." The Emperor stared at him intently and softly called out. He brought up the matter he cared about. "How is the battle situation going? Give me an accurate report of whatever happened." Ian quickly gave his report. "The formidable warriors of the Empire, those who have reached the Master Realm. There were as many as 6 such individuals." He recounted the events that transpired, but now they have been completely wiped out. Delphilim's army has surrounded the great sanctuary. Not stopping there, Ian went on. "As long as I draw breath, I won't let them step past this point, come what may." The Emperor grasped the key phrase. "You mean as long as you're alive?" He then stepped down from the bed and said, "Could it be that the Empire's history spanning hundreds of years is humanity's history really destined to collapse like this?" At this point, the Emperor cautioned him carefully. "Ian, humanity's final master, and also my loyal subject." Ian immediately responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing him speak with utmost seriousness, "I will bestow upon you the dragon blood secret scripture." Unbelieving, he blurted out, "But that's something passed down exclusively to the heir of the Empire." The Emperor abruptly cut Ian off. "Heir?" he casually declared. "On the brink of the world's destruction, tradition holds no meaning whatsoever. Frowning, the Emperor spoke sternly. Ian, this is my final command. While unconscious, he clearly heard those words. Save this world. Following that, Ian slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. A moment later, he was completely awake from his slumber. Meanwhile, Nearest was wondering to herself, how on earth did he find this branch office? How did he manage it? The two masterminds behind the scenes are people of the royal family. Suddenly spotting something, she turned around and let out a startled gasp. Nearest thought in utter confusion. The dagger melted? I've never heard of his aura having this kind of property. No, more importantly, how on earth is he even able to use aura? She stared fixedly at Ian in his conscious state. He should still be unable to use mana due to the toxin's effect. At that moment, he coldly spoke up. I was wondering where that dagger came from. Turns out hiding a dagger inside aura and dropping it was just a cheap trick. Ian exposed Nearest's plan. You arranged it beforehand and used aura to drop it down. He looked right at her and asked bluntly, am I wrong? Not stopping there, Ian continued. Nearest, or rather, Findleston. Panicking, Nearest questioned him. Who are you? She couldn't help raising her voice. How could you possibly know a name I abandoned so long ago? I'm asking you. How do you know information that was supposed to be completely erased? Something like that has to be kept under absolute secrecy in the deepest vaults of the royal family, right? The next second, Nearest fell silent upon feeling a certain overwhelming oppression. Right now, Ian was pointing straight at her. Standing there, he coldly issued an order to Nearest. Shut your mouth. Panic-stricken, she suddenly realized. Representative of the Emperor's Ian? The next second, a massive explosion went off inside the room, and she was blown backward, letting out a cry of pain. Nearest collided with the wall behind her and fell down. Lying on the floor, she wheezed. What the hell? Glaring at Ian, Nearest demanded. Why? Where the heck did you crawl out from? Seeing him lower his stance as he replied. Nearest, I have neither the obligation nor the need to explain anything to you. I won't repeat myself twice, so listen carefully. Ian's gaze held not an ounce of warmth. Do not question me ever again. Scene shifts to nighttime deep within the forest, as he looked at what was in his hand and read aloud. The Axeman killer has nothing left to lose, not even fearing the punishment of exile. Ian met brutality with violence manifold times more cruel. Then Ian raised his head to question Nearest. Daring to touch those around him means you'll be facing hell. You call this kind of peace a correction article? Flustered, she hurriedly explained. I thought spreading fear beforehand would be better than restoring your image, to ensure no one would ever dare approach or touch those close to you. Lord Ian, if my approach wasn't to your liking, I will amend it immediately. Therefore, please show mercy. Listening to her, he replied, whatever, I just didn't like the headline, but this approach seems pretty decent. At this moment, Ian contemplated seriously. For days have passed since I subdued Senior Nearest using the Dragon Blood secret scripture, and I've given the press club 2 orders. The first was to take measures ensuring no one could touch the people close to me. Gripping the paper tightly, he analyzed. I don't care about sensational headlines, but it's created a situation where absolutely no one can mess with me or those around me anymore. Suddenly reminiscing about the past, Ian moved to the second order. I told them to investigate the keywords mentioned in the letter. Remembering something, he asked, regarding the expedition, the cave, and the dragons that I told you to investigate. Report what you've found. Flustered, Nearest replied, I'm extremely sorry, your lordship. Due to the tight schedule, we haven't been able to find out much yet. Especially since both expedition and cave are such common words that we couldn't narrow down the search. Before she even finished speaking, Ian cut her off. I'll review it myself. Just spit it out. Having no other choice, Nearest trembled as she reported. First, there isn't much information on the parade. The most notable upcoming event is the Homecoming Festival. Based on that information, Ian deduced, the Homecoming Festival. I suppose that counts as a parade too. Ian recalled reading a line. Ever since the day demonic beasts ambushed the parade, I had never truly felt alive. I even fell straight into a dark priest trap. Now he had a slight doubt. I figured scale would be small too. Is their real target the Homecoming Festival? He understood one thing clearly. The parade is held at the end of the academy semester, attended not only by students, but even professors. Yet they actually dare to plan an attack on a massive parade stretching all the way into the city? Ian analyzed with utmost seriousness. Unless the Cult of Darkness want to pull off a large-scale suicidal campaign. Otherwise, either they see enormous value in targeting that event, or they're overwhelmingly confident in actually pulling it off. Pondering for a moment, he asked further, "Understood. What about the cave?" Terrified, Nearest closed her eyes and answered, "We gathered virtually nothing about that cave. We did find several pits in the outskirts of the city, but according to reports, they aren't big enough for a person to crawl into." She then bowed and said, "I'm deeply sorry. If you give me a bit more time, I swear I will find it no matter what." Granting Nearest's wish, he agreed. "In that case, I'll give you a little more time. Instead, look for newly formed locations. Hidden areas or regions referred to as caves, even if they aren't actual caves, as long as they're big enough for a person to squeeze through. I want you to scour every single one of them without missing a single one." Gratefully, she responded, "Yes, sir." Finally, regarding the dragon's eye, right at that moment, Nearest noticed something unusual. Ian noticed it as well. Someone's approaching. She immediately answered, "Yes." Nearest speculated on the situation. "Looks like the fifth princess and her guard knight." Indeed, it was Scene who walked over wondering, what on earth is she doing out here in this forest? Furious, she blurted out his name. "Ian." Right now, Scene was thoroughly irritated. "Ever since the day I was humiliated by that guy, my siblings keep mocking me in their letters. They say I lack a judge of character or the demeanor of a superior. Honestly, I've been running into nothing but infuriating things lately." Recalling what had happened, Night Island is weak? Don't make me laugh. She's one of the top elites I carefully selected. It's just that guy Ian, someone who can effortlessly overpower both Night Island and my guards, is a complete anomaly. Suddenly turning back, Scene issued instructions. "Island, it looks like Ian has pulled the press club over to his side, but do you have any clues about which member of the royal family he's conspiring with? The intelligence agency making a move means at least one of my siblings is meddling, right?" Hesitantly, Island replied, "I'm not entirely certain, but if it's him, I wouldn't be surprised if he used his own special methods to take over the press club." Hearing that, she immediately challenged, "His special methods? Don't tell me you think he completely wiped out the press club just to seize control." Indignant, Scene admonished, "Pull yourself together. How long are you planning on staying so depressed? The intelligence agency isn't some organization that easily bows to plain violence, is it?" Bowing her head, Island answered, "I apologize." Suddenly, a loud scream caught her attention. In the distance, Nearest was kneeling and pleading, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." Her entire body was trembling. "Please forgive me." Seeing Ian standing there coldly stating, "I'm certain I made myself very clear." Nearest, his gaze held zero warmth. "I won't repeat myself twice. Didn't I tell you not to question me?" In the third letter, part 4 contained the following. "So, I started learning how to cook a while ago. Although it's a bit embarrassing to admit, if I marry you, we might end up moving around a lot and sometimes living without servants. Standing by my husband's side is both a duty and a privilege for a wife. Above all, seeing you happy will make me so immensely joyful. They say love is the process of searching for your life's lost other half. But somehow, to me, you are my entire life. Night has fallen before I even realized it. I have mountains of things I want to write to you, but for now I'll stop my pen here. Once again, thank you for protecting my eyes, and I love you more than anyone else in the world. I hope I get to see you again tomorrow." Nearest suggested that the two of them should retreat early if Ian had no intention of using the dragon blood runes to force the princess into cooperation. Ian silently gazed at the young woman, calculating his next move in his mind. Because Ian bore the dragon blood runes, all of Nearest's priorities had to be given to him, ranking even above the intelligence unit. The power wielded by those runes granted absolute authority, leaving Nearest unable to disobey his commands. Watching the princess approach, Ian knew that if the runes were exposed, it would be game over immediately, yet he hadn't officially been bestowed with them yet. If exposed, the princess would uncover the truth in a split second. But running away now was already too late. The princess was right there. Ian lowered his voice and commanded Nereus, "Scream." Nereus paused slightly, not yet grasping what was happening. Suddenly, Ian swung his arm, releasing a fierce wave of pressure, as if punishing a subordinate. He spoke in a harsh tone, reiterating that she had no right to question his words. Clutching the battle axe in his hand, Ian assumed the persona of an overbearing dictator, ordering Nereus to shut her mouth and obey, all while intentionally acting out a performance to deceive any watchers. The princess and her accompanying guards stood at a distance, observing this violent disciplinary lesson with expressions of clear displeasure. Nereus didn't back down easily, instantly dropping to her knees and pleading pathetically, her acting so flawless that Ian secretly thought she was a truly valuable asset from the intelligence unit. Ian tactfully dismissed Nereus and demanded that she strictly follow the established plan, to which she replied with a terrified, "Yes, sir." Asking for permission to withdraw, her body began to fade away into thin air. Witnessing Nereus vanish without a trace, Ian muttered to himself about the intelligence unit's bizarre abilities, which still felt uncanny no matter how many times he saw them. His gaze turned razor-sharp as he pivoted to face his uninvited guest directly. He greeted the princess with a sarcastic tone, making sure to mention that she had even brought her personal bodyguard along. The princess grew curious about their previous conversation, but Ian brushed it off, claiming it was just a minor request, while she doubted his confidence and assumed he had some monstrous backing. Ian asserted that he was entirely working independently, prompting the princess to burst into a scornful laugh and remind him that no matter how smart he was at this academy, out in the real world, he was still just a low-tier noble. The princess flashed a triumphant smile, unable to hide her utter contempt for Ian's social standing. Ian began to feel annoyed and asked her bluntly what she was aiming for, whereupon the princess brought up the declining Udina family to mock him. She smirked, dropping an insulting remark about Ian's younger sister by mentioning she had heard she was very pretty. She even maliciously advised Ian to sell his sister off for money just to survive after the family bankruptcy, which crossed the absolute final line for Ian. Ian let out a deep sigh, closing his eyes to suppress the surging anger welling up inside him. He stepped forward as killing intent began to radiate and envelop the entire space. When Ian called the princess by her full name, his eyes flared with a menacing golden light as he uttered, "Shurin Bellata," in an ice-cold voice. The accompanying guards' eyes widened in sheer shock, unable to believe anyone would dare address the princess on such equal terms. The guard drew his sword and charged forward, shouting angrily at Ian for being a scoundrel who dared to insult the princess's name. But the very next second, Ian's gaze flashed, and his speed completely surpassed the limits of their vision. Before anyone could react, Ian closed the distance and pressed his battle axe right against the princess's neck, ignoring the guard who stood frozen in place behind him. The razor-sharp blade pressed close to the princess's fair skin, leaving her too terrified to make even the slightest movement, while Ian's killing intent turned genuinely terrifying. A close-up showed the blade resting against her collar, where the slightest slip of the hand would send her head flying, making it clear that Ian was no longer acting. Ian calmly remarked that he was the truly surprised one to see her risk her life without ever considering the possibility of dying at any second, mocking her overinflated confidence. The guard could only stand by helplessly, trembling as he stammered out an apology, because Ian's overwhelming power had completely crushed him. Ian reached out and placed a hand on the princess's shoulder, chillingly reassuring her that he had no intention of splitting her head open with his axe at the moment, causing her to tremble beneath his touch. Ian declared that he only resorted to violence when forced to, and she simply wasn't worth the trouble right now, bringing their confrontation to a temporary close with the royal faction suffering a total defeat. The scene shifted to a solemn cathedral, which served as the location for Ian's next meeting. Inside, the saintess was chatting with Ian, inviting him to visit the holy nation during the holidays where imperial influence was minimal and he could rest in peace. Ian politely declined, explaining that the current situation made it difficult to travel far and, more importantly, His younger sister would raise hell if he didn't return home, while suspecting that she hadn't called him over just to invite him out. The Saintess turned serious, informing him that a disciplinary council was being formed over his recent beating of those noble kids, prompting Ian to ask in surprise, "What did you say?" The Saintess revealed that the princess had personally visited the hospital to check on the ones he beat up, and although Delphin had handled things smoothly, the pressure from the royal family remained immense, making Ian realize trouble was brewing. The Saintess insisted that the Udina family couldn't simply ignore the princess's orders, meaning Ian wouldn't easily escape a mild disciplinary sentence, possibly even expulsion. The Saintess sighed, baffled by how Ian could remain so calm when his punishment hadn't been officially decided yet, noting how students were being carried into the infirmary covered in injuries every single day lately. Ian scratched his head awkwardly, clarifying that those incidents weren't his doing since nobody was foolish enough to pick a fight with him anymore ever since the newspaper cleared his name. The Saintess asked in utter bewilderment, "Then, who on earth is doing it?" The answer lay in another corner of the academy, where Celia was frantically taking out her rage on a noble male student who had dared to insult Ian, leaving him screaming in absolute despair before her brutality. Celia coldly stated that he understood the situation correctly and warned that she wouldn't show mercy to anyone who dared touch Ian, declaring that whoever dared slander him would make her lose her reason to punish them at once, especially because of those garbage letters they kept shoving into his mailbox. Celia looked down at the figure lying on the ground, warning him in a harsh tone never to wander near Ian's mailbox ever again before reminding the motionless, blood-soaked noble to be careful not to let anyone see his pathetic state as she turned and walked away, leaving her sword planted casually nearby. Celia muttered to herself that reporting her would be useless anyway, since she had intentionally taken a few hits to fake a legitimate act of self-defense. Plus, there were no witnesses around. Suddenly, Celine stepped out from behind a tree, having witnessed the entire violent spectacle, which briefly startled Celia before she quickly regained her cold composure and insisted she hadn't seen a thing. The sound of their footsteps echoed down the empty path as a heavy silence enveloped the two girls. Celine broke the quiet by noting that she and Celia seemed rather similar as two solitary souls without a single true friend. Celine smiled with relief, seeing that Celia had maintained that exact personality all this time, and the two of them seemingly found a mutual resonance within their loneliness. Right at that moment, a voice called out their names, "Celine, Celia," causing both girls to turn around and find Ian standing there, his unexpected arrival leaving them briefly startled. Ian stepped forward to greet them, apologizing with a self-conscious scratch of his cheek for being too busy lately to catch up. The two girls quickly denied it, claiming they were doing fine despite actually enduring immense pressure from Ian's enemies, while Celia privately swore she wouldn't forgive anyone who dared touch him. Ian saw right through their exhaustion and knew they were getting dragged into the mess he caused, prompting a sincere apology to slip from his lips as he said, "I'm sorry." Ian's eyes grew sorrowful at the sight of his friends suffering alongside him, feeling guilty that his own weakness had brought trouble upon them. Celine comforted Ian by saying he must have had his own reasons, promising with fierce determination to do everything she could to support him, while Celia stood close behind and tightly clenched her fist in agreement. Ian was touched by their absolute trust, secretly vowing not to let Celia's efforts and sacrifices go to waste, and promising to put an end to this entire chaotic mess soon. But to achieve that, Ian told himself he had to take matters into his own hands to gather more information instead of relying solely on others. Ian turned to ask Delphin about the cave she had managed to locate, and Delphin crossed her arms, her expression turning slightly serious as she brought up the mission. Nearest suddenly jumped into the conversation out of jealousy because Delphin had been assigned a more important task, leading the two girls to bicker endlessly and leaving Ian to offer a helpless smile. Delphin mocked Nearest for her uselessness, stating that was why Ian hadn't bothered calling her in ages, making Nearest's blood boil from her teammates' provocation while a pile of cargo crates sat being transported in the distance. Ian interrupted the two girls to refocus on the main issue, demanding details about the secret pathway Delphin discovered by saying, "Stop fighting and tell me about that cave." Delphin reported that she found a hidden passage leading straight from the academy out to the city's outskirts, making this information critical for their upcoming plan. The passage was located deep inside the Brulata Palace, which the royal family traditionally used as a dorm during their studies at the academy, leading Ian to deduce that the true purpose of the cave must be, as the palace rose grandly while hiding dark secrets as a key link in the demonic beast infiltration chain. Indeed, it was an emergency escape route built specifically for royalty using magic and kept under absolute secrecy for hundreds of years, appearing as a dark and mysterious underground tunnel whose scale must have been massive to ensure safety for the entire royal family during crises, as Ian fell deep into thought over its importance. Ian happily thanked Delphin, declaring this was the exact piece of intelligence he had been hunting for, while Delphin didn't forget to toss in another jab calling Nereus useless, as Ian exclaimed, "Thanks, Delphin." Nereus yelled angrily, "What? I have important info too." Refusing to accept being looked down upon in front of their master, her exaggerated reaction catching Ian's attention. Ian turned to ask Nereus what she had, the three of them standing in the middle of the school grounds as a bizarre trio drawing everyone's gaze as he asked, "So what's your information?" Nereus brought up the high-level demonic beast they defeated at the hunting festival, revealing that the investigation into its origins had been brushed aside by higher-ups and concluded as unknown cause, while the memory of the ferocious beast flashed in her mind. Ian jolted in surprise at the mention of the demonic beast, his gaze turning icy as he seemingly realized something abnormal about that report and muttered, "A demonic beast." The actual report stated the group was attacked by a pack of beasts rather than just a lone one, causing Ian to remember this crucial detail and wonder how an entire pack bypassed strict security to appear right in the heart of the city while threatening shadows of beasts loomed behind him. Ian's eyes blazed with a mix of anxiety and determination as he realized he had missed a critical link in the entire conspiracy, accompanied by a hazy shadow with glowing red eyes appearing behind him. The chapter concluded with the content of the third letter from the mysterious woman, who explained that the personnel transfer wasn't due to jealousy, while warning Ian not to get too close to the Saintess to avoid suspicion of colluding with outsiders, signing off with her humorous assertion that this is definitely not out of jealousy. Absolutely not. Under the alias, the woman who stayed up all night thinking of you. In this world, whenever demonic beasts appeared, a massive source of magical power was guaranteed to be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Ian Udina found it completely absurd that despite such a massive scale, previous investigations failed to track down any traces of that magical source. Elsie looked slightly defensive, wondering if the information she painstakingly gathered was actually what the commander needed. Delphin immediately stepped in to defend her, confirming that Elsie's findings genuinely helped the team a lot, causing the blonde Delphin to beam with pride and flash a thumbs up as she realized her importance to Ian. Conversely, Elsie remained rather confused, still failing to see how this intel connected to confronting the princess. Ian admitted he was running a secret plan, though he couldn't explain every single detail to everyone just yet. He started delegating tasks. Elsie would handle lightning magic and recovery potions, while Delphin took charge of leading the Vanguard team. Once tasks were assigned, Ian scratched his head and apologized for always making the two girls shoulder the hardest parts. Delphin didn't mind at all, smiling brightly and promising to prepare everything perfectly so Ian wouldn't have to worry. To her, every decision made by this commander always had exceptionally valid reasons behind it. Hearing those words of trust, a faint smile crossed Ian's lips. Speaking for the group, Ian affirmed as their commander that nobody would be let down during this upcoming operation as the three of them turned their sights toward the coming festival, brimming with determination to showcase their strength once more. The scene cut to a training session where Ian struggled to fend off a powerful sword strike from his opponent. Professor Derek shouted loudly, reminding Ian to focus because his mana density was far too low compared to his actual combat skill. Derek didn't hesitate to pour cold water on him, warning that at this rate Ian would never reach the expert rank. causing Ian to grit his teeth as he acknowledged reaching his tolerance limit with such meager mana. But Derek pointed out the fundamental flaw. What Ian lacked wasn't mana, but the reorganization of his own mental imagery. Through the eyes of a master, Derek clearly spotted the cracks and hesitations lingering in his student's mind. The professor stood tall under the twilight, radiating an oppressive pressure that commanded respect as he warned that Ian's sword now carried the will of someone else, and he had to learn to master it. Ian dazedly realized that whenever the soul of future Ian surfaced, he felt like a stranger to his own body. Derek advised him not to stress too much since his proficiency was already on par with most top-tier experts anyway. Ian thanked him for the advice, though his true purpose for coming today wasn't simply practicing swordsmanship. The professor chuckled, having already guessed that Ian wanted him to beef up security for the upcoming homecoming festival next, since nobody knew how the demonic beasts might strike. Ian wanted the most thorough preparation possible to ease his worries, leaving him to place his trust solely in himself and his teammates for the big day. The narrative abruptly shifted to an ancient legend concerning powerful dragons. Rumor had it that despite the passage of time, certain fortunate individuals still inherited dragon blood, which manifested as bizarre dragon eyes. Possessing these eyes meant the ability to see straight through the thoughts and emotions of others, a capability once considered divine. Yet to a young Shuren Belada, that gift felt more like a curse when she innocently asked her mother if she loved her. Her mother's silhouette appeared, firmly asserting that she loved her with all her heart. But through her dragon eyes, Shuren clearly saw her mother secretly wishing she were a boy to make seizing power easier. The mother stood frozen in speechlessness upon seeing her deepest, darkest secret exposed by a child. Shuren even read the plan to assassinate other children so she could be pushed onto the throne. The young girl coldly exposed the truth that her mother didn't love her at all and merely wanted to exploit this bloodline to claim the crown. Terrified and flustered, the mother could only scream for Shuren to shut up immediately. Shuren wept in utter despair, realizing the love she always longed for was nothing more than a ridiculous, fabricated lie as the harsh shout of, "I told you to stop," echoed through the empty room. A dagger clattered onto the cold floor, accompanied by the mother's trembling denials. Gazing at her mother's panicked face, Shuren painfully understood that in her eyes right then, she was no different from a terrifying monster. Within her dark memories, the mother could only utter fake words of love to cover up her own fear, screaming in panic, "Don't look at me with those eyes," when her secrets were laid bare. Shuren Belada snapped awake with a start, lying daze-stricken on her luxurious bed amidst the quiet midnight stillness. She sat up as darkness blanketed the room, mirroring the profound loneliness she had endured for so long. Clutching a golden gem in her hand, Shuren wondered why her mother left her this item after all these years of disappearance. Even with her dragon eyes, she still couldn't fully read through her mother's mind or discover the reason behind that sudden vanishing act. An image of Ian suddenly popped into her head, the only man whose thoughts she couldn't read, as she recalled their previous encounter where his arrogant attitude genuinely annoyed her. A princess's pride was wounded upon receiving a look of pity from a low-ranking noble like Ian. "You'll pay for that arrogance tomorrow, Ian," she whispered to herself with firm determination. The festival day finally arrived, and bustling announcements rang out, instructing elite students to prepare for the parade. Ian stood watching the crowd, maintaining a casual expression despite knowing trouble was closing in on him. Shuren approached him, delivering the bad news that funding for his Perkis territory would be completely slashed after today. He didn't show the slightest sign of caring, causing Shuren to feel irritated once more by his excessive calmness. She spoke in a harsh tone, claiming Ian was merely putting up a tough front to mask the fear in his heart. Shuren asserted that instead of pitying her, the only thing Ian should feel right now is sheer terror toward royal authority. Ian calmly noted that she had reinforced the guard significantly for this ceremony. When he turned and walked away, Shuren shouted in fury because he seemed completely unfazed by her threats. Ian understood that due to her ability to read other people's hearts, Shuren had lost trust in anyone altogether. His gaze toward her remained unchanged, still carrying pity for such a pitiably lonely soul, as he left the conflicts behind and turned his eyes toward the starting parade. Streams of crowds poured into the streets, officially kicking off the homecoming festival in a lively atmosphere. Department-topping students proudly led the procession through the most bustling avenues. At the tail end of the parade, Ian walked lazily by himself while everyone else soaked in the festive mood. Suddenly, the Saintess appeared out of nowhere, smiling and teasing him about his tail-end position. She remarked that this spot suited him best since nobody would dare stand near someone like Ian who preferred using fists to talk. Ian grumbled, telling her she should have stayed safely in the temple instead of running out here to play. The Saintess laughed in response, explaining she didn't want to be lonely in the empty academy, which was why she came looking for him. When Ian asked about Urine, she innocently replied that he was an elite student and had to stay way up front, while she would act as Ian's bodyguard. He sighed in frustration, wishing she had stayed behind to handle potential injuries instead of strolling around like this. Mid-sentence, Ian suddenly froze, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as if detecting something amiss. The Saintess, on the other hand, got distracted by two white cats by the roadside and happily ran over to praise how cute they were. Ian told himself the festival was already halfway through and peaceful, wondering if he had worried too much and perhaps truly ruined the enemy's plans. A dry click sound echoed from the cat's direction, instantly pushing Ian into high alert. A moment ago, the cat possessed innocent, harmless blue eyes, but in a split second, its eyes shifted to a deadly, blood-red hue radiating pure, killing intent. Ian's face warped in horror as he realized the thing before him was actually a magical trap. He shouted in desperation, ordering the Saintess to get away from there immediately as the cat began to detonate. A terrifying explosion erupted, devouring the peaceful festival grounds in the blink of an eye. Ian shielded the Saintess the moment the blast went off amidst billowing dust and smoke. These self-detonating demonic beasts were truly beyond his calculations as he ducked down to check on the Saintess and warned, "Watch out." Seeing Ian's face covered in blood and scratches, the Saintess anxiously called out his name. A giant purple cat widened its maw, aiming to pounce on a female student who had fallen to the ground. Ian swung his sword to cleave the monster in two as blood splattered everywhere. These monsters could actually expand in size too. Ian started feeling the pressure mount. The tiny white cat lunged forward to attack once again. His injuries visibly slowed Ian's reaction time, forcing him to grit his teeth and hold his ground. Urine abruptly appeared to reinforce them, and Ian reminded him to focus because he couldn't protect everyone by himself. The Saintess urged Ian to go get healed immediately since the wound on his face looked pretty bad, but he brushed it off, said he was fine, and urged her to go help those with more severe injuries first. For Ian, a single potion was more than enough for these trivial scratches. These weren't high-level magical beasts yet. As long as they stayed calm, the students could handle them. "Run! Everyone, run toward the academy!" A female student screamed in panic. Ian downed the potion in one gulp. Most of the lower-classmen lacked experience and were losing their composure, rendering them useless. Shouting commands echoed loudly through the chaotic crowd. Letitia stepped up to coordinate. The Department of Theology focused on rescue, the Department of Magic provided rear support, and the Swordsmanship Department took care of eliminating the monsters. The students began to counterattack. They realized things would be fine if they took down these cats before they could detonate. The others quickly fell into position to support each other under the commander's orders. "Get out of my way," a witch shouted while channeling her energy. An electronic burning, lightning strike came down, instantly wiping out the horde of monsters. Ian smiled with relief. Good thing he had them prepare beforehand. The situation began to stabilize as the students regained their composure. Now, the next priority was rescuing the civilians who couldn't fight. A knight split a magical beast in half with an axe. Ian urged the townspeople to quickly take cover inside and asked the students to protect them. A man panicked upon seeing a white shadow plunge straight down from above. Monsters from the sky? Ian looked up and froze in place. Crows. Flocks of pitch-black crows were raining bomb cats all over the city. Ian's expression darkened as he realized the scale of this attack. Bright red flashes flared up once again, signaling more explosions to come. The monsters were slashed to pieces, leaving dark streaks across the air. Professor Derek appeared, clearing the battlefield with terrifying power. He told Ian to leave this area to him, and instructed Ian to head back to protect the evacuating students at the academy. Ian intended to obey, but suddenly stopped. He realized something felt wrong. Where was the princess? She should have been at the front of the parade, right? Ian looked around but saw no trace of her. Damn it, am I too late? He bolted off in another direction despite someone calling out after him. Based on what future Ian had done, the real target of this attack was definitely the princess. He had to save Princess Shuren, because the future of everything depended on it. Scene cuts to Belada Palace, which was also beginning to plunge into chaos. Emma and a male student were running for their lives. Their presence-concealing potion turned out to be completely useless when the monsters could still spot them with the naked eye. Footsteps pounded against the ground as Emma desperately tried to outrun her close pursuers. AAA. Out of breath, she tripped and fell on the lawn, a monster lunging directly behind her. Fortunately, Ian arrived just in time. He shouted her name in sheer panic. The giant purple cat lunged to attack, but a powerful slash instantly stopped it in its tracks. The monster was knocked far away, and Emma stared in shock at the savior, standing right in front of her. Ian snapped at both of them, asking why they didn't go hide in the dorms like he told them instead of wandering around here. Emma hastily explained that they hadn't come out for no reason, but to track down someone extremely important. She revealed they had found someone they were forced to follow. Ian froze, pressing her on who it was. Ian listened with an intensely thoughtful expression. It seemed this tied into what he had done in the past. Emma asked if he remembered the suspicious name they saw in the orphanage records. A name flashed across his mind, leaving Ian shaken. Could the truth really be that terrifying? It was Mitram. Emma confirmed that he had infiltrated Belada Palace, and they had tailed him all the way here. At the same time, inside the secret tunnel, Princess Shuren anxiously asked Aileen how much further it was to get out of here. Aileen replied that they had only traveled a third of the way, noticing something seemed off with the princess. Shuren reassured her that she just got a little chill from all the chaos that had just happened. Hearing that, Aileen felt somewhat relieved, but she kept her guard up high in the darkness. Suddenly, warrior instincts made Aileen's pupils constrict. She felt a thick, suffocating wave of murderous intent ahead. Everyone, prepare for battle. She drew her sword, shouted a warning, and stepped forward to shield the princess. A figure was standing quietly, waiting for them in the distance down the dark hallway. A stranger wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a black cloak was steadily walking toward them with a leisurely attitude. The guards immediately assumed defensive stances. Aileen shouted for him to stop unless he wanted his head cut off. The figure slightly raised the brim of his hat, revealing a pale face and a creepy smile. He said he was honored by such a warm welcome. He leisurely raised his hand in greeting, beginning his confident self-introduction right before the enemy's blades. I am Mitram. The truth was out. The mastermind behind the entire plot had officially revealed himself. He declared that he served the true king of the world, radiating a spine-chilling purple demonic aura. One guard rushed forward, but his face suddenly swelled up hideously with just a flick of Mitram's finger. Aileen froze as she watched her comrade's face deform grotesquely right before her eyes. Mitram laughed gleefully, smugly introducing himself as a dark priest to the faction of darkness. The exterior of the academy was peaceful, but the inside was a different story. Ian sprinted at full speed down the hallway, horrified by the piles of corpses scattered around. He blamed himself for arriving too late. As he ran, Ian realized the entire royal guard had been wiped out. The sharp slash marks and exploded bodies, identical to the magical beasts outside on the streets, left Ian wondering what on earth had happened here. A guard had collapsed in death, poison needles stuck in his body. Ian clenched his teeth, knowing full well that this enemy was extremely cunning and would stop at nothing. Right now, the only thing he cared about was the princess's safety. A trembling hand tightly grabbed his shoulder, accompanied by a painful groan from the victim. A weak Shuren Belada asked the figure standing before her what he intended to do to her. She collapsed to the floor, covered in wounds, and with no strength left to resist. The dark priest Mitram explained that this poison would only seal her mana momentarily. He reassured her with a fake tone that her life was still guaranteed. Mitram wore a twisted smile, praising the willpower of dragon blood for staying conscious after all that poison. Nearby, Syria was also struggling in agony, trying to call out to her princess. Mitram wondered when Shuren had managed to lift his curse. The princess looked stunned. She had no idea about any curse he was talking about. He revealed he had used a guard to curse Shuren, causing the magical beast to focus their attacks solely on her. Yet when the plan started, the monsters completely ignored her, as if nothing had happened. Shuren angrily scolded him for talking nonsense, while Mitram chuckled at his praise innocence. He raised a hand, radiating threads of deep purple magical mana, declaring that it didn't matter anymore. His real target was Shuren's precious dragon eyes. A sword suddenly swept through the air, slicing right behind the priest. Syria gritted her teeth in hatred, vowing to make this bastard priest pay. Mitram walked leisurely, completely unfazed by this weak resistance. Even with a sword in hand, Syria couldn't stop the magical threads wrapping around her. Mitram changed his mind. He wanted to turn this female knight into his new test subject. Shuren watched in horror as Syria was tightly squeezed by the magical threads. A powerful wave of Mitram's hand sent Syria flying backward. The crazed priest approached Shuren with glowing purple eyes. He hung the princess upside down in midair using cruel magical threads. Shuren groaned in pain, tears streaming down as death drew near. Mitram told her to lie still, promising it would all be over very quickly. Suddenly, a figure appeared, making Mitram pause and look over. Ian had arrived, breathing heavily after sprinting all the way from the city center. He cursed the priest directly as a bastard with blazing eyes. Seeing Shuren was all right, Ian smiled with relief that he had made it in time to rescue her. Shuren wheezed his name in utter astonishment. Mitram stared intently at Ian's face, suddenly recognizing those familiar features from the Guilford orphanage of the past. Ian confirmed their old grudge. He was the one who had turned his childhood into hell. Mitram laughed heartily because Ian had tracked him all this time. He recalled the time Ian had taken down the knight he had used as a previous test subject. The puzzle pieces of memory locked into place, from splashing water on the princess to every other bizarre action, all part of Ian's calculations to protect her. Ian stood face to face with Mitram, his expression tense as he realized the hair-raising situation. Mitram asked if he finally understood what was going on. Mitram laughed maniacally, never expecting anyone to pull off something so insane just to outsmart him. Turns out he had mistaken Ian for some ordinary troublemaker. The priest finally realized all of Ian's actions from the start were just a flawless play to divert his surveillance. He listed them off. Ian had driven away the guard knight, who was his test subject, and had secretly dispelled the curse on the princess using a flask of holy water. Shuren Belada lay on the floor, shocked as she heard the truth. She trembled, wondering if everything Ian had done before really was to protect her. Mitram nodded in praise, genuinely impressed by Ian's silent sacrifice for the princess. Shuren's mind was in turmoil as she recalled everything she had done and how she had treated Ian up until now. Mitram excitedly asked who on earth Ian was, never knowing the Academy harbored such a hidden genius. He began casting magic with a blazing red light. Ian didn't bother answering, swinging his axe in a direct assault against the priest's magic. He barked at him to shut up because his laughter was too loud and annoying. Ian lunged with a powerful slash, declaring that being praised by someone like Mitram only made him sick to his stomach. Mitram swiftly dodged, vanishing into a hazy purple smoke. The battle broke out fiercely, Ian continuously unleashing flaming slashes while Mitram used flexible magic threads to parry. Fighting and questioning Ian at the same time, Mitram still couldn't understand why he would risk his life to protect someone like the princess. He reminded him that Shuren was the very person who tried every means to ruin his life at this academy. Ian roared in outrage, firing back by asking what crimes the innocent children at the orphanage had committed for him to treat them so cruelly. Mitram stayed silent, shadows shrouding his face beneath the black brim. He abruptly unleashed sharp purple threads from above, forcing Ian to duck low to dodge. The priest waved his hand, masterfully controlling the magical threads. Ian closely observed every movement, sharp eyes searching for the opponent's opening. The magical threads formed a tight net around Ian, forcing him to concentrate to the utmost limit. Ian gritted his teeth, knowing a single second of distraction would cost him his head. Sweat dripped down his tense face. Mitram smiled sinisterly behind the mask of darkness. He kept up the attack and praised Ian's razor-sharp combat instincts. Mitram flicked his wrist, green beams of magic tearing through the air toward Ian. Ian was thrown backward, glowing red slash marks appearing on the floor. He was shocked to see the opponent still had a trump card. Countless poison needles tore through the wind. Ian realized Mitram truly was the mastermind behind this vicious plot. Mitram's hand clenched tightly around pitch-black magic threads, ready to finish off his prey. Ian swung his axe in fierce retaliation, but the pressure from the priest's magic gave him a hard time. Mitram smirked, asking if Ian intended to turtle up in defense to buy time. He unleashed even stronger bursts of green energy. A splash of blood flew as Ian failed to dodge a deadly attack in time. Mitram maintained his crazy smile. Mitram gritted his teeth, furious that Ian had slipped out of his encirclement yet again. Regaining his composure, Ian raised his long sword and shot back that he had quite a few offensive tricks up his sleeve too. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing for a decisive blow to break the enemy's formation. Ian dashed forward like an arrow, the sword in his hand leaving sharp streaks of light that tore through the night. Mitram shouted triumphantly, declaring that Ian had walked right into his trap. He waved his hand to trigger the final blow. Ian tried to swing his sword, but an invisible force suddenly jerked his body backward. Ian's eyes widened in horror as he realized something was wrong under his feet. A violent magical explosion erupted right beneath Ian, fiery red flames swallowing everything around him. The immense blast blew Ian into the air, his body spinning helplessly. Ian crashed onto the dusty ground, utterly exhausted and unable to get back up after the fatal strike. He groaned in pain and helplessness. Ian's sword stabbed deep into the ground, sending sparks and debris flying after the terrifying explosion. Ian pushed himself up onto one knee, gripping the sword hilt for balance. Blood smeared the corner of his mouth, and his body was wrecked. Yet he gritted his teeth and declared it wasn't over yet. Deep down, however, Ian knew the current situation was abysmal. He sweated profusely, cursing his own helplessness against the enemy's dark power. The blasted scene lay desolate. Ian collapsed on the cold stone floor, his sword tossed far away among pools of blood and lingering purple magic residue. Mitram stood leisurely amidst the hazy purple smoke. He coldly remarked that, thanks to Ian, his plan was slightly delayed, but it wouldn't change the predetermined outcome. The priest wore a sinister smile, eyes blazing with a mad glint beneath his black hat. He admitted he was starting to grow rather fond of Ian's stubborn willpower. A spine-chilling declaration echoed from Mitram. He decided to turn Ian into a new test subject for his dark plots. Ian Udina muttered curses through the smoke, calling Mitram a bastard for daring to treat him like a test subject. His eyes grew sharp, declaring that he actually quite liked fireworks like this. A terrifying magical explosion flared up right after, swallowing everything in bright golden flames. Ian was thrown back, sliding across the floor, but keeping a steady posture. Rubble rained down all around as the shockwave of the explosion lingered. He stood up, brushing off dust, casually saying he had guessed the guy would use poison needles. Turns out the young man had carefully drank an antidote beforehand to neutralize the opponent's attack. Immediately, Ian poured the antidote into Princess Shuren's mouth to save her from paralysis. He assured her the antidote would work soon, letting her body move again shortly. Next up was the knight, Aileen, who began regaining sensation in her limbs amid the ruins. Shuren broke down in tears, choking out an apology for not realizing Ian had been secretly protecting her all along. She realized all his weird actions before were for her safety, but her oversized ego had blinded her. Looking around the tragic scene, Sharon hopelessly blamed herself for everyone's deaths. She sobbed that she no longer deserved to be a princess, but Ian coldly cut her off. Sharon startled at Ian's sudden harsh attitude. He barked right in her face, saying there was quite enough self-pity. Ian glared impatiently at the crying girl in front of him. He snapped back, asking if she thought crying would make someone step up to fix everything for her. He affirmed that Sharon was the only key to resolving the current situation. Knowing she was shocked by this horrific sight, Ian wouldn't let her break down. He emphasized that now was not the time to sit around grieving or blaming herself. If she didn't want everyone's sacrifice to be in vain, she had to take action. Ian urged her to stand up and loudly show the entire world that she was still alive. Sharon looked up at him, her gaze beginning to recover a faint glimmer of hope. Ian reached out to pull her up, urging her to escape outside and figure out how to control this chaos. Suddenly, a brilliant purple wave of magic swept through, and Ian shouted a warning for her to watch out. A surprise attack tore through the air, heading straight toward them. Ian stepped right in front of Sharon, ready to face the new threat. Before them, Mitram had transformed into a hideous, purple-black mass of flesh covered in tumors. The monster revealed a multi-eyed face with a twisted smile, admitting that his body had not yet fully recovered. Ian shouted for them to run, saying he would stay behind to hold off this monstrous entity. Sharon protested because their mana had recovered, and she wanted to fight alongside him instead of running away. Mitra muttered that he had wasted way too much time on this resurrection. Aileen hastily pulled Sharon along, knowing full well that both of them would only hold Ian back right now. Ian didn't look back, merely reminding her to do what was necessary without hesitation. Aileen used all her strength to drag Sharon away, leaving Ian alone to face the darkness. Sharon cried out Ian's name, promising to properly apologize to him when he returned. Ian flashed a confident smile, the sword in his hand radiating an overwhelming aura. Mitram laughed triumphantly, calling this a picture-perfect scenario for his death. He sarcastically asked why Ian was still so calm when his plan to save people was on the verge of collapsing. Mitram taunted that if one plan failed, he would simply execute the next one to wipe everything out. But Ian merely smirked, because a true hunter always has his own backup plan ready. Ian was staggering from the backlash of dragon blood power, and black blood began to stream from his left eye. Mitram plodded forward, mocking that the price of great power is always steep. The young man gritted his teeth against the pain, cursing under his breath for not being able to trigger his power continuously anymore. The grotesque monster slammed its tumor-filled foot down hard onto the floor. He lunged forward like a purple cyclone, surrounding Ian with oppressive waves of mana. Ian struggled to fend him off, the clashing sound of weapons ringing out sharply through the gloomy space. Mitram casually asked when Ian figured out he had meddled. Was it perhaps since the hunting festival? Hearing that, Ian's face hardened with hatred, while the monster felt smug, thinking he had hit right at his opponent's psychological weakness. He revealed that the magical beast at that festival was the masterpiece he had poured all his heart into creating. Mitram explained that a monster that's strong, leaving behind no magical traces, could only be his handiwork. A stream of bright red blood splattered into the air like an ominous omen. Blood dripped onto the floor right next to the blade of his axe, and Ian was trembling from surging rage. His voice dropped into a murderous tone, demanding that the bastard repeat what he had just said. Ian's hands were now stained with black blood, and his eyes flashed with a deadly glare locked straight onto the freak. Mitram still showed no fear, even pretending to wonder why Ian was flying into such a rage when nobody had lost their lives. He smirked and brought up Sharon getting severely injured at the festival, deliberately driving Ian completely insane. Ian didn't say another word. He stamped his foot to gain momentum, bracing for a thunderous finishing strike. Mitram's purple mana threads wove together densely to block his opponent's advance. But Ian dashed forward like lightning, slashing straight across the slimy body of the fiend with terrifying power. His face was now shrouded in a terrifying darkness, his eyes holding nothing but absolute hatred. Mitram looked at that expression of his and came up with a profoundly sick idea. He threatened to take over Ian's body and use those very hands to slaughter everyone he loved most. Ian's arm tensed up, dark energy exploding around his fist. He delivered a strike that shattered the monster's face, sending blood and chunks of flesh flying everywhere. The blade flared with the crimson red of a hunter's wrath, reaching its absolute peak. A cold word, die, echoed in Ian's mind like a final sentence. He stood towering over a pool of blood, coldly watching Mitram's chunks of flesh wriggling on the ground. The purple eyes on that pile of scraps stared back at him with challenge and disgust. Mitram laughed triumphantly, claiming that by now, there was no telling who the real monster actually was. He confidently asserted that with his current strength, Ian could never overcome his massive amount of mana. Ian shouted for him to shut up and brought a fatal sword strike down onto the smoking pile of meat. Mitram kept on teasing nonchalantly, claiming Ian had gone crazy way too late after having all his plans ruined by him. Ian's madness completely erupted, and he roared for the bastard to vanish from this world right this instant. Consecutive slashes rained down on Mitram's body without stopping, tearing everything to shreds. A gigantic slash ripped through space, leaving brilliant and brutal red lightning bolts in its wake. The villain cackled in agony, wanting Ian to keep harboring hatred and pour all this rage onto him. Because according to him, only that extreme fury was enough to kill an entity like him. Mitram seduced Ian into accepting his master's will and living true to the dark desires awakening in his heart. Ian let everything go, darkness enveloping his body, his eyes glowing with an abnormal brilliance. He coldly declared that he no longer cared about anything, as long as he could kill the fiend in front of him. The Academy town was sinking into a sea of fire and chaos. A pack of white wolf-like magical beasts was flooding in, attacking everything. A monster bared its fangs and roared, its blood-red eyes exuding a spine-chilling purple, demonic aura. Professor Derek swung his sword, cutting down a monster. Despite his age, his strikes were still razor-sharp. Looking at the scattered corpses of monsters, Derek felt something was off. These magical beasts hit quite weakly, but their numbers were simply too massive. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, muttering that their massive appearance without any warning was highly unusual. Surely something important had been missed. Suddenly, the ground beneath Derek's feet shook violently. He startled, not understanding what was happening. Hearing strange noises from behind, the professor hurriedly turned around in vigilance. Bursting out from a collapsing building, Shuren Belada rushed out with a dazed expression. Derek panicked and called out her name. Shuren collapsed to the ground, her body filthy. Seeing Derek, she could only gasp out his name in utter panic. Shuren's eyes suddenly went lifeless, as if she had just witnessed something utterly horrifying. She tried to run back, but Derek held her firmly back. He demanded she calm down because it was extremely dangerous ahead. Ignoring his warnings, Shuren cried out Ian Udina's name. The entire area began to collapse to pieces. Scene switches down to the underground dungeon, where Ian Udina was facing the slimy entity Mitram. The surrounding space trembled as if it were about to cave in. Ian stood there, dropping a cold statement that he no longer cared about anything. The student's gaze grew murky and filled with murderous intent. Right now, his mind held only a single intention: to kill the monster before him. Within Ian's mind, the image of his other self flashed back. He felt the tension in his muscles slowly fade, replaced by an empty void. Sorrowful memories of harmed friends surfaced like pouring oil on fire. Rage flared up fiercely, seizing Ian's reason. The future self in his head kept reminding him of the important people who had to suffer because of his weakness. The image of a child drowning in darkness appeared. Ian felt that no matter how hard he tried, the future was nothing but despair. Echoes of Save the World or Don't Resist constantly besieged him. Ian wondered why this burden had fallen onto his shoulders. He felt tired of this heavy responsibility. Ian told himself he wasn't a failure, but then that dark self turned to look straight at Ian and asserted that he was indeed the failure. Back to reality, a brilliant purple aura flared up surrounding Ian. Mitram blurted out in astonishment at its beauty. The monster chuckled gleefully, figuring Ian had finally chosen to face his true emotions. The dungeon's ceiling collapsed, huge rocks crashing down thunderously as if trying to bury everything. Ian suddenly swung his sword in an ultra-fast slash through the air, splitting whatever stood in his way. He stood silently, his murderous aura radiating thickly like a ghost amidst the ruins. With glowing eyes, Ian charged straight toward Mitram. He gritted out that all of this was his fault. Mitram cackled, lashing out purple tentacles to counter. He still acted immensely triumphant. Ian nimbly dodged the slime's attack, his gaze remaining cold without a single flicker of hesitation. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, preparing for a decisive slash. Intense hatred and intent to kill crystallized into power. Ian dashed away like a black arrow, slicing through the night. Close up on Ian's determined face, he was channeling all his focus into the sword. Mitram once again marveled at the razor-sharp, powerful aura heading his way. The battle turned fierce. Ian attacked relentlessly, cornering his opponent into a dead end. Every strike and every thought of his right now targeted a single goal: to annihilate Mitram. A downward slash from above descended with terrifying force, cracking open the ground. Mitram barely managed to parry, but began feeling the pressure. He challenged whether this was Ian's limit yet. Ian told himself to maintain maximum focus. His eyes shone with firmness, allowing himself no mistakes. The sword flared with dark energy. Ian swore he would definitely finish this bastard right here. Seeing that burst of power, Mitram grew even more excited. He compared it to the might of the 7 deadly stars. The two streams of power collided violently, creating a pitch-black aura explosion that enveloped the entire dungeon. Ian Udina was locked in a fierce struggle with the dark self in his mind. A voice rang out, questioning whether giving in to rage and losing oneself was his ultimate answer. The hateful future self was trying to manipulate Ian, convincing him that true power only comes when a person sinks into darkness. Ian roared in anger, demanding that Shadow stop meddling after pushing all the burdens onto his shoulders. He despised his own failure in the future. That other self admitted he failed, but that was also why Ian had to make a different choice. He still had plenty of important things to protect. Images of his schoolmates and loved ones surfaced in Ian's mind. That was the real reason he picked up this sword. Ian's amber gold eyes gradually regained sanity and firmness. He couldn't let himself slide any further. Ian's hand trembled as he grasped the sword hilt, caught in a struggle between hatred and reason. He clenched his fist tightly, a crucial decision just made in the nick of time. Memories of the little girl at the Guilford orphanage flashed back, calling him a good person for trying to save them until his very last breath. Those innocent words acted like an anchor holding Ian's soul fast, stopping him from falling into the abyss of hatred. Ian snapped to his senses, his eyes no longer muddied by black blood. He had found himself again. Mitram, completely unaware of the shift in Ian's mind, kept urging him to sink quickly into a blind rage. But contrary to his expectations, Ian abruptly lowered his sword. The surrounding murderous aura instantly vanished. The monster froze in shock, not understanding why Ian was abandoning dark power right when he was about to reach its peak. He roared in regret, figuring Ian was just a single step away from that ultimate tier. Ian flashed a relieved smile. He had just recalled the lofty words he used to say before. He slowly stated that the purpose of him wielding a sword had never been about killing. Ian gripped his sword tightly again, the power within him beginning to transform brilliantly. Mitram widened his eyes in horror upon seeing the very nature of Ian's power completely change. The murderous intent was suddenly replaced by a will of salvation. Ian swung a powerful slash, splitting Mitram's slimy form in half. He affirmed that he held a sword to save people. A brillant aura explosion érupted. The monster couldn't believe Ian could overcome his inner demons in such a short span of time. Ian stood proudly, declaring that no matter what tricks Mitram used, he would never walk the path laid out for him. With a cold yet confident look, Ian wished the bastard before him an early trip to hell. Mitram screamed in agony as his body melted, but he still threatened that he would soon find another body to continue his cruel scheme. The entire dungeon collapsed violently, falling boulders sealing off the exit. The situation now became extremely critical for Ian. Mitra mocked Ian's efforts, asserting that he would have to die alongside him in these ruins. He believed Ian never had a chance to beat him. Ian swung his sword to slice away the final scraps of Mitram's entity, denying him the chance to say another word. He challenged him to keep trying as many times as he liked, because he would always be there to wipe him out. Ian's eyes glowed with utter confidence. Ian sheathed his sword, calmly observing the ongoing collapse all around. He needed to find a way out immediately. The ceiling cracked open, dust billowed thick, but Ian maintained the astonishing calm of an expert who had just leveled up. He thought to himself that though he talked tough, the current situation was genuinely hanging by a thread. The dungeon was shaking violently. Ian deduced that since Mitram once intended to kidnap the princess and escape, this place definitely had to have a secret exit he had prepared. He noticed an area collapsing slower than the rest. That might be the only clue leading to a path of survival. Behind a stone door was an underground river rushing turbulently through narrow crevices. The sound of running water drowned out the falling rocks. Ian guessed this tunnel led outside the city. Mitra must have planned to use this water route to escape alone. He observed the rushing torrent from above, calculating survival odds if he jumped down. That was the secret building above this exit. With no time left to hesitate, Ian decided to gamble his life on this final choice. He grabbed the sword hilt to gather his power. With his newly achieved expert level, Ian channeled all his aura into his body to release his power to the maximum to blast away the obstacle. He swung his sword to carve a brilliant path, a blue aura enveloping a dark expanse of space. An energy explosion erupted right in the middle of the water, creating a clear path down to the underground riverbed below. Ian plunged himself into the cold water, ignoring the massive boulders crashing down right behind his back. A moment later, Ian broke the surface of the water, completely drenched but wearing a triumphant smile. He softly muttered, "Bingo!" Crash! A loud noise rang out, shaking the underground space. Amidst the torrential current, a column of water burst high into the air. Ian Udina suddenly lunged out of the water, dripping wet yet moving with extreme agility. He spun in midair, preparing to land neatly. Ian landed on the stone bank, panting after his narrow escape. He realized the enemy had even accounted for escaping via this underground water route, an unexpected move. Ian followed the path beside the stream, whispering that Mitram had planned far too meticulously to trap the princess. He quickened his pace, his boots clacking against the damp stone floor. Ian drew his sword in a defensive stance, deeply worried about the chaotic situation above ground. Beneath the dark waters, a purple one-eyed creature was quietly observing his every move. The purple eye flared brightly, the villain seemingly surprised as well to be pushed to this extent. The plan went slightly off track, but he decided to summon that thing immediately. Outside, the blazing sky was covered by the massive silhouette of the predator of Omeros. Students panicked seeing magical bees still flying overhead. These low-level monsters were wreaking havoc on everything. Suddenly, a flying monster was slashed in half midair by an extremely powerful surge of magic. Another giant shadow began descending from the thick smoke and dust. Crash! The gluttony beast appeared in massive form, exuding oppressive pressure. Everyone fell silent, nobody understanding what had just happened or where this monster came from. The monster flapped its wings, kicking up violent gusts of wind that blew everything around away. In another corner, Celine was struggling to deal with the small, white cat-like monsters. Strangely, these demonic beasts suddenly turned around and fled in all directions, as if they were terrified of something. Syria and her friends wondered if someone had just managed to defeat their boss. But Syria realized they weren't retreating. They were running away from an even more ruthless presence. An empty and terrifying magical aura was blanketing the academy area. This unknown source of power was steadily growing, far surpassing anything they had ever sensed before. The gluttony beast roared, crushing smaller monsters beneath its feet. Its sharp claws plunged deep into the ground, shattering the hardest stone slabs. Its wide-open jaws let out a roar that shook the sky, its eyes glowing with murderous intent. Amidst the ruins, Shuren wept bitterly, calling out Ian's name in vain. The other students looked at the princess with worried expressions, not understanding why she had broken down so completely. Shuren felt agonizing regret for not having told Ian the most important things in time. Despite everyone trying to stop her, she kept her desperate gaze fixed on the place where Ian was trapped. Right at that moment, Professor Derek appeared. He asked sternly about what had actually happened down below. Syria tried to keep her composure as she reported the emergency situation to the professor. She explained about the secret passage leading to the Belada Palace, where they had evacuated to protect the princess. Shuren dropped to her knees, clenching her fists as she realized this whole thing was just a trap targeting her. She sobbed as she recounted how the Dark Priest had been waiting in the secret passage to attack them, and how Ian had chosen to stay behind alone in the collapsing tunnel to save her life. Shuren clung to the professor, begging him to save Ian because she couldn't bear to lose him like this. Even though it broke his heart, Derek felt powerless since the situation outside was far too dangerous to head back. Suddenly, the professor froze, a look of horror washing over his eyes as he sensed a massive wave of murderous intent rushing toward them. The giant demonic beast roared right in front of them, making all the students scream in despair. It wasn't over yet. This monster's sudden appearance left everyone in shock. "Run!" A frantic scream echoed through the ruins. Shuren stood motionless, pure terror written all over her face as she faced this harsh reality. A massive claw slammed down, shattering the ground to pieces. The gluttony beast hovered right overhead, blocking out the fiery sky. The chaotic stampede of fleeing crowds created a scene of absolute devastation. Professor Derek swung his sword, bravely charging forward to counter the monster's overwhelming power. "Leave this to me. Everyone get out of here right now," the professor shouted at the top of his lungs. Gluttony roared, revealing something extremely bizarre wriggling inside its mouth. Derek stiffened upon realizing another presence was lurking inside those sharp teeth. Sweat poured down the professor's forehead, a bad premonition gripping him that something terrible was about to happen. A loud explosion cut through the battle, and Syria and Shuren only had time to look back in despair. "Oh dear," a cold voice echoed as the beast lowered its foot. "We can finally talk now," the hidden intruder began, fixing his gaze on Shuren's dragon eyes. "Stop running away, princess," he taunted, using a sarcastic tone to force her into submission. The shadow of gluttony enveloped every last bit of hope left in those present. Syria instantly recognized that hauntingly familiar voice. That voice, it's Mitram. Mitram showed his face and made his final offer. "Hand over the dragon eyes, and you'll have a chance to end this." Mitram's gooey orange mass of flesh became completely clear to see. He threatened that if she refused, gluttony would slaughter everyone. "You don't want to see any more people sacrifice their lives, do you?" he preyed on her compassion. Mitram continued pouring honeyed words into her ears. "Just your eyes, and thousands of lives will be saved. Which one is more valuable is pretty obvious." Whispers began to echo inside Shuren's mind, throwing her into a state of panic. All around, onlookers started to harbor doubts. Could all these disasters really be because of the princess's eyes? So all of this happened because of the princess? Murmurs of blame began to ripple through the crowd. Shuren was in agony, clueless as to how to face these accusations. Syria immediately barked, "Shut up, Mitram! You planned this from the very beginning. The princess is completely innocent." But Mitram didn't stop, listing off the deaths of the guards and innocent civilians alike. And the most fatal blow. Even Ian, the one who gave his life to protect you, is dead. What are you going to do now, kind-hearted princess? Do you dare sacrifice your eyes to stop me? Shuren completely collapsed, darkness consuming her gaze as those malicious words sank deep into her mind. Syria tried to snap her back to reality. "Princess, don't listen to him. Your eyes can see right through the truth." But inside Shuren's head, there were only curses now. "Selfish brat. Why should we die for you? Hand over your eyes." She saw the silhouettes of everyone turning their backs on her, Why should we suffer because of someone like you? Shuren staggered forward, her willpower completely shattered. Syria tried to stop her, but Shuren only replied coldly, "Enough, Syria." Gluttony opened its jaws wide, ready to claim the prey that had given up all resistance. Mitram was waiting inside. This is the outcome everyone wanted. Shuren looked back one last time with lifeless eyes. A giant claw grabbed hold of her, lifting her high up into the air. Shuren offered no resistance at all. The demonic beast flapped its wings and flew away, carrying the princess far out of reach of the despair left behind. Mitram laughed gleefully. "You should have just done this from the start. Wouldn't that have been much better? Take a good look at this devastated scene. This is the exact result caused by your mere existence." He kept torturing her mentally by insisting, "No one actually cares about you anyway." High up in the fiery sky, Ian Udina finally caught up to the demonic beast carrying Shuren away. Finally caught up, he stomped hard onto a shattered rooftop, using the momentum to launch himself into the air at incredible speed. A sword strike tore through space as Ian launched a direct frontal attack on Gluttony's massive body to rescue the princess. Mitram inside the monster's mouth turned pale with a mix of shock and fury upon seeing Ian. "Damn it, you again. What a pain in the ass." Ian gripped his sword hilt tightly, pouring all his willpower and strength into the decisive blow. With his golden eyes burning bright, Ian flashed a confident, defiant smile at his lifelong enemy. "I'm here to save you again, princess." Ian's declaration echoed through the air, rekindling hope in Shuren. The monster's remains lay scattered beside a newly opened manhole cover. Ian Udina hurried through a blood-stained street, ignoring the broken swords of the defeated scattered all around. He glanced around, realizing the monsters in this area had basically been cleared out. But his instincts told him Mitram wasn't just casually boasting about his plan. Nearby, students were frantically fighting over healing potions. An arrogant noble demanded priority for himself, even though his injuries were barely a scratch. Emma_001 tiredly advised him to give the potion to those more severely hurt, but the guy started pulling out his noble lineage to threaten her. Ian stepped forward, coldly stating that if he still had the energy to scream like that, he'd better get lost and out of sight. He turned to ask Emma why she was still here instead of evacuating, since the current situation was extremely dangerous. She explained that she wanted to pitch in with the magic potion she had. The students from earlier took off the second they saw Ian show up. Ian nodded in agreement, knowing that using potions right now was definitely quicker and more effective than waiting around. Spotting the bleeding scratch on Ian's face, Emma worriedly demanded he take painkillers immediately. Ian brushed it off, saying it was just a tiny scratch. He asked Emma if she had any kind of potion that could awaken one's power in a short amount of time. Emma pulled out a deep purple vial and warned him it was extremely dangerous, then asked how many other drugs he had already crammed into his body. Hearing Ian rattle off a long list of medications he'd already downed, Emma resolutely hid the awakening potion behind her back. She explained that if he forced himself to take any more, Ian's body could suffer from anaphylactic shock, and he could die on the spot. Ian's eyes hardened. A sword master's intuition was pushing him to take action immediately. In the distance, smoke and fire still blanketed the buildings of the Magic Academy. Ian could sense every presence clearer than ever before, as if the limits on his power were being loosened. A giant monster suddenly appeared, and Ian knew for sure this was the next move Mitram had prepared in advance. Without hesitating another second, Ian snatched the purple vial right out of Emma's hand. He tilted his head back and downed the entire vial despite his worried friend's panicked warnings. Ian's eyes blazed with light, but alongside it came a numb sensation beginning to spread through all his muscle fibers. Ian stomped his foot hard against the stone ground, gathering momentum for an explosive leap. He shot forward like a phantom, only managing to tell Emma to evacuate quickly and not push herself too hard. Emma could only watch Ian's retreating back, worried sick while calling him an idiot for constantly putting himself through hell. The giant chimera spread its wings mid-air, radiating a terrifying pressure down over the entire area below. "I'm here to save you again, princess." Ian muttered as he charged straight toward his target. Ian's face showed sheer determination, his golden eyes glowing brightly amid the blazing sky. Mitram inside the monster's body sneered, remarking that Ian's persistence was starting to piss him off. A sword arc tore through space and slashed down, monster blood spraying to stain a corner of the sky red. Ian landed safely, managing to shield Shuren Belada, who was sitting dazed amid the ruined battlefield. Princess Shuren looked up at the one who had saved her with lifeless eyes, as if she had completely given up on the will to live. Ian stood protectively in front of her, declaring he would hold this monster back until it was completely and utterly dead. The dark shadow from the monster's massive body began to envelop them both. The monster roared, claiming that Shuren had voluntarily offered herself up to end everything and didn't need anyone to save her. Shuren lowered her head, telling Ian to just leave her be because she believed that as long as she vanished, everything would be resolved. She sobbed, blaming herself for every tragedy, convinced there wasn't a single person left in this world who wanted her to keep living. Ian let out a sigh, coldly asking if she intended to give up so cowardly just because she was afraid of what other people said. He told her that running away wasn't wrong, but giving up and letting go of everything was the absolute worst thing she could possibly do. If running away is useless, then stand up and face it, Ian growled. Shuren froze upon seeing the determination in Ian's eyes as he questioned the value of her life compared to those who had sacrificed themselves. She clenched her fists, feeling deeply ashamed for letting Ian see her in such a pathetic state so many times. Mitram inside the monster began to mock them, saying he would make up for his previous failures and asking if Ian would forgive him. He dropped his facade to reveal his disgusting true nature, admitting that he had originally intended to take the dragon eyes without hurting Shuren Belada too much. But things were different now. He roared and threatened to kill them both to seize her eyes by force. Ian Udina smirked, unleashing his powerful technique, Severance. A slash tore through the monster's thick hide, black blood spurting everywhere, while Ian still tightly held onto the princess. The beast roared in agony as a portion of its body was sliced completely off. But instead of collapsing, its body began to mutate and split apart, leaving Ian thoroughly shocked. A blinding explosion erupted right in the middle of the fierce battle. Mitram laughed gleefully, mocking Ian's pathetic state after his grand declarations moments earlier. A deep blue wave of mana began to surge powerfully from behind. Shuren forced herself up, her eyes blazing with spiritual power. She told Ian to focus on attacking while leaving the defense entirely to her. Mitram was genuinely surprised to see Shuren still moving fluidly despite being affected by the paralyzing poison. The monster gathered itself in preparation for its next strike, and Mitram wanted to see how long the two of them could hold out under this pressure. Ian gritted his teeth and charged forward, shouting that he would not let the enemy achieve his dark goals. A sharp sword arc slashed outward, tearing through the darkness blanketing the academy. Ian faced the giant monster head-on, without a shred of fear. Unexpectedly, the monster tore off its own wings to change its combat form. Ian was stunned by the enemy's self-mutilation, knowing for sure it was plotting something terrifying. He suddenly realized the monster was targeting innocent civilians to exert psychological pressure on them. Mitram declared that a bloody massacre was about to begin to punish their prolonged resistance. The monster lunged forward at terrifying speed, targeting the civilians fleeing in despair. He roared that every impending tragedy was Shuren Belada's fault. Ian shouted, demanding backup from the princess in the rear. Shuren firmly affirmed that defense was entirely under her control. Desperate cries for help echoed among the desolate ruins. Ian sprinted like the wind across the streets to block the beast's path, while Shuren continuously cast protective magic. A wrathful sword swing aimed straight at the foe, destroying everything in its path. The electrical current from Ian's sword collided violently with the monster's mana, creating blinding bolts of lightning across the area. Seeing the monster stall, Shuren rejoiced, believing she had stopped it just in time. She felt proud that she could finally use her own strength to protect the innocent. Contrasting with Shuren's joy, Ian broke into a cold sweat as he sensed a hidden anomaly. Shuren channeled all her mana into her staff, determined to cast the grand spell, Judgment of Light. A giant pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the furiously roaring beast. Pure magical power began to crush the monster's evil body. The beast writhed in excruciating pain as it was cleansed by the princess's light. Exhausted, Shuren collapsed into Ian's arms. He rushed to catch her after she unleashed an attack that consumed too much mana. Ian looked up and recognized familiar figures descending from above amidst the thick smoke and dust. A rare, relieved smile crossed Ian's lips as reinforcements had finally arrived in the nick of time. It was the legendary Knight Squad, known as the Axe Knights. The silver-haired female knight in the lead quickly caught Shuren, while the other Axe Knights locked into combat positions to finish the battle. Ian shouted, ordering everyone not to stand around dazed but to fall back immediately. The group formed a defensive formation around the princess. Ian ordered anyone still able to move to evacuate civilians right away. Shuren was still dazed, whispering her gratitude that everyone had come to save her in time. But Elsie coldly cut through the sentimentality, telling the princess not to misunderstand, as they certainly didn't have the time to go out of their way to save her. Delphine chimed in with a sarcastic remark, telling Elsie to mind her manners and at least address her as Your Highness properly. Shuren stared blankly, not understanding why they would risk their lives to save her, if not out of chivalry. Elsie bluntly stated that the only reason was because Ian would be very sad if Shuren died. That was all. The brown dragon beast opposite them let out an arrogant roar, declaring that no matter how many people joined, the outcome wouldn't change. A toxic purple aura billowed thick into the air as it sought to turn everyone into its meal. Delphine shouted for the captain's orders, while Celine rapidly deployed a honeycomb-shaped magical shield. Ian surveyed the battlefield, prioritizing halting the spread of damage to give civilians time to escape. He assigned Celine and Syria to the front lines to back up Elsie and the princess. The two girls confirmed in unison, ready to coordinate smoothly according to instructions. Elsie wasn't as gentle, yelling at the cowardly students to run away if they didn't want to get roasted to a crisp. Ian continued instructing Shuren to stay in the rear and support weaker defensive points. Shuren nodded with determination, refusing to be a burden anymore. Finally, Ian called on Delphine to charge forward with him and take down the monster. Delphine bared her teeth in an excited grin, hearing exactly the kind of order this warlike girl loved best. The ground shook beneath the powerful stomp of the giant entity. It roared, telling pests like them not to dream of causing trouble in its presence. But Delphine felt no fear, charging forward with the pride of the Academy's strongest warrior. Behind her, Elsie was no less formidable, channeling a massive amount of magic power into the tip of her staff. The grand spell Torrent of Light was unleashed, creating a blinding white explosion that engulfed the monster. As the smoke and dust cleared, the monster still stood firm like a monolith, its body seemingly unharmed. It sneered, claiming that cheap tricks involving fire and thunder couldn't even scratch its hide. Right at that moment, a figure zipped across the ground at extreme speed, closing in on the target. It was Ian, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal strike to the monster's weak spot. Black blood splattered as the blade sank deep into the flesh of Mitram's entity. Ian followed up with a barrage of consecutive slashes, giving the opponent no breathing room. The enemy looked surprised, never expecting someone who looked close to exhaustion like Ian to still have this much vigor. Ian retreated behind a shield, panting, his eyes locked firmly onto the enemy. The monster launched a counterattack with an immensely powerful purple wave of energy. Delphine rushed in to block the blow right before it hit Ian. She smirked, telling it that it was naive to think it could find an opening from her side. But the monster's body began to swell and morph bizarrely, mocking their efforts as futile. Delphine clicked her tongue, realizing the previous slash had barely scratched. Elsie followed up with the air bomb spell, creating a massive pressure explosion right in front of the monster. The shockwave pushed everything away, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Delphine slid across the ground, struggling to regain her balance after the impact. She complained that Elsie's support spell was a bit overpowered for comfort, messing up her attack trajectory. At that moment, Shuren suddenly sounded a warning, having spotted something extremely abnormal about the monster. The wounds on its body were bubbling and stitching themselves back together with a gooey fluid. Shuren asserted that this regeneration was only temporary. It was desperately trying to maintain that empty shell at all costs. Ian hurriedly asked if Shuren saw anything, particularly the true condition of the monster. The princess was stunned. Her dragon eyes completely failed to detect a single soul inside it. Shuren affirmed that what stood before them was merely a soulless empty shell, a grotesque, cobbled-together entity. Ian instantly grasped the issue. Mitram's goal from the very beginning was the princess's eyes to complete that shell. He had orchestrated this ruthless plan long ago and finally summoned this terrifying entity. Under his control, the monster wore a hateful, bloodthirsty appearance. Ian realized that failing to acquire Shuren's eyes had left the monster's body extremely unstable and on the verge of collapsing. He yelled commands at Delphine to target the entity hiding deep within the monster's mouth. The monster screeched, claiming that knowing the secret wouldn't change their lethal fate. The energy inside it began to compress, and a magical explosion was about to erupt. Ian warned everyone to run, as getting hit by this meant instant death. He told Elsie to find a way to weaken its blast as much as possible, strictly forbidding any head-on confrontation. Ian ordered Celine to immediately escort remaining trapped civilians out of the danger zone. Celine and Syria coordinated seamlessly, ready to back up the next attack. Elsie unleashed the grand spell, Torrent of Light, once more to disperse the toxic purple energy stream. The monster widened its eyes as the dark power within its jaws peaked. It unleashed Dragon Breath, a sweeping wave of destructive purple flames across the battlefield. White and purple light collided fiercely, creating a grueling, ultra-tense stalemate. Gritting her teeth, Elsie screamed that she couldn't hold on much longer and urged everyone to strike. The shadow of a warrior glided through the dense magical smoke and dust. Ian roared, ordering the entire team to pour everything into a decisive blow right now. Syria was also in position, ready to swing her blade in coordination with her teammates. Celine Savage shouted as she erected a sturdy honeycomb magical shield to block the shockwave. The shield cracked under the horrific pressure, but managed to protect the group just in time. All members landed their hardest strikes against the monster's body. Panting heavily, Ian felt a wave of relief, seeing the Dragon Breath finally successfully intercepted. The monster cackled, claiming they had only bought a tiny bit of extra time. It challenged whether they could withstand a second similar attack. Its grotesque face radiated confidence, even as its body began showing signs of crack. Shuren observed closely with her special eyes, noticing the mutation accelerating rapidly. She gasped quietly upon seeing Mitram's entity truly disintegrating from within. That colossal body began shedding chunks of rotting flesh and dry wood. Ian flashed a defiant smile as he saw his enemy driven into a corner. He told the monster not to lecture others about limits when it was the one that had long hit its breaking point. Ian declared that both sides were completely exhausted, and it was time to go to hell together in this final strike. The monster frantically funneled everything left into its jaws for a final burst of fire. The Dragon Breath surged fiercer than ever before, determined to flatten everything. Delphine, Celine, and Elsie simultaneously unleashed their attacks, none of them stepping back even an inch. Ian raised his sword high, vowing that this would be the blow to end it all right here. A massive explosion of light burst forth when the full strength of both factions collided, marking the finale of this life-or-death battle.